Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 73. Ding! Congratulations on defeating Wing, specifying the copy entry. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Enhancer Master of Telekinesis Talent, Gold. A heavenly sound rang out in the organization's mind, and in an instant, countless energies emerged from nowhere and poured into Li Kei's limbs. Enhancer Master of Telekinesis Talent. Gold. Before this, GK had a purple telekinesis talent. Now that he has obtained the gold, his talent has skyrocketed to a higher level. In the hunter world, telekinesis is king. But even Netero, who stands at the top of the world and is known as the strongest human being, cannot master all telekinesis. Or in other words, Netero can use all series of abilities, but he can never reach the gold or even red level in every series. But Li Kei can do it. Conjurer Telekinesis Grandmaster Red. Enhancer Telekinesis Master Gold and Purple. Emitter Telekinesis Dual Purple. Manifestation Telekinesis Blue. Wait. Perfect. It won't be long before Li Kei can become a real hexagonal warrior. No flaws. The biggest flaw is being too perfect. After obtaining the Enhancer Telekinesis talent, Rick's Enhancer skill page is directly opened. Enhancer. As the name suggests, it can be understood as the effect of armed color domineering. When telekinesis is attached to any object, such as cards, hair, etc., it can make the target indestructible, like steel. And the later the blessing effect, the more amazing it is. I have to say, Wing is really a good helper. Li Kei is in a very good mood at the moment, but there is a look of panic on his face. Are you okay? Teacher Wing? I was a little careless and used too much force just now. Li Kei hurried over and apologized. Wing fell on the sofa with a complicated expression. He originally just wanted to test Li Kei's strength, but he didn't expect that after both sides got serious, he would be defeated by the opponent in one blow. The opponent's strength and speed achieved a leapfrog growth in that moment. Very strong, in a hurry, I didn't have time to defend myself, and was directly defeated by one move. No wonder I was favored by President Netero. Wing's heart is quite complicated at this moment. It's okay. It seems that Mr. Li Kei is hiding his abilities. I didn't expect that at your age, you can actually possess such a powerful and amazing fighting power. Your future achievements must be limitless. Wing sighed from the bottom of his heart. This made Soasai, the disciple next to him, dumbfounded. He couldn't understand what had just happened, because in his mind, the master was almost invincible. In his opinion, even the masters above the 200th floor of the Sky Arena might not be the opponent of the master. But now, on this mere 50th floor, a young man who met for the first time and even looked not much older than himself, actually defeated the master. And in that lightning moment, he didn't even see anything clearly. Teacher Wing is polite, I'm just lucky. Li Kei sighed. He was indeed lucky, after all, he was a man with a system. I also have to thank Wing and Xiao Zhengtai. One of them directly raised his luck item to gold, and the other one directly opened the Enhancer Nan talent for him. Both of them are my benefactors. Then the others exchanged pleasantries. Wing obviously had a new look at Li Kei and the others, and naturally did not dare to hide anything about Gon and Killua's guidance. Because he knew very clearly that if Li Kei wanted to teach these two little guys about telekinesis, it would definitely be easy. So there was no need for him to hide anything, and he taught them very seriously. As expected of a gold medal mentor, this teaching of gold items is indeed very effective. When explaining these things, he can explain them in a very simple and in-depth way, and let the learners have a better experience. Under Wing's careful guidance, Killua and Gon's Nan development has also entered a new chapter. Well, I really want to thank Mr. Wing this time. If it weren't for you, my two friends might not have understood the key so quickly. 10. Li Kei saluted. You're welcome. With Mr. Lee K, your strength is more than enough to teach you too. I'm just the icing on the cake. I believe it won't be long before we can hear your name in this sky arena. Wing politely sent them away. Lee K and the other two chatted for a few words and said goodbye. Looking at the backs of Lee K and the others leaving, Wing fell into deep thought. Master. Is Mr. Lee K really that strong? Is he stronger than you, the acting master? Zoisai looked at his acting master with a confused face. He had never seen the acting master have such emotions today. Because at any time in the past, the acting master seemed to be calm and in control of everything. Zoisai. Work hard, you are a genius among 100,000 people. And those two little guys are geniuses among millions of people. In front of them, you are not much different from ordinary people. As for Mr. Lee K, I'm afraid he is a monster that only appears in 100 million people. Such a guy is destined to have his name passed down throughout the world in the future. He is someone we need to look up to. Wing sighed. The little boy who heard this Zoisai was dumbfounded and stood there blankly. The following days were naturally very boring, but there were some small pleasures of killing monsters and earning points. Especially after obtaining the golden entry of Lucky Star, Lee K's efficiency in brushing entries increased greatly. Every day, lock in one of the most desired entries, and all other junk entries are not important. If there are other ones you want, just let the bad guys Grimjo and Xiaowu kill them directly. As for the boiled egg passerby King Saitama, he will purely focus on luck and accumulate character. Considering that after my own beast mind ability is super great in the future, maybe I can leave a clone, boiled egg teacher, here to brush entries as a permanent ambassador. A certain number of entries are obtained every day. Most of the entries have no effect, until then it was crushed and turned into experience points to fill other entries. But some other entries were also brushed one after another. Of course, in this low-level match, there is no entry for telekinesis talent. Even if there is, it is of the blank level. In fact, in the Sky Arena, only when you step into the 200th floor will you meet a real master. Telekinesis is the entrance ticket to the 200th floor, the threshold. The best entries brushed below the 200th floor are some strength, speed, defense, health bar, hidden weapons, poisoning, and camouflage. Lee K didn't care, and took them all. Anyway, this thing has more skills than less. The entries with the same attributes can be directly merged, and the entries with different attributes can be kept. Gon and Killua's promotions were also very good. What a pity! For many days, there was no second entry related to luck in the entire Sky Arena. It seems that it is an overestimation to describe this thing as rare. But there was an accident in one game. Lee K's clone Saitama met Gon. *NE. Lee K directly found an excuse for the Saturday sale and chose to surrender, automatically landing on the 1000th floor. This made Gon very confused that day. Because he had seen the bald man's record, all the battles were resolved with one punch. He even had the title of One Punch Man. But the battle with himself ended without starting, which was a bit weird. And after this period of fighting, plus the frequent telekinesis with Wing, Gon and Killua both awakened early. Wing was not shy, plus Lee K had taught the two before, so it was natural. They directly had a ticket to enter the 200th floor. And now, a group of highly popular super rookies appeared in the entire arena. These super rookies are very similar, all of them have the title of One Punch Man. Lee K, Gon, Killua, Grimjo, Ulquiorra, Saitama. These people rushed to the 190th floor with a completely overwhelming posture. At this moment, in the dim corridor leading to the 200th floor. Haha, it's really interesting. I originally just came here to hunt for my favorite fruit, but I never thought, it's really surprising. Grimjo, Ulquiorra, Saitama? This world is really surprising. There are so many delicious fruits all of a sudden, it's really exciting. The clown man Hisoka standing at the end of the passage had a crazy expression, and his eyes were flashing with light. Like a poisonous snake hiding in the dark, he exuded an extremely dangerous aura. He had reached the 200th floor of the Sky Arena a long time ago. In fact, if you exceed the 200th floor in this Sky Arena, you will no longer have any bonuses, and all battles are fought for honor. Even the probability of death above the 200th floor is much higher than that below the 200th floor. But even so, there are still countless contestants who are extremely crazy to reach above 200. He came here for revenge. Lee K. This guy, who was obviously his fruit, actually stung his mouth. But this made Hisoka even more crazy and excited. He liked the feeling of being hurt by his prey. Only such business could arouse people's desire to conquer. He wanted to defeat and kill Lee K fiercely, and let the other party look at him desperately before dying. This was the best way to enjoy the fruit. So, Hisoka came. And from the moment Lee K and his team stepped into the arena, he noticed Lee K and his group, and followed every battle of Lee K along the way. Interesting. Very interesting. However, the more delicious the fruit, the more you need to wait. After I kill Lee K, there are still several other delicious fruits that need to be tasted. This is something that many people are intoxicated with. The greatest meaning of life is like this. Hisoka closed his eyes in enjoyment, with a touch of curve at the corner of his mouth. 190th floor. Wow! We are so awesome! It took us less than a month to get here. Killua. Gon was very excited. The entire Sky Arena is like a huge tower. The area gets smaller as you go up. The area of the 190th floor is obviously much smaller than the first floor. However, there are very few people who can get here. Almost all of them are so-called strong people with names and reputations. Of course, most of these so-called strong people are noobs, because they don't even have the most basic telekinesis and have not stepped into the threshold of the strong people in this world. It just means that they have a combat power far ahead of ordinary people. It's like when I was in the professional, the examiners who were killed in the hunter assessment were probably of this level. Some of them also had some old silver coins hidden, but under Lee K's eyes, they were all exposed. Unfortunately, they were all junk. These guys have telekinetic talents, but they are basically white and green. Lee K has no interest in taking action. At the beginning, he killed white items for 10 years on Whale Island and the things were added with gold. These trash can only live at the bottom, there is no need to bleed them here, but it makes me look like a murderer, which is really bad. But this time, the situation is obviously different. Because when the old 6th Leopard King squeaked up, the nearby contestants they all retreated in a circle. There was also the tough guy Ulquiera, because this guy killed a lot of people on the way under Lee K's control. The two ruthless, Qian Haozhao, guys were amazing. On the contrary, the egg-headed Saitama gave people the feeling of being harmless. In fact, it doesn't matter, they were all created by Lee K. And Lee K was surprised to find that when he controlled these three beasts at the same time for such a long time, his mental power and skill proficiency were also growing rapidly. It can be said that this is a very good way to train yourself. Soon, the battle on the 190th floor was even easier. Anyway, they are all small fish here. Several people continued to implement the style of the one-hit man and easily defeated the opponent. What's more, now Gon and Killua have both learned telekinesis. Although they are not very skilled in using it, their combat power has obviously improved. Thanks to Brother K and Teacher Wing, I feel that my strength has obviously become stronger after opening the aura nodes. Even if I don't use telekinesis, my 5 senses and 6 consciousnesses are much stronger. Killua was full of emotion. The last time I cleared the 190th floor was when I was 8 years old, and I stopped there at that time. The three of them entered the elevator with their pockets in their hands and went up again. The next floor is the 200th floor. I heard that those who can reach here are the real strong ones. Their ranking changes are very stable. Gon was a little excited and nervous. 200th floor, I don't know how far we can go. I believe Brother K should be able to reach the end, right? Killua was full of emotion. All the way here, he didn't see Lee K look serious at all, and he was very relaxed. Just go and see and you will know. Lee K smiled. DJ. The elevator sounded. The 200th floor reached Miao. At this moment, the circle centered on Lee K instantly spread out in all directions. 10 meters. 50 meters. 100 meters. 200 meters. 300 meters. 400 meters. Chapter 74. Mind Garden. It was the entry that I had brushed out on Old Man Zeno, golden in color. Now Lee K is a prototype of a hexagonal warrior, so after this thing is opened, its range actually exceeds Zeno. 500 meters. It is the limit of Lee K's circle now. But in fact, it is enough to cover most of the upper level of the sky arena. It can be said that you are all in my domain. At this moment, in the dim corridor, Hisoka's expression suddenly changed. He clearly felt a strange mind power sweeping over him, and then covering the entire arena. His face became extremely ugly. Circle. As a master of mind power, he naturally knows this thing very well. And he was also shocked to feel that the other party's mind power was above his own. Who actually arrived here? Hisoka frowned. If he was a hunter waiting for prey before, preparing to hunt here leisurely, but at this moment, he felt a chill on his back and his heart couldn't help but beat wildly. This feeling was very unpleasant. And it was a sixth sense from the heart, giving him a very strong intuition that at this moment he seemed to have become the prey of a very powerful guy. Not only himself, the opponent even covered the entire upper layer of the sky arena. Then, this weird feeling only lasted for a few seconds and disappeared again. The mind circle is like a scanning radar. If it is released for a long time, it will consume a lot of energy. Even Lee K did not have such luxury. If it can be used in close combat to compress the range of the mind circle, the effect is equivalent to the observation haki. Through the mind power covering the body, the opponent's actions can be detected in advance, so as to make the best response. If the range is covered, the consumption of one's own mind power will be greater. But just this moment of scanning is enough. Lee K has already checked some people in this arena. The most eye-catching one is naturally that Hisoka. Get out! Suddenly, a very arrogant voice sounded. Short blue hair, blue eyes, a half mask with white bones on his cheeks, hands in his pockets, revealing his strong chest muscles, and a black hollow in his lower abdomen, a katana across his waist, and a man wearing a white 680 10-blade suit appeared. The sixth Grimjo, Lee K's mind beast. Hey! Hisoka was stunned, because he didn't even notice that the other party had arrived in front of him. This guy was also one of the targets he was going to hunt. But he didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to provoke him. Moreover, the guy in front of him gave him a strange feeling, but he couldn't tell where it was strange. Hisoka was slightly stunned. Grimjo Leek had already chosen to attack. The claws fell. Boom! Hisoka was repelled, and the wall was like tofu dregs, with 5-meter-long marks cut into it. What an amazing destructive power! Grimjo Leek looked at Hisoka with a sneer, and said sarcastically without giving him any face, to be honest, what I hate most is insidious guys like you. If you look at me like this again, I don't mind digging your eyes out. Hee hee. Hisoka sneered, looked at Grimjo deeply, and then slowly looked away. Grimjo Leek was not polite, and strode in directly. Interesting. It's really an intoxicating taste. Hisoka licked his tongue, looked at Grimjo Leek's back as he left, and looked deeply at the direction of the elevator, and finally chose to leave. Originally, he was going to check whether his other fruits were ripe here. But now it seems that all this is unnecessary. Because there are so many fruits arriving at the arena now, I am afraid I can't eat them all in one bite. Things are getting more and more interesting. Hisoka sneered, his hands in his pockets and his back disappeared at the end of the corridor. At the other end of the corridor, the elevator door opened. Gon, Killua, and Lee K came down. Wow! This place is really different from downstairs, such a big floor-to-ceiling window, and there are so few people here. Gon was surprised and looked at the empty corridor. At least on the 190th floor, you can still see people crowded together, but here, it feels like there are basically no people. The corridor is very quiet. Lee K has a smile on his lips. It seems that his Grimjo's Mind Beast is very effective, and it directly clears the way for him in advance, saving some unnecessary trouble. He doesn't want to watch Hisoka show off here. I wonder if the progress of Hisoka has cooled down now? The black girl can't come up anymore, because she is not a contestant and can only stay on the 190th floor. However, as a big boss above the 200th floor, there are naturally rooms on the 190th floor for the black girl to live in, so there is no need to worry about her problem. The three of them went straight through the passage. Welcome to the 200th floor, please sign in here. The receptionist here is obviously much prettier than the one downstairs. It turns out that the quality of service for high-end customers is much better, and you can see blue entries on the receptionist. Of course, these things are quite useless to Lee K. Because this receptionist is just an ordinary person, these entries on her are more of a bonus to the service. Are you ready to apply for the competition right away? This episode adopts the declaration battle system. We have prepared a 90-day battle preparation period for you. During this period, you can choose to participate on any day. Of course, it is no problem to fight every day until you are exhausted. You can get another 90 days of preparation period for each battle. But if you don't fight within the time limit, you will lose your qualification and your record will be cancelled. Please pay attention. The receptionist said with a smile. You said one fight per time, which means how many fights do you need to fight on this level? Gon asked curiously. You must win 10 games to pass this level, but if you lose 4 games before you win 10 games, you will lose your qualification. After you win 10 games, you can challenge the level master. The level masters are the 21 top fighters. From the 230th to the 250th level, each level is occupied by a fighter. You three know, if you can defeat these level masters, from that moment on, you will become the ruler of this level. In addition, you can also participate in the Fighter Festival held on the top floor every 2 years and get the right to compete in this Fighting Olympics. The front desk lady said a lot of news. To put it bluntly, the main purpose of fighting on this upper floor is to pursue stronger and gain higher honors. But in fact, the so-called Fighter Olympics is absolutely bragging. Because at least the outside world rarely hears about this thing, which means that even if such a competition exists, it is probably not popular. But no matter what, it seems to be a very good opportunity for me. Only the strong are worthy of contributing entries to myself. This is definitely a holy place for brushing entries. Gon and Killua were confused when they heard it. No matter how you look at it, these two little guys are actually just children. They are not interested in the honors that the front desk lady said. Their biggest purpose of coming here is to make money, and then challenge other players. Because they have witnessed Lee K's strength, the two of them also have a heart that wants to become stronger at this moment. Hey! Girl, I signed an agreement to fight every Monday and Tuesday. Suddenly, an arrogant voice sounded. Grimjo Lee K. The sixth one is here. He, even glanced at Lee K and the others with great arrogance. Brother Lee K, this guy is very dangerous. Killua's face suddenly changed slightly. He even had an illusion that he was back to the time when he didn't have telekinesis at all, and faced the terrifying feeling of his brother. The guy in front of him was definitely very dangerous. There was a sense of brutality like a beast. I felt it too. Gon also looked solemn. Li Kei's expression was indifferent. Damn it. As for your own telekinetic beast, the character setting cannot collapse, and the more so, if you get into trouble in the future, you will not think that this guy has anything to do with you. The bad Leopard King has nothing to do with Li Kei. He is a bad guy, and Li Kei is a good guy. Ah? Is it really like this? Sir, if you fight for 2 consecutive days, it will be very dangerous for you, and as long as you have a life, you can get a 90-day cooling bandit. The front desk lady was also startled and reminded him quickly. Why are you talking so much nonsense? It's only Monday and Tuesday, these 2 days I'm free. The Leopard King grinned and glanced at Li Kei and the others, his eyes full of arrogance. Soon, his things were done. On Wednesday and Thursday, continuous fighting. The mind beast Xiaohu came over, cold as a piece of ice. Even if he didn't get close, he had a sense of indifference that kept people away from him. 0145123228 Philo 0333434441 Especially the transparent black hole on his neck, it was even more chilling. A guy with a hole in his chest can still live here, he must be either a ruthless person or a wolf destroyer. Hiss. Gon and Killua's hearts were inexplicably tense. Before, there was no pressure below the 190th floor, but now at the 200th floor, both of them felt great pressure. At least the Leopard King and Xiaoyu in front of them gave the two a very, very dangerous feeling. This is an instinctive intuition. The front desk lady was so scared that she trembled all over, especially when she saw 2 green tear marks on Xiaoyu's face. This non-mainstream exclusive is really a bit bluffing. She didn't even ask a question and directly handled the relevant procedures for the other party. It's definitely a monster. Why did 2 such monsters suddenly appear today, and they chose to fight for 2 consecutive days? Once they reach the 200th floor, many contestants will choose to rest immediately after winning once. In order to maintain their current floor status, they even deliberately selected carefully, depending on the game time of other contestants. If they are those extremely powerful contestants, they will naturally choose to stagger with the other party. So as a front desk lady, she often receives good intentions from some contestants, hoping that she can provide some information about other contestants. Convenient for choosing opponents. But the 2 guys in front of them didn't have any needs in this regard, but instead said that they were definitely fighting madmen if they wanted to fight continuously. There are only 2 outcomes for a guy like this on the 200th floor. One is that he will die very quickly, and the other is that he has absolute strength. To be honest, no matter which one it is not the one that the receptionist is willing to provoke. Well, please help me choose. I can fight on Friday and Sunday. On Saturday, I have to prepare to go to the supermarket for a special sale and have no time to participate in the battle. Suddenly, a boiled egghead with a strange style came over, looking harmless. It is even hard to understand how this guy can reach the 200th floor. After seeing Saitama in front of her, the receptionist was also confused for a long time. She even couldn't help pinching her cheeks, thinking that she was not awake and not dreaming. But after pinching herself and hurting herself, she found that this was actually real. The egg-headed guy in front of him is a real 200th level contestant, and he also requires continuous fighting. And these 3 guys have one thing in common, that is, they have no requirements for their opponents, that is, anyone who is above 200th level, including any level, can challenge these guys. In fact, as a contestant at this level, you can set certain rules, at least to prevent contestants who are higher than you from coming down to fry the fish pond. Monster! Then, sir, don't you consider fighting separately? In fact, you only need to fight once every 3 months. Seeing that this braised noodle head seemed to be easy to talk to, the front desk lady took a breath and kindly reminded him. This is not necessary, I came here to fight. Saitama Lee K said seriously. Okay, prepare it for you right away. Today happens to be Friday. Is it convenient for you to fight today? The front desk lady asked. Saitama Lee K nodded, of course, I came here specifically to play the game today, of course it is convenient. 11. Okay, I'll arrange it for you right away. The front desk lady said hurriedly. Ah. It's you. Mr. Saitama. Gon recognized the egghead and exclaimed excitedly, because he didn't understand why Saitama suddenly gave up. Oh, you are. Saitama Lee K's acting is online. I'm Gon. Do you remember? We met on the 110th floor. Really? I can't remember it. Maybe I've played too many games recently. Is there anything I can do for you? No, no. I'm really excited to meet Mr. Saitama here, Brother K. Mr. Saitama is really powerful. He's also the type of one-punch man. The corners of Lee K's mouth twitched, and he sighed helplessly in his heart. Saitama is really one-punch man, brother. Chapter 75. Is he really strong? Killua was surprised. Because he couldn't feel the strength of the egg-headed man in front of him at all. This guy's style obviously didn't belong to this dimension. He was definitely at the level of a passerby. How could he be strong? But after all, this was said by his best friend, so Killua had to think carefully. He couldn't help but look at the egg-headed man in front of him a few more times, but he still couldn't see any clues. Hello, I'm Lee K. Lee K asked his mind beast very politely. Hello, Saitama. The actor was acting himself. As long as he acted truly, then when anything happened, he would have evidence of his absence. What's more, Mr. Saitama was prepared to stay in the Sky Arena for a long time to brush the entries. So the character setting must be established. At least don't let others find out the clues. The few people exchanged a few words with each other. Gon seemed to admire Saitama very much. In his opinion, Saitama was a very powerful existence. Killua couldn't feel it. This has to be said to be amazing in the red entry. This kind of mind beast also incorporates the use of absolute. Once it is created, it will conceal all the breath. Even a strong man of Hisoka's level can't sense that the Gaga Leopard King who provoked him at the beginning is actually Lee K's mind beast. There is no way, the talents between everyone are actually a gap. This is a red entry. Hisoka's mind power is only golden. As for Gon Killua, it is naturally even more difficult to see. Haha, One Punch Man? Just a rookie who just came up from below. These 200 floors are completely different from what you imagined. I haven't met rookies like you for a long time. And this braised egghead, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a sneer sounded from the side. Gon Killua immediately looked over, and the two looked unhappy. It is not a happy thing for anyone to be ridiculed by others when talking to friends. The guy who came towards him was a guy with an expression like a mask and old clothes. The old player here. Say that so. Lee K's eyes lit up slightly. Interesting. Although this guy in front of him is a weakling, his entries are interesting. Name, Say that so. Entries, Conjurer Telekinesis Talent, Double Blue, Telekinesis Skill Invisible Left Wrist, Purple, Cunning, Purple, Kidney Deficiency, Blue, etc. Brother. Do you know that the person standing in front of you is a Conjurer Telekinesis Grandmaster, the owner of red entries? Lee K smiled. The opponent's entry talent is Double Blue, so. But the telekinesis skill is Purple, which is a bit unexpected. And it is this ability that Lee K cares about. Invisible Left Wrist. If I remember correctly, this guy can turn his chi into an invisible state and fight with his wrist. It's really a rubbish method. The conjurer's ability is just this. But this skill is of great reference significance to me, something like an invisible hand. It's best to use it for sneak attacks. Even if it is developed well, maybe you can come up with some kind of sword control technique. For example, controlling the sword with chi, etc. Only you newbies can talk about such ridiculous topics as One Punch Man, and you don't even know how to blush. Don't separate this place from the garbage gathering place below. Kids, when you come here, you must. Seidaso smiled. He had been waiting for a long time, for an old man who had been hanging around on the 200th floor. In fact, with his strength, he had some luck in breaking through here, and in order to maintain his ranking in this team, he did not work hard to practice, but targeted the newcomers who had just come up. Once he found a guy who was easy to bully, he would go up and taunt him, and use provocation to make the other party sign a battle agreement with him. After defeating the opponent, he would get a 90-day cooling period to maintain his ranking here. It was a pure idea of bullying. But it was this despicable method that allowed him to be like a fish in water on the 200th floor, and even summed up his own experience. And in his opinion, these newcomers in front of him were definitely the weakest he had ever seen. For such a small brat to be able to get here, he must have used a lot of shameful methods, and his own strength must not be very strong. Especially this boiled egghead, who looked like the easiest to bully. But this time he didn't finish his words. Saitama suddenly turned around, and the other party, as if writing something, accidentally slapped him with a palm. Instantly. Boom! Seidaso screamed, vomited blood, and was slapped on the wall behind him and embedded in it. Ding! You defeated Seidaso in the Sky Arena in a battle posture. Ding! Lucky Star Daily Talent is open, please specify the drop entry. Specify the drop. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining telekinesis skill Invisible Left Wrist Purple. A sound like the sound of nature rang in Li Kei's mind. Instantly, the use of this telekinesis skill flooded into Li Kei's mind. Tisk tisk tisk. Good talent. Purple Invisible Left Wrist. After obtaining the use of this telekinesis skill, Li Kei was able to integrate and understand it thoroughly in an instant. Because at this time, he was definitely at the level of a grandmaster in the use of telekinesis skills. He had absorbed too many terms, which was equivalent to countless geniuses practicing hard for him for many years. Invisible Left Wrist Purple. Conjurer. Ding! Congratulations on successfully developing your own personal telekinesis skills. Spiritual Psychic Master Psychic. Purple. A sound like the sound of nature rang in Li Kei's mind. This is the second ability he created himself. As a time traveler, combined with some memories of his previous life, including his self-appreciation of these telekinesis skills in this life. Thus, he developed a new ability. Spiritual Psychic Master Psychic Purple. This ability can directly allow Li Kei to control some daggers or flying swords, and even force telekinesis to turn into invisible shields, etc. Very convenient. And Li Kei's control range can be directly spread throughout the range of his own circle. Very cool. The invisible left wrist of Seidaso, this waist, can only cover a range of about 1 meter, and no more than 3 meters at most. Very useless. But after this skill of his became Li Kei, he directly developed a more powerful skill. Within a range of 500 meters, I am invincible. Mental thoughts can also be spread everywhere. Complete control. Perfect. Li Kei felt very comfortable. Although he was a waste, the entries he brushed out gave him a very important reference. He had to thank him for his contribution. Hey? What happened just now? Sorry, you are fine. Saitama Li Kei had a confused expression. This scene made Gon and Killua even more confused. Because in their opinion, Seidaso was definitely not a weak chicken, but such a player on the 200th floor was directly killed in seconds. So strong. Killua suddenly realized that everything Gon said before was true. And he had greatly underestimated the fighting power of this bald head. Even when the other party attacked just now, he didn't even notice how he did it, but the guy who came to ridicule everyone was directly slapped away. This is definitely not a coincidence, but this bald guy really attacked. Very strong. Bald. Gon couldn't help but be shocked. This trip to the Sky Arena shocked him more than ever before. The most important reason was that he found all kinds of top talents in this Sky Arena. You should know that before this, he was not very fond of cultivation, because he always thought that he was a real genius. Even if his grandfather said that the skills were very troublesome, he could learn them quickly. But now he finally realized the gap between himself and these top geniuses. Geniuses are not scary. What is scary is those geniuses who work hard. Mr. Saitama. I have decided that you are also one of my life goals that I must defeat. Killua suddenly said solemnly for no reason. Tay. Lee K was a little bit amused. Killua is now a little nervous. He has set so many goals one by one, and I don't know when he can complete them. If he knew that the bald man in front of him was the mind beast he controlled, I don't know what Killua would think. Oh, that's great. I am Saitama. If you are free, you can always welcome your challenge. Saitama Lee K said seriously. 0145123228 Filo 0333533021. Of course, there must be a free time, and the so-called free time is naturally when Killua's cooling time is up. Lee K smiled in his heart. Killua. Mr. Saitama, I will definitely catch up with you, because my big brother is Brother K. Killua is full of confidence. Lee K's mouth twitched. Hello. Hello, who is my battle target today? Saitama Lee K asked the front desk lady curiously. Every one of these players above the 200th floor is a hot commodity. As long as they are present, I want to brush them. Wash, 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 wash. Washing is healthy. EXT. The front desk lady took out the information and said in a trembling voice. She didn't expect that the bald man in front of her who looked harmless was so powerful, far beyond her expectations. Say Dasso. The bald man scratched his bald head. That's the guy you knocked out. The receptionist said awkwardly. Everyone was speechless. Lee K was also a little amused. The game ended before it even started. But this Say Dasso is a good man, and he even saved himself a battle quota. But looking at his appearance, I'm afraid he can't participate in today's battle. Otherwise, or I help you to look again, just, let's go to Mr. Giddo, but the time will probably be set in the afternoon. The receptionist said hurriedly. Okay, that's it, let me know when the time comes. The bald boiled egg said hello to Lee K and his group and left. Please help me arrange the battle time on Saturday. Lee K also went up to arrange his own battle time. I didn't expect the rules of the Sky Arena to be so convenient, which means that as long as the time is staggered, it is almost impossible to fight against me. Comfortable. Ah? Saturday? Is it this week? Or next week? Or? The receptionist said hurriedly. Every week. Lee K said with a smile. Ah? Every week? Sir, are you sure? Okay, I will arrange it for you according to your request. The receptionist looked at Lee K very wrongly. At least in her opinion, Lee K in front of her had no other outstanding features except that he was a little handsome. 0. In terms of appearance, he was not as fierce as the two weirdos who were supposed to fight on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. In terms of strength, he was naturally not as fierce as the bald boiled egg just now. What happened today? Why did so many weird guys suddenly appear, and every request was particularly weird? The receptionist felt an unprecedented headache. But Lee K's words shocked Gon and Killua behind him. Brother K. So this is Brother K. Even in the face of danger, he will never retreat. Only by fighting every week can we constantly hone ourselves. Killua, we must also constantly train ourselves in this way to become stronger, otherwise we will never be able to catch up with Brother K. Gon suddenly realized and was shocked. Well, please help us arrange the time for the battle. I want Wednesday. Gon. Sunday. We have to fight every week. The fighting spirit in the two little guys was infected by Li Kei's words, and they were completely ignited and full of fighting will. This little flame burned, making Li Kei standing aside extremely embarrassed. Two little brothers, can I say that I just want to brush the entries for my convenience? Why are you here to join in the fun? It's a headache. But forget it, if I accidentally queue up my own clones, if the cooling time of the two little guys has passed, I will kill them, if not, I will admit defeat. It doesn't matter. The entry is the most important thing, nothing else matters. After completing the relevant formalities, Li Kei and the other two went directly to their rooms under the guidance of the young lady. After arriving at the 200th floor, their living conditions and treatment have been significantly improved. In the rooms on this floor, everything is obviously much better. The next step is to wait for the entry. At the same time, on the other side, the unlucky Seidaso has been sent for treatment. And his two partners, the gyro monster Gido and the wheelchair man Realveld, had wonderful expressions. I didn't expect that my good partner was beaten. And at the front desk of the registration for the game, the opponent was a bald egg. Even the good partner didn't see clearly how the opponent attacked. What made the two most unhappy was that the damn BD didn't come to deal with Gido in the afternoon. Boss. Seidaso, the idiot, lost. That kid is probably very strong. We are in trouble now. The voice of the gyro man Gido was extremely cold. Haha, the guy who goes against our trio will never have a good ending. Since he can prevent Seidaso, the idiot, from fighting, we can also prevent him from going on stage. The wheelchair man Realveld sneered. Boss, what do you mean? The gyro dwarf suddenly became interested. The two talked quietly. In the room 300 meters away from them, Li Kei opened the circle out of boredom, just like listening to the radio broadcast, listening to the conversations of the guys around him. Then, their conversation fell into Li Kei's ears very clearly. Great! Brother, good idea! Isn't this convenient for you and me? During the lunch break, Li Kei almost laughed like a pig. Chapter 76. Friday. Sky Arena, 200th floor, shopping area. As the top competitor center, it not only has a full set of combat facilities, but also a fairly complete living service area. As long as you have enough money and status, you can enjoy the same enjoyment as an emperor here. Food, women, etc., everything is available. Oh, this is a special price of potato chips. As long as you are a contestant with more than 200 points, you can get a 30% discount. It's really good. A boiled egghead was squatting in front of a vending machine, staring at the discounted items in the shopping window thoughtfully. This potato chip sells very well, it is the most popular product here, and there are these, do you want to try this? Suddenly, a strange voice sounded next to the bald head. The bald bullhead looked over and saw a guy covered in a cloak with his legs like spinning tops. He came over and took out a snack and handed it to Saitama. These. Saitama curiously stretched his head to look over and found some banana chips lying inside. Ha ha ha! What a naive fool! I didn't expect that unlucky Seidaso would lose to this guy. It's done. Gido, the spinning top man, laughed wildly in his heart. Realveld, the wheelchair man who was hiding in the dark and watching everything, also had a bright look in his eyes. The snack bag contains a colorless and odorless medicine. The effect range is not wide, but as long as you bring this thing close to the other party and sniff it, it can cause the target to be poisoned. After poisoning, the operation of the mind power in the body will be hindered. The effect of the medicine will last for a week. Everyone knows that you must not trust anyone on the 200th floor, but I didn't expect this bald guy to be so stupid that he was really stupid. Give him something casually, and he really came over to smell it. Isn't this directly useless? Saitama, the braised egg, looked inside the bag curiously, and then took out a piece of highly poisonous banana chips. Crack, crack, crack. Chew it up and ate it in front of the spinning top man. The so-called eating is just a casual action of the mind beast. Giddo, the spinning top man, was even more ecstatic. Just now he was worried that if he just smelled it, the effect would not be significant, but now, this bald guy actually ate the poison directly. Ha 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 ha. It's done, let's kill him together and avenge the killing of that guy. Giddo stopped pretending and showed his cards. Bald, your luck ends here. Maybe no one told you that above the 200th floor, you have to be careful of others in addition to the competition. You are a fool, you should challenge again in your next life. Real Velt, the wheelchair man, smiled and came over from behind in a wheelchair. Don't talk nonsense with this guy, lest the night is long and dreams are many, kill him now. Don't worry. He he he. Battle waltz. Giddo laughed excitedly, suddenly pulled out his crutches, and waved his hand. Suddenly, a series of gyroscopes were spinning rapidly on the cane. Swish, swish, swish. As he waved the cane, the gyroscopes jumped down and then quickly shot around Saitama like bumper balls, making a fierce buzzing sound. Bang, 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 bang. Before Saitama, the mind beast, could react, the gyroscopes had already hit the target one after another. Hehe, don't underestimate my gyroscope. Although it's a small thing, after being injected with mind, its power is amazing. Giddo's excited voice showed that all the gyroscopes hit Saitama. This guy has been hit by me at least 50 times. I'm afraid he can't stand up now. This is the fate of dealing with our team. Boss, we have already booked this idiot for today's competition. If he can't come on stage, we will win directly. Giddo grinned. But soon his smile gradually disappeared. In the dense shadows of the spinning tops, the egg-headed man actually walked out slowly. His combat uniform became a little tattered, but surprisingly, there was no wound on his body. The spinning tops continued to attack the opponent, making dull collision sounds. Apart from scratching the opponent's clothes, it seemed to have no other effective effect. Snap! A spinning top came towards him, with its sharp ground needle aimed at Saitama's eyes, but was caught by the bald man. Then, crack! In front of Giddo, he clenched his palm and then released it. The alloy spinning top that cost a lot of money to build, turned into twisted debris and fell to the ground. Giddo's face instantly became extremely ugly. Saitama moved again. He just kept grabbing in the same place, and then in the extremely shocked eyes of the two, those dazzling gyroscopes, the gyroscopes still flying in the air were all caught. Then, with a strong squeeze, they deformed, twisted into pieces and fell. Even the special alloy thimble was twisted. What's wrong with this guy? Is his skin made of steel? How come there is no injury at all? Giddo was completely confused. No, impossible. My gyroscopes! He screamed in pain. As a disabled person, these gyroscopes are his capital in the arena. It can be said that without these gyroscopes, his fighting power is not even half left. High-speed rotation tornado gyroscope. Go to hell! Crazy Giddo's whole body spun violently, with an amazing spinning effect that was several times more violent than those gyroscopes just now. With this move, his offense and defense are improved. It is also quite famous above the 200th floor. Many players were defeated by this move. My current lethality is at least 5 times greater than that of the spinning top. Let's see how you can resist it. Gido roared as he spun crazily, leaving a trace of rotation on the ground, and headed towards Saitama at high speed. Bang! Just when he arrived in front of the bald man, the boiled egg head slapped him with his palm. The spinning top as tall as a person was slapped into the ground. The floor cracked. Gido stopped, but his head had been completely slapped into his stomach, deader than dead. Ding! You killed the Sky Arena player Gido, looting entries. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the entry Telekinesis Enhancer, Double Blue. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the entry Battle Waltz, Double Blue. What a weakling! Enhancer Double Blue. This garbage talent can only be turned into experience points, and the disabled person's fighting skills are even more unnecessary. Can't even beat his own telekinetic beast. But we have to say that he at least contributed to the victory of his revolution and construction. He is a good man. The disabled Real Velt, who was turning the corner, witnessed everything that happened here. He was dumbfounded. Gido was his friend, so he knew exactly what level he was at. Although he was the leader of the trio, his strength was definitely not that much different from the other two. But in front of him, this seemingly harmless bald man actually broke Gido's trick with a simple wave of his hand, and even killed Gido, who was in an attacking state turned into a spinning top. This ability alone was far superior to his own. Run! Almost after realizing that something was wrong, the wheelchair man Real Velt did not dare to stop at all and turned around to run away. Explosive force propulsion. He even focused his thoughts on the special wheelchair under him. In an instant, the wheelchair rushed away as if it had taken a strong medicine. Where do you want to go? You should be in the same group, right? Suddenly, the voice of the boiled egg head came from the front. Real Velt had a completely ghost-like expression. He widened his eyes and looked at the boiled egg head, who suddenly appeared in front of him in disbelief. Wasn't this guy just behind him? And he was far away from him. Why did he rush to the front in this moment? He couldn't understand the speed difference between the two sides. But this didn't prevent him from making the best response. Get out of my way! Real Velt roared, his eyes were red now, like the roar of a no man. It seemed that only in this way could he be more courageous. He even completely forgot that at least in front of him, there was no direct evidence to prove that he participated in this murder. It was his guilty conscience that made him admit everything in front of him. The devil's duet of the two-headed snake. The true face of the two-headed snake. Real Velt suddenly swung out two whips, biting towards the bald head like two moths. And there were a few jumping arcs on the whips. This is its real killer. This idiot didn't even choose to dodge. He is indeed a guy with a problem in his brain. Don't worry, Gido, say Dasso, I will avenge you. Real Velt suddenly felt ecstatic. This is his trump card. Many opponents above the 200th floor lost here because they didn't notice that his whip was electrified. This is a high voltage of several thousand volts. Even a tiger can be electrocuted to the ground. Sizzle! Sizzle! But a scene that Real Velt will never forget appeared. The bald man in front of him didn't dodge at all, but directly reached out and grabbed his two whips. The amazing voltage flowed out instantly, making the bald man's whole body crackle, and even his torn clothes began to burn. 100% electrified. But why hasn't this guy fallen down yet? Is he electrocuted? Real Velt's mind was blank. As the owner of the Mind Beast, Li Ke also clearly felt this voltage. But for him, it was like being electrocuted by the spark plug of a lighter, insignificant. Don't forget, these Mind Beasts are made of thunder mind power. Electricity is his true essence. And voltage is like water flow, it will always go to the lower place. So, what a pity, is this your strongest move? This small current is not even enough to light a cigarette at a birthday party. Saitama Li Ke suddenly laughed. Real Velt's double whips suddenly crackled, and in his extremely shocked and astonished eyes, a more terrifying high voltage surged back from the bald man's body. Ah! A shrill scream sounded. The voltage of the Thunder Beast is definitely more than tens of thousands of volts, or even 100,000 volts. Only this level of high voltage can condense into a solid without collapsing. It is precisely with the electricity that is urgently needed in the body that the remote control movement of the beast is maintained, instead of the very small distance like other beasts. Real Velt in front of him turned into charcoal, and the wheelchair under his feet was also deformed by electricity. Ding! You killed Real Velt, a contestant in the Sky Arena, and randomly looted his entry. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Transmuter Telekinetic Talent, Double Blue, Dual-Headed Snake Devil Duet, Double Blue, Legs and Feet Disability, Blue, Ding! Legs and Feet Disability, Blue, automatically shattered, Dual-Headed Snake Devil Duet, Double Blue, automatically shattered. Ding! Transmuter Telekinetic Talent upgraded to Purple. The voice of Tian Li sounded in Li Kei's mind. Li Kei couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Fortunately, his system is humanized, otherwise he might become disabled if he had this guy's entry. However, these entries dropped from the same person can be 100% converted into experience points for other entries after being shattered, which is very nice. After absorbing a blue and double blue entries, the double fungus entry directly broke through to Purple. 2.2 Purple Transmuter Telekinesis Talent. Perfect. Now Li Kei is a real hexagonal warrior. Although these two guys are just chickens. Looking at these strength training talents drawn by others, they just make up for the shortcomings that Li Kei lacks. For example, the current materialization system is still Menchi 100 Flowers Blade Wheel Blue. It can be said to be quite miserable. But even the blue entry can burst out in Li Kei's hands. The power is definitely not inferior to other people's gold entries. The reason is very simple. Even the most ordinary branches can play the most brilliant swordsmanship in Dogakyubai's hands. There is no way. GK's current accumulation is very terrifying. If these low-level entry talents are upgraded, Li Kei will be truly indestructible in the future. I really want to thank you for giving me such a big gift. As a small villain supporting role, you have done a good job. I hope you will be reborn well in the next life. Saitama said lightly in a voice that only he could hear. The sudden sound startled some other contestants nearby, and many people even saw the tragic death of these two guys. But everyone unexpectedly chose to remain silent, just looking at Saitama deeply. The least valuable thing in this Sky Arena is human life. Stepping onto the 200th floor means that you will risk losing your life at any time. Glory and crisis coexist. At this time, in Li Kei's room, in the exclusive training ground, there was no one around. He was in a very good mood, and thunders bloomed in his palms. One by one, ideas took shape in his mind. Chapter 77. Possessing the transmuter talent means that Thunder Psychic Power Red can be used more perfectly. What's more, now he also has the Psychic Bullet Gold. This means that Li Kei has the ability to shoot out his own lightning. Tsitsizizizizizai. A bunch of jumping arcs appeared in his palm. Before that, the only way he could use the Thunder Psychic Power was to integrate it into his body and continuously strengthen the cells. To produce a similar strengthening effect or an attack with lightning. But now after obtaining Real Velt's transmuter talent, the concept is completely different. ZZ. As Li Kei's thoughts moved slightly around his fist, the surrounding electric current suddenly increased, and instantly condensed in his palm like an electric ball, making a crackling sound. Hey? Not quite right, Cadence Chidori doesn't make this kind of sound. It's a bird-like chirping sound, not my explosion sound. Li Kei was a little confused, and he tried to control the form of Thunder Psychic Power. This is different from the chakra in the Naruto world, or in other words, the essence of telekinesis seems to be easier to control than chakra, and it is even so subtle that every trace of telekinesis can be clearly controlled. Of course, This terrifying control ability can only be achieved by the pervert Lee K, which is impossible for ordinary strong men to do. Buzz buzz buzz. As Lee K continued to adjust the form of thunder telekinesis, there was a feeling of tuning a radio, and the sound gradually became sharper from the previous crackling. Then it did make a piercing sound like a chirping bird. But soon, as Lee K further adjusted, to be precise, it was adjusting the frequency of the lightning. When the frequency was higher, the sound would be sharper, but if the frequency exceeded a certain limit, the sound would disappear. It was like stepping from the range of ordinary audible sound into the range of ultrasonic waves. The higher the frequency, the more terrifying the destructive power. But it was more silent. The move of Thunder Chidori was officially formed, but it was completely different from the bird opening move used by the second pillar in the Naruto world. The Chidori of the second pillar will emit a piercing 28 scream, and there will be a trace of lightning that seems to be unable to be restrained, constantly bouncing and jumping. Such a picture is indeed very good, and it looks at least very handsome. But in Lee K's hands, these lightnings have become extremely peaceful, and they have condensed into a white light ball that looks like a substance. To be precise, it should be called a thunder ball. He couldn't hear any sound, but he always felt that his pupils suddenly contracted, because he clearly saw that the air near the white thunder ball was boiling. It's not boiling. It's like oil and water can't be fused, but the overclocking vibration effect of the thunder ball is pushed out, and a weird thin vacuum area is formed. To the naked eye, it looks like this area has a slight distortion. It can actually compress lightning to this extent. It is at least 10 times, or even several times, smaller than the Chidori of the second pillar. Lee K couldn't help but sigh, and began to retract the lightning power in his hand. Very amazing. Because he is a real hexagonal warrior, he has large and small red and black entries. The lightning ball that has been condensed like a solid state was forcibly peeled off by Lee K again. Then it turned into lightning again and returned to his body. But in the end he still left a thunder ball the size of a rice grain. Very small. Then, go. Lee K flicked the thunder ball in his hand towards the target in the training ground in front of him. Because the people living here are all contestants of the Sky Arena, daily training is essential, and all contestants above the 200th floor are treated very well. Every room is equipped with a very high standard training ground. Including these targets in this training ground, other instruments and equipment are expensive and top-notch. Not to mention durability. The white rice grains suddenly disappeared. It was just like teleportation. Because the thunder ball has the effect of high-frequency vibration, the air nearby is directly pushed away to form a vacuum area, resulting in no air resistance at all after the thunder ball is shot out. It was just a blink of an eye and it teleported directly in front of the target. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and the surrounding airflow swept in all directions like a blade. The entire upper level of the Sky Arena shook violently. The target completely disappeared, and the alloy-reinforced wall behind it was forcibly blasted into a huge hole with a diameter of 5 meters. dB. Lee K was stunned when he saw this scene. He had underestimated the terrifying destructive power of this thunder ball. It can be said that the Chidori of the second pillar is simply a younger brother in front of his thunder ball. As for the Raise Nan, it can't compare to the terrifying destructive power of the thunder ball in his hand. Real Velt is really a good person. He lit up the transmuter talent for himself. With this talent, he was able to develop such an amazing effect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for creating a telekinesis skill. Please name the skill. A voice like the sound of nature sounded in Lee K's mind. Just call it 10,000 birds? Forget it. It's too weak a name. Call it White Thunder Nuclear Explosion. Lee K's eyes lit up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the new skill Thunder White Thunder Nuclear Explosion Red. A sound like the sound of nature rang out in the mind of Summary. Then, on the entry of the attribute panel, there was a red entry, which belonged to the skill entry. Thunder White Thunder Nuclear Explosion Red. Description: the top telekinesis technique developed by Li Ke, extremely compressed lightning, with a voltage of more than 1 million volts, and has terrifying destructive power. A very simple explanation. But Li Ke knew that if he tried his best to perform this move, he might be able to blow up the spires of the entire sky arena. Comfortable. The sky arena is indeed a place that gives him many unexpected surprises. Brother K. What just happened? Sir. Are you okay? Gon, Killua, and the waiter who heard the noise and rushed over pushed open the door and exclaimed. After seeing the wall in front of them with a hole blown out, everyone was stunned. Settlement area of Sky Arena. The total cost of repair is 800 million jin, which also includes other destroyed supplies. If you don't have the money to pay for the time being, we can provide some loans. This time, the person in charge of receiving everyone was a middle-aged man, but he was also dressed in white. I'm afraid that Sky Arena also understands that there is no need to use stronger waiters to deal with those above the 200th floor. On the contrary, it is best to use this kind of waiter who looks quite weak. Li Ke's mouth twitched. It's so damn expensive. Just because of this new skill that I just learned from testing, I ended up paying a compensation of 800 million genie. It's over. Fortunately, everyone has passed all the previous levels of the competition, and everyone has a reward of nearly 400 million. But this has caused everyone's economy to shrink. Don't mind it, Brother K, money is for spending anyway. But what did you do in the training ground, Brother K? You almost beat the entire training ground, so amazing. Gon had an envious expression on his face. The three of them added up to 1.2 billion in bonuses. Originally, it was said that the three of them would share it equally. But Li Ke thought that this matter was caused by himself, so he paid all his fines, and let Gon and Killua bear part of the rest. How could a dignified time traveler have a headache because of money one day? These guys in the Sky Arena are really good, and they even provide loans. Damn it! Yet. Brother K. So awesome! Are you using lightning? I seem to have awakened this kind of telekinesis. Ke-hwa, can you teach me? Killua looked at Li Ke with shining eyes full of expectation. After this period of training, he has awakened the telekinesis of lightning in advance. No way! Killua has been beaten and electrocuted since he was a child, which makes him naturally sensitive to electricity. So by chance, he directly awakened this kind of telekinesis. Do you want to learn this trick? Well, I can try my best, but how much you can learn depends on your own ability. Let's go to the training ground. Li Ke smiled. After all, Killua is his lucky star. He gave him the red telekinesis entry. The Zaldik family has been pretty good to him along the way, and now they are his most steadfast allies. It's not too much to teach him a few moves. As for how much he can learn, it depends on his own ability. I'm afraid he can't learn super moves like the White Thunder Nuclear Explosion, but maybe he can learn to use Chidori. I want to learn too. Brother K. Brother K. Gon was also very excited. Let's go together. Li Ke smiled helplessly. Who made him a Whale Island such a big favor? People who grew up eating at hundreds of families should not forget their roots. At the same time, Kurapika is just like his original destiny line. After the separation, he went directly to the grey area to find work and information. But he was rejected because he did not awaken his telekinesis. But his destiny is approaching him. In the Sky Arena. Days passed by. Li Ke basically went to work every day. Either he was a telekinetic beast, and he could just move over when harvesting. It would trigger the system's entry reading or copying effect. In addition, with the blessing of the lucky star, he could get a designated drop. Every day was very fulfilling and ordinary. But unfortunately, even the entries in the upper level of this sky arena were not as good as imagined. Even Real Velt, who had 2 blue transmuter, is already considered an elite class. Every day, you get a designated telekinetic talent entry, plus some randomly looted or copied entries. These low-level talent entries are directly used to accumulate experience points. The only thing that makes Lee K feel better is that his luck is not too bad. In the past half a month, he has brushed a few blue materialization entries. So now his materialization system telekinetic talent, dark blue. This is the 820th entry given by the system. Add one more blue and it can be directly converted to purple. Only then can it be considered a true hexagonal warrior. The so-called hexagonal warrior, at least all talents must be purple or above, right? At this time, in the training ground, ZZZZ. Killua condensed a thunder ball similar to Chidori in his palm, and it made a harsh chirping sound. But his expression at this moment was very uncomfortable, as if he couldn't poop in the toilet and was holding it in. Or, condensing this Chidori in his hand is for Killua's burden is still quite large. He doesn't have a perverted physique like Lee K, and his body is red to black, which may be a party system. Boom! In Gon's shocked eyes, Killua held the dry bird in his hand, and his figure flashed like lightning. Then he pressed the Chidori directly on the target. Amazing explosion! The extremely hard target was forcibly blasted into a huge dent with a diameter of 1 meter, and then the back was forcibly pierced. The effect is also very amazing. This flip is not ordinary, but made of super alloy. The hardness is amazing. In other words, if Killua's attack just now landed on a person, it would definitely beat him to death. Good. So powerful. Gon was stunned. Even Killua himself was dumbfounded. He never dreamed that his attack would become so powerful. You know, this is a training ground above the 200th floor. It is definitely not a training ground for ordinary people. All the equipment is top-notch. He even felt that his attack this time had a chance to catch up with his old father. At least he thought so. But after this attack, Killua was sweating and panting, as if he was dying. He felt completely hollowed out, and his body was almost drained dry. It can be said that this is Killua's best move, and it was developed by Lee K. K. What's the name of this move? It's so powerful. 11. Killua was shocked. Yet, Brother K. It's too strong, but it's a pity that I don't have the power of thunder, so I can't learn this move. I envy Killua so much. Gon couldn't help but be jealous. He also hoped that Lee K could guide him to develop a powerful move, but now he only has ordinary power of thunder. He doesn't have the natural attribute power of Killua. In terms of power of thunder, the power of thunder is also equivalent to a genius. This move. Lee K stroked his chin, and then said in an extremely serious tone. This move is called Earth Pillar Bird. Chapter 78. 2 months later. Every day, a dropped item is designated. In 2 months, only 60 dropped items are designated. There are also some others that are copied by probability, and some that are directly looted by killing enemies. Anyway, all kinds of items add up to a lot. Today's items have also seen a significant improvement, especially the materialization system. Materialization system telekinesis talent purple. Transmuter telekinesis talent double purple. There are also some other skills like picking up scraps. Of course, these things are definitely very good talents for ordinary people. At least only one blue telekinesis talent is needed to have the threshold to enter the 200th floor, and you can still mix well here. But for Lee K, this thing is completely a pile of materials. The only thing that he cares about is the improvement of the materialization system and transmuter. The other useful skills are kept, and the useless ones are directly crushed as experience points. Anyway, he got a bunch of blue ones and other abilities. The green garbage is directly crushed. There are entries about luck, but I didn't see any. It can be said that these 2 months have definitely yielded a lot. But as the levels are getting higher and higher, Lee K has also discovered a problem. Although many floors are occupied, the contestants may not appear. They may not appear for a long time. Some guys will not come for a year, letting their levels drop. Maybe they will be back in a year. It is definitely a very painful operation. Or these guys who occupy the level and are very strong don't care about the decline of their ranks or the start of the new season. They have absolute confidence and strength to fight again. But the depressed Lee K must wait for them here. Only then will he have a chance to meet. This is definitely very painful. Because the auction in Yokiksen City in this drama has only been started for more than 3 months, and Lee K doesn't have more time to spend here. After all, the Spider Brigade is also a gathering of talents. Their copy is a fixed copy, and there will definitely be so many bosses, and any one of them can be brushed happily. If I continue to waste time here, I will have a headache. Besides, I plan to leave some time to go to Meteor Street, otherwise there is no need to bring the black girl. So there is not much time left in the Sky Arena. This day. Brother K, go to watch the game. Today is a super hot favorite. Gon ran over excitedly. And Killua. Lee K naturally knew what happened today, but he had to cooperate with the performance. Is there something big happening today? Lee K said curiously. Brother K, you may not know this, but today is the hottest day in the Sky Arena. The battle between Ulquiorra, a strong man with 9 consecutive wins, and Hwashi Dolang, a fierce martial artist who has also won 9 consecutive wins and is infinitely close to the level master. The arena is already full of spectators. But we are contestants above the 200th floor, and we have special designated seats. We must watch this game carefully. Gon was very excited. Killua's eyes were also shining. Because during this period of time, these clones of Lee K have made a great reputation in the Sky Arena. After all, they have been on the entry for more than 2 months, and there has been almost no defeat. Let's go, brother Lee K. Perhaps only from these people can we see the strength of these top strong men in the Sky Arena. Killua was also full of expectations. Let's go and take a look. Go and see my own performance, Lee K smiled in his heart. Hwashi Dolang is one of the few small copies in the Sky Arena that he wants to play. And even in order to meet this guy, he deliberately controlled the winning and losing matches so that his Ulquiorra clone could meet this guy. In the entire Sky Arena, this guy is already considered a very top master, as for those who are higher, they basically don't show up all year round. Yes, there is also a Hisoka. In fact, if nothing unexpected happened, the real goal of this Hwashi Dolang was to deal with Hisoka. To avenge the previous shame. The entire arena was already packed with people, after all, both sides were highly popular players. The Sky Arena has made a lot of money just by selling tickets. It has to be said that this is a super profitable business. Dear audience friends, welcome to watch today's game. There is still an hour before the game starts, and the venue is already completely full. The contestants on both sides are Ulquiorra, who is now 9 wins and 0 losses and is known as the cold-faced death god of the arena. As a contestant, he has fought all the way from the first floor to the 200th floor, and has only lost 3 games so far, and all 3 games were due to automatic abandonment. But there are as many as 9 contestants who died under the sword of this contestant, so the opponent with the highest mortality rate is also, so far, the monster that most Sky Arena players are unwilling to face. On the other side, it is Hwashi Dolang who once maintained 9 wins and 1 loss above the 200th floor. I believe everyone still remembers clearly that this martial artist and genius Hisoka's battle. We also have the last interview with Hwashi Dolang. In the arena, a beautiful anchor lady held the microphone and shouted loudly with passion and surging waves. It also caused the audience to shout and cheer excitedly. The ticket price for this game was 10 times the usual price, but it was still full. And the last interview video of Hwashi Dolang was played on the big screen of the competition venue. It can be said that this guy is a veteran in the Sky Arena with extremely high popularity. He is quite handsome, strong, and the fighting scenes are very enjoyable to watch, so he is also a popular player with a very high voice. Hwashi Dolang, are you ready to win this time? But your opponent is not Hisoka, but also a super rookie Mr. Ulquiera. The interviewer said in the video. Except Hisoka, no one else can be my opponent. I have seen his matches and I can only say that he is very strong, but he has no chance of winning against me. With his long golden hair, the handsome Hwashi Dolang talked freely. Are you sure you can win this match? The host asked. Of course, if I am not sure of winning, I will not participate in the competition. Hwashi Dolang said with great confidence. After being defeated by Hisoka last time, he learned from his mistakes and unexpectedly awakened his own telekinesis. In his opinion, this is an ability that is superior to ordinary players. After having this ability, he found that his fighting ability has increased by leaps and bounds, and he has also learned a new move. He is completely different from his past self, and they are like two different people. Even 10 of his past selves are definitely not his current opponent. He has no reason to lose to Hisoka again. As for what he encountered on the way to defeating Hisoka, this strange newcomer in front of him is just a small challenge for him. That's all. Okay, then we invite our popular main player, Hwashi Dolang. And the super rookie Hell God of Death Ulquiera. The hot host girl holding the microphone pushed the atmosphere to the climax. Under the eyes of everyone, Hwashi Dolang and Ulquiera entered the arena. They all look so strong. Ulquiera's battles from beginning to end were all resolved in one go, and no one has been able to test how strong he is. Yet, this guy has a hole in his neck, and he can survive this fatal injury. I'm afraid his willpower is also very terrifying. It's a pity that his opponent is a veteran strongman, Hwashi Dolang. I heard that this time he came to wash away the shame with blood, and his fighting ability is definitely not comparable to before. I watched some of Hwashi Dolang's previous matches and all of them defeated the opponent with one blow. So nervous. In the stands, the audience who ignored it talked a lot. But it is obvious that Hwashi Dolang has a higher voice, at least he looks much more handsome than Lee K's clone, and he was a veteran warrior in the Sky Arena before, and he has accumulated very good popularity, so his voice is very high now. On the exclusive VIP stand for the contestants on the 200th floor, Lee K, Gon, and Killua sat together. Brother K. Who do you think will win between the two of them? They both look so powerful. Gon was very curious. What do you think? Like smiled and looked at the two little brothers. I feel Ulquiera. He gives me the feeling that he has no emotions, and I have noticed since the first floor that this person always ends the battle with one move, and even killed many players. Gon said seriously. No, he will lose. Killua shook his head. I met this Hwashi Doru in the corridor before. His mind has been developed very powerfully, and he has an amazing speed, even I can't react. Although Ulquiera is very strong, he may not be able to face Hwashi Doru, not to mention. Hwashi Doru also said that he specially prepared a secret move for Hisoka. Ah! This is so powerful! Gon was surprised. He recognized Killua's speed and reaction very much, but he didn't expect Jin to say from his good brother that he couldn't react to Hwashi Doru's speed. Many times, it is not as it seems on the surface. The final result still depends on the game. Lee K smiled faintly. On the ring, Hwashi Dolang and Ulquiera stood still. To be honest, I don't want to attack you, because sometimes I can't control my strength. A new talent like you should still have a long room for growth. You can choose to give up. Getting hurt may not be a good thing for you. Hwashi Dolang said very gentlemanly. His only goal was to defeat Hisoka and avenge his previous shame. The young man in front of him did not give him a good feeling. His eyes were cold and scary, like a fighting machine without emotions. Such guys would be very difficult to deal with if they fought. And it is very likely that he would consume a lot of his physical strength, and might even force himself to use his special moves. And that thing was prepared for Hisoka. If he used it here in advance, once Hisoka knew about it, maybe this revenge would be ruined. So defeating the enemy without fighting is the best way, and it can also reflect his demeanor. Wow! It's worthy of being Hwashi do Lang, even talking is so handsome. Yes, I think it's better for this newcomer to admit defeat automatically. Once he gets hurt here, it may affect his future growth. If he is psychologically traumatized, it will be even more uncomfortable. I am looking forward to the battle between Hwashi do Lang and Hisoka. You must not surrender. Otherwise, we have to refund the tickets. Yes. Refund the tickets. The audience on the field was boiling. Obviously, everyone spent such a high price to buy tickets to watch this game. If this new talent chooses to surrender, it is absolutely not allowed. Although there is no such mandatory rule in the Sky Arena, the contestants can actually, well, it's good, choose their own images. But if you do this, you will lose a lot of popularity. Of course, not every contestant cares about his popularity. There are many guys who are completely reckless, such as Zisu. The dedicated viewing area for players above the 200th floor. Zisu is also there. It's just that he is sitting in the corner and looks inconspicuous. There is always a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, and he is slightly squinting and staring at the ring. It was inevitable to defeat Hwashi do Lang at the beginning. This guy is indeed very talented, and his tiger bite is indeed very powerful. Presumably, if he came to seek revenge this time, he must have undergone special training. Simon is also a little curious about what this former defeated opponent of his will become after training. What a pity! Last time, he didn't even awaken his telekinesis. It was really an ant trying to shake a tree, and the summer insects were frozen. On the contrary, it was this Ulquiera that made Xinan curious. This was a very good fruit that he had reserved. He just needed to wait for the right opportunity to pick it and eat it. The car was hit 10 times by the Farkabon City Biyang taste. Thinking of this made people tremble with excitement. On the ring. It was Xiao Wu's silence that responded to Hwashi do Lang. Li Ke was speechless about Hwashi do Lang. No wonder this guy lost to Xisu. Even in this revenge, he had a chance to defeat Hisoka, but he lost because of his broken heart. He was really a weakling. Not confident in his own ability, and he liked to nag. I'll give you a chance. Show your strongest moves, otherwise you won't have a chance later. Ulquiera Li Ke spoke expressionlessly, with indifferent eyes. It's like looking down at a tiny wrinkled ant. Chapter 79. Hearing this, Hwashi do Lang's expression changed instantly. His eyes were filled with uncontrollable anger. It was the other party's eyes that made him uncomfortable. This look reminded him of Hisoka who had defeated him. The other party also had this kind of condescending look, as if he was in control of everything, and even made him feel a sense of insignificance. Sure enough, geniuses are proud, but don't underestimate others. Hwashi do Lang sneered, and his figure disappeared directly on the spot. So fast! Killua exclaimed. Even Hisoka, who was sitting in the corner, couldn't help but brighten his eyes slightly, because Hwashi do Lang's reaction speed this time was much better than before. It seems that Hwashi do Lang has not wasted these years. Bang! A dull collision sounded. What was surprising was that Xiao Wu standing on the ring didn't even mean to move his feet, but just calmly raised his right hand and made a defensive gesture. Hwashi do Lang's figure appeared on the right side, and his face seemed to be full of disbelief. This was an attack that could definitely hit, but the opponent blocked it as if he knew it in advance. He was absolutely confident in his speed. If you are confident only because of your snail-like speed, I am afraid you will be disappointed. If you don't show some real skills, you will lose miserably, Huashido Lang. Xiaowu Li Ke said coldly. In front of Li Ke, the opponent's speed is not fast at all. You should know that the various speed items that Li Ke has now are also very terrifying. What's more, Li Ke also has the mind circle. He also has the super 5 senses. Even if he doesn't open the mind garden, he can easily capture the opponent's figure with his perception ability. His level of speed is indeed very good for dealing with ordinary people, but it is not enough in front of Li Ke. Then you better be careful. My next attack may kill or injure you. To be honest, I don't want a genius like you to die in my hands. Huashido Lang's face finally changed. He finally realized that the extremely young and cold killer in front of him was definitely not as simple as he seemed. The opponent's strength was even underestimated. Even at the moment of the fight just now, Huashido Lang had an illusion that he was seen through, which made him very uneasy and unhappy. Who? You have to be careful. Huashido Lang 847 took a deep breath and made a classic starting move. After seeing this move, the audience was boiling. It's the Tiger Bite Fist. I didn't expect that Huashido Lang would be the first to take it seriously. It seems that this little guy is very powerful. But it's useless. Once Huashido Lang uses this trick, I'm afraid this kid will only end up dead. That's hard to say. Didn't you see that the little guy didn't move at all? I think he's a little stronger. Huashido Lang has completely entered the battle state at this moment. He doesn't dare to be careless at this time. The strength of this guy in front of him is probably not inferior to Hisoka. So he must win this game. Tiger Bite Fist. This time, Huashido Lang's speed is faster, and he rushed directly in front of Li Ke. But what surprised him was that the opponent didn't seem to make any resistance to his attack, and then watched his moves go out. Tiger Bite Fist. Considering that the opponent was still a young guy, and his trump card was used to deal with Hisoka. So this time Huashido Lang did not use his clone ability, but only used the more powerful Tiger Bite Fist after thousands of tempers. But what shocked him was that the opponent just made a one-handed push and hit his Tiger Bite Fist head-on. Is this kid crazy? If he takes my attack head-on like this, his whole hand will be broken. Huashido Lang was shocked, and when he saw that his attack was about to hit the opponent, he slightly deviated. To be honest, although he wanted to win this game, he didn't want to cripple or kill the opponent. Huashido Lang was an upright person. At least he didn't want to. Oh. This scene naturally fell into Li Ke's field of vision, so Li Ke, who was originally preparing to take off one of the opponent's hands, also made a slight change. He directly hit the Tiger Bite Fist head-on. Boom! A dull sound exploded, and visible air waves vented in all directions. This made the spectators watching the battle nearby couldn't help but shout nervously. When everyone saw the situation clearly, their expressions were even more dull. CB. Xiaowu Li Ke still stood there without any signs of moving, but Huashido Lang, who took the initiative to attack, was actually beaten back more than 10 meters. His right hand became bruised and swollen, especially the palm area, which was bleeding. There was an illusion of reaching a steel plate. Huashido Lang was extremely shocked, because just at the moment when the two sides touched, he was horrified to find that the opponent's strength was far greater than his own. And the defense was extremely terrifying. This guy. Is he actually a master of horizontal training? How can he be so strong? Huashido Lang's right hand was dripping with blood and trembling slightly. He really couldn't understand himself. The frontal attack that he was proud of was actually blocked by the opponent. And what he is best at is enhancer. He strengthened his Tiger Bite Fist to the point where he could easily cut through a person's body, even if the opponent was also an enhancer. But this is the result. It seems that you don't have a clear understanding of your own strength, or you overestimate yourself. You are really weak. If there are no more moves, I am afraid I will have to end the battle. Ulquiorl Li Ke spoke expressionlessly, his eyes were on Hwashida from beginning to end. 0145123228 Faloo 0333633181. It must be said that the Hwashidolang in front of him is indeed a rare genius. And he also has the entry that Li Ke really wants to get. Name, Hwashidolang. Entries, Enhancer Telekinetic Talent, Gold, Tiger Bite True Fist, Gold, Telekinetic Clone, Double Purple, Suspicion, Purple, Avenger, Purple, Old Injury, Double Blue, etc. At least he is a gold entry owner that is hard to come by in this sky arena. And if this guy can be stronger in his heart, he can actually defeat Hisoka. Because in the original Fate line, he had already broken both of Hisoka's arms. The reason why he was defeated in the end was entirely because he was not confident in his own strength. And now it seems that it is not just that, this guy also has some saint mentality. Of course this mentality is a good thing for his opponent, but for a real warrior, it is definitely the worst mentality. Li Ke commented on Hwashidolang in his heart. If this guy can overcome his slow mentality and become decisive, he can definitely become a person like Hisoka. Unfortunately, Hisoka has great potential. Of course, poor Hwashidolang, he can't even pass this level. All Li Ke wants is to see more of his moves. Because Li Ke, who has the ability of Super Copy Gold, can copy the opponent's moves. The so-called learning from the strengths of hundreds of schools and forming one's own opinion is nothing more than this. At this moment, Hwashidolang is truly awakened. He has realized that the guy standing in front of him is very dangerous. If he doesn't show his ability to see the family background, he will definitely lose here. Whether it is attack, defense, or reaction speed, the opponent is far superior to himself. Then the only chance of winning can only rely on his own tricks. Hisoka. You must have watched it in the stands. Open your eyes and see it clearly. This is a trick originally prepared for you, but it's a pity that it can't be used on you for the time being. Hwashidolang suddenly shouted loudly, and his eyes looked at the audience around him, as if looking for Hisoka's figure. After sweeping his eyes over the area, he didn't find anything and finally fell back on the ring. Little guy, I have to admit that you are indeed very strong, even stronger than me in many aspects. You are an absolute genius. But please don't look down on others. Hwashidolang was angry. He rushed up again. Telekinesis Jin. The people in the audience couldn't see it clearly, but Li Ke standing on the ring could see it clearly. Bang! The opponent turned into two at the moment of attacking him, and then suddenly attacked him from different angles. The result was that Ulquiorra Li Ke was beaten back by Hwashidolang for the first time, and there was a scratch on his face. What's going on? The attack of this Hwashidolang just now can be resisted, why didn't Ulquiorra resist? Gon looked confused. No. That's not the case, Gon. If you look carefully, you will find that the opponent has a double image at the moment of attack, and the two double images are not attacking the same position. This is an advanced telekinesis technique. Killua exclaimed. As a contestant who was taught a lesson by Hwashidolang at the beginning, Killua will have a deeper understanding of Hwashidolang. This sudden counterattack, and hitting the opponent, immediately made the audience in the audience shout excitedly. They shouted Hwashidolang's name one after another. They thought that Hwashidolang finally started to exert his strength. The situation is about to reverse. Ulquiorra Li Ke was beaten back several meters, he still stood in the same place, gently wiping off the marks on his cheek. Hwashidolang, who was about to say something ruthless, suddenly had his pupils constricted because he was extremely shocked to see that there was no scratch on the cheek of his opponent on the ring. The so-called scratch just now was just a mark on the sole of his shoe. Damn! What level of defense does this guy have? Why can he have such a terrifying defense at this age? Hwashidolang even had some self-doubt at this moment. It's a very good ability, barely worth looking at, but unfortunately, Conjurer doesn't seem to be your best skill, so practicing this ability will probably be a waste of time. Why don't you try to continue to specialize in one thing? Enhancer, go all the way and practice to the extreme is the most reliable way. Also, do you always like to keep some leeway when attacking people? Do you consider letting your opponent go in a life and death duel? It's hard for people like you to become truly strong. If you had used your tiger bite fist just now, I might have been hurt, but you didn't. Ulquiorra Lee K looked at Hwashidoyu calmly and made an analysis. Hwashidoyu's face was extremely ugly at this moment. Indeed, if he had just attacked Lee K directly and used his best tiger bite fist, he could have just broken Lee K's skin. But it was obvious that this kind-hearted Hwashidoyu chose to hold back at the moment of attack. Or he had a stubborn idea that the ultimate move should be used at the last moment. Why didn't you consider using the ultimate move to knock someone down right away? Damn it! Put away your condescending look, I'm not here to listen to your instructions. Since you want to see how powerful I am, you should pay the price for what you said. Hwashidolang was completely furious. He had practiced hard for so many years, but he couldn't beat a young man. It was definitely a shame among shames. Hisoka must be watching in the audience. I am afraid that he will become a joke to this guy today. So at this moment he didn't talk about anything. He really used all his strength. Telekinesis clone. Tiger bite real fist. His clone and the original body used the same moves. Even the people in the audience finally saw it clearly. There were two Hwashidolang. And they were exactly the same. It was incredible. Oh? Interesting, this clone does look quite realistic, and before using this clone, you concealed your breath, and after the clone, you divided your breath into two. In order to keep your clone from being seen through, you chose to divide the breath equally, which can indeed make you and Feng Sheng look very real. But don't you think this is very stupid? If I can't even beat you in your perfect state, won't I be even more unable to beat you if I split into two? Ulquiorra Lee K suddenly laughed. That may not be the case. You are not the only one who decides the outcome. Two clones came up, making it impossible for everyone in the stands to tell which one was fake and which one was real. But all this was just a piece of cake for Lee K. Hwashidolang's talent was enhancer, but he forced himself to practice conjurer, which would directly lead to a double result with half the effort. And he was able to practice to this level in just 2 years, which can only be said to be quite talented. But in the conjurer, the Grand Master of Strength was red. Isn't it just showing off his sword in front of Guangong? Hey! Ulquiorra Lee K suddenly grinned, showing his white teeth, and stretched out his hand directly to one of Hwashidolang. Open your 5 fingers. A trace of electric arc jumps on your fingertips. Chapter 80. Boom! In the eyes of everyone who was extremely shocked, Ulquiorra Rick directly pressed down the head of one of the clones, and then slammed it heavily on the ground. In the deafening explosion, bricks and stones exploded. Dust rose everywhere. The battle on the ring came to an abrupt end. The remaining clone had already rushed behind Ulquiorra Rick, but after the other clone was pressed to the ground by Ulquiorra Rick, it dissipated. The entire arena fell into silence, and countless eyes fell on the ring. When the dust cleared, everyone saw the scene on the ring clearly. Hwashidolang, who was once one of the most popular kings, was an invincible handsome man with long golden hair. At this moment, he looked extremely embarrassed, lying on the ring with blood all over his body, his nose and face were swollen, and even several teeth were lost. He was not handsome at all. Instead, he stretched out his hand to hold down Ulquiorra Regal, and he did not even draw his sword from beginning to end. He ended the battle with just one hand. The area under Hwashidolang collapsed for about 10 meters. This attack looked very shocking. No one spoke, and everyone stared blankly at the only person standing on the car. Ulquiorra Regal slowly loosened his hand and stood up. Hwashidolang even wiped the blood on his hand with the corner of his clothes. He still looked around with an indifferent look. The next moment, the whole stadium seemed to be on fire, and it was boiling in an instant as if water was poured into boiling oil. Ulquira! 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 People kept calling Ulquira's name, and soon the call became like a wave. One wave was higher than the other, and finally swept the entire stadium, and all the spectators were calling his name. From this moment on, everyone understood that a true king-like existence appeared in this sky arena. Ulquira! He defeated the unlucky comebacker Hawashi Dolang with an absolutely strong attitude. Then he stepped on the corpse of this veteran warrior to take the position. Even Hisoka, who was sitting in the corner of the spectator seat, had an extremely solemn expression at this moment. The expression on his face when he looked at the ring was almost solemn enough to drip water. Very strong. It can even be said that it was very strong. In the last move used by Hawashi Dolang, Hisoka naturally saw that it was extraordinary. The opponent actually had the ability to clone himself. Moreover, with his signature martial arts Tiger Bite Fist, if I were to fight this guy, I'm afraid the chance of winning would not be high. Especially when the opponent uses the ability of life splitting without my knowledge, it is very likely that I will fall into a very unfavorable situation, and even lose. But even with such a strong opponent, Hawashi Dolang, who had practiced hard for many years, couldn't even hold on for a few rounds in front of this weird boy. Even in the end, the opponent's almost ultimate move was broken by this little guy. Very strong. It can even be said that it is a bit outrageous. In terms of power defense, and the ability to instantly distinguish who is real and who is fake, this super resolution is enough to shock people. Even Hisoka couldn't quickly judge which one was real. But how did this little guy tell it apart? If it wasn't the unlucky guy, Kashi Toro, standing on the ring, but himself, what would be his chances of winning? Hisoka fell into deep thought. He suddenly stopped laughing. The growth rate of these fruits has far exceeded his expectations, and it's not just a matter of pricking his hands. If he's not careful, he might pierce his mouth or even his entire body. Ulquira? Things are getting more and more interesting. Hisoka whispered softly, and slowly retracted his teeth like a poisonous snake in the dark. Good. So awesome. Brother K. Kashi Toro actually lost, and lost so badly. Why can he directly tell which one is real and which one is fake at the end? Killua, do you know? Gon was astonished. Killua also smiled bitterly and shook his head. He couldn't tell which of Hawashi Dolang's clones was real and which was fake. His mind was not as good as Hawashi Dolang's at the moment. Too powerful, this Ulquira. Gon, we must strengthen our training, otherwise it is impossible to achieve better results in the upper echelons of this sky arena. This Ulquira will definitely be one of the top figures in this arena in the future. Killua was very moved. Especially after seeing that Li Ke was silent, he was more certain of his thoughts. Obviously, he also thought that Li Ke probably also thought that this Ulquira was very powerful. But if Killua could read minds, he would be very confused now. Because at this moment, Li Ke was cleaning up his victory. Ding! Congratulations on defeating Hawashi Dolang, a contestant in the Sky Arena, in a fighting posture. Ding! Lucky Star talent is activated, specify the drop and copy enhancer telekinesis talent, gold. Ding! 10% probability to automatically copy the opponent's entry. Ding! Copying is successful. Congratulations on obtaining Tiger Bite True Fist, gold, telekinesis clone, double purple. Detected that you have Thunder Beast red, automatically crush telekinesis clone for its experience value. Detected that you have enhancer telekinesis master gold, automatically merge and upgrade to double gold. A voice like heavenly sound rang in Li Ke's mind. He did not kill this somewhat saintly Hawashi Dolang. Although Hawashi Dolang was his opponent, he had to say that he was indeed a very talented guy, and he also had a guard against himself during the battle. In addition, he now had a lucky star to specify the dropped entry, so there was no need to cause too much killing. At least Li Ke is peace-loving. Isn't he? A lot of information poured into Li Ke's mind. Enhancer telekinesis talent has broken through again. Double gold level. I got gold from Wing before, and now I got another gold from Huashido Lang. Naturally double gold. In addition, in this sky arena, the enhancer telekinesis talent of much lower quality from other contestants was automatically crushed and integrated into the entry. I didn't expect that after specifying the copy, the 10% probability of copying still appeared. Tiger Bite True Fist Gold. After absorbing this entry, the memory and information of Huashido Lang's desperate practice for decades, regardless of wind and rain, cold and hot seasons, suddenly emerged in his mind. It seemed that Li Ke was experiencing all this. Because this is a skill entry, gold represents a combination of proficiency and quality. There is no need to continue practicing after obtaining it. Once you obtain this entry, you can use it directly. Now, when he uses the Tiger Bite True Fist, it is dozens of times more ferocious than Huashido Lang. Moreover, after absorbing so much information, the organization suddenly had an idea in its mind. Telekinetic Clone. Thunder Beast. Tiger Bite True Fist. A spiritual master evolved from the invisible hand. Can he integrate all these things together? Make a three-headed and six-armed Vajra Dharma. Then he will be truly powerful. Kill gods when he meets gods, kill Buddhas when he meets Buddhas. Hey, perfect! Li Ke couldn't help but smile. The more entries he gets, the richer his accumulation will be. This kind of integration and taking the strengths of hundreds of schools, summing up his own super martial arts must be the way he will go in the future. Perfect. Absolutely comfortable. Of course, this kind of self-created martial arts still takes a little time, even if Li Ke's accumulation is now considered a true martial arts master. But to develop such extraordinary martial arts skills, it is not enough to rely on a flash of inspiration. Still need real accumulation of strength. The stadium is cheering at this moment. Ulquiorra Rick also completely entered everyone's vision today and became the most popular super dark horse in the Sky Arena. No, it should be the real favorite. Ulquiorra Rick ignored everyone and left the field directly. But today is destined to be an extraordinary day. In the corridor. Hey! It's so exciting, this game. If I hadn't watched this game, I wouldn't have known that there would be such a powerful existence in this world. Brother Rick, I don't know who is stronger between you and Ulquiorra. I think Brother Rick is stronger. Gon looked at Rick with admiration. Killua seemed to be worried. He suddenly raised his head. Brother Rick, please help me and Killua, give us special training, and don't hold back. Because if we encounter that guy, I'm afraid we won't be able to save our lives. At this moment, Killua, a genius who didn't care much about training in the past. At this moment, he felt deep pressure. In the family, he was called a genius by everyone, but now in this Sky Arena, he witnessed this game with his own eyes. Suddenly he realized how ridiculous his original thoughts were. The so-called genius is worthless in front of these monsters. Since the talent is not enough, you can only make absolute efforts. Oh? Special training for you. Li Ke was stunned, because he suddenly saw the two little guys, and a countdown appeared on the purchase. Countdown to cool down the item 32H. Countdown to cool down the item 64H. Oh? Finally appeared? Gon and Killua were brushed by me at the beginning. Now the time has finally cooled down. And I have the golden lucky star, which can directly specify the drop. Perfect. Following these sons of luck, Li Ke, wouldn't they all be blown up? All the items are brushed down without missing a single one. After all, Gon and the others are real Li Ke. Although their strength is not particularly strong now, their item foundation is good. It is easy to brush. Isn't this the best shortcut? Killa, I am very happy that you can think like this. There are still many strong people in this world. Only by continuous efforts can you become stronger. Killa. Gone, so you must put in 12 or even 20 points of effort to greet every day. Only through hard training and hard fighting can you become stronger. Don't worry, I will train you. Lee K said righteously. Of course I have to train them. Because their efforts are also my own efforts, I just need to lie down. There are two little guys who train day and night. When they are trained well, it will be perfect to brush them down. I am a man with a system after all, I just need to lie down and collect rent. Brother K. Woo woo woo. I know, I will never let Brother K down. Killua. Yeah, me too. I will definitely train hard and become stronger. Gon and Killua were deeply moved, and vowed in their hearts to train desperately regardless of everything. Good job. Gon. Killua. Work hard and make money for Brother K, which is the goal of life. Of course, you will become stronger, and I am doing this for your own good. Hee hee. Suddenly, a chuckle came from the front. The three of them stopped, and in front of the corridor, there was a figure leaning against the wall, as if waiting for them on purpose. Hisoka? Brother K. It's this guy. Gon exclaimed, and directly gripped his fishing rod and entered a fighting posture. Killua also looked nervous and solemn, because he also realized the danger of Hisoka. In this sky arena, private fights often occur, and even death may occur because of it. No one will stop these things, because after entering the sky arena, everyone either comes for money, or for fame, or to become stronger. They have long put life and death aside. Lee K, hi? This is a day I'm looking forward to. I've been observing you for a long time. You are indeed a true genius. Our match will be in 2 days. Be prepared. Hisoka suddenly looked at Lee K and smiled. He wanted to pick Lee K's fruit and taste the wonderful taste. Let Lee K die in front of him. The pleasure of killing a genius is incomparable, especially when a genius with outstanding talent grows up and is killed. This sense of accomplishment will be stronger. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but tremble with excitement, and his face flushed abnormally. 2 days later, Lee K narrowed his eyes slightly, and he suddenly saw a line of numbers slowly appearing above the other person's head. Target person, Hisoka's entry is brushed and the cooldown countdown is 60 hours small. Chapter 81. You should really be grateful for this legal society, and for the countdown above your head that saved you. It can let you live a little longer. Lee K sneered in his heart. Oh, if you come here just to inform me of this, I already know it. Let's go, Gon, Killua. Like yawned in boredom. He didn't like to do this kind of useless work. Especially for the pretentious Hisoka, it doesn't pay much to spend a lot of effort to deal with this guy, because no entries will be dropped. But 3 days later. It's unfortunate. That day, my little Wu happened to be at work. Like smiled, Gon and Killua still stared at this weird clown, not daring to relax their vigilance. The 3 figures finally disappeared at the end of the corridor. I didn't expect that a member of the brigade would be underestimated. It shouldn't be that I am asked to watch the game. Suddenly, a figure walked out from a fork in the road next to it, and the voice like a girl was a little disdainful. Brigade member Maki. Just make some preparations, wait here for a few days, and you can leave after the battle between me and that kid is over. Hisoka said expressionlessly. I didn't expect that a guy that the captain valued so much would lose confidence in himself. Is that guy strong? He seems to be just average. Maki glanced at the direction where Lee K and the others disappeared. Hee hee. Hisoka said nothing more, just turned and left, leaving Maki alone. This guy. Maki left with a grudge. She swore. If she hadn't been hired by the other party at a sky-high daily wage, she would never have stayed in such a place for too long. 2 days passed in a flash. On the Sky Arena. Let's welcome the contestant this time, the supernova player Lee K, with warm applause. He has maintained a record of 9 consecutive wins on the 200th floor. And our legendary player Hisoka. Let's welcome him warmly. The beautiful host's passionate voice sounded. It immediately pushed the atmosphere of the whole venue to a climax. Lee K's performance during this period was also very eye-catching, and he was regarded as one of the super dark horses of the same period. Hisoka is even more popular in the arena, even more popular than Hwashi Dolang. This guy is very good looking, and all his previous failures were caused by not fighting, which makes the audience have a bigger topic. A hot topic. Come on, Brother K. On the ring, Gon shouted nervously. Big brother Lee K will definitely win. Killa couldn't help but sweat for Lee K. He could sense that Hisoka was powerful, and this guy was even more dangerous than Hwashi Dolang. It's very difficult, I'm afraid your big brother will lose badly this time. A strange voice came from the side. The two turned their heads and saw a man wrapped in gauze, but still sitting in the audience. Who are you? The two were surprised. Me? Hee, I'm Hwashi Dolang. I once lost to Hisoka, that guy is a monster, your brother is too young, although his performance in the game is indeed very good, but compared with Hisoka, the gap is still quite large. Hwashi Dolang shook his head. Originally, he came to the Sky Arena this time to seek revenge on Hisoka, but he didn't expect to fail in the first hour. So even though he was seriously injured, he still escaped from the hospital and came to watch this game. Because Lee K's performance was also quite dazzling, at least in his opinion, he was a strong man with good strength, of course in Hwashi Dolang's cognition. It is impossible for Hisoka to lose to such a young kid. Mr. Hwashi Dolang. I watched your match a few days ago, and Ulquiorra is really strong. It's not unfair for you to lose. Killua's eyes lit up, and he was quite impressed with Hwashi Dolang. Yes, that guy is indeed very strong. I didn't expect that there would be such a strong existence besides Hisoka in the Miku arena. I am really convinced that I lost to him. Hwashi Dolang couldn't help but sigh. Even to this day, he is still shocked by the strength of Ulquiorra. Even, that guy is even stronger than Hisoka. If Hisoka defeats your big brother in this match, then he will fight that monster tomorrow. I am looking forward to tomorrow's battle even more. Hwashi Dolang said in a deep voice. Brother K will not lose. You don't understand how strong K Gao is. Gon argued. I also believe in brother Lee K. Mr. Hwashi Dolang, brother Lee K is much stronger than you see, and Hisoka may not be his opponent. Killa was also quite confident. This scene surprised Hwashi Dolang. He didn't know why the two little guys were so confident. If Hwashi Dolang could see Lee K beat Silva Zaldik with his own eyes, maybe he would redefine this game. On the ring. Haha, I finally waited for this day. It seems that you have learned to read, and the fruit is ripe. Hisoka stared at Lee K with burning eyes, and licked the corner of his lips with greedy eyes. In his eyes, Sumari did not seem to be a human being, but more like a work of art or a ripe fruit. It was a very disgusting look. You two, are you ready? If you can, I will announce the start of the game. The referee standing aside slowly raised his hand, looked at the expressions of the two players, and prepared to give orders. This was a very thrilling match, and even he, as a referee, was looking forward to it. After all, both sides were super dark horses. And from beginning to end, especially Lee K, he defeated his opponents with one move, and he had not really shown his actual fighting experience. 0145013117 Fila 133493311. I give up. Before the referee could speak, Lee K raised his hand. Ah! The referee was stunned when he heard this. Not only him, but also Hisoka, who was standing on the other side of the ring, was stunned. He never dreamed that Lee K would choose to admit defeat. Because at least in the original Hunter license assessment, Lee K had fought against him. This guy definitely has no lack of fighting spirit. But Hisoka couldn't find any reason why Lee K would choose to admit defeat. This made his interest in fighting just now dissipate most of it, just like a clenched fist hitting cotton. Wait, Lee K, if you choose to admit defeat, you will be directly judged as the loser in that game. The referee emphasized. For any player, losing a game is equivalent to having to play 2 more games before coming back, which is definitely not a good deal. Of course, I admit defeat and leave. Lee K was too lazy to explain to the referee, so he just said it, then turned around and walked away with his hands in his pockets. Hisoka behind him had a gloomy expression that was about to drip water. He was already passionately ready for a fight, but he never thought that Lee K did not give him this opportunity. Can you tell me a reason? Hisoka suddenly said. Lee K stopped and turned his head to look at him. Brushing item cooldown countdown 1-2H. But he did not say any reason as he wished, and still turned around and walked away. Hisoka's expression was even more sinister, this guy. Because he actually saw the kind of contempt from the other party's eyes. You know, this guy is his prey and the fruit he has been waiting for to mature. But he never thought that the other party, as the prey, did not have this awareness. He actually looked at himself with such eyes. Hisoka even had an impulse to kill the other person directly. But he soon thought it through. Haha, I see, okay, I'll deal with you after I solve tomorrow's troubles. Hisoka suddenly realized. In his opinion, Lee K deliberately missed this game with him, because once he admitted defeat in this game, the guy he would match with in the next 10 games would be Ulquiorra, who was also called a super dark horse. That guy was also one of the fruits he wanted to hunt. What a smart kid, he actually wanted to watch his fight with others before considering fighting with him. Although this approach is a bit shameless and even undignified, it has to be said that it is a smart choice. Things are really getting more and more interesting. The corners of Hisoka's mouth slowly raised a mysterious arc of confidence. He has seen through everything. Announce the result of the game, referee. He glanced at the referee who was standing there in a daze and reminded him. The referee came back to his senses and looked at both sides repeatedly. Lee K had even left the ring. He had to raise the flag in his hand and announced that Hisoka won the match. The moment he announced the victory, the whole arena was boiling. Shadow. 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 Alpaca. Refund the tickets. Refund the tickets. Refund the tickets. Fake winter vacation. Fake match. You should know that the ticket price for this match is not much different from the previous one between Hawashi Do Lang. Both are popular matches and are about 10 times the price of the past. Before the match started, Lee K chose to admit defeat directly, which made the audience in the stands who were ready to watch the show suddenly dissatisfied. The voices like a tide almost drowned the entire arena. There were even many verbal criticisms of Lee K, thinking that he was a coward and unworthy of fighting in the Sky Arena. Abe. Seeing Lee K returning to his seat, Gon's expression was a bit complicated at the moment. A large part of the audience in the lower level was scolding Lee K and others at this moment. The audience sitting in this special viewing area did not speak, because they were all contestants, but their eyes looking at Lee K were obviously full of contempt and ridicule. In this Sky Arena, actively admitting defeat is regarded as the most shameful action. Even if the difference in strength between the two sides is huge, XI must at least fight. This kind of direct surrender is simply spineless and dignified. But Lee K has no choice. If he defeats Hisoka in this game, he will not be able to match Ulquiorra tomorrow, and he will not be able to brush Hisoka's entries at all, and the cooldown time. But as long as he deliberately lets Hisoka win this game, he will automatically match Ulquiorra tomorrow, the cooldown will be completed, and he can brush the entries perfectly. So, He has no need to waste energy on this guy. Now Lee K's target is no longer a strong man of Hisoka's level. Hisoka is at most an elite dungeon boss, which can be brushed easily. In the future, Chimera Ant, Netero, and Dark Continent should be the direction he yearns for. Brother Lee K should have his own considerations, gone. Killua explained. He has unconditional trust in Lee K. This is a very wise choice, avoiding the monster Hisoka, and then winning again from other players. Of course, the premise is that you don't meet that monster Ulquiorra. 11. Kaishidoru, who was tied with thin straps all over his body, commented. I feel a little uncomfortable today, so I don't want to fight. Winning or losing is not particularly important to me. Lee K smiled. In the past 2 days, he also took some attributes from Gon and Chi. The method was naturally very simple. He just fought in the name of guiding the two and defeated the 2 little guys. The attributes of the 2 little guys entered the cooling time again. They obtained 2 designated drop attributes respectively. Blackening black, electric resistance purple. The 3.1 attributes of the 2 little guys were basically brushed by himself. Electric resistance is also good. In the future, GK will definitely be able to build an all-round combat pressure. The defense strength is a real super meat shield. Blackening is a double-edged sword, but after obtaining it, Lee K has an extra trump card to save his life. This thing can be turned on again under the premise of turning on the fire red. As for how much bonus effect it has, it is not clear. But the effect is definitely several times the increase of the fire red eye multiplied by the several times of this thing. The increase can reach a very terrifying level, but it will consume your own life and body crazily. Don't you see that at the beginning after Gon used this thing, he almost turned into a dry wood. He still found the monster in Zaldik's house and made a wish to revive. Lee K would naturally not put such a dangerous thing on himself. He has the absolute will red, even after the light transformation ability is activated, he will have a part of his self. But this thing consumes too much of his own C. It is impossible to use it when there is no absolute danger, and it can only be used as a last resort. The ultimate move after the ultimate move. But it is also very perfect. Lee K's explanation is very far-fetched, but Gon and Killua will not go into it, they still believe in GK more. However, many spectators in the arena have a rapidly declining reputation for Lee K, and even kicked him out of the Super Dark Horse team directly. They think that such a timid guy will not become a Super Dark Horse and be on par with those real evil geniuses. The next day, time passed in a flash. The next day, the news of Hisoka vs Ulquiorra once again ignited the enthusiasm of all the audience. Chapter 82. Your battle today may be more dangerous than yesterday. Is this why you asked me to come? Don't forget. On August 30th, all insignificant members must arrive in Yokiksen City. In the preparation room, Maki leaned against the wall and glanced at Hisoka. Hisoka did not respond to her, but twisted his neck, making a crackling sound of bones, and adjusted his condition to the best. Wait until I finish this game, and I'm afraid I will have to pay you a lot of medical expenses by then. Hisoka said with a smile. Ulquiorra was also among the fruits he hunted, and the danger level of this guy was too much compared to the organization. Hisoka even had a strong premonition that he would be seriously injured in this game, but he would definitely be the winner in the end. So he contacted Maki in advance and made all preparations. Interesting, I will go to watch the opponent who can make you pay so much attention. Maki chuckled and walked out behind Hisoka. In the arena, Lee K and others also arrived. This brother was crowded with people, and the cheers were extremely high. The enthusiasm and number of the audience on the scene far exceeded any previous game. Many of the audience were extremely fanatical and called out Ulquiorra's name. Because he was different from the other contestants. This contestant not only looked a little weird, but also many contestants died in his hands. It can be said that many of the audience present were here to watch the killing, and the group was so enthusiastic. After all, it is very difficult to see dead people in other arenas, but it is common to see it in Ulquiorra's arena. Both are top talents. It is exciting to think about seeing any warrior on this field. It's Ulquiorra. So far, the guy who has never lost any game. Gon's face was full of expectation and nervousness. Gon, we must watch carefully. Remember to use condensation on the eyes, I'm afraid this battle will be very exciting. Killua reminded. During this period, not only will Li Ke guide their telekinesis practice, but also Wing also gives them extra lessons every day. It can be said that the development of the two little guys' telekinesis is also constantly progressing. The bandages on Huashi Dolang behind him have been removed a lot, because he was injured by Ulquiorra when he was pressed on the ring, so the bandages on his head are still wrapped around. And his face looks very ugly, especially when he saw the bird, he couldn't help but twitch his eyes. This guy is still a lingering nightmare in his heart until now. But he is also very concerned about this game. 1 or 2 are monsters that defeat him. It can be said that any failure is very relieving for him, but to be honest, he can't judge which of the 2 guys will win. Li Ke naturally leaned back in the chair calmly. His telekinesis has a certain degree of autonomous action ability, which is equivalent to a low-level intelligent AI. It only needs to change its position when solving the opponent to trigger the system effect. Very interesting. On the ring, Ulquiorra stood there expressionlessly with his hands in his pockets. That arrogant look even made Hisoka raise his eyebrows. Hisoka, Hisoka. Hisoka. Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra. Kill him. Haha. Kill him. The audience in the stands were already shouting loudly. Maki also chose a corner area to watch the game, her eyes curiously fell on Ulquiorra and Hisoka. She knew that Hisoka had always been worried about growing up. No matter what the result of this battle is, it is certain that we can see clearly what this guy's true strength is. Hisoka did not speak, but just stared at Ulquiorra in front of him like a venomous snake. Especially after seeing the other party's cold and empty eyes that were almost emotionless, his eyes became more and more fiery. This look of the other party is very familiar. The same as Illumi's, no, or even colder than Illumi's. There is no emotional fluctuation at all. Such guys are very rare in this world. They are either born with a lack of emotions or have great confidence in their own strength. But no matter which one, it is a very rare and wonderful fruit in this world. Hisoka's 10 fingers flicked lightly in a strange pattern, as if he was moving his fingers. You too. This time, the rules of the game we chose will score points based on the effect of the player's attack. Knock down the opponent to get an extra point, and the opponent will directly get full points if he surrenders. The referee announced the rules of the game. Then, let's start the game. The referee left the ring. With his order, Zissou was ready to take the lead. He had no intention of being polite. This guy could defeat Huashi Dolang so easily. In Hisoka's mind, he was already classified as a very dangerous level. But Hisoka was suddenly stunned. Not only him. The audience in the stands also looked at Ulquiorra in surprise. Just like Ulquiorra's usual pretentious fighting style, this guy still stood in the same place, but this time, he actually raised his right hand in the direction of Hisoka and pressed his index finger slightly. What's going on? Maki was also stunned. Huashi Dolang was even more confused. As an opponent who had fought this monster personally, he naturally knew the various strengths of this guy. But this was the first time he saw this kind of move from the opponent, which made him a little confused. Gon and Killua were even more confused. But at this moment, on the ring, Hisoka's heart suddenly went on alarm bells. The ICU jumped towards the area next to him at a very fast speed. Swish! Boom! A red beam of light burst out from the tip of Ulquiorra's index finger. It was originally just a small red light spot, but in the moment of the explosion, it expanded to the size of a bucket. There was a large pit with a diameter of 2 meters where Hisoka had just stood. There were still wisps of green smoke. Another version of the virtual flash. Or it could be said that it was a special attack method transformed by Li Ke using the ability of Mind Bullet. But this scene directly stunned the entire Sky Arena and all the audience. There was a brief silence on the scene. After a few seconds, it suddenly boiled up, and all the audience seemed to come alive. Generally, everyone's face was full of disbelief, and unprecedented excitement and enthusiasm. They shouted Ulquiorra's name crazily. Oh my god! What did I just see? This guy is transmuter telekinesis. Not at all enhancer. Too strong. Just one finger exploded it, such a wide distance. This time the ticket price is really worth it. I can guarantee that this guy has not used his full strength yet. No wonder Hwashi Dolang lost the game. I even thought that he lost that game because he was too careless, but now it seems that he has no chance at all. Genius! This guy is a real genius! Countless spectators cheered excitedly. Maki in the stands also had a serious look. What a strong transmuter ability! This level definitely reached the level of a brigade member. Maki couldn't help but marvel in her heart. She originally came to watch this game just to see the excitement, but she didn't expect to see such a shocking scene. You should know that this ring with more than 200 floors has been specially reinforced and is much harder than ordinary rings. But it was still blasted by the attack released by the opponent for more than 2 meters. Awesome! Killua, the power feels about the same as your Chidori. Gon couldn't help but be shocked. Faster than my Chidori. Killua's expression was extremely serious. Now the Chidori that Li Ke gave him has become a bottom-line move, but that thing needs a certain amount of pre-swing. But it is obvious that the move used by the monster in front of him is not only about the same power as his Chidori, but also has no pre-swing at all, it is almost released instantly. It also gives people a feeling that this seems to be a casual attack by the opponent. Hwashi Dolang's face was even paler at this moment. His pupils were dilated, and his whole body was trembling slightly. He clenched his fists tightly, and then loosened them powerlessly. His face was full of unprecedented bitterness. He finally realized that he didn't lose the game last time because he was careless. It was because the opponent's strength was much stronger than his own. In the last game, the opponent didn't even use any full strength. If the opponent chose to use this sudden attack against his clone, he could definitely injure both the clone and himself at the same time. Strong! Too strong! It's true that the new generation replaces the old. Hwashi Dolang sighed in his heart, but after a few seconds he clenched his fists again, and an unprecedented strong fighting consciousness surged in his heart. He must work harder. He must catch up with this monster. Hisoka, nothing else matters anymore, this Ulquiorra is definitely the target he should chase. On the ring. Hisoka's face is a little ugly at this moment, because his cheek was rubbed by the thing just now. Although it was just a graze, it scratched his face directly. A trace of blood flowed out, and it felt hot and painful. Before he could stand firm, Ulquiorra just glanced at him slightly, and then pointed his finger in the direction where he had just landed. Swish! Boom! Another otherworldly version of the virtual flash appeared. Of course, this one was not as scary as the king's virtual flash, it was just a toy water gun. Li Ke was just playing cat and mouse with the other party now. As long as he wanted, he could make a white thunder nuclear explosion virtual flash, but by then, the whole floor would probably be blown up, and he didn't want to see this result. Boom! 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 Explosions one after another. At this moment, the audience in the stands were completely dumbfounded, and everyone was stunned, looking at the ring with disbelief on their faces. Not only them. Maki, Gon, Killua, Hwashi Dolang, and other elite players above the 200th floor all had extremely wonderful expressions looking down. The battle was completely one-sided, and the two sides were not evenly matched as expected. Ulquiorra was like a demon king, making people almost breathless. Hisoka, who was extremely arrogant in the past games, was now running wildly on the ring like a street rat. The opponent's red flashes fell, and the ground would definitely explode. As long as Hisoka was hit by this attack, the game would be declared over directly. What was shocking was that Ulquiorra was like a perpetual motion machine, constantly releasing these things, but he himself had no expression. This is crazy. Hisoka was completely suppressed, and he didn't even have the strength to fight back. He could only keep running away. This guy is a complete lunatic. His transmuter telekinesis is terrifying. Humph. He won't be so proud for long. This way of fighting is the stupidest. When his physical strength is almost exhausted, it will be time for Hisoka to counterattack. That may not be the case. You can see that Ulquiorra has not changed the frequency of fighting from beginning to end, which shows that he still has a lot of energy in his body. On the contrary, if Hisoka continues to fight at this rhythm, he will definitely be overturned. The audience and the elite players who came to watch the game couldn't help but talk about it. This is definitely an unprecedented fighting method. So strong. Maki's expression finally became extremely serious at this moment. She finally understood why Hisoka called her in advance. Because this guy has far exceeded the level that the contestants in the Sky Arena can have. This is transmuter telekinesis. A pure energy control. But those who can achieve this level are the top existences in the whole world. Ordinary Nin can never release so many telekinesis bullets. How much telekinesis does this guy have? Maki was extremely shocked. She even had a feeling that even among the members of the brigade, only a few people could deal with this monster. After a round of bombardment, Ulquiorra finally stopped this cat and mouse game. His empty eyes looked in the direction of the smoke. The entire ring had been bombarded to pieces, and the referees standing on the edge of the ring were trembling with fear. If this level of attack fell on me, I would definitely die. The smoke gradually dissipated. Everyone finally saw the situation on the ring clearly. The flat ring in the past has now become completely tattered, with no good place. Hisoka, who was being beaten for the hot spot, looked very embarrassed at the moment. His body was covered with scratches. Even his hair was a little messy. Obviously, he was in danger in the escape just now. What a surprise, hey! I was almost hit by you, but after releasing so much energy, you should not have much physical strength now, right? Then it seems that it will be my home court next. Hisoka grinned, his narrow eyes were as cold as a venomous snake. His body moved instantly, faster than before, almost leaving an afterimage. And no one noticed the direction. Some broken stones behind Ulquiorra shot towards his back silently like bullets. Love that can stretch freely. Chapter 83. Swish, swish, swish. Hisoka attacked directly in mid-air. His cards. After being wrapped in telekinesis, these cards were as lethal as steel blades, and could easily cut through a person's body. But compared with the flashes that Ulquiorra had just released, they were not good enough. But the angle he found was very tricky, and even if Ulquiorra tried to block with flashes, he could not completely block these cards. So, draw the sword. Clang! 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 Ulquiorra still had no expression on his face when he slashed with a single-handed sword, just like a sword-swinging machine without any emotion. All the cards were shot down in mid-air. There was a sound of steel colliding, and sparks flew everywhere. And Hisoka took advantage of Ulquiorra's defense and stepped forward, grabbing one of his shoulders strangely. The battle is almost over. Hisoka suddenly smiled. He flicked the 5 fingers of his other hand, and the invisible telekinetic thread shot out from behind like bullets. For safety reasons, the cards that fell to the ground were also resurrected again. In an instant, Ulquiorra was in an absolute dilemma. The battle is over. He was too careless. Hisoka can actually control the stones remotely. What's going on? Hwashido Lang looked confused and shook his head in disappointment. Gon and Killua also stared with wide eyes. It's a telekinetic thread. I saw it. Gon exclaimed. On the ring. Ulquiorra didn't realize that he was surrounded at all, but grabbed Hisoka's arm with one hand. The two grabbed each other's arms and wrestled directly. Crack! In the same way of competing for strength, everyone was shocked to see that Hisoka's right arm was instantly twisted like a knot by Ulquiorra. Then it was torn apart with a sizzling sound, and thrown away like medical garbage. Blood splattered. Hisoka hadn't even recovered from the shock of his arm being torn off. The whole wrestling happened in just a moment, and he never dreamed that his strength would be so much worse than that of the kid in front of him. The opponent's arm was like steel, and there was even a strange electric current coming, causing his arm to be paralyzed for a moment. But it was this moment of paralysis that directly caused him to lose the wrestling, and his entire arm was broken. But at least the sneak attack was successful. Bang 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 bang. The sound of a tooth-grinding collision sounded. Hisoka's pupils suddenly dilated, and he found that he thought the sneak attack would win. The stones and cards that AI manipulated with great ease could not break the opponent's defense. This guy. Is his entire body like steel? How could there be such an amazing monster in this world? Enhancer. This guy is an enhancer, but the total amount of his telekinesis is too amazing. After releasing so many virtual flash attacks, he still has such a terrifying telekinesis to strengthen himself? Hisoka was extremely shocked. Only enhancers can do this. Enhancers' telekinesis can directly make paper as hard as steel, and can also turn clothes into steel, and can also act on themselves. However, Hisoka himself is a master of telekinesis, and the telekinesis of this guy in front of him is even higher than him. Grandmaster level. At this moment, countless thoughts emerged in Hisoka's mind. At this moment, he finally realized the horror of this battle. Thunderfoot shaving. Buzz. A trace of electric arc remained in its original position. Everyone was shocked to see two Ulquiorras appear on the field. No. It was one. It was just because the speed of movement was too fast, resulting in the illusion of visual stasis at the original standing position. In fact, Ulquiorra had already arrived in front of Hisoka. Not good. Hisoka's face suddenly changed, and his own speed was activated to the extreme to try to distance himself. But the next moment... Buzz! The same stones floated up from behind him. Psychopath! What? This sudden scene shocked everyone instantly. They looked at the floating stones behind Hisoka in disbelief, some of which were even boulders as tall as a person. Compared to Hisoka's, it was completely a small fight. This guy. What kind of ability is this? Hisoka was instantly no longer calm, his expression finally lost control, revealing an extremely shocked look, and even something called fear could be seen emerging. He suddenly ejected several retractable love thoughts, trying to pull himself over. Boom! But a flash of light exploded, directly breaking his telekinetic thread. So, this guy can see his love that stretches and contracts freely from beginning to end. A thought emerged in Hisoka's mind. Then in his field of vision, he saw densely packed stones appearing around him. Ulquiorra just looked at him with an expressionless, empty, and extremely indifferent look, raised his right hand, and then clenched it fiercely. Boom! In the extremely shocked eyes of everyone, these stones floating in the air suddenly gathered and compressed. 10,000 things have an attraction. It was just an ability that Lee K had developed by himself, but unfortunately it was not as amazing as Nagato, and it was completely controlled by mental power. In the loud bang, Hisoka was completely wrapped in stones, and his screams resounded throughout the venue. Then all the stones scattered on the ground as if they had lost control, and there was a lot of blood on them. A figure covered in blood fell from it. It was Hisoka. At this moment, he had completely lost the strength to resist, just like a defeated wolf, staring at Ulquiorra with bloodshot eyes, unprecedented shock, hatred, and unwillingness. Boom! Another virtual flash fell. Hit Hisoka's previous broken arm, and the arm was instantly turned into powder. This is interest. Ulquiorra finally spoke, with a cold voice and empty eyes. It was like a high god, looking down at the ants in the mortal world. Lee K's mouth also had a slight upward arc. Hisoka's entries were almost squeezed dry by himself. But a strange phenomenon appeared. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Sky Arena player Hisoka. Ding! Lucky Star talent is activated, and the secret drop. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the entry Super Intuition Red. Ding! 10% chance to automatically copy the other party's entry, copy successfully. Congratulations on obtaining Masochism Purple, automatically crushed. A voice like the sound of nature rang in Lee K's mind. Entry, Super Intuition Red. Effect, this entry is a special entry. In certain circumstances, you can choose to give up control of your body and give it to Super Intuition. You will have absolute reaction speed and combat intuition. Tisk tisk tisk. Hisoka's red entry was finally brushed off by himself, and the other entries were no longer important. But the meaning of this entry confirmed that Lee K had some thoughts. This thing seems similar to a super state battle. It's like handing yourself over to a stronger self, a self with pure fighting will, and getting absolute reaction and intuition. A youth version of Ultra Instinct? Or what? Hisoka didn't use this ability? Or, this kind of item is not absolutely activated? It will only be triggered after falling into a desperate situation. In fact, when I used the ability of a mentalist to control the rebel to surround him, unless this guy's own defense is sufficient, he is basically defeated. Obviously. A guy like Hisoka, who is very showy like Yuansh, is a fragile skin. He can't be a hexagonal warrior like himself. Comfortable. But what surprised Lee K was, the moment he defeated the opponent, he was surprised to find that Hisoka's item was refreshed. It was not the refresh of the cooldown time, but the appearance of a new item. Revenge Ulquiorra Red. Description: you are full of absolute hatred for the target named Ulquiorra, and this hatred will promote your progress again at an astonishing speed. A very simple explanation. But this made Lee K realize one thing. That is to say, these entries on all characters are not immutable. For example, Killua has Chidori, green, because this is a skill that has just been learned. Only when the proficiency and skills are continuously improved, the quality will also change. Eventually, it can even turn into golden red, which depends entirely on the user's own investment and dedication to the skill. And Hisoka, directly bursting out red entries is really surprising. It is indeed a guy like a venomous snake, with such deep hatred for the other party. And the explanation of this entry also surprised Lee K. In short, it is likely that after this battle, Hisoka will fall into absolute hatred for Ulquiorra, and with the power of this hatred, he will make rapid progress again. Tisk tisk tisk. Isn't this leak? After cutting one crop, there is another crop. Just keep the roots. Ha ha ha. Perfect. It was precisely because he saw the appearance of this thing that Lee K took the initiative to save Hisoka's life, but he made him disabled. I remember that Hisoka's hands were broken by Hawashi Dolang, but they were quickly healed by Maki. How can you fight with yourself without leaving anything behind? Hisoka, you can be a pirate captain in the future. Lee K sneered in his heart. He was alone anyway, and he didn't have any worries. And the one who killed and set fire was Zhou Shuren, who had nothing to do with me, Lu Suan. The whole arena paused for a moment. It was very quiet. After a few seconds, it exploded completely. Ulquiorra! 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 Ulquira! 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 Ulquira's name almost gathered into an ocean in the entire stadium. Countless spectators were shouting enthusiastically, even those contestants above the 200th floor. They looked at the result of the game in disbelief, and the scene that was like a god was still replaying in their minds. A large number of stones floated, and then the battle ended in an instant. This is simply a godlike operation, incredible. Too powerful. This seemingly weird but suddenly appeared, and the super evil genius who almost suffocated everyone. This day shocked the entire Sky Arena. 7:15. Gon was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Killa was even frozen in place. Strong. Strong enough to make people angry. He even had a feeling that even his father was not absolutely sure that he could defeat the monster in front of him. The problem is that this guy definitely doesn't look old, and is obviously a young man. Really, it's too depressing. Before, I always thought I was a very good genius, but after meeting Li Ke and entering the Sky Arena, Killua felt that his qualifications were really getting more and more mediocre, and his 3 views were refreshed again and again. Try hard. Try hard. Only by trying hard can you catch up with these monsters. Killua shouted in his heart. At this moment, Huashi Dolang's whole body seemed to be hollowed out, his eyes were dull, he looked at the front blankly, and sat down on the chair. His mind was still flashing back to the battle scene just now. If Hisoka was replaced by himself, then I'm afraid, there is no need to wait until this time. The battle is over, and I have no chance of winning. When Ulquira fought with me, he not only held back, but even 1/10 of his strength was useless. Hisoka, who was regarded as a great shame by me, didn't even jump for a long time in front of the opponent, and now he was lying on the ground like a dead dog. This was the scene he wanted to see in his heart. But when he really saw it, Huashi Dolang felt an unprecedented shock. Because the gap in strength between the two sides was too big. This guy is a real genius. A super genius who can suppress the entire era. His future achievements will probably make him a top figure second only to Netero. It is hard to imagine that he would have the experience of fighting with such a terrifying existence. I don't know, this is an honor or despair. Huashi Dolang smiled bitterly. On the ring. 0145013117 Fila 133503101. The referees in charge of scoring were also dumbfounded. They didn't expect the battle to end so quickly, and it was a completely one-sided crushing posture. Ah! Winner! Ulquira! Finally, a referee reacted and shouted loudly. The whole arena was ignited again, and countless people shouted Ulquira's name with great excitement. Hisoka has been completely forgotten. Like garbage, it was thrown into the corner of history. At this moment, he was covered in blood, and he didn't even have the strength to move. His bloodshot eyes stared straight ahead. Like a dying wolf king. He stared at the other person as he walked step by step in front of him. At this moment, he could only see the other person's shoes and legs. If he wanted to see the other person's face, he had to look up. Too weak. I look forward to your revenge, at least to become stronger, weak ant. Ulquira looked down at Hisoka indifferently, and the words he said were like a knife, engraved on Hisoka's heart. Chapter 84. The battle is over. Ulquira has become the hottest player of the day, and even the most popular player in the entire Sky Arena. Because this guy's fighting style is so cool. And he shows a strong sense of oppression. He stood out from the Dark Horse and even won the title of Demon King. You can imagine what these audiences think of Ulquira. All the audiences were very excited about this game, and the tickets were worth it. Hisoka, the former hot figure, has now become a drowned dog that no one cares about. He doesn't even have the strength to stand up now. The audience gradually dispersed. Finally, a figure walked in front of him. It's really an eye-opening game. I didn't expect you to lose so badly, but I have to tell you a very unfortunate news. Your arm is gone. I can treat you, but the consultation fee will be doubled. Maki stood in front of Hisoka and took advantage of the situation without any care. Okay. Hisoka lay on the ground, almost squeezing out the words from his teeth. If you can't pay my consultation fee, you will end up in a terrible situation. Maki helped Hisoka up and took him back to the room for treatment. She was also very surprised. She didn't expect that such a powerful and talented monster could appear in a place like the Sky Arena. If possible, inviting him to join the brigade would definitely be a great achievement. But it is obvious that his personality is very strange and unpredictable. Maybe he will end up like Hisoka. So Maki stopped her dangerous idea. She shouldn't do this kind of thing by herself. She didn't need to do it. Of course, she would tell the leader what happened here. The next few days were more routine. After dealing with Hisoka and Hwashi Dolang, the entire Sky Arena could not find any other interested opponents in a short time. Lee K tried to ask about the information of the higher level players but was told that it was confidential. Similarly, other players could not directly inquire about the information about Lee K and his team. Okay. I was originally thinking of brushing some good entries, but it seems that there is no chance now. Hisoka is almost the ceiling level that can be encountered in the Sky Arena. Who knows how long the others will have to wait. The next step is to wait for the match between Gon and Killua. Gon won again directly, and he was matched with Saitama again. Killua defeated his opponent and got 110 to see his 9th consecutive victory, but there are no other opponents to challenge in the short term. At present, only Xiaohu has won the honor of the Layer Master. As for the martial arts Olympic Games, I was told that I need to wait for another 3 years? It was just held last year. Oh my god! Lee K couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It is indeed a very niche gathering. Thank you very much. So after continuing to brush in the Sky Arena for a while, everyone left directly. Brother K, the competition in the arena is almost over. Shall we go home together? I said I would show Aunt Mito my hunter license. Gon was very excited. He hadn't been home for half a year. I also want to go to the place where Brother K and Gon grew up. Killua was full of expectation. The black girl Canaria also returned to the team. She also watched all the games and was shocked. Refreshed his understanding of the Sky Arena. Go home? Gon, Killua, you can go to Whale Island on my behalf. This is most of the money I won in the Sky Arena. Please take it back and give it to Aunt Mito and Uncle Koen. Lee K took out his bank card. During this time in the Sky Arena, he accumulated more than 200 million ringgits, which is also considered a small rich man. Brother K. Gon was stunned. He originally planned to go back to Whale Island with Lee K. It has been half a year since he left Whale Island. Now he misses his family on Whale Island. Since Brother Lee K has his own plans, let's go back first, Gon. Killua patted Gon's shoulder very sensibly. Okay, Brother K, but we agreed that we will meet in Yokiksen City at that time. Right. Gon was in a good mood again. Anyway, it was not far from Yokiksen City now. Kurapika and Leorio would come back and everyone would reunite. And he also understood that Lee K must have something to do with Canaria, so he couldn't interfere. Of course, you have to pay attention to safety. We will see each other then. It's my intention to help me bring this money back. Lee K smiled and stuffed the bank card directly into Gon's hand. Although he was a time traveler, after all, when he was on Whale Island, he had to thank Aunt Mito and other residents on the island for raising him. GK has always remembered this kindness in his heart. Now that he has the ability, he naturally has to repay it. Yeah, then we have an agreement, Brother K, we'll see you then. You should also be careful. Gon and Lee K held hands. Killua, Gon, I'll trouble you. Goodbye, Canaria, let's go. Li Ke said goodbye with a smile. Don't worry, brother K. Killua said goodbye, his eyes slightly red. It can be said that Li Ke is one of the most important friends in his life. Not only has he been very good to him along the way, he has even taught him new skills. So he also wants to see where Li Ke grew up. Li Ke naturally has no time to accompany Gon and the others back to Whale Island. It is true that there are many things on Whale Island that he misses, but as a time traveler, he can see what will happen in the future. The Chimera Ant disaster will break out, and he still needs to do some things. Maybe when the world is peaceful, it won't hurt to go back and see it then. His appearance has changed the fate of this world, and he can't be sure whether all the things in the world will happen as he expected. So what he can do now is to improve his abilities as much as possible. In case of any accidents, he still has absolute control over the situation. If Gon and the others return to Goldfish Island, there won't be much danger. Everything will go smoothly. If nothing goes wrong, they may bring out the cards from the game world. So after saying goodbye to the two, Li Ke went directly to the destination. Meteor Street. District 9. An area made up entirely of garbage mountains. It is rumored that this place has become an area for dumping garbage since 1,500 years ago. The land area of Meteor Street is about the same as that of the Republic of Rabai, with a population of about 8 million. Everything can be traded here, including guns, drugs, women, bodies, and even children. As soon as you step in, you can smell the disgusting stench in the air. There are piles of garbage, flies and various scavenging birds landing on them. You can see some people who are hunched over like animals, dirty people picking up garbage with their hands. It is hard to imagine how the residents will grow up in such an environment. It can be said that this is an abandoned world, and no country is willing to govern it. Because it is better to let it fend for itself than to govern this area. You can dump garbage from all over the world here without any processing costs. This place has become a public sewage discharge area for various countries. All humans living here are abandoned. After seeing Li Ke and the black girl appear, those people who picked up garbage like rats just glanced at them and quickly dodged. Li Ke's eyes swept over these scavengers. They were basically covered with white and green entries, and they also clearly had various negative entries such as disease, infectious disease, and short life. It was difficult for anyone to live past the age of 30 in this Meteor Street. They were raised by the filthy air and polluted water from birth, and there was no chance for them to grow normally. Sir. It has always been like this here. People who live here basically don't live past 30. The outer areas are the lowest class of scavengers. The wealthy gangs occupy the best living environment in the central area, where they can drink clean water. But sir, this place is managed by the Elders' Council. Although they do not exclude outsiders, it will be very dangerous if they want to interfere with their operations. Canalia explained everything about Meteor Street to Li Ke in detail. Including the things you need to pay attention to when surviving here, BHCG. She grew up here, so she knows Meteor Street like the back of her hand, and she is also very familiar with the survival rules. This is why Li Ke specifically asked Canalia to come here. It took a whole week for Li Ke to visit the 9th district of Meteor Street under the guidance of Canalia, but it seems that they are basically some very ordinary people. The entry is very ordinary. But you have to know that most of the Phantom Troop guys were born in Meteor Street. Including Zaldix Kikyo and the Black Girl were also born in Meteor Street. They may be in different areas, but the overall meaning is the same. Although a large number of people die in this grey area every year, there are also some outstanding people who stand out from here every year. They have become the source of strong people hired by many countries. After all, in such a harsh environment, those who can survive are the real strong ones. The weak ones have died at a very young age. It's like a breeding environment. Okay, you can go back, Canaria, thank you for this journey. Li Ke smiled. Okay, Lord Li Ke, this is all the information about Meteor Street that I have collected for you, please accept it, and please be careful here, especially to prevent infection, or if you have any accidents, you can contact me at any time. Canaria bowed deeply, and then handed the booklet she prepared to Li Ke. Of course, you go back, I understand. Li Ke sent Canaria away. What he was going to do next was quite dangerous. It was naturally best to fight alone, but it was also convenient to act. Canaria's role was almost over. Although it seemed that the little girl was still unwilling to leave him, there was no need to let her get involved in such a dangerous action. In the future, he was destined to be the one who ate Xylee at the top of the world. The hunter world would also become his unique supplier of entries. So, this back garden naturally needed to be well managed. Meteor Street was different from any other area. The entries in this area had a natural screening effect. Because the weak would die soon after eating the owner. Only the strong could survive. Li Ke naturally didn't want to let go of this piece of fat. So, becoming the king behind Meteor Street was also part of Li Ke's plan. After making sure that Canaria had left, Li Ke found a broken house at random and then activated his ability. Thunder Beast Red. After acquiring the ability of a spiritualist, Li Ke found that the range of his beast's activities had expanded to about 50 kilometers. And the beast will have a certain degree of autonomy, that is, it will act according to the requirements set by Li Ke, including making judgments, etc. It is equivalent to a simple intelligent AI. If it encounters a complex choice, it will automatically send information to Li Ke, and Ji Chen will make the decision. In addition, it is made entirely of lightning and telekinesis, which is itself a super mobile power source, and there is no need to worry about battery life. As Li Ke's strength increases, this ability will also improve. This kind of black glove thing. Of course it is impossible to do it yourself. Especially this kind of thing that has become the focus. Don't you see that in the previous life, the rich people were even willing to spend a lot of money every year to buy and erase their names in order not to be on the Forbes list? The first bird to stick out will be shot, this simple truth is still understood. The black boss behind the scenes, naturally needs to be replaced. Now in this dark Meteor Street, countless residents are waiting for salvation. They are eager for the arrival of a savior. So, the savior is here. The central area of the 9th district. Compared to the outside, you can already see those shabby high-rise buildings here. Although they look shabby, they are completely different from the garbage dump. At least in this area, there are normal water resources, and even the extremely expensive clean soft bread. The whole area is surrounded by iron fences, blocking those dirty-looking scavengers from entering, leaving only a few locked doors for passing through. Outside the fence, a large number of scavengers are gathering here, because it is the monthly tax payment day again. Even picking up garbage requires paying taxes. It takes more courage to live here than to die. Hee. Damn BD. These things of yours are not enough to pay your taxes this month. Take them to the meat market. The man with yellow hair, nose, lips, and ears full of nails, and wearing a leather jacket kicked a skinny scavenger over. Then several Shamit brothers nearby directly lifted up the skinny scavenger and dragged him away. The so-called meat market is a place where people are cut into pieces and sold. Eating human flesh in a place like Meteor Street is a luxury, and only rich people can afford it. This idiot is no good. But his face is okay, take him to the Black Cave and wait until he is played to death before taking him to the meat market. The lip nail man looked at the numb eyes of the woman wrapped in dirty and messy cloth and laughed obscenely. Several brothers immediately came over to lift up the wrapped woman and prepared to leave. None of the numerous scavengers nearby dared to say a word of no. Everyone was like a frightened mouse, with fear, unwillingness, and despair in their eyes. The skinny girl's eyes were also empty and numb, and she had obviously given up on this world. What a cruel act! Suddenly, a tall figure walked slowly in the distance. His voice was not loud, but it seemed out of place here and was clearly heard by everyone. It was confirmed that countless eyes could see through him. He was dressed in a white Arankar, had a handsome face, a strand of curly bangs on his forehead, and a katana on his waist. He was tall and straight, dressed cleanly and neatly, and didn't look like someone who lived in Meteor City at all. "Who are you?" The nail man stared at the strange guy in front of him with some vigilance. The other party was obviously not a low-level scavenger with such a dress, so he was a little afraid. "I am Aizen Sosuke." Aizen Leek smiled slightly like a gentleman. Chapter 85. Aizen Sosuke. The man with the lip nail frowned, as if he had thought about it, but he did not think of a guy called Aizen Sosuke who was quite famous in Meteor Street. "Boss, I have never heard of this person. He is a stranger. It seems that this guy is not from our Meteor Street, but from outside. Boss, the clothes and martial arts on this guy should be quite valuable." The few people behind him circled in the direction of Aizen Sosuke without leaving a trace. They cooperated very well, and the scavengers avoided them. He. This is the 9th district. Since you are here, please pay the tax now." The man with the lip nail grinned and played with his dagger. "Pay the tax?" Aizen Sosuke Lee K asked curiously. "Air tax, land tax, and head tax, if you add them all up." The lip nail man began to calculate. "Anyone here needs to pay 1 second of tax for every extra second they live. In this world comparable to hell, the courage required to survive is definitely far greater than that required to die. Alas, there is no tax. Let your boss come over and tell him that from today on, the owner of the area has changed." Aizen Sosuke Lee K shook his head. "Looking for death? You don't know what you are talking about. Kill him." The lip nail man grinned, and he hadn't finished his words. A white flash burst out from Aizen Sosuke Lee K's fingertips. Mind bomb. Of course, this imitated the Padao Hakale. It doesn't matter. These minions in front of him are just a group of white and green words. On the contrary, the ragged skinny girl next to him made Lee K look twice. At least looking at the past, the best entry was on the little girl who picked up rags. The flash disappeared. There was a transparent burnt hole in the middle of the lip nail man's forehead, and even wisps of black smoke could be seen coming out. He still kept insulting, but the body slowly fell down. The sudden scene made several young men next to him stay where they were, and 3 of them seemed to want to fight and rushed up. 3 white thunders fell. Suddenly there were 3 more dead bodies. In the end, the remaining 2 men were so scared that their legs softened on the spot and they knelt on the ground with a thud, kowtowing like garlic and begging for mercy. "Forget it, you take me there, and go directly to the person in charge of the 9th district, who should be the so-called boss in your mouth." Lee K said expressionlessly. Our boss is only the person in charge of this area, but not the general boss of the 9th district, big boss." A man trembled. "Oh. Please, go over there. Do you want to go with me?" Lee K glanced at the skinny girl next to him. "Name, Lillian. Items, absolute loyalty, gold, indifference, purple, weakness, blue." The girl stared at Aizen Lee K blankly, hesitated for 2 seconds, and finally a glimmer of light appeared in her empty eyes, and she nodded heavily. The 2 younger brothers took Lee K away. Not long after, the wealthy area of District 9. In a luxuriously decorated small villa, a fat man with a big head and a hideous scar on his face was doing piston movements on several women, and the air was filled with various smells. Boom! The door was kicked open directly. The fat man was so frightened that he trembled all over, and directly picked up the woman under him as a shield, and picked up the pistol he had placed under the pillow. Bang! A white thunder flashed by. His arm was instantly broken, blood spurted out, and the fat man screamed like a pig being slaughtered. "I give you 2 choices, take me to see the elders of District 9, or die." Aizen Li Ke walked out of the broken door and looked down at him from above. The central area of District 9. A woman with tattoos all over her body and a very hot body was lying lazily on the bed, playing with a bloody thorn whip, and several naked male slaves were kneeling beside her and trembling. Not far away, there was even a dead male slave with purple holes all over his body. Lady Erica. Jin from the Black Street sent a message asking for help. He was attacked. A member dressed as a gangster came in and knelt on the ground through the curtain. Are they the rats from the Black Street? The woman sat up, stepped on the back of a male slave with her feet covered with strange tattoos, and then walked down. She was wearing very cool clothes, and the large area of strange tattoos made her look inexplicably strange. Suddenly, her brows frowned slightly. There was a sound of fighting not far away, but it soon disappeared. Then two figures pushed open the door and walked in slowly. Aizen Li Ke and the skinny girl Lillian. You must be hungry. There is some bread here. It looks good. Eat it. Li Ke rubbed the girl's head. He had let her wash it on the fat pig's territory. She was actually a very beautiful girl. It was a pity that she lived in this bottom world and her eyes were dull. Lillian glanced at Li Ke, and then sat aside and ate bread incomparably obediently. Even the various murders that happened along the way seemed to have no feelings at all. This is the boss's. The henchman next to him wanted to say something, but a white thunder fell and he died instantly. The garbage entry was almost meaningless and was directly shattered. The female gangster boss named Erica's pupil shrank, staring at the little brother who had just died. She didn't even see the other party's attack method clearly. For a while, the whole room fell into a strange silence. Those trembling male slaves, and the so-called elder who was in charge of the 9th district in front of them. Plus Lillian who was sitting there eating quietly. Finally, everyone looked at Lillian who had finished the bread, and Erica tried to speak. Friend, maybe it's just some misunderstandings. What do you want? Money? Women? Even, me? As long as you ask, it's not impossible to talk. Erica rarely took the initiative to make concessions. Aizen Li Ke glanced at her. Name, Erica, the boss of the 9th district. Entries, Emitter Telekinesis Talent, Purple, Conjurer Telekinesis Talent, Purple, Cruel, Purple, Telekinesis Poison Spider, Purple, Sadism, Purple, etc. Just barely. At least compared to other people, it's nothing. You? I'm not interested in you. When will the bosses of other districts gather? Gather them together. This Meteor Street should have a master. Aizen Li Ke spoke expressionlessly. Anyway, this is a no-man's land, it's completely a matter of survival, no matter how much noise he makes, no one will take it seriously. You mean the Council of Elders? Let Meteor Street have a master? Hee. The tattooed woman Erica sneered, staring at Aizen Li Ke with a hint of heat. This man is much better than his slaves. It would be a wonderful thing to subdue this man and make him moan at his feet. Stay here, you destroyed my Black Street, and the account has not been settled yet. You can't escape now. The woman laughed wildly. There were rustling sounds around. Looking around, suddenly saw a large number of purple spiders appear in the room, rushing towards Aizen Li Ke. This is Erica's specialty. She has defeated opponents who are stronger than herself in this way. 0145013117 Faloo 133503461. You only need to control your telekinesis remotely. These spiders can kill the opponent. I really don't know how you can be the boss of this area with your IQ. Aizen sighed helplessly. Buzz. With him as the center, a terrifying pressure emerged. Spiritual psychic master pressure. In an instant, the whole area seemed to be burdened with hundreds of pounds. The coverage area was hundreds of meters wide. The woman groaned and almost fell to the ground, and the telekinetic poisonous spiders she created were like firecrackers, exploding one after another. This was originally a competition of telekinesis. How could she be better than GK? And Li Kei's telekinesis control was very exquisite, and there was no impact on Lilian's position. For ordinary people like this, their internal organs would probably be crushed in an instant. Several male slaves had fallen to the ground and died, and the younger brother who reported the news screamed and died. As the telekinetic spiders exploded one after another, Li Kei directly put more pressure on the woman in front of him. I have to say that the ability of the psychic master is amazing. It is difficult for ordinary telekinetic skills to directly exert pressure on the target, but this special effect of the psychic master can do it. Crack! The tattooed woman standing in place looked very ugly, the floor under her feet cracked, and her expression was extremely horrified. Please give flowers. She wanted to move her steps, but she felt as if a mountain was suppressing her body. She couldn't even speak. I will give you two choices. You will be Lilian's deputy in the future and be responsible for the daily operation of Meteor Street, but I will implant telekinesis in your will. Once you betray, your brain will explode and die, or you can choose to die. If you agree, just blink your eyes. Izome Li Kei walked forward and looked at the Azure woman expressionlessly. He didn't have so much time to come here to slowly develop. Now that his force is enough, it is most appropriate to choose the way of sweeping. As for why he brought the stranger Lilian with him. Because this woman has the entry of absolute loyalty. In fact, for Li Kei, it doesn't matter who becomes the boss of Meteor Street. He only needs to be the boss behind the scenes and collect money. So the most important thing is not ability, but loyalty. Things like ability can be left to the mind beast to solve. If Li Kei's real combat power is fully activated now, it is definitely above Netero. Even if the blackening effect is not activated, it is definitely the level of Temple Special 0. With this level of combat power, it is naturally easy to sweep across an area, let alone a place like Meteor Street where no one knows what is going on. The woman blinked in horror. She has completely understood that the gap in strength between her and Li Kei is too big. Even before the other party made a move, she has completely lost the power to resist. Ding! You defeated Erica, the elder of the 9th district of Meteor Street. Ding! The Lucky Star ability is triggered, and the designated drop is Conjurer Talent Purple. Ding! 10% probability to automatically copy the target entry. Copying is successful. Ding! Congratulations on copying Emitter Talent Purple. Ding! You have Emitter Talent Dual Purple, the entry is automatically merged. Congratulations on obtaining the entry Emitter Telekinesis Talent Gold. The system prompt sounded in my mind. It is also very good. He actually got the two most important entries directly. Of course. Li Kei is now a real hexagonal warrior. Aizen Li Kei lightly tapped his finger, and Yi Shidao's telekinesis like lightning was implanted into Erica's head. This is not the so-called betrayal implant. In fact, Li Kei does not have the ability to forcibly control the other party's consciousness. It is just a means of threat, a microelectric bomb that can last for about half a year. As long as Li Kei controls it with his mind, it can be directly detonated. Let the other party's head explode. My lord. Erica is willing to follow your arrangement. The woman knelt down tremblingly, but she was still extremely surprised in her heart, because the other party said that she would become the deputy commander of the entire Meteor Street. What is this? But it must be said that the strength of the man in front of her is far beyond her. Take me to meet the other Meteor Street elders. Aizen Li Kei ordered. My lord, those people are not together, unless I initiate a regional meeting in my name, but my lord, those guys are very powerful, and the 9th district belongs to the middle-level forces in the entire Meteor Street. If you want to complete the unification of the entire Meteor Street, I am afraid it will be very difficult and very dangerous. Erica trembled. Let's hold a regional meeting and call everyone here. Aizen Lee K was too lazy to explain. Also, wear more clothes in front of me in the future. I hate your tattoos. BA. Soon. Erika called the elders to redivide the area. But only about half of the guys responded, and some didn't even bother her. After changing her clothes, the tattooed girl Erika, who looked more normal, kept a certain distance from Lee K. She was completely scared now. Let them wait first. For the other few families who don't want to come to the meeting, you mark them and take me there. Also, arrange for your people to protect Lillian. She will be the boss of this area in the future. Aizen Lee K ordered. Ah. Understood. Sir. Erika trembled. She really wanted to tell Lee K that going like this would be tantamount to committing suicide. Could it be that Jinping and the other two wanted to sweep away other forces? This is too unrealistic. Soon. Lillian was left in the 9th district, and Lee K directly ordered Erika to lead the way. Let's go, it's time for us to bring warmth to the community. Chapter 86. Meteor Street. On the way to the 4th district. My lord, sir, should we change the target of punishment? This angry bear knocks from the 4th district. This guy is very strong, even catching up with the number 1 Flame Brandon. Erika couldn't help but remind him. After she initiated the request for the elders meeting, the other districts gave face to participate, mainly because Erika was a subordinate of Flame Brandon from the 1st district, and everyone thought it was Brandon who wanted to speak. But even with Brandon's prestige, it is impossible to summon all of them now. The angry bear knocks from the 4th district didn't listen at all, and several other elders also chose not to reply. I don't have so much time to play games with you here. After dealing with this Meteor Street, it will be handed over to Lillian and you. Aizen Lee K said expressionlessly. This guy is absolutely crazy. Although he can easily suppress himself, if he wants to be an enemy of the entire Meteor Street at the same time, it is not much different from seeking death. But now Erika's head is equipped with lightning bombs, and she has no choice. The area of the 4th district is obviously larger than that of the 9th district. And there is more garbage piled up, and there are obviously more scavengers in it. Obviously, this area is more resistant to wealth than the 9th district. Just look at these brothers outside the core area. Erika, that BCH, actually initiated the elders meeting, saying that she wants to redivide the area. The BCH is really so inflated that she can't tell the difference between the small pressure. But it seems that Boss Knox ignored her, otherwise I was really going to follow the boss to slap her. That woman is the subordinate of Boss Brandon in District 1. Could it be that Boss Brandon meant it? Brandon is nothing, and our boss has the final say in the future. Several brothers were chatting casually and eating fruit snacks comfortably. For ordinary releasers, these things are almost impossible to eat in their lifetime, but as the gangsters here, they can enjoy them comfortably. Erika? UBCH, why are you not in your own area, coming here? Is this the little white face you have recently raised? He looks really tender and delicate. A sharp-eyed younger brother saw Erika and Aizen Lee K, stood up and said bluntly. Aizen Lee K was too lazy to talk to such a loser. However, the item of this little monster is still good, and a blue item has appeared. It seems that Nox's younger brother is obviously stronger than Erika. Aizen Lee K just glared at the other party. Mental telekinesis. Buzz. In an instant, this dirty-mouthed henchman seemed to be pushed by a terrifying force. With a bang, the whole person was flattened against the wall and turned into a meat paste. There is no need to specify the garbage items to drop. Killing the opponent will 100% randomly plunder. Keep the skills and repeat them directly into experience points. FK. Kill him. Damn it. Notify the boss. Shoot. Shoot. The younger brothers present were instantly pale and pulled out their guns from their waists. As a gangster in Meteor Street, they got some hot weapons from other countries. These are definitely useful for ordinary people, even some low-level nin can't stand it. Get out of the way! Erika exclaimed softly, taking out her steel whip to block the bullets. But suddenly her eyes widened, with a look of seeing a ghost, she stared at Li Kei's direction. She was horrified to find that the bullets actually stopped around Li Kei one by one, just like the slow picture of a movie lens, the bullets floated around Li Kei's body densely. Ravsh! The next moment, the bullets bounced back. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of bullets piercing the flesh one after another, blood splashed. The lackeys who shot at Li Kei all fell to the ground one by one after the other. The system prompts also rang in Li Kei's mind one after another. They were all very rubbish entries, at least they were used as experience points. It was only 3 seconds before the dozen or so lackeys with good strength just now had all turned into corpses and fell to the ground, with holes all over their bodies, all of which were caused by the bullets they shot. Erika couldn't help but shudder when she saw this scene. She suddenly felt a little fortunate that she didn't fight Li Kei to the end, just this kind of ability looked extremely weird. She was 100% sure that the other party must be a telekinetic master, but being able to bounce all these bullets back in all directions without dead ends, this kind of control ability was far beyond her understanding. And the other party's telekinesis was very weird, definitely not the way of ordinary nin. You, don't come over here. The only remaining henchman was trembling all over, holding a grenade in his hand and pulling the pull ring with the other hand. But his eyes were full of fear, and he had no awareness of taking the initiative. He swore. He had been in this Meteor Street for a lifetime, and this was definitely the first time he had seen such a monster. In just 3 seconds, all the brothers were dead in an instant. Even holding this grenade in his hand did not give him any sense of security, but a fishy and yellow liquid flowed down his trouser legs. Izome walked slowly in front of him, then gently took the grenade and pulled out the grenade pin in front of him. Then, held it in his hand. Wrapped in mental power. Izome really wanted to try out how strong his ability would be. Now he has all kinds of black and red entries, and is definitely a monster among monsters. The rare gold entries are the most common in my attribute panel, and the purple ones are almost the same as the white ones. With the entry plundering system, I don't even need to hone any skills. I just need to continuously stack entries to become a real attribute monster. Ah! This horrific scene scared the henchman so much that he was paralyzed and fell to the ground. He hugged his head like an ostrich, wanting to stick his head into the ground. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded. Erika's eyes widened. She felt that Li Kei was completely crazy. Even a strong man of her level would never dare to pinch a grenade with his hands. This is not much different from seeking death. It's over. How should I explain to this idiot Nox after this madman dies? Erika was confused, but also relieved. But the next second, her pupils shook violently, her mouth opened so wide that she could almost fit 2 duck eggs, and she looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. The whole person was not blown away as expected, nor was there a scene of shattered limbs and broken bodies flying everywhere. The grenade exploded in Li Kei's hand, but was forcibly compressed and controlled by an invisible force. You can see with your own eyes that the red flames that burst suddenly expanded. And then were forcibly compressed. It was directly held by Aizen Li Kei's left hand, and then, with a click, the grenade turned into a small ball of compressed metal fragments and fell to the ground. The strong wind that blew just made Aizen Li Kei's white clothes flutter, without causing any damage. The surviving henchman and Erika were dumbfounded. Crazy. Monster. Dream? All kinds of thoughts flashed through the minds of the two. But one of them went to report to Mark. Aizen Li Kei just walked past the henchman and released his mental power. It was like an invisible giant hammer fell from the sky. He was smashed into a meat pie and blood foam, and the splashing blood foam could not touch Aizen, Lee K, at all. What a useful ability! The mental power effect is more operational than ordinary mental power. Lee K exclaimed in his heart. Who are you? I, the angry bear Nox, should not have offended you. If you come for money, as long as you open a number it is not a problem within my tolerance range. 0145013117 Fila 1335133041. A hearty and loud voice came from the tall building in front. A burly figure suddenly jumped out and fell heavily to the ground like a tank with a bang. Name, Nox, the boss of the 4th District. Entry, Enhancer Telekinesis Talent Gold, Berserk, Purple, Beast Transformation, Purple, Human Flesh Addiction, Purple, XY Vigorous, Purple, etc. Not bad. Izome Lee K's eyes lit up and he smiled. In front of him was a guy who was nearly 3 meters tall and had muscles like a brown bear. He had a hideous scar on his face and one eye was blind, but he looked even more powerful. After hearing this, Erika's face instantly brightened, and Nox even smiled unexpectedly. How much do you want? Nox narrowed his eyes and glanced at the dead brothers behind Lee K. He had noticed it when the gunfight just happened, and even saw Lee K crush the grenade with his own eyes. He is definitely a very difficult guy. If money can solve it, try not to conflict with this guy, at least that's what Nox thinks. Money? I don't need this thing. I'll give you one last chance. From now on, follow Erika's command. The whole Meteor Street should no longer be divided like this. Izome Lee K spoke calmly. Hey? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Are you kidding? My territory was won with every sword and every gun. Why should I just hand it over to you? You don't really think you can beat me? Nox was stunned for a moment, then laughed in anger, his muscles trembling. His strength is among the best in the entire Elders' Council, and he ranks very high. It is far better than Erika. The opponent is a squishy and can be beaten by himself. Then hurry up, let me see how strong is it. Can you interest me a little bit? Aizen said with a slight smile. Little BD. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. Nox growled, and his body swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Originally close to 3 meters in height, it has now grown to almost the level of 2 floors. Aizen was like a child in front of him. Even his skin surface showed a lot of dense hair, and the whole thing looked like a brown bear. Beast Transformation. Rage. Enhancer Kin. This guy is worthy of being the boss of Meteor Street, and is definitely at the level of an iron plate tank. At least among the ordinary strong men, he is a real leader. Boom boom boom. With each step taken by the giant in front of him, the ground trembled slightly. Erika, who was standing next to Aizen Leek, looked even paler. Rox, who had entered a berserk state, was strong enough to easily crush her. Her attack was like scraping to the opponent. My lord! This guy's berserk state has a time limit. Let's avoid him first. After his berserk time is over, he will be at our mercy. She reminded him hurriedly. After Nox transformed into a beast and went berserk, even Brandon was unwilling to fight him head-on. He was a complete city destroyer. Kaka. The sound of steel and concrete cracking that made people's teeth ache sounded, and Erika's face changed suddenly. I only saw that the nearly 2-story tall Nox directly pulled out a nearby alloy pole that was as thick as a person's arms. Grunt. He exhaled hot breath and swung the huge steel pole and smashed it hard on Aizen Lee K's head. Go to hell! Angry Bear Nox roared. Boom! A violent explosion. The alloy pole hit Aizen Lee K's head, but a surprising scene appeared. It seemed that there was an invisible giant hand on Lee K's head, grabbing the pole and preventing it from moving forward. Erika even witnessed with her own eyes that the alloy pole was slowly twisting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not bad power, but still, too weak. Li Ke shook his head with some disappointment. 0.4 This guy is really strong, and in terms of pure power, he can even suppress Hisoka's level. Bo. I can't suppress myself at all. The talent of a psychic is only purple, but there is no way, Li Ke's foundation is too good, and all kinds of attributes are too strong. For example, the purple talent has a 100% bonus, and the gold talent has a 500% bonus. But Li Ke's basic attribute is 1W, and the opponent's basic attribute is only 100. Even if the opponent is on all kinds of drugs, he can't catch up with Li Ke. If it's just this level, then the game is almost over. Aizen Li Ke shook his head disappointedly. Meteor Street is Meteor Street after all, a gathering place for a group of garbage. Of course, there are many poor people among them, but it is difficult for the top strong people to appear in such a harsh environment. Maybe the group of people in the brigade should be almost the strongest in the history of Meteor Street. The guy who stayed here to show off his power, obviously belongs to losers. People eliminated by the times. Mental telekinesis. A huge and surging telekinesis surged out, and Ranon Knox's face suddenly changed. He suddenly found that he couldn't swing this electric pole. That end seemed to be welded shut. My strength had increased 5-fold, but why, that guy didn't even move his hands. Angry Bear Knox's face turned red, and his muscles were shaking violently, as if he had reached the limit of his strength. Let go. Aizen Li Ke suddenly smiled and said. More surging power emerged, and Angry Bear Knox couldn't hold it in an instant, and his hands broke and bled. A 20-meter-high steel pole was lifted up. It was held by an invisible hand like a huge hammer, and smashed down on Angry Bear Knox. Chapter 87. Angry Bear Knox roared to the sky and raised his huge hands desperately. Boom! 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 A deafening muffled sound. The earth was shaking, and the surrounding buildings were falling dust. Erika, who was standing next to him, felt her mind go blank, her eyes were completely straight, and a chill came out of her back. She was now extremely grateful for her choice. At the time, she did not get carried away and chose to fight this guy to death, even if she became his servant or slave captive, it didn't matter, at least she could survive. This guy is simply a monster. A complete monster. In front of him, Angry Bear Knox was like a nail under the hammer, and was actually smashed into the trap soil by Li Ke's huge electric pole. His muscular arms were bleeding at this moment. His head was also broken and bleeding. His whole body was like a nail that was hit into the ground, with only his head exposed. And it was obvious. The violent effect disappeared. It was definitely not because the time was up, but because Li Ke had beaten it back. At this moment, the eyes of the strong man who tried to get involved in the leader of Meteor Street were full of fear. There was no longer the previous arrogance and mania, only complete fear. He was scared. He felt like his arms were broken, and he had no feeling. He didn't know how many bones were broken all over his body. But the guy in front of him was still standing in front of him with a smile. From beginning to end, the other party didn't even move. Monster. It's definitely a monster. This guy is not even human. Knox's mentality is completely broken. Let me go. Let me go. I am willing to follow the arrangement of the adults. I was wrong. I was wrong. Only Rocks, with his head exposed, begged for mercy frantically, and his teeth were broken. He looked extremely miserable. Even if his younger brother was resurrected, he would never believe what he saw. This man would be the former Meteor Street boss with a breeze. Too late. Aizen Li Ke smiled slightly and slowly pulled out the sword across his waist. The sharp blade reflected his handsome face and slightly raised corners of his mouth. No, 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 sir, I can help you, I can. 17. He didn't finish his words. A bright knife light flashed. The huge head of the angry bear Nox flew up, and blood gushed out of the broken neck like a gust of water. He even retained the terrified expression on his head, and he opened his mouth slightly and wanted to say something, but he couldn't say a word. Ding! Congratulations on killing the angry bear Nox, randomly plundering the opponent's entries. Ding! Plundering success. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Enhancer Talent Gold Xinghua DUI Worker. Ding! Detected that you have a higher level entry Blackening Black, Beast Automatic Crushing. Ding! Detected that you have Enhancer Double Gold plus Purple and Double Blue, Automatic Fusion. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Enhancer Telekinesis Grandmaster Red. A heavenly sound rang in Li Kei's mind. And countless energies poured into Li Kei's limbs and bones, rapidly strengthening his body and cells. A large amount of information about Enhancer Telekinesis was also introduced into his mind. Enhancer Telekinesis Grandmaster Red. Perfect. Great. The talent items that Li Kei has now. Conjurer Telekinesis Grandmaster Red. Enhancer Telekinesis Grandmaster Red. Double Red. It won't be long before he can become a true hexagonal warrior, with all 6 systems in red. Really happy. Li Kei is in a great mood at the moment. Meteor Street has to be said to be a gratifying wild map. The drop of this dungeon boss is really touching. Erica is still dumbfounded at the moment. Including the outer area, there are many gang members in the 4th area who heard the movement and rushed over, and now they are also staring at the boss who has lost his head. Gilu! Boss, dead! How is this possible? The boss entered the state of crazy exposure bear, and he still lost. This guy? Is this guy who killed the boss? Then we together kill him. A large number of gang members have arrived. But now, in Li Kei's vision, they are basically nothing but chickens and dogs. The entries of the members below are so weak that there is not even a purple one. Really, weak. But think about it, Meteor Street is different from any other country outside. The first thing to do when becoming the boss in this place is probably to eliminate any guy who is against you. Maybe before I arrived or when this area was in chaos, there were other equally powerful opponents, but after Nox ruled this area, he wiped out all the enemies. Really a bunch of idiots. The entries are wasted. But now it's good, I have decided to reorganize this area. In the future, the entire Meteor Street will become a place where I can continuously provide entries. And the biggest advantage of having a territory of your own is that you can get some rare entries with the highest probability. Such as rare lucky series, or characteristic series, etc. I will set rules to keep the stronger guys in Meteor Street as much as possible, waiting for me to brush the entries. Maximize the benefits. How dare you kneel down and beg for mercy? Your boss Rox is dead, I am Erica, the 9th one. This is Lord Aizen. From now on, Lord Aizen is the master of this land. If you still stand, you will be regarded as wanting to go against our master, and I Erica will make you live a life worse than death. Erica reacted and stood in front of Li Kei, acting as a mouthpiece. And she directly rolled off the head of a thug next to her with an iron whip. The cruelty of the means scared the thugs around them so much that their legs trembled, and they knelt down one after another like the wind blowing wheat. If you want to survive in Meteor Street, the first thing is, put down your dignity. Li Kei looked at Erica with some satisfaction, take the head and go to the next house to send warmth. Yes. Sir. Erica lowered her head, not daring to look at Li Kei, her voice full of unprecedented respect and awe. At this moment, she was in awe of the person who suddenly broke into her life. Even Nox, who was arrogant and suppressed her on weekdays, has now become a corpse. She understood that the only way for her to survive and be reused in the future was to be absolutely loyal to Li Kei and to assist Lillian with absolutely iron-blooded means to turn Meteor Street into Li Kei's back garden. Erica, who liked to abuse men in the past, looked at the back of Eisen Lee K leaving with a dazed look. This Meteor Street. I'm afraid it's going to change. Meteor Street. Inner Ring Central District, Elders Council. At one end of the long table, an old man with a thin face, who was meticulously dressed in a gorgeous robe, was about 60 years old and squinted slightly. The first district, Blazing Brandon. He suppressed Meteor Street with an absolutely iron-blooded approach and took the position of the first person in charge. Erica is one of his confidants. The areas he controls are not only the 1st and 9th districts, but also the 2nd and 10th districts. He is the uncrowned king of Meteor Street. And Nox, who is in the limelight, rose a few days ago and is gaining momentum. Everyone is still looking forward to watching the good show of these two guys. Hey, Boss Brandon, what are you calling us here for? The man with short golden hair and playing with a dagger smiled and showed a big golden tooth. The elder of the 3rd district, the big golden tooth. Why are we here, but Erica and the others haven't arrived yet? Brandon, I don't plan to let you manage our 6th district. We listen to Nox, hee. I have no objection to redividing the area. How much do you plan to give to our 11th district? There are only 8 people in charge of the 13 districts, and their expressions are full of playfulness. Even if Brandon is the elder of the 1st district, it is unrealistic to arrange all of them at the same time. Brandon had a gloomy face at the moment, and did not refute these. He was waiting for the news from his subordinates. My lord, something happened in the 9th district. I'm afraid that BCH Erica has betrayed you. She has gone to the city to find trouble with Rox. I'm worried that this will cause a conflict between us and that guy Rox. A capable deputy came over and whispered. The old man Brandon's face was gloomy. Quiet. He knocked on his cane, and the whole scene slowly quieted down. Everyone, it's not me who invited everyone to attend the meeting this time, but Erica, the person in charge of the 9th district, and unfortunately, I have to tell you that Erica has chosen to draw a line with God. Brand's words instantly shocked the other persons in charge present. What? Brandon, are you kidding? Everyone knows that woman is your lackey. Really? Brandon, you know that if you say that, you won't be able to help us kill Erica. He. The people present are all smart, and they obviously don't believe Brandon's words. After all, everyone knows that Erica's District 9 belongs to Brandon, and she is just helping to manage it. Indeed. It is my District 9, Erica, who summoned everyone here. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Erica, who was covered in tattoos but dressed in gorgeous clothes, walked in. Behind her was Eisen Lee K, and Lillian, who was called in after changing into clean clothes. What? Brandon, it seems that you are old and can't even control your own subordinates. This is really disappointing news. Erica, do you know what you are saying now? The people sitting in front of you are the heads of 8 districts. I am busy grabbing territory, and you tell me that you asked me to come here. A pair of fierce eyes stared at Erica, and then glanced at the inconspicuous Eisen Lee K and Lillian behind him. Hey, Erica, you know this is a meeting of elders, and you still bring your male slaves here. Big Gold Teeth sneered. Erica, what are you calling everyone here for? Brandon glanced at Erica coldly. He felt that his authority had been offended. If the other party can't give a satisfactory explanation, he won't. It is suggested that the person in charge of the 9th district be replaced. Brandon, and you. From today, Meteor Street should have a new owner. This is Lord Eisen. From today, I, Erica, the 9th district, and the 4th, 3rd, 12th district, these areas will all be subordinate to Lord Eisen and Lady Lillian. Erica respectfully made way and gave the seat that originally belonged to her to Lee K. Eisen Lee K sat down with a faint smile, and Erica and Lillian stood beside him obediently, like maids. And sitting next to Lee K was the big gold tooth. Sorry, I should have come here quickly, but a few of the guys who went there didn't want to come to the meeting, so I went to notify them. Like said with a gentlemanly smile. Hee. Notify? How? I didn't see Nox and the group of Shibai coming here, and who do you think you are? There is no place for you here, Erica, you. Like men on top and women on bottom now. Big Gold Teeth grinned. Shut your dog mouth. Snap. The poison steel whip was thrown out, but Big Gold Teeth dodged it directly. 293. Erica threw a bunch of things on the table. Big Gold Teeth and other leaders stood up and prepared to fight. There are no rules in a place like Meteor Street. Whoever has the bigger fist is the rule. Brandon's eyes also showed a trace of anger, as if ready to burst out at any time and burn Erica, who betrayed him, to ashes. This BD actually chose to betray himself. For such a pretty boy? But just when everyone was ready to take action, the pile of things on the table scattered. It was a bloody head. Nox, the head of the 4th district. The head of the 3rd district. The head of the 12th district. The guys who were very familiar in the past have now become corpses, and their heads are placed in front of everyone. Their faces still maintained expressions of fear, despair, and anger. It is conceivable how much shock and reluctance he suffered before his death. Aizen Lee K was in a good mood. Because after these disobedient guys were killed, he got a lot of good things. Some entries even evolved directly. Transmuter Master of Telekinesis Gold. True Super Speed Regeneration Gold. The latter is the real surprise. Super Speed Regeneration is a purple entry that comes out from the landmine mushroom. I didn't expect that after killing a boss, a similar entry would appear, and it was double purple. Then he pushed this entry directly to gold. Now Lee K can heal even if his heart is destroyed unless his head explodes instantly. Perfect. Comfortable. So even if these guys in front of him are full of shit, Lee K is in a very good mood at the moment. Lee K looks at these people as if he is looking at his own pigs. Watching them howling here, wait until the new year to slaughter them all. That's a wave of fat. And the entries on each of these guys look very good. Tisk tisk tisk. I like being here the most. Everyone here is talented. The better you are, the happier I am. Lee K smiled in his heart. After seeing these heads that suddenly appeared in front of him, the entire conference room fell into a strange state of silence. Those guys who were originally ready to continue to spit shit also hurriedly braked at this moment, staring at those heads with wide eyes in disbelief. Especially after seeing Nox's head. Many guys' heads were buzzing. Even Brandon, the boss of the 1st district, felt his heart pounding. This Nox was the guy who was about to fight with him, but he didn't expect to die directly. Everyone, can I talk to you now about the issue of the future division of Meteor Street? We are all civilized people. Aizen Lee K smiled elegantly and gentlemanly. Chapter 88. But this smile fell into the eyes of others, making them feel a wave of fear. Only then did they realize that the person sitting in front of them was not a sheep, but most likely a tiger that had just eaten a human with meat scraps in its teeth. Friend, Meteor Street does not exclude anyone. In this case, from now on you will be the boss of District 9 and District 4. I, Brandon, will be the boss of District 1. Brandon cleared his throat and spoke, and a smile appeared on his wrinkled face like old tree bark. Because he couldn't see through the guy in front of him at all. The other party did not show any emotional fluctuations from beginning to end. It seemed that even if he was sitting here, he did not feel any tension, and he did not realize that there were wolves watching him. There are only two possibilities for this situation. One is that the other party is a lunatic, and the other is that the other party is absolutely confident in his own strength. He does not take everyone, including himself, seriously at all. Whichever it is, to be honest, Brandon does not want to see it. Brandon's attitude change also changed the faces of other elders present, and they finally realized that something was wrong. Erica stood behind Lee K at this moment, but she couldn't help but get excited. In the past, she played the role of Brandon's lackey. Although she was nominally the boss of District 9, everyone knew that she was just a person responsible for collecting rent, and Brandon was the man behind the scenes. But now, she felt that those guys finally looked at her differently, no longer as bad as before. Everything was willing to the man in front of her. Lord Eisen. Lillian sat aside with a hollow look in her eyes. She had also decided to dedicate everything she had to Lord Eisen. This lord saved her from hell. She would use everything to be loyal to him. No matter what Eisen asked her to do, she would not hesitate. Friend? No, you are not qualified to be my friend, but if you can perform well, I can allow you to be my dog. Eisen Lee K smiled and glanced at the person in front of him. Name, Brandon, the boss of District 1. Entry, Emitter Psychic Talent, Gold, Fire Psychic, Gold, Fire Python Technique, Gold, Fire Clone Purple, Disguise, Purple, Cold Blood Purple Others. As expected of the person in charge of District 1. He has 3 gold items, including skills. But he is definitely at the top level in Meteor City. The other elders present are much worse, without a single gold item. What a weakling! No wonder a fool like Nox has the ability to shake the so-called chief position. But although he is a weakling, he is basically purple or blue, and has some psychic talent. It's still mediocre. It's highly likely. The group of people in the brigade are really geniuses who stand out in Meteor City. Eisen's words instantly made the faces of the other people in charge become extremely gloomy. You should know that they are also like emperors in this Meteor Street. It can be said that they can kill whoever they want and do whatever they want, and the law cannot control them. Moreover, they have been in high positions for a long time and are used to being respected, but now, someone is shitting on their heads. But the problem is that so many heads are placed on the table. Even if the other party is obviously shitting, no one dares to speak. FK. What are you? Boom. The big gold tooth next to him was angry, and his fist with brass knuckles directly hit Lee K. But Eisen Lee K still sat there without moving, and didn't even look at him more. Mental telekinesis. The invisible and terrifying power surged out, like an invisible big hand, directly pressing him to the ground like a chicken. The long table exploded. Eisen Lee K was still sitting on the chair. The big gold tooth next to him was pinned to the ground with his arms and legs spread out, like a dead dog, with his ribs crackling one after another. The big gold teeth in his mouth broke and fell out one by one, with blood all over his mouth. The severe pain made him scream. The big gold tooth was instantly scared and stunned. He wanted to beg for mercy, and he regretted why he was so foul-mouthed. This habit of foul-mouthed killed him. But before he could say anything, he felt as if there was an invisible tree around him, twisting his limbs abruptly. Crack! Crack! In the extremely shocked eyes of everyone, the limbs of this person in charge showed a weird posture and were completely twisted. Just like a twisted crab. Blood splattered. But not a drop could fall on Lee K. Standing behind him, Erica's eyes were filled with unprecedented excitement and enthusiasm, and a faint blush could be seen on her tattooed face. So awesome! That's it! This new master of hers is the master she has always dreamed of. She was extremely excited at this moment, and was secretly glad that she became Eisen's subordinate. Even if she was a maid, even if she was a RBQ, it didn't matter. Then, in the extremely shocked eyes of everyone, Big Gold Fang seemed to be lifted up by an invisible crane and hung in front of everyone. Hee hee. Eisen Lee K chuckled. Snap. He was like a watermelon, being crushed. Blood and minced meat were scattered all over the ground, falling in front of other people in charge, and there were even broken pieces of internal organs, warm and beating. Ding! You killed the Meteor Street Elder, Dejinye. Ding! Automatic looting entry triggered. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Enhancer Telekinesis Talent Purple, Mania Purple, Boxing Purple. Ding! Enhancer Telekinesis Talent Purple automatically merged, Mania Purple crushed. A sound like the sound of nature rang in Lee K's mind. It's just so. Enhancer has now reached Red, a talent at the Grandmaster level, and Purple talent is not good enough. But it's also the essence, it's good to merge more to push the progress bar. After the red entry goes up, it will be a black entry. As for boxing, it's useless, it doesn't matter to keep it, maybe one day when I come to the county to create a boxing of my own. How about the 18 dragon subduing palms? The powerful Vajra palm? Lee K thought to himself. The whole audience was silent. Every elder had an extremely ugly face. They didn't expect that the man in front of them was so terrifying, and he easily killed Big Gold Tooth in front of everyone. Although that guy usually has a foul mouth, his strength is definitely not to be underestimated. But in front of this man, let alone a move, there was not even a move. The other party didn't even make a move and was killed instantly. What kind of telekinesis is this? 100% telekinesis. But no one can figure out what this ability is, because in this world, everyone has the possibility of awakening telekinesis, but the way of releasing is different, and the effect is completely different. Friend, haha, your strength has been recognized by us, but if you want to sweep all of us with such a tough attitude, I'm afraid you won't get what you want. Brandon, the old man, spoke directly. All of a sudden, the other leaders at the scene also reacted and stood on his side. The gangsters who heard the noise outside the door also rushed in. For a moment, there were hundreds of people staring at him. And there were still only 3 people in Lee K's direction. It seemed that he was at an absolute disadvantage. It seemed that the large group of brothers behind him gave these leaders confidence. Damn it! You don't think you can coerce us by killing Big Gold Teeth? To tell you the truth, if you are willing to be a leader honestly, we can pretend that nothing has happened. If you don't want to, don't blame us for being rude. Brandon. My 10th district now agrees to join your army, provided that you kill this guy. Me too. There must be no such guy on Meteor Street. Several leaders spoke up. Before Lee K appeared, the entire Meteor Street was in a delicate state of balance. Although Brandon's 1st district was stronger than the leaders of other areas, it was definitely not too strong. But now, anyone who is not blind can see that the strength of this guy in front of him is absolutely terrifying. If everyone does not unite, I am afraid there is no hope. Hehe, friend, you must have consumed a lot of physical strength when you used this move just now. If we choose to escape, you should not be able to catch up one by one, but when you are weak, we will fight back. You don't want to worry about our counterattack all day long, right? Brandon threatened with a gloomy face, and a layer of flames suddenly emerged around his body. Yes. Hehe. The idiot Big Gold Teeth is not weak. It must have consumed a lot for you to kill him. Stand in front of me, you idiots. Protect me. Promise Boss Brand that we can live in peace as neighbors, otherwise don't blame us. Several people in charge threatened sinisterly. Alas! Why do you always not understand when I speak human language? AI ran Lee K sighed lightly. Raised a finger in the direction of Brandon. White thunder flash. Boom! A flash of light as thick as a bucket exploded instantly. The entire conference room was completely penetrated, and a transparent hole appeared on the wall. The old man Brandon actually avoided it, but his face was quite ugly at the moment. The other people in charge were even more shocked. Damn it! This guy can actually use long-range attacks. Fire! Brandon was also angry and waved his hand violently. In an instant, he seemed to have turned into a vent for the torrent of flames, and the raging flames started from him and vented towards Aizen. Get out of the way! Brandon, you lunatic, FK. The other people in charge quickly moved away, and those who couldn't dodge were engulfed by the flames in an instant. In the flames, they screamed miserably, and soon they were silent and turned into charcoal. And in the eyes of everyone, Aizen, Erika, and Lillian didn't have time to escape at all, and were directly engulfed by the flames. As if worried that the fire was not burning thoroughly enough, Brandon, the old man, turned into a flamethrower and released his fire power desperately. Even the concrete floor and walls began to crack and the whole house was shaky. Come on, Brandon! Burn this monster to death! After he dies, I am willing to respect you as the boss. That guy is finished. Damn it! The steel bars were melted directly, how could a person resist it? Hey! Erika, that idiot, is dead too, she deserves it. Damn it! Brandon, there should be a lot of empty areas on Meteor Street now, can we redivide the areas? Yes, yes, yes! Brandon, boss! Realizing that this time it was not a crisis, but a great opportunity. The leaders were excited all of a sudden. It's good to die, the more people die, the bigger the pie they will get. The flames lasted for almost a quarter of an hour, and Brandon swore that he had never used his abilities so hard in his life. He even felt like his abilities had made some breakthroughs. Such a high temperature is equivalent to a furnace. Not to mention people, even if metal fell in it, it should be burned into juice now. Hey! Brandon, who was sweating profusely, seemed to have a serious illness, his chest heaving violently, breathing heavily, and staring at the house. The flames gradually died out. It was the high temperature that made the air a little distorted. Boom! Finally! The whole house could no longer bear it and collapsed. The concrete turned into powder after the high temperature test, and the steel bars inside had melted into molten iron. But everyone was still a little nervous. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. Everyone finally saw the situation clearly. That monster should be completely dead, right? A person in charge spoke. When the others were about to speak, their voices suddenly got stuck in their throats, as if they were strangled by a hand, and they couldn't say anything when they reached their mouths. Everyone, including the gangsters, widened their eyes, and their expressions were completely like seeing a ghost, and their eyeballs were almost popping out. Brandon almost died without a breath. His expression was extremely horrified. In the hot ruins, the whole house has collapsed. But in the collapsed house, there was still an intact area of about 5 meters. The intact ground, intact chairs, and even intact curtains. The devil-like man was still sitting on the chair with a smile on his face, looking at Brandon who looked like Oda. Behind him, Erika also had an excited and horrified expression, and Lillian still had a blank look in her eyes. The three people, not to mention being burned to death, even the corners of their clothes did not show any signs of being burned. It was as if there was an invisible transparent glass cover that completely separated them from the flames. What the hell? How is it possible? Brandon staggered back a step, feeling his whole head buzzing, as if it had exploded. He had played with fire all his life, and he had never seen such a situation before him. This had been burning for more than 10 minutes, and even the steel had been burned into juice. The other party was still intact, and even protected the other two. Is this just a small flame? It won't be enough to light candles at my birthday party in the future. Aizen stood up slowly, looked at Brandon, and smiled. But this smile fell on the eyes of this old man, and it was even more terrifying than the smile of the god of death. At this moment, all the hairs on his back stood up. Chapter 89. Run. Almost at this moment, Brandon made the most correct choice in his life. He retreated. But Aizen Lee K was faster. Quick gold. Thunderfoot shaving. It was just a moment. A blue arc flashed by. Everyone even saw Aizen Lee K sitting in the same place, but in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Brandon. So fast. A simple sword slash. The smooth mirror-like blade reflected Aizen's handsome face and cut through the air, leaving a perfect slash mark in the air. Tear. Like the crisp sound of paper being cut, in the astonished eyes of everyone, the former Meteor Street boss Brandon, the first street, was torn apart. He still had a horrified expression on his face, his eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe it. The other Meteor Street elders below saw this scene, their eyes almost popped out, they couldn't help swallowing, and their hearts were pounding. Too strong. This guy is definitely a monster. Izom Lee K frowned slightly, because he was surprised to find that the Brandon he had just killed turned into flames and dissipated. Not bad. Fire clone. Haha, it was only used in that instant, and even his perception was blinded. Looking over, he suddenly found a figure appeared 100 meters away. It was Brandon who was desperately fleeing. At this moment, he had long lost his usual calmness, and his expression was full of panic and fear. Releasing so many flames before almost exhausted his physical strength, so now he was panting even when running away. And in Brandon's extremely terrified eyes, his pupils clearly reflected Lee K's rapidly approaching figure. Too fast. Even he only saw some afterimages flying quickly, with a trace of lightning rippling. This guy really has no shortcomings? I haven't even seen the other party's real move so far. But even so, he was completely defeated. Don't kill me. I'm from the troop. Brandon suddenly shouted, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. He knew that if he didn't shout loudly, he would be beheaded immediately. Izom Lee K stopped and looked at the panting old man in front of him with a slightly different look. Trigger 930. Yes, sir. I am from the Phantom Troop. If you kill me, you will definitely offend the Phantom Troop. They are all the world's top wanted criminals, with a bounty of tens of billions. Of course, I'm not threatening you, sir, but it's not worth it to affect your safety for someone like me. Brandon's heart was about to jump out, and after seeing Lee K stop, he quickly told all the information related to the Phantom Troop like pouring beans. Lee K understood the general meaning. This guy was just a puppet supported by the people in the brigade. Not only will they help the brigade find some talented people, they will also transfer most of the profits obtained in this area to the brigade. To put it bluntly, Meteor Street is actually controlled by the brigade behind the scenes, and Brandon is just a rent collector in public. After seeing Aizen Lee K stop, Brandon seemed to have his confidence rekindled. Sure enough. This guy is afraid of the brigade. After all, those guys are absolutely lawless and even have the power to directly destroy a country. Now they are wanted by the whole world. No matter who it is, no one wants to provoke such a troublesome guy, not to mention that the other party is a team. Compared with a guy like himself who has a base camp, it is much more difficult to deal with. My lord. I think your strength is very good. If you are willing, I can recommend you to the lord of the brigade. Brandon, like an old orange peel, squeezed out a smile on his face and said flatteringly. Phantom Troop. Sure enough, even if those guys left here, they were actually inextricably linked to Meteor Street. No matter what, those guys are all people who walked out of the ruins. For me, the entire Spider Shadow group is a very good mysterious copy. If I can kill all those guys, my attributes and entries will definitely skyrocket. As for what Brandon, the old funny guy, thinks in his heart that he is afraid of the Spider Shadow group. That's pure nonsense. I wish I could see the Spider Shadow group directly. It would be best if I could kill their leader Krollo directly. Krollo's entry can absorb other abilities, of course it's quite troublesome to use, how can it compare to mine? Oh, how did you contact those guys? Give me their contact information. Bab. Izom Lee K smiled at the trembling old Toby. Sir, no, I really dare not hide it. I don't have the specific contact information of the brigade, but their people will come here every 6 months, and I will give them the relevant taxes of this area, so as to obtain their protection. Brandon told the truth. Is that so? Don't you have other ways to contact them? For example, private phone calls or letters or something like that. Izome stroked his chin and smiled. No, I absolutely dare not lie. You know that there is no specific contact information for any brigade master. That group of masters are wanted criminals all over the world, and it is impossible to leave such a way. Brandon explained, but don't worry, I will definitely recommend you to them at that time. With your strength, you can definitely join their team. Oh, so. Then you don't have to live. Izome said with a smile. What? Brandon thought he had heard wrong, and the smile on his face disappeared in an instant, just like a whitewashed wall, which turned pale and bloodless. No, you can't do this to me. I am Brandon, the strongest in Meteor Street. Since we have to die, let's die together. After realizing that he was being fooled, Brandon instantly entered an unprecedented state of anger. He was completely desperate, because at this moment, he could not be the opponent of the man in front of him. The opponent's defense, speed, and even the strength of the knife far exceeded his own. There was only one way to die if he continued to fight. So he had decided to perish together. Brandon's body grew rapidly like an inflated balloon, and the temperature of the air around him rose rapidly. Not good. Erica's expression changed suddenly, and she quickly protected Lillian and pulled her back. The other people in charge also realized the horror of the situation. They fled madly in fear. Haha, ignorance is the greatest fear. Izome Lee K shook his head and raised his hand. Psychic power. Buzz. A transparent sphere that cannot be seen by the naked eye directly wrapped Brandon. Boom. Everyone was shocked to see Brandon explode in front of Lee K like a blazing fireball, or like a burning sun. But there was no terrifying high temperature released, only the dazzling light, which even swallowed Lee K directly. But as the vision gradually returned to normal, everyone's expression became extremely horrified. Lee K still stood in the same place, his right arm had disappeared, and there were a lot of burn marks on his body, and his clothes were burned. My lord! Erica exclaimed. For the first time, Lillian's empty eyes showed color, and she rushed over desperately. Ahaha! That idiot was blown to death by old Dengbai. Great! It's really great! I didn't expect such a good ending. Today must be my lucky day. Ha ha ha! From now on, we have the final say on Meteor Street. It's really stupid. He actually endured the self-explosion of this old Dengbai. Ha ha ha! Some of the elders who saw this scene were already laughing wildly with excitement. They never dreamed that it would be such a double death ending. It's just perfect. Brandon died, the angry Bear Nox died, and this extraterritorial demon also died here. Meteor Street is still theirs, and from now on, everyone's territory will expand several times. This is definitely a lucky day for them. But there are still a few people who dare not speak loudly, for fear of alarming the gods in heaven. They just stare at Lee K's direction. The drums in their hearts are beating with uncertainty. Because he should have died after suffering this level of self-explosion damage, but the opponent was still standing in the same place, but his right arm had completely disappeared, and even the burnt bone residue could be seen, and even half of his cheek was burned. My lord! Erica was so scared that her soul was trembling. She knew that once Aizen Lee K died, she would definitely be the next to die without any surprise. I can only say that Brandon's self-explosion was really amazing. Who? Standing in the same place, Aizen Lee K exhaled a long breath of turbid air, his eyes were still extremely calm, as if the pain he had suffered was not enough for him to share. Normally, Lee K would naturally not feel any pain. This was a mind beast constructed by his own lightning. It was just because his strength was too strong now, even the lightning inside his body was repaired intact. But in fact, Li Ke was in so much pain. Because he switched to his original body when he killed the opponent in the end, only in this way could he activate the system's plundering function at the moment of killing the opponent. And the main reason was that he wanted to explain the power of this self-destructing truck, so he came here specially. And he didn't activate any defense effect at all, and he had to bear it completely with his own body. If the iron tank gold and the enhanced defense effects were activated, this level of fire would not be able to break the defense at all. But if you do that, it will not be challenging. It still hurts a little, but the reward is also very rich. Li Ke took a deep breath, but his vest Aizen had no expression, because Aizen's expression was constructed by the power of thunder, which is equivalent to a mask. His right arm was indeed blown off. DJ. The arm that was clearly broken was repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The muscles and bones were growing automatically. And the burns on the face. Real superspeed regeneration. It was really awesome. As long as it wasn't a fatal injury where the head was instantly pierced and the entire brain was instantly destroyed, any other injuries could be recovered by consuming one's own physical strength. Just a few breaths passed, and in everyone's stunned expressions, Aizen Li Ke's injuries had completely recovered. They even saw with their own eyes that the other party's broken arm, severely injured chest, and burns on the skin were all repaired quickly. And the key is, Brandon, the old man, really gave me a very good surprise. Ding! You killed Brandon, the first veteran of Meteor Street, and automatically plundered the opponent's entry. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Eater Telekinesis Gold, Fire Telekinesis Gold. Ding! Lucky Star Gold talent is activated, and the plunder entry is forcibly designated Fire Telekinesis Clone Purple. Ding! You have Eater Double Purple, currently Eater Gold and Double Purple and Blue. Ding! You have Thunder Telekinesis Beast Red, Telekinesis Clone Gold ability, Fire Clone Purple automatically fused. Ding! Congratulations on your new skill Small 5 Elements Clone Gold, currently lit, Thunder, Fire. A sound like the sound of nature rang in Li Ke's mind. As he cleaned up this area these days, these monsters and bosses, Li Ke discovered a special way to use his Lucky Star talent. This talent is a post-use talent. You can specify it after the 10% automatic copy probability of defeating the opponent is triggered, or after the random plundering effect of killing the opponent is activated. This can ensure that all the items you need can be dropped to the greatest extent. Perfect. Really good. A wave of fat. Emitter directly pulled gold. And he even realized his own skill, the 5 elements clone technique. Li Ke was surprised for a moment, and then he found that the relevant information was automatically integrated into his mind. Although the ability of the fire clone is purple, just when the old man fled just now, he could even confuse himself. Now it has been promoted to a golden item and has become a small 5 elements clone technique. For me, it is definitely a very good skill. If you want to know what the specific effect is, you still need some time and space to figure it out. It is naturally inconvenient in this place now. This sudden scene made Erika and Lillian dumbfounded. The two women didn't expect that Li Ke, who was obviously dying, would be resurrected. Except for the fact that his shirt was gone and his muscular chest was exposed, there was no visible wound. Even the burned hair was restored to its original state. Erika was trembling all over and passed out on the spot. 1. Oh my god! Am I dreaming? Is this guy really a human? This kind of injury can actually be restored. The leaders who saw this scene were terrified, and unprecedented fear enveloped everyone's heart. They almost didn't even think about it and fled frantically. Because just now they thought Li Ke was dead and ready to betray, and what they just said must have been heard by the other party. If they don't run now, when will they run? If you make a wrong choice, you often have to pay a heavy price. I feel that you will be eliminated by this era. Izom Lee K shook his head in disappointment and pointed his finger at the fleeing guys. In an instant. Imitation of Ghost Deo White Thunder. Thunderbolts as thick as buckets rushed out, blazing and dazzling, as if falling on the hearts of everyone present. Accompanied by the miserable screams of the betrayers before they died. Chapter 90. Meteor Street. Area 1, the original Brandon Mansion. Izom Lee K is high up, looking down like a king. I have to say, Lao Deng knows how to enjoy himself. He even made his chair like this, giving him a kingly feeling. There are 13 areas and 13 elders in Meteor Street, and now 6 are still alive. The others have all reported to the underworld. The few noob leaders who were solved after Brandon were really a bit lame, and the best entry they brought to Lee K was only purple. And 3 of them were enhancers. I can only say that I barely pushed my enhancer entry forward a little bit. Enhancer has become a red entry, and now it requires a lot of experience points. Of course. None of this matters. Because leaders are like leeks. After shaving one, another will grow out. It just takes time to grow. Meteor Street has relatively few gold entries, but there are many purple ones. It is the best in that it is the most abundant. It will become a continuous supply area for entries in the future. Do you have any other opinions? If you have different opinions, you can raise them. If you want to betray Lord Izon in the future, Brandon and Nox will be your fate. Erica sneered and glanced at the few remaining people in charge in front of her. These guys used to look at her coldly, but now they are out of reach. The appearance of Izon made her the third in command of Meteor Street. I have made it very clear about the management requirements of the block in the future. I believe you will do well, right? Izon Lee K smiled and looked at the elders. The people present were trembling all over. They were completely afraid of being killed. If they still didn't agree at this point, then Song Yu, who was waiting for them, would become a household body. Haven't you seen Nox who didn't give face at the beginning, and the big gold tooth who spoke nonsense at the negotiation table, and the former leader Brandon? Now they have all become corpses. Of course, we will strictly abide by your words, sir. We will never let the death toll in our jurisdiction exceed the standard. Don't worry, sir. Even if we tighten our belts, we will definitely ensure that those untouchables are as alive as possible. We will definitely do it. Don't worry, sir. All the elders present voted in favor, because those who didn't vote in favor are now dead. I always feel that they are too lazy to develop Meteor Street. Normally, as a time traveler, you can do some technological innovation or farming in this area. Let Meteor Street embark on the road to rise. But these things are not important to Lee K. All he wants is a place with a steady supply of entries. Sometimes you can even consider killing some guys. If this area becomes too law-abiding and peaceful, it will make it more troublesome for you to harvest entries in the future. Killing is always easier than defeating with a 10% probability. What's more, today's Meteor Street is like a huge jar for breeding poisonous insects. Those with excellent entries will naturally stay until the end. It is reasonable to control a certain death rate, but don't let too many people die. Although the scavengers with white entries are very weak, they are even worthless. However, the human race has a very special feature, that is, they can reproduce and reproduce in the future, and maybe some top geniuses can be born. Therefore, it is also very important for Lee K to maintain a certain base of the bottom population. Therefore, Lee K's approach is quite simple. He diluted the profits of these gangs, used these profits to establish some regular relief distribution points, and also carried out some infrastructure construction, garbage cleaning and classification tasks in Meteor Street. As long as the scavengers are willing to complete these tasks, they can get a meal, at least they will not starve to death. A large amount of infrastructure will bring many jobs. Of course, the salary is a meal, and there is garbage classification. If these garbage are recycled and sold, there will also be very good profits. In fact, it is equivalent to taking from the people and using it for the people. However, Li Ke does not intend to make further economic rule of law construction. He will keep Meteor Street at a relatively stable and chaotic level, and select those excellent talents step by step. Then when the time comes, he will come to harvest leeks. As for the day of harvesting leeks, it has been set. It is the day when the brigade of Lao Deng Brandon revealed to Li Ke to come to collect rent. If it happens to be that day, those guys will be dealt with by the way. Isn't it wonderful? Very good, it is a pleasant thing to cooperate with smart people. Lillian will represent me to exercise power here, and Erica will be my deputy. If one day I find them dead, all of you guys will die with them. Is there a problem? Aizen Li Ke smiled at the few people. No problem. We will definitely follow the arrangements. Sir, we promise. I promise with all my personality. The guys present promised solemnly. Personality is not worth much. I will implant a telekinetic bomb. If anyone tries to betray me, your head will explode like a watermelon like this. Aizen Li Ke sighed with his fingers. An array of white lightning fell on a bronze statue next to him, and the guy's head exploded instantly. This sudden scene directly frightened the elders and trembled all over. Okay, you can also choose not to implant my telekinetic bomb. This is your freedom. I never like to force others. Aizen Li Ke smiled. IFG. Several elders felt like vomiting blood. What do you mean by not wanting to be forced? Isn't this forced or what? But after hesitating for a few seconds, they had no choice at all. One by one, they accepted Li Ke's bomb implant with a bitter face. Erica was extremely excited when she saw this scene. She was so happy that she felt a sense of honor. Although they were all implanted with this telekinetic bomb by Li Ke, he was the first one. Okay, Lillian, Erica, Meteor Street is handed over to you. Try to reduce casualties as much as possible. Of course, if there are guys who really disobey, you can kill them directly or tell me. And everyone, I am looking forward to the answers you will give me in half a year. If someone gives me a result that I am not satisfied with, I will be very unhappy at that time. Aizen Li Ke smiled and glanced at the people present. Suddenly, these so-called Meteor World elders were like quails, refusing to look at Li Ke at all, and nodding like chickens pecking at rice, as if they were afraid that they would be remembered by this terrifying new boss if they reacted too slowly. BA. Don't worry, boss. We will never let you down. We promise. Finally. In the horrified eyes of this group of people, Aizen Li Ke was sent away. The matter of Meteor Street has come to an end for the time being. Now this place has completely become his own chive garden, and he only needs to come here regularly to cut a chive. As for whether Lillian and Erica are doing well here, Li Ke will not care. Anyway, they are just a few OPK that he has pulled up for no reason. If they can serve as housekeepers well, he doesn't mind letting them continue to serve. If they die here, it can only be said that they are not strong enough. Anyway, no matter whether there is trouble here or not, there will always be a leader, and he can deal with the guys inside. Leaks are like this, there is always another crop after one is cut. Watching Aizen's back as he left. Erica's eyes were complicated, she clenched her fists, she suddenly regretted the tattoos she had. She was a beauty back then. But now, the boss hates tattoos. Decision made. Must remove these tattoos. Give the boss a surprise the next time we meet. It would be best if I could climb into the boss bed. As for Lillian, she is just a lucky one. Lillian, with empty eyes, rarely showed emotions in her eyes. She finally understood. She met the angel from heaven that the priest told her when she was a child. No matter what the other party does, she will obey unconditionally. 1 week later. Yukiksen City. At the gate of the manor of the top wealthy Nasra family. Sir. This is it, but I can't help you if you can get in. The Nisra family is the family of Right, the top rich man in Yokiksen city. I hope you will be careful and don't offend them. After receiving a full 10,000 ringgits, the taxi driver's attitude couldn't be better. This is equivalent to his weekly salary. I didn't realize that the little guy in the back seat is quite young, but he is definitely a rich second generation. Well, thank you, you can go. Lee K got out of the car and stretched. After leaving Meteor Street, he went directly here. The starting point of the next plot. And the daughter of Right Nisra is very capable. She can write prophetic poems. If she does it well, she can predict it. It doesn't matter if she doesn't do it well. I don't know if Karapika has come. But on the way here, I asked the driver and heard that the Nisra family is recruiting bodyguards in this period of time, just to deal with the large auction that will be held soon. As the richest man in this city, Light Nisra can be said to have climbed up completely relying on the ability of his arrogant daughter Ani. He became the top gangster in this city, even second only to the level of the elders. In the eyes of ordinary people, the 10 elders are almost equivalent to the authority of the president of a country, which is absolutely unattainable. But in Lee K's eyes, there is basically no difference between them and scum. Because the yin beasts arranged by the so-called 10 elders couldn't even deal with a Yuvajan in the brigade, and they were all arrogant. They are really weak. But even so, looking at the ordinary copies of the hunter world, it is also a very good choice, because the abilities of these guys may not be of high quality, but they have special abilities. Just like the entry of luck, even a white Lee K is willing to exchange it for a golden entry. No way, some entries are just very nice. If you calculate the time, Karapika should also come to the rich man's house to apply for a job during this period, but I don't know if Karapika has learned the corresponding nan after I appeared. It's a pity, in fact, according to reason, Karapika's ability should be very good. But in order to deal with the brigade, he set himself. BRJ. Directly turned his ability into a special ability, specifically restraining the members of the brigade, but it is very ordinary for other ordinary people. It is also a kind of waste of natural resources. However, these have nothing to do with Lee K. Although he and Karapika can be regarded as friends, this is their own choice, and there is no need to interfere too much. Knock knock knock. Lee K knocked on the door of the manor politely. The interior of the entire manor is very magnificent, even the iron door is bronze and carved, and it is worth a lot of money at a glance. It is worthy of being a manor of the top rich. And looking around, Lee K saw at a glance, at least dozens of hidden cameras. And behind the iron door, there are those dogs in the manor that seem to be doing nothing and basking in the sun. If nothing unexpected happens, those guys should have been controlled by other ability users, which is equivalent to surveillance cameras. It is of course easy to break in here with my own ability, but there is no need to alarm the snake. After all, the biggest goal of this trip is to deal with Phantom Troop. Brush this special copy. Let's talk about it later. He is a good man. The murderers were Ulquira and Lao Lu Bayazai, and the one who cleaned up the territory was Eisen Hairspray. What does Zhou Shuren's crime have to do with me, Lu Suan? Well? Take it, don't come again next time. An old man walked over slowly and saw the young man Lee K. He looked around again and didn't find anyone else. He took out a 100 yuan ring from his pocket. DB. This sudden scene made Lee K laugh and cry. I didn't expect that a dignified time traveler. The big boss behind Meteor Street, the first level combat power in the human world, a tough guy who will break through the entire dark continent in the future. I was actually considered a beggar by this old man in front of me. If I hadn't glanced at it, the old man in front of me was all white, with only one purple loyalty. I really thought this old man was a hermit like 10 sweeping monks. I'm here to protect Mr. Right. Lee K blocked the door with his foot and said with a smile. Sorry, the recruitment of bodyguards has ended in the morning. Now we are temporarily not recruiting bodyguards, and you don't seem to meet the requirements." The old man was stunned and shook his head. As for the recruitment of bodyguards, many people came after the Noster family just issued a recruitment to the whole society. But most of them were rejected without even seeing the face. The reason is very simple. As the top rich people in this city, the bodyguards they want must be strong. Those guys just come here to make a living, or they are blindly confident in their own strength. Even some professional hunters were directly eliminated. You can imagine how high the requirements are to become a family bodyguard. Of course, if there is a letter of recommendation from the black market, or an introduction from other big guys, it will be different, or if your past record is very dazzling. Only these people are qualified to enter the manor. Do you know this? Li Ke was too lazy to talk nonsense and took out his 2-star hunter license directly. When the old man saw the license, he was stunned. Chapter 91. 2-star hunter. The old man was dumbfounded. This time, the master did have quite a few professional lovers coming because of the job fair, but quite a few were eliminated, and only a few stayed. But 2-star hunter. And so young? This little guy in front of him is actually a master? This is completely different. A license is a stepping stone, just like academic qualifications. It is not the most important thing, but it is absolutely necessary. Otherwise, you can't knock on this door, and no matter how capable you are, others will not believe you. But now it is different. As the old butler of this manor, he naturally still has this kind of vision. No one would be so stupid as to fool everyone with a fake license. Once this kind of thing is known, it will attract the investigation of the Hunter Association, and it will be more trouble than it is worth. Inside the manor. In the lavishly decorated hall, several people are already waiting. Among them is Kurapika, who is familiar to Li Ke. At this moment, he is waiting with several other hired bodyguards. In the past 6 months, Kurapika has maintained the development of the Fate line and learned to use Nin. And it has been made exclusive, only targeting the Phantom Troop guys. This time, he came here with the determination to die and wait for the people of the brigade to appear, so as to take revenge. Because of the information found in the Zaldik family, the people of Phantom Troop are very likely to arrive here, because this time the world's top auction they are going to snatch some related things. So Kurapika definitely doesn't want to miss such a good opportunity. The Nisra family is the top family in the city. As a bodyguard here, he will have the opportunity to enter and exit the auction venue directly, and he will also have the right to walk automatically. 193. The most suitable profession. In order to obtain this profession, Kurapika awakened his telekinesis under the guidance of the master, and finally got the introduction from the black market to join. You made us wait here for so long. It's really too arrogant. Among the waiting people, the short-haired young man Syakamona spoke. Ah, don't be so anxious, good things always need to wait, said the great poet Bajiao, a man with a sturdy body wearing a vest but who likes to recite poetry. There is also a bald head like a mouse, but the voice of a girl. Fei Ji, whose head is like a skyrocket, and so on. A group of Karami who can be named or not gathered together, that is, the so-called bodyguard group of the rich this time. The whole team is naturally Kurapika, the most powerful. In front of this group of people, there was a monitor with 10 men sitting there with their legs crossed. Daisny, the captain of the bodyguard team. Captain Daisny, there is another member applying for bodyguards. Please wait a moment. The old man led Li Ke in and said quickly. Didn't we agree not to recruit more people? The number of people is almost enough. Daisny on the screen was a little unhappy and glanced at the old man coldly. Hey? It's actually a handsome little brother. The pretty woman with a rocket-shaped hairstyle, who looked quite pretty and slim, smiled at Li Ke. Fei Ji. The woman who had the ability to capture men, but in the end seemed to have died in Shizuku's hands. Melody and other applicants present also looked towards the direction of the door. Lee K was seen walking in with the old servant. Brother K. After seeing Lee K arrive, Kurapika shouted excitedly, Brother K. Are you here to apply for a bodyguard too? I thought I would see you on the day of the auction. Kurapika, we are so lucky that we met again. Of course, I just came to see it by the way. I heard that the tickets for the auction are not available now. If you are a bodyguard, you can go in, so I came here. Lee K walked up quickly and explained with a smile. Haha, did you choose to apply for a bodyguard just to get into the auction and get all the tickets? Such an original intention is not what a qualified security personnel should have. Our team is now. The Daisy on the display screen has begun to get impatient. And Lee K obviously looks like a young man. Even if he has the ability, it's probably not a big deal. Besides, this guy came to apply for a bodyguard just to enter the auction. I really don't know why this damn old thing let such a guy in. Captain Daisy. This guy is a 2-star professional hunter. Seemingly noticing that Daisy might say something wrong if he continued, the old servant quickly interrupted his speech and emphasized. What? After hearing this, the security team member Daisy swallowed the words that were already on the tip of his tongue. The other applicants present were stunned and looked at Lee K with disbelief on their faces. 2-star hunter? So exaggerated. So young. Melody was surprised. However, she deeply felt that Lee K's heartbeat was extremely stable. Even at the moment when Lee K arrived, she felt an inexplicable sense of oppression, which made her instinctively fearful and want to escape from here. Really? What the other party said was absolutely true. The one in front of her was a real 2-star hunter. So powerful. Very strong. Including Kurapika, because during this period of time, she had been in everyone's heartbeat. The most stable one among them was Kurapika. Although the heartbeat cannot determine anything, it can also vaguely infer the various characteristics of each person's strength and emotions. Being able to keep a stable heartbeat in such an oppressive scene must be full of absolute confidence in one's own strength. Is the 2-star hunter also coming to apply for the job? What's wrong with this guy? Black Brothers Kavara looked at Lee K unexpectedly. Because as a professional 2-star hunter, the salary and benefits received from the association are actually very generous. There is no need to act as a bodyguard, and the 2-star hunter as a bodyguard, the price is very amazing. But generally speaking, no 2-star people are willing to condescend to be a so-called bodyguard. In that case, it is indeed possible that it is for the tickets, because tickets are indeed gone after they are sold out. Incredible, it seems that he is a real genius. The poet Bajiao couldn't help but look at Lee K a few more times. What a handsome little brother. Fei Ji's beautiful eyes were even more colorful, and she even took the initiative to show her goodwill to Lee K. A 2-star hunter, still so young, his future achievements must be limitless. Haha, a 2-star hunter? There was even a 3-star hunter who came to apply for the job before. As long as you are brave, you can even make the president's license, but I don't care whether you are a real professional hunter or not, nor do I care about the licenses in your hands. The minimum requirement for hiring you is that you are strong enough. To prove this, you must leave here safely first. Captain Daisy sneered and even looked at Lee K a few more times. The next moment, da-da-da-da-da-da, the sound of dense bullets rang out. Fei Ji grabbed the unlucky old servant and blocked him in front of her, while other applicants also used their own tricks to escape. I only saw a group of masked guys appearing in the distance of the hall. They shot at everyone with pistols. They didn't care about the death of everyone, even the old servant was covered. Alas! It's really cold and ruthless. Lee K sighed. Kurapika had released all the chains on his right hand and blocked Lee K. He was determined to protect Lee K at any time. Although he also knew that Lee K was very powerful, he would instinctively stand in front of Lee K when he saw such an accident. This was out of trust between friends. It's okay, Kurapika. Along with Li Kei's words, a terrifying scene appeared in all the applicants present. They were horrified to see that all the bullets stopped in mid-air. They also stopped in front of Kurapika. And in front of the old servant. The old servant was so scared that his eyes widened at this moment. He didn't expect that as a servant, he would also be used as a human shield for bullets. There were even several bullets that stopped right in front of his eyeballs and forehead. Just listened so strangely. If 1 second had passed, once these bullets hit, he would definitely die without a complete body. Kurapika was also stunned. Not only him, but everyone present looked at the bullets that stopped in place in disbelief. No one thought clearly, what was the reason? Don't use this kind of idiotic test method, not to mention using it on this old man, it's really cold-blooded. Li Kei shook his head and stood in front of Kurapika. At this time, everyone realized that the reason why these bullets stopped was probably because of the guy called the 2-star professional hunter. Too weird. The bullets actually stopped, what kind of ability is this? Hiss. Unbelievable, because incredible. Oath and Constraint read. It's really good. The reason why these Sons of Luck can be called Sons of Luck is that their strength and luck will continue to increase with the passage of time. Ordinary people may have all their entries determined in their lifetime, and even through their own tempering, they can only take the entries one step further. But these Sons of Luck are obviously different, and can give birth to brand new luck entries of superb quality. Kurapika in front of him is the best proof. Red entry. But Li Kei doesn't care much about this entry, because once he has this thing, it is also a restriction for Li Kei. Of course. If there is a chance, I don't mind brushing it out and then crushing it as experience points. I am completely different from Kurapika, and I won't give up a whole forest for a small phantom troop. Change to something new, this is too childish. Li Kei smiled and flicked his fingers. The next moment, these bullets hovering in the air instantly flew back. Only a series of shattering sounds were heard. These shadows hidden in the cloaks were completely pierced before they even had time to scream. But Li Kei seemed to have left half of the shadows on purpose. Those shadows were also obviously stunned for a moment, and then they seemed to have received some kind of instructions and took out their weapons. They all attacked the people present. Hey! Li Kei smiled, and the other applicants present were even more hastily preparing to fight, but he waved directly to the crowd. Dragon catching hand. The skinny guy's Yakamona flew in the direction of Li Kei without control, and then, in the stunned eyes of everyone, he was grabbed by Li Kei by the neck and stuck in mid-air. Then he became a shield, generally to resist the swords stabbing at Li Kei. What was surprising was that these swords automatically avoided this guy and still went to Li Kei behind. Boom! The most handy move. Smashing! The skinny guy's Yakamona didn't even have time to scream. His head hit the ground first, and then with a bang, his head exploded like a watermelon. He couldn't be deader. His headless body was thrown to the ground by Li Kei like garbage. The black shadows that were attacking others fell to the ground one after another as if their anger had been drained away, and then quickly shrank, leaving only the black long 4.3 robes on their bodies and the weapons in their hands. It's actually a telekinetic clone. Hiss then, is Yakamona dead? Too cruel, he killed people without saying a word. The other applicants present were all stunned. And the security team leader Daisy on the display couldn't help it, and the corners of his mouth twitched twice like a wolf. The guy who died was his confidant. His strength was definitely not weak. He was his right-hand man. Now that he died, it was definitely a big loss for this security operation. Especially the opponent's ability to disperse more than a dozen clones. Damn! This guy was simply too arrogant. Daisy couldn't help but feel angry, but the fighting power that Li Kei showed just now was too amazing. He felt his scalp tingling. It can only be said that he was shocked and scared. And Li Kei here. Ding! You killed Shachimona, and randomly looted the opponent's entry. Ding! Congratulations on successfully obtaining multiple Mind Clone Blue, Eater Mind Power Talent Blue, Disguise Blue. Eater Mind Power Blue automatically merges Eater Gold, Disguise Blue automatically merges Super Copy Gold. Ding! You have small 5 elements Clone Gold, automatically absorb the ability of multiple years of clones, and your small 5 elements clones are automatically upgraded to multiple small 5 elements Clone Gold. A sound like the sound of nature rang in GK's mind. Yo-or! Lee K couldn't help but be a little surprised. Unexpectedly, this brought him a pleasant surprise. I swiped a small monster, and it almost exploded a god outfit. It's comfortable. Chapter 92. Multiple small 5 elements Clone Gold. Description: you can release multiple clone effects, and each clone has a certain degree of autonomous action ability, etc. Incredibly simple description. But it really gave a small surprise. After the entry is evolved and upgraded, it will have a multiple clone effect. In fact, Lee K's previous clone ability can also be divided into multiple parts, such as when he was in the Sky Arena, he split into 3. But the clones at that time were almost the limit of what Lee K could control. But now that he has this multiple clone effect, he can directly change B0 or even more. Not to mention the reluctance, sometimes adding a screw will change the civilization failure of the entire machine. So cool! At this moment, Lee K was in a very good mood, so even after killing this guy, he showed a happy smile on his face. You, boy! You actually killed someone directly? Just now, Shachimona just received my order and deliberately tested you here, why didn't you hold back? The Daisy on the screen was a little angry. He didn't expect that his authority as the captain of the security team was challenged directly. He originally wanted to intimidate these newcomers and make them obey his orders in the subsequent actions. But he never thought that he would intimidate them, but he directly shocked his confidant to death. What are you, the captain of the security team, doing there? I didn't eat your rice, did I? Lee Kayan was a little annoyed with this guy. Before, Shachimona shot everyone directly under the pretext of testing. If he was weaker, he would be shot to death. At most, he would be given some pension, but the problem was that he was alone in this world. Who would the pension be given to? In other words, being shot to death here would be in vain. That guy even let his telekinetic clone take out weapons to assassinate everyone. In other words, it is reasonable for weak people to be injured or even die here. And he just hit this guy lightly, and others shot so many guns at him, which can be regarded as quite kind. It can even be said that 17 is kind. How can it be said to be excessive? Damn it! I am like Dr. Turtle who came to apply for a security guard position, but I was still being picked on. It's really a dog's eye looking down on people. Luckily, I have a high quality and don't bother with this guy, otherwise I would kill him through the screen. What are you talking about, kid? Daiso was furious. Kurapika stood in front of Lee K directly, with the iron chain in his right hand taken out, ready to fight at any time. Tisk tisk tisk, I like this little brother with personality. Fei Ji said a little coquettishly. I didn't realize that the 2-star hunter brother is really hot-tempered. The poet Basho sighed. Black brother Skawara was hesitant to speak. It's not hot-tempered, he is really very powerful. Even from beginning to end, even if he killed the opponent, I didn't hear any changes in his heartbeat. He is very strange. Bald rat-toothed girl Melody looked a little panicked. She felt a terrifying aura from Lee K, like a demon king. Other applicants might not feel it, but he could clearly feel it. She even wanted to escape from here, not caring whether this application was successful. I don't have the habit of talking too much nonsense. Go and inform the owner of your family and tell him that from now on I will be the security captain of this team. If the idiot in the TV doesn't want to do it, let him get out. Lee K spoke directly, walked forward with a swagger, sat in the main seat in the hall, and then looked at the other applicants in front of him with a smile on his face. Kurapika will be the vice-captain of the team. If you don't want to do it, you can leave. If you do, just listen to me. Wow! What a charming little brother! I like you so much. Are you willing to be my boyfriend? Little brother. Fei Ji walked up with her slender waist twisting, her pretty face with a charming smile. Her red lips were moist, and she slowly approached Li Ke. Pa! A slap came over. Fei Ji, who was about to touch Li Ke, was beaten dizzy on the spot. I'm not interested in a mouth that thousands of people have tasted. Li Ke was still sitting there, and didn't even see clearly when he made the move. Ding! You defeated Fei Ji, 10% chance to automatically copy the other party's entry. Ding! Copy successful. Ding! Congratulations on getting 180 points of Love Slave Purple. Rubbish! This woman's name is emitter, but there are only blue entries. Even Li Ke was too lazy to use his lucky star talent on this woman. It's just a waste. The blue entry is not much different from the white one now. Her ability is that any opposite S**X, once kissed, will kneel down at her feet and become her slave. It is precisely with this trick that this woman has tasted countless men's mouths. Although this woman looks good, Li Ke is a germaphobe for women whose mouths are almost stinky from kissing. Smash! Wait! Forget it, keep it for now. Li Ke thought about it and decided to keep this ability for now, because it would be different if this ability fell on him. This belongs to emitter's NAN development. It becomes that the target woman of Li Ke's kiss will be absolutely loyal to Li Ke and become his slave. Although it is a relatively bad ability, it may be useful sometimes. The main reason is that I have traveled to this world, but I am busy with my career and have never thought about any love affairs. If there is a woman at that time, it is not recommended to try it on her. After all, I have traveled to another world, so it is not too much to have a harem. Fei Ji covered her red face and froze in place. With her looks and abilities, she conquered countless men's hearts. Even opponents who were stronger than her were willing to kneel down at her feet and serve as slaves. Originally, she wanted to control Li Ke with her abilities and make him fall deeply in love with her. But it was obvious. Before she could launch her conspiracy, the trap card was destroyed. She even left a very bad impression in front of Li Ke. She began to worry whether Li Ke would know her abilities and take his anger out on her, because everyone felt an inexplicable chill in their spines when they saw the corpse of the skinny monkey whose head was smashed by a hammer not far away. This is the first and last time. If you still plan to use your abilities to deal with me, I will make sure that your face will be worse than a watermelon. Li Ke spoke to Fei Ji without hesitation. "Ba. The woman who was a little coquettish a second ago was as obedient as a quail at this moment. The poet Bajiao and the bald girl Melody standing by couldn't help but sweat profusely on their foreheads, and Hij was even shaking slightly. Because unfortunately. In fact, he was also one of the examiners who were hidden this time, but the previous examiner had become a headless corpse. Now he was even more nervous, his heart was beating wildly, and he didn't know whether the next test questions would continue. Hey! Anyway, I came here just to act as a bodyguard. It doesn't matter who is the bodyguard captain to me. I will only fulfill my responsibilities in this operation. That. Captain, I am good at writing poems. Do you need me to write a hidden poem for you?" The strong man Bajiao came over with a flattering smile on his face. Damn! Who is not afraid? This guy is simply a big devil. Didn't you see that the skinny monkey just wanted to test it just now, and everyone was killed directly, and what that guy said is that this is a real professional hunter. Could it be that this 2-star professional hunter kills ordinary professional hunters as easily as cutting melons and vegetables? The two are not opponents at the same level at all, it's too damn exaggerated. No one will complain about their long life, Even Bajiao, who looks muscular, will not. Gurgle. Black Brother Skawara couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He was extremely tormented in his heart, because his order was given by Daizo. If he didn't obey it, it would mean offending the former captain. But if he obeyed it, he would offend the current captain. No matter which side he offended, he would be in a very bad situation. Captain. I report. I am also one of the undercovers. Xiaochimino is a professional hunter. I don't know if the association will cause trouble for you if you kill him. I am not a professional hunter. But I am an emitter. My ability is to control the dogs in the yard. I am a dog breeder. All the dogs in the villa have been given telekinesis by me. They can not only monitor anyone who arrives at the villa, but also attack and fight. Captain, what should I do next? Report completed. Brother Hay walked forward, gave a standard military salute, straightened his chest, but couldn't help shaking all over. Cold sweat slid down his dark face. He didn't dare to look directly at Li Ke. Damn it! This sudden behavior made Bajiao and Fei Ji speechless. Damn it! This guy is simply a fence-sitter. He changed faster than the two of them, and even took the initiative to change sides and surrender, and also exposed his past. When it comes to being a dog RT, Dio Mao is definitely the first. Both of them couldn't help but feel in their hearts. He spat in the mouth. Oh, very good, what's your name? Li Ke took a look at him in surprise. He had to say that this little black guy had a high level of awareness. Although all the entries were garbage blue, this kind of awareness would not hinder his rapid rise in the future. Tisk tisk tisk. A very weak ability, but it is still very good for monitoring. It is equivalent to a beast speaker. Ordinary people will not notice these dogs with telekinesis. Skavara, if you like, you can just call me Zayashi. Skavara smiled flatteringly. He was ready to risk it all. If he offended Daisny, the worst that could happen was that he would be scolded by the other party or even lose his job, but if he offended the big devil in front of him, I'm afraid it would not be that simple. If he was not careful, he would die here. Can't you choose between life and money? What's more, with the terrifying strength of this super devil in front of him, it's obvious that he will definitely be the captain in the future. With such a powerful golden leg holding him, it will be much safer to be a bodyguard this time. It would be best if you could leave a good impression in front of Li Ke, so that when you are in danger, maybe you can save your life. Skavara is not a professional hunter. His ability is relatively weak, so his personal social skills are obviously much more mature. After all, he is also an old man in this 950 circle. If you say that your ability is not good and you don't understand the social skills, then you are still a chicken feather. Oh, Xiaoxi, right? Yes, you can stay. Everyone, what do you think? Li Ke spoke directly as the captain. His eyes swept over the other people. No one dared to look at Li Ke, and most of them were trembling. They even suspected that if they refused, they might be beaten by Li Ke on the spot. Now it feels like sitting on a hot pot, and the butt is burning. My lord, I am willing to stay. Me too. And me. The three of them agreed to stay. That's good too. After all, it's more convenient to have more people in the security team. The guy's death was in vain. The professional association will not bother me at all. After all, there are too many professional hunters who die every year. Besides, this guy was the first to attack. I was just defending myself. It's good enough that he doesn't ask for compensation. He doesn't dare to bother me. Netero is not a guy who has nothing better to do. I'm afraid he will ask if I'm hurt. In this world, the strong always decide the rules, and the weak tremble under the rules. Kr. The evil spirit on the display screen is shaking all over. He must be shocked and scared. Even if he just looks at it through the screen, he can feel that the guy in front of him is absolutely terrifying. The one in his hand must be a 100% real 2-star hunter license. But I am the bodyguard captain appointed by Lord Wright. If I step down so shamelessly, how can I stay in this circle? After all, I have been relying on this for my whole life. Why? What's his name? Li Ke pointed to the direction of the display screen. Daisny, his name is Daisny. Hisashi said very respectfully. Daisny, right? Where are you? I'll come to find you. Li Ke stood up and stretched casually. The ground beneath his feet broke apart at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the display screen, Daisny gritted his teeth and frowned, his face was extremely ugly. This was definitely the greatest shame in his life. Plop! But before Li Ke could take action, he knelt down directly. I am Xiaode, and I am willing to follow your arrangements, Captain. No complaints. Captain, your strength has completely conquered me, I am willing to call you the strongest. Daisny shouted. Damn it! I am also a small-town test-taker after all. Which is more important, life or dignity? He can do this question. Chapter 93. At the same time, a secret warehouse. All members of the brigade are here. I have some unfortunate news for you all. Hisoka was defeated in the Sky Arena, and it seems that he was defeated miserably. I'm afraid he will come to the auction later this time. Maki walked out of the shadows and said. Her voice was not loud, but it was like a thunderbolt in the ears of everyone present. Hisoka failed? This guy is a very powerful existence in the brigade, and he is used to being independent and arrogant. But in everyone's opinion, this guy's strength is absolutely unquestionable, and the Sky Arena is just a playground for ordinary people? Will Hisoka lose? Are you sure? Phaeton, with his hands in his pockets and his eyebrows slightly raised, was a little surprised. At least in his opinion, Hisoka is definitely one of the top players in the whole team. Although he has not fought in the actual battle, his intuition will not be wrong. I saw it with my own eyes. One of his arms was completely destroyed. I'm afraid his combat power will decline a lot in the future. Maki said truthfully. Her words instantly changed the faces of everyone present. This means that in the Sky Arena, where ordinary people fight, there actually appeared an opponent who is capable of defeating strong men of their level. Who defeated Hisoka? Hehe. Maki. The big guy Yuvajin grinned and walked up excitedly, his strong muscles were extremely oppressive. Ulquira, a genius who had never heard of any information before, this guy's ability is very strange, like an enhancer, but also like an emitter. Maki briefly described the scene at the time, and also talked about the scene where Zissou was blown up by a Chibaku tensei. Haha, it seems that a very dangerous guy has appeared, who can actually control stones to attack. Nobunaga, dressed as a Japanese samurai, narrowed his eyes slightly, and the thumb of his right hand almost instinctively pressed the hilt of his sword. This is so unexpected. Hisoka is always so confident. I thought he would never lose. Finks with short blonde hair laughed strangely. I've checked it, but the records of the Sky Arena do show that Hisoka lost, and there is no news about him in Ulquira. I'm afraid he is a newcomer who has just risen. Shulnark on the side quickly tapped the keyboard of his mobile phone and quickly found the relevant information. Tisk tisk tisk. Oh, this is really interesting, isn't it? Hisoka lost to Nobuto, this is big news. Kyubi imitated Hisoka's voice. Shizuku, Peeler, and Pakunoda were also obviously surprised by the news. It is almost impossible for a member of the brigade to be defeated, let alone in the Sky Arena. Sitting on a stone, the handsome Captain Crollo did not say anything, but squinted his eyes slightly. Captain, compared to this, there is a news that may be worse. Shizuku suddenly said. We have completely lost contact with our people in Meteor Street, and the Elders' Council has directly refused our contact. If nothing unexpected happens, I'm afraid that the Elders' Council in Meteor Street has now fallen into the control of others. Shizuku said truthfully. What? Meteor Street has fallen into the control of others, how is it possible? Brandon shouldn't be so weak, right? Nobunaga was furious. Not only him, but the other members present all looked very ugly at this moment. Before, Hisoka's news was only about the defeat of their individual members, but now the news of Meteor Street has shaken the foundation of the entire brigade. Because most of their income comes from the support of Meteor Street, once they lose control of this area, it will cause a great obstacle to the team's actions. Brandon is dead, including Nox in the 4th district. Now the one in charge of Meteor Street is Erika in the 9th district, but she is actually just a puppet pushed to the front. The real person behind the scenes is a guy named Aizen Sosuke. Shizuku shook her head. She also received the news not long ago. Aizen Sosuke? He should be good enough to defeat Brandon. I hope this guy can hold on longer under my fist. Yuvajin grinned with a cruel smile. Any news about him? Phaeton looked at Shulnark. This guy has good hacking skills and can quickly collect the information the team wants from the internet. But Shulnark worked hard for a while and finally shook his head helplessly. According to the information sent back by the planted informant, I heard that Brandon was almost defeated by a one-sided crushing. This guy is very dangerous, and may even be better than Ulquiera. Shizuku said. Things seem to be getting more and more interesting. I didn't expect such a rare guy to appear in Meteor Street. He can easily defeat Brandon. This guy's strength is probably not much different from ours. Haha, I can't say for sure if I haven't seen him. Brandon, that idiot, should have mentioned our name before he died, but the other party still chose to kill that idiot. Obviously, he is ready to go against us. Captain, the guy who provoked us must not be let go. But before we get the other party's completely confirmed information, we can't act rashly. Pino is right. Everyone discussed it, but all eyes looked in the direction of the Captain Crollo. Because everyone understood that in such an important group plot, the captain makes the decision. Oh, Ulquiera, Aizen Sosuke, all of them are strong men who suddenly appeared, and the people affected are all our people. Let them go. Meteor Street is there. We can take it back anytime if we want. But the auction in Yuxin City only happens once, and that's where we have what we want. Make all your efforts to prepare for the Yuxin City auction. As for Hisoka, don't worry about it for now. In addition, Pano, Shulnark, go investigate the information of these two guys. After we solve the auction, we will go and have a good time with these two friends. Crollo smiled faintly and narrowed his eyes slightly. Yes, Captain. Pano and Shulnark were stunned for a moment, and their hearts were stern. It has been a long time since I saw the captain's expression like this. Obviously, because of these two things, the captain is really angry now. Ulquiera, Aizen Sosuke. They completely annoyed the captain, and they are afraid that this is the thing they regret most in their lives. At the same time, Gon and Killua. The two have returned to Whale Island and opened a strange box left by their father. After a conversation, they finally opened the box and found the chip left by their father. The two found out that it was a game card. After opening the game to check the relevant information, they were surprised to find that it was a game exclusive to Hunter. And the price was as high as 5.8 billion ringgits. When they saw this number, they were stunned. And the number of copies issued was less than 100, which means that this game card is very rare. And the two directly asked the relevant game manufacturers, saying that this game is no longer in production and has become a limited edition. The two thought about it for a long time, and finally Killua called Miji. Originally, Killua was going to threaten him with the limited edition female models of his fat brother Miji, but he didn't expect that the other party was very enthusiastic before he opened his mouth. Killua brother, long time no see, why did you suddenly think of calling me? Miji was very enthusiastic. 0145013117 Fila 1335333191 but in fact, he looked helpless. There was no way. Killua was now a good friend of the genius Lee K, and Grandpa Zeno had issued a death order to the entire family. Everyone in the Zaldik family must regard Lee K as a VIP of the highest level and the highest standard, and even receive the same treatment as the clan leader Zeno. Killua's status and position naturally rose. If it were in the past, the fat man would not be so polite. Ah! Second brother Miji, it's like this, do you know the game Greedislandk? Greedislandk? Killua, I know, I didn't expect to hear this name from your mouth. Ah! That's really great. Do you have this game card? No, I want it very much, but I don't have it. I was only 5 years old when he bought it last time, and I don't have the money to buy it. Although it is limited to 100 copies, each worth 5.8 billion yuan, and can only be traded in cash, there are still more than 20,000 people who ordered it. Later, I thought of many ways to get one, but I couldn't even find out who bought it. This is a legendary game. Killa, where did you find this game? I advise you to give up as soon as possible. It is impossible to find a game card for this thing now. The fat man Miji was a little surprised. When Greedislandk was first released, it caused a sensation. Of course, because the price of its release was very expensive, it was actually only open to those wealthy businessmen and professional hunters, and ordinary people didn't even know that there was such a game. As a collector, Miji had naturally heard of this thing, but he was only 5 years old at the time and had no financial strength at all. Second brother, tell me the relevant information you know. In exchange I can give you the ROM card of Greedislandk's storage data. Really? Where are you? Cough cough cough, forget it, I can give you the relevant information I know, and you can keep the ROM card yourself. By the way, Grandpa asked me to ask you how you get along with Lord GK? Is there anything you need help with? The fat man Miji trembled all over his fat body. Of course, he wanted to get the storage data of this limited edition card. With his hacking skills, he had a chance to restore the card directly through these data. At least he thought so. But now, Killua is Lee K's good friend, he doesn't have the courage to pull the tiger's beard. Wow! I didn't expect you to be so kind, brother. Thank you in advance, but I'll give you the ROM data. Please help me analyze it. If there is any new situation, please tell me in time. Give me the clue. Killua was also excited. Now he can finally find these relevant clues. He is very curious about this card. Sure enough. Soon, the fat man sent the relevant clues. There was no sign of procrastination. He was very efficient. The two of them logged into the website directly according to the clues sent by Miji. This is a special website that requires a hunter license to log in. After entering a very long and complicated URL, click on it. A strange interface appears, with several ministers written on it. Hunter Bar. A hunter-only website. You need to enter the hunter license number to log in. Gon quickly entered his hunter license. Then the screen in front of him suddenly unfolded, and a bar with a constant stream of customers appeared. But this game screen does not seem to be as good as expected, and it even looks a bit mosaic. It is hard to imagine that a game made by this can be released at a price of up to 5.8 billion yuan. The two people thought about clicking around with the mouse, and finally when they touched the bartender in the bar, an information prompt appeared. A large amount of information was densely packed, and Greed Island was found among them. This is more like a search entry, and if you want to view the information here, a dialog box pops up. Greedisland's information costs 20 million. Yes/no. DB. Since it is a game that requires money before it starts. The two, Wang Qianzhao, did not hesitate at all and directly chose to confirm. When the two of them were in the Sky Arena, they showed off their wealth of several hundred million. A mere 20 million was nothing to them. After paying the 20 million, they finally got the relevant information. It turned out that this was not an ordinary game. Instead, the creator injected the mind into these 100 copies of the software. Once the game starts, the mind will also start. The player will be pulled into this game. As long as the player enters the game will continue even if the power of the host is unplugged. The game will not end until the player dies. In addition, this information also revealed that someone once hired 50 cat people to crack the game. But no one of the 50-person strategy team has survived so far. As of now, the game card has reached 7 copies in the auction registration in Yokiksen City. The lowest auction price is 8.9 billion yuan. After seeing this number, Gon and Killua couldn't hold it anymore. 8.9 billion. You should know that this game was only 5.8 billion when it was first released, and it was still sold at this price at the auction. According to the current market conditions, it may cost at least 10 billion to have hope. But this is the only way left by Gon's father to find him. This means that if he can't get enough money and buy this game card, Gon will not be able to find his father. It's over, 10 billion rings, I don't know when we can raise it. Why not? Ask brother Killua how he is? I don't know where he is now. Killua is thinking about it. He hasn't seen brother Killua for a long time. He misses him so much. And if it's this kind of trouble, I believe brother Killua will definitely have a way to solve it. Chapter 94. In the Nisram Manor. In the VIP lounge. This is what happened, sir. Mr. Lee K is a 2-star hunter. His strength is obvious to all of us. It is perfect for him to be the security captain. I am willing to follow Mr. Lee K's command. The former Captain Daisney explained to the video. He had already video chatted with the boss directly and told him about the relevant matters. After receiving the news from Lee K and Daisney's strong recommendation, the gangster Lightnessra also readily agreed to let Lee K be the security captain. Karapika, Deputy Captain Daisney, cough cough cough. His subordinates are Melody, Fija, Skawera, Bajiao, and a few other cats, and of course some ordinary bodyguards. 2-star hunters are quite rare in the entire Professional Hunter Association. Even as the top rich man in the city, it is quite an honor to be able to hire a 2-star hunter. Although Mr. Lee K in front of him looks a little too young, he has a genuine 2-star hunter license, which shows that he is a real genius. Moreover, Daisney specifically emphasized the death of Zyakimona. That guy was also a professional hunter, and he was killed in seconds. This rich man was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect to recruit a master like Lee K. Of course, Mr. Wright, I originally came here to apply for a bodyguard, but the price is not what you said. Lee K sat in the main seat without any hesitation. Just name the price. As long as it is within a reasonable range, I can accept it. Wright said hurriedly. Lee K directly stretched out 2 fingers. 200 million Genie. Wright was stunned. This price was already considered relatively high. As a former captain, Daisney only had 80 million Genie, and other bodyguards were at the level of 20 to 30 million. No, 20 billion genies. Lee K said calmly. Hiss. Everyone present couldn't help but let out a breath of cold air after hearing this price. Daisney's face turned extremely bad, as if he and Lee K were working together to blackmail his old boss. This almost means that he will not be able to survive in this circle in the future. Karapika also widened his eyes. Because the auction price of the Kuruda eyes, which are known as one of the 7 most beautiful eyes in the world, is only 8 billion genies per pair. That's because they are too rare and belong to the level of rare treasures. But now, it's just a simple protection mission, and Lee K actually asked for 20 billion directly. 243. This price is completely equivalent to robbery. Even as a friend, Karapika, at this moment, also felt a little impatient, and could not help but quietly grasp his weapon. If he was not well protected, everyone would start fighting in the next second. The expressions of the other bodyguards present were even more like mourning. If the rich man Wright fell out with Li Ke on the spot, then they would definitely be affected. After all, they are now nominally the bodyguards of this manor. If they do not fight with Li Ke, once this matter is spread, they will never be able to mix in this circle in the future. Their careers are equivalent to being completely ruined. But if they fight with Li Ke, Xiaochimino is a lesson. Even the professional hunter died, and they are even more. DB. Wright's mouth couldn't help but twitch fiercely, an array of fierce light flashed in his eyes. Everyone only thinks that he is a top tycoon, but don't forget that he has another identity as a gangster boss. With his daughter's ability to predict the future, he is a boss second only to the 10 elders in the gang world. Of course. He himself is just an ordinary person, but the power he holds is amazing. 20 billion is not a very amazing amount of money for him, but this price is indeed very exaggerated. Haha, Mr. Li Ke, 20 billion is already too much higher than the market price, I need to see the value. After all, Wright has been a gangster for so many years and naturally knows the importance of his choice now. Once the wrong choice is made, this security captain is very likely to become a robber who breaks into the house. He needs to think carefully. And according to the former Captain Daisy, I am afraid that no one present can check and balance this guy. Once the other party turns against him, all these bodyguards present will die, and then he will not be able to attend this auction at all. Even this action will be very unsafe. So he forced himself to suppress his inner anger and tried to make his expression look more kind. 20 billion, to ensure that you will not die, and your daughter Wang and I will not die. Li Ke said calmly. Hey! Wright's face suddenly changed, because his daughter has always been a hidden secret, and few people know that his daughter is a famous minister. It's not that he loves his daughter so much, but because of his daughter's ability, he can predict the future, so that he can grow step by step and have the current power and status. It can be said that everything he has now is because of his daughter. Once his daughter dies or her ability disappears, then everything he has will be like a flash in the pan, and the castle in the air will collapse. The other party can call out his daughter's name so clearly, obviously he came prepared. If nothing happens, you don't have to pay a penny. Before the other party could speak, Li Ke said calmly. As a time traveler, he naturally knew what would happen next in this city. 2 billion, to buy 2 lives, worth it. GNI is not very valuable in this world, 2 billion is not very exaggerated. Okay. I promise Mr. Li Ke. 2 billion GNI, as long as any situation occurs, no matter what the result is, I will pay the money to the adults. In addition, I will pay 10 billion GNI to Mr. Li Ke first. Even if it is to make friends. If you need my help in any trouble in the future, just ask. Daisy, you must follow Mr. Li Ke's arrangements and try your best to meet his requirements. Wright said resolutely. As expected of a gangster, he always makes the right choice at such a critical moment. He is still very courageous. He is willing to pay in advance, which is equivalent to buying an insurance for himself. Not bad. Yes, Zhou Tianxia. Daisy nodded quickly. Being able to be in the same team with a strong man like Li Ke can be said to be a greater guarantee for his operation this time. But he was inexplicably worried. The bodyguard operation worth 20 billion even endangered the safety of the rich man's daughter. I am afraid that this auction will not go so smoothly. The video ends. The whole audience was a little quiet. Everyone looked at Li Ke, and they were full of awe at this moment. Even Karapika was also stunned. 20 billion Genie. Earned in less than a day, this is probably the fastest way to make money in the world. And they have to fight for their lives for just 20 or 30 million Genie, even this job is definitely high-paying in their eyes. Compared with Li Ke's, it's like picking up rags. Captain. Let me tell you about this mission. This is the map of the city. At that time, we will take a special spacecraft to arrive at the Lingang Airport in Yokiksen City, which will take about 35 hours, and then take a special plane to the hotel, which will take about 90 minutes. Daisy stood beside Li Kei as a dog-headed military strategist, took out a high-definition map, and began to introduce this mission and related situations to everyone. Kurapika hesitated. "Just say what you want to say, Kurapika." Li Kei smiled and said. He was the captain of the entire team and had absolute authority. After getting Li Kei's permission, Kurapika asked in confusion, "Deputy Captain Daisy, although you have mentioned these relevant information, you have not told us who our opponent is so far. If we can know the specific situation of the opponent, we can make targeted arrangements. Raise the level of protection to a higher level." Daisy was stunned. He was just about to teach Kurapika a lesson, but suddenly realized that his current identity was completely different. He immediately put on a friendly smile. In fact, everyone knows that the Nasra family, as a well-known mafia family, has offended many people. This time, there will be forces from all sides coming to the auction, and even we ourselves don't know which opponents there will be. But no matter who the opponent is, the only thing we have to do is to absolutely protect the boss's safety. DB. Kurapika didn't expect this result, and the others were also a little surprised. This means that everyone is equivalent to waiting for all kinds of challenges without any vision. Blind vision defense work. It doesn't matter, since there is a designated protector, everything else is a small problem. Li Kei said casually, his eyes swept over the people in front of him, with a smile on his lips. To be precise, it's Basho. The entry on this guy makes me very interested. As for Daisy and Skavara, they are both noobs and have no interest at all. Feiji's entry has been taken care of. Basho's entry has been noticed by Li Kei before, but he has never had the opportunity to choose to start. So now. Basho. Li Kei suddenly spoke. Captain. Basho was stunned. This burly man in a vest was a little scared at the moment. He didn't understand why Li Kei suddenly called him. At least during this period of time, he was like an invisible man. He didn't show much, but he didn't attract Li Kei's attention. "What is your ability?" Li Kei asked. "My ability is to be a wandering haiku. I can make haiku. According to the quality of the haiku, I can achieve the effect." Basho hurriedly explained. Just when Li Kei looked at him, he felt a lot of pressure. For example, this, the ancient pond, the sound of frogs jumping into the water. Basho demonstrated his ability on the spot. After he chanted this haiku, the original table actually heard the sound of frogs jumping into the water. Not bad. Li Kei smiled, then let's have a duel. Name, Basho items, Wandering Great Haiku Artist Double Blue, Realization Talent Blue, Close Combat Blue, Poetry Blue, etc. All blue. Standard elite monster items, but there are items that Li Kei wants. Ah! Basho couldn't hold it anymore after hearing this, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Isn't this equivalent to letting himself die? Basho said hurriedly. That's enough. Li Kei said. Basho was relieved after hearing this. Then I won't be polite. Basho wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly began to recite a poem, pick a banana leaf, hang one on a new pillar, and enjoy the bright sunshine in the thatched hut. Bang! Before he finished reciting his haiku, he was shocked to see that the organization had appeared in front of him, and then a simple snap of the fingers hit him. Bang! Basho's recitation of the poem was interrupted directly, and the whole person flew backwards. But as both sides said, he was not injured, but, obviously defeated. Ding! You defeated Basho, 10% chance to automatically copy the target entry. Ding! The entry was copied successfully. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Wandering Great Hygiene Dual Blue, Realization Talent Blue. Ding! You have realization purple, automatically merge and absorb realization talent blue. Ding! You have wandering great hygiene dual blue, realization purple, you automatically comprehend the exclusive entry realization chanting purple. The sound of nature emerged in Li Kei's mind. And a lot of information poured in. Sure enough, my guess turned out to be true. Because of the previous understanding of Thunder Beast, multiple small 5 elements clones and other abilities, GK realized a possibility. That is, he may create a new entry by integrating many entries in this hunter world. Including some of the entries that look ordinary, but as long as they are properly integrated, new entries may appear. I just wanted to try it, but I didn't expect it to come true. Item: Manifest Chanting Purple. Effect: according to the spell you chant, the desired effect will be manifested to a certain extent. The explanation of this ability is very simple. But as the owner, Li Kei understands that this almost gives him the ability to create. The specific effect needs to be tried again. Captain, Captain! You are too strong. I am not your opponent at all. Basho was still frightened, and finally smiled on his face with cold sweat. At least his life was saved. But Li Kei looked forward. He hummed in his mouth. The king. The mask of flesh and blood, the myriad things, flapping their wings, the things named after humans. Scorching heat and disputes, the surging waves on the sea, go south. Raised his hand. Then in the astonished eyes of everyone, a ball of extremely hot flame appeared in front of Li Kei, and it blasted away like a cannonball. The entire wall behind Basho disappeared completely. Perfect! This is not the effect of the fire telekinesis that Li Kei obtained, but the real creation of the telekinesis that was chanted, hunter version of the red fire cannon. The 31st red fire cannon of the Hado. Chapter 95. Wow, so awesome! Bok! The people present were stunned, and Kurapika was even more shocked, because he had been with Li Kei for such a long time, but this was the first time he saw Ji using such a strange ability. Compared to before, it was really much stronger. I didn't expect that Brother Kei's strength had improved again during this period. Kurapika exclaimed in his heart. Captain! With you here, this security operation will definitely go very smoothly. Daisy smiled excitedly. Before this, he still had some grudges against Li Kei. Originally, he was the captain of the security team, but now he became the deputy captain, which of course made him unhappy. But after witnessing Li Kei's ability with his own eyes, he felt that his choice this time was definitely the most successful choice in his life. If such a terrorist attack just now fell on him, there would be absolutely no accidents, and he would probably not even have a corpse left. But now such a powerful existence has become his captain, which means that in this security operation, even if he encounters a very powerful enemy, he can resist. Moreover, if he could establish a good relationship with Li Kei, it would be like having an extra life-saving trump card. So Daisy and the other players present looked at Li Kei with unprecedented awe. Basho was also stunned, and then exclaimed, "What a haiku! This is simply the best haiku I have ever heard in my life." His exaggerated flattering expression made Fei Ji roll her eyes. This guy is so shameless that he flattered him on the spot. Lord Li Kei, it is my honor to be your subordinate. Fei Ji also expressed her opinion. Skavara and Melody also expressed their feelings about this. Not bad. Li Kei was in a good mood. After being obtained by himself, Basho's ability was actually integrated into the most ideal ability. Almost equivalent to. As long as any ability that knows the spell can be released through chanting, the specific effect will be determined by the situation of the sudden rain and its own performance in all aspects. There is naturally no problem with the low-level ghost path of the red fire cannon. I haven't tried the high-level ones, and I don't know about other spells, such as those that transform. Haha, I haven't tried them, so I don't know how they work. Okay, let's go and see the target we are going to protect this time. Lee K waved his hand. This way, please, Captain. Daisney's face was full of smiles, and he hurriedly led everyone to see the target of protection as a guide. This time he was also protecting the so-called boss. A group of people walked through the magnificent corridor, and the dome with carved beams and painted buildings showed the wealth of this wealthy man. Halfway through the corridor, they suddenly saw a three-dimensional mural. To be precise, it was a person with a terrified expression who seemed to want to escape. His head and limbs were fixed in the mural, and it looked like a person just floated out of the water. What is that? Kurapika's eyes changed slightly, and he couldn't help but speak, because the person in the mural was too real. The other team members also had horrified expressions. Lee K looked at him curiously. Daisy hurriedly explained, Captain, that guy is called Chiu Mu, a former colleague. Because he didn't listen to my advice before, he believed the enemy's intelligence and made assumptions without authorization. The enemy not only discredited the defense team, but also put the boss in a deep crisis. That's why he suffered such a punishment. If you think it's inappropriate, I'll take it down. No, it's fine. Lee K said lightly, let's go and see our target. Daisy was even more frightened and broke into a cold sweat. He now regretted hanging this thing here. Originally, he planned to use this thing as a warning to the new members, so that they would know that the consequences of not obeying his orders would be so miserable. But now the identity and status have completely changed, because the captain has become Lee K. Doesn't this mean that if other team members, including himself, do not obey Lee K's arrangements, they will also end up like this? When Daisy thought of this, he felt a chill on his back. Sir, the captain has asked us for it. Daisy went to knock on the door. Please come in. A voice came from inside the door. The door was slowly opened, and it was opened by a middle-aged maid. There were layers of curtains in front of him, and a figure could be vaguely seen at the end. Sir, I am Daisy, the deputy captain of the security team. Our people have arrived. Please let our people meet you and protect you when it is convenient. If you have any other requests, you can also speak up. Daisy walked forward and said respectfully. He knew that the person in front of him was his financial sponsor and the core figure of the Nisla gang. There was silence for a while, and finally agreed. Captain. Please. Daisy was extremely respectful and led everyone forward. When Lee K and everyone walked to the front, they finally saw the target person in front of them clearly. Of course, it was a girl with blue hair, not to mention she was pretty. The other party also looked at them curiously with wide eyes. His face looks pretty good, Dazo, help me take his face off, I want to keep it. The girl suddenly pointed at Lee K and said. Damn it! Hearing this, everyone's face changed instantly. Dazo was more like a deceased parent, and almost cried on the spot. Damn it! Damn it, I must have been wrong to accept such a task, this is too damn life-threatening. You actually let me take action against this big bad guy? Auntie Ward. Can you take a good look at who is standing in front of you? Miss. This is a 2-star professional hunter. She promised the boss Shishi to do this. Daisy's forehead was covered with cold sweat and he quickly explained. He didn't even dare to look at Lee K's expression, for fear that this ruthless man who killed a professional hunter with a little move would take action against him. Although he thought that his strength was much stronger than that unlucky guy Yakamona, if he took action with Lee K, he felt that he would not be able to pass the level even if he had 30 lives. Pa! The sound of a crisp slap. Before everyone reacted, Lee K had slowly walked in front of the girl and raised his big hand generously. He gave her a solid slap. The clear palm print fell on the face of the beautiful girl, and the spoiled girl was stunned on the spot. As the daughter of a gangster, it was her ability that made Nisla reached the peak of his life, so he almost granted his precious daughter's request. In addition, she grew up in the gang and was accustomed to killing people, which made her like to collect human bodies/parts. No one dared to directly target her or refute her. Because those who expressed their views or refuted her had already become corpses. It can be said that Wang Ni's world is all smooth sailing. No matter what kind of excessive request she made, the gangster father would fulfill it for her. But now, Wang Ni was dumbfounded. Li Ke had a faint smile on his lips. He clearly saw the other party's entry in his field of vision. This is why he wanted to join the rich man's security team, in order to see the legendary very good ability entries. If you kill by force, the probability of obtaining is also very high. But Li Ke does not think that he needs to become a puppet of the system in this way, and kill by force to obtain these things. At least under this premise, he is still a normal human being with normal emotions. Now it is more like playing the human world, and he who has the world's first combat power is more casual and calm. The other party's information automatically appeared in Li Ke's vision. Name, Weninasra. Entry, Special Talent Gold, Angel's Automatic Note Gold, Human Body Collector Purple, Sadism Purple, Loneliness Purple, etc. Hey? The system has not prompted yet? Li Ke frowned slightly. Then he slapped him again with his backhand. Pa! This time, everyone present was even more confused. Daisy was so scared that his heart was about to jump out. Not only him but also several other team members were also extremely frightened at this moment. Perhaps only Kurapika has a calmer mentality. Because Lightnessla is a real gangster boss. What this guy did was burning, killing, looting, and doing all kinds of evil, even worse than these. Even if their strength is not bad, they are still not enough in front of the gangsters. Now Li Ke's actions have definitely offended Losla and even the entire family of the other party. Once it is known, he will inevitably suffer a thunderous revenge. Daisy now really hopes that what he has done is just a nightmare, and everything will be normal when he wakes up. Now no matter which side he stands on, it will definitely be very ugly. Is he ready to accept the anger of the gangsters, or protect the young lady here? Then he will be killed by Li Ke on the spot. Any choice will cost him his life. Crazy, too crazy. Fei Ji was dumbfounded. She suddenly felt that she seemed to be good at slapping him once. And the young lady in front of her was slapped twice. The other party seemed to be stunned. Because from the beginning to the end, no one dared to refute her ideas, but now someone wanted to do something to her, and there was a burning pain on her face. This feeling is very wonderful. Let Wang Ni, actually like inexplicable happiness, even inexplicable excitement. Headache, the masochistic entry is a bit troublesome, try again. Li Ke was helpless, this monster just didn't enter the battle posture, so that the copy effect of this entry could not be triggered. Pa 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 pa. Li Ke was not polite, and directly grabbed Wang Ni and attacked her left and right. A woman who wants to treat her face as a collection as soon as she meets, although you can say she is innocent, but this one is indeed a little crooked. I just corrected it for her, isn't it good? So. Everyone present was stunned. Daisy was already trembling all over, his heart was beating wildly, and he wanted to kneel down and kowtow hard, begging Li Ke to let the young lady go. But his legs were shaking so badly that he didn't know what to do. It was completely messed up. He had never dreamed that this would happen. Which side should he help now? Oh! Fei Ji, Suan Luo, Skawera, Kurapika, and others were also stunned. Li Kegan was too fierce. They even saw with their own eyes that the young lady's face was beaten into a pig's head, and there was even blood at the corner of her mouth. The maid next to her reacted and screamed in fear, wanting to report the news. Bang! Kurapika rushed forward and stabbed the other party with a knife, causing the other party to lie on the ground and faint. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Daisy was now extremely miserable. He felt like he was being roasted on the fire. He wanted to speak, but he didn't know how to say it, because the words that the young lady said at the beginning were indeed too much. According to the young lady's past character, since she said this, she will definitely do this. If an ordinary person appeared in front of the contestants, then 100% of the opponent's face would be torn off and regarded as a collection of this young lady. But you have to know that the one who appeared here now is this super fierce man. Daezo is so annoying. Ding. You and Weninusla have entered the battle posture. The system prompt sounded like the sound of nature in Lee K's mind. Finally, it's okay. These NPC triggers are troublesome. Lee K couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Because Wang Ni has a masochistic entry, she was almost wet because of the masochism, plus she was powerless and had no concept of fighting. She even thought that being slapped by Lee K was a kind of love. It was really quite perverted. But finally, when she was about to be beaten to death, her body finally resisted, and was judged by the system as entering a fighting posture. Then, bang! A solid little punch. In the eyes of everyone who was about to drop their eyes, the former Captain Daisy felt that his heart was about to jump out. Everyone watched this high and mighty lady being punched by Lee K like a sandbag and flew to the bed. She fainted on the spot. Jing! The whole audience gasped in unison, and everyone's face turned pale. Everyone, I feel that I am completely finished. I dare not imagine how furious Lightnessla, the boss behind the scenes, would be if he saw this scene with his own eyes. I am afraid that the entire gang would be wanted for everyone. Then there would be no corpses left. It's over. It's completely over now. This time, not only the former Captain Daisy, but even the other bodyguards present had extremely ugly expressions. But Lee K still had a smile on his face, and now he was smiling even happier. Ding! You defeated Weninusla. Ding! 10% probability of automatically copying the opponent's entry. Ding! Copy failed. Ding! Lucky star effect burst. Forcibly specify the target entry to copy. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining special telekinesis talent gold. Ding! The target's next battle cooldown time is 3 days. A sound like the sound of nature rang in Lee K's mind. Chapter 96. Perfect. In the dark, countless energies flowed into Lee K's limbs and bones, and there was also some related non-information. Speciality system. The most special category of telekinesis, it can be said that anything that cannot be classified into other categories can be classified into this category. For example, Ani's angel notes, Krollo's thieves book, Pakunoda's memory bullets, and Aluka's realization, etc. It is a very special and rare category in the hunter world. This Miss Ani did not disappoint me, and really gave me the talent I wanted most. Telekinesis talent, this thing is like a business license. With talent, you can activate angel notes and other abilities, which is the basis of this series of abilities. If you simply copy the angel notes entry, but there is no special telekinesis talent, it will also lead to inability to use it. But now it's different. I have already obtained the foundation of the underlying building, so the rest is just a matter of time, and if the system prompts, this poor lady will be able to refresh in 3 days. This refresh speed is still a bit incredible for Lee K. It is probably because the opponent has no combat power, so the cooldown time is very short after the entry is spawned. A perfect wild monster, with rich drops. Lee K is in a very good mood. BL, Bok. Daisney's expression is even uglier than crying, and his legs are shaking. Even if he boasts that he is very strong, once he suffers revenge from the Nasra family's gangsters, it is simply unimaginable. He even feels that he will be exposed on the street tomorrow. Or he will die under Lee K's fist now. It's nothing, I just dredged the meridians of this young lady, and she should be much better now. Lee K said lightly. Hearing this, Daizashiki almost became expensive. Listen. Is this what people say? Is this what people say? What does it mean to dredge the meridians? Now the whole face of this young lady has been beaten into a pig's head, and even the young lady's father will definitely not recognize her, and may even suspect that they have swapped people. Ward's father. You can't let yourself down like this. It's over. Kurapika was also a little worried. Although he joined the team for this action, he was more worried about Lee Kei's safety than these. Because once this matter is exposed, it will definitely offend the entire Nisla family gang. At that time, they will be greeted with overwhelming revenge. What the captain said is true, this should just dredge the meridians. The bald girl with rabbit teeth suddenly spoke and explained. It is hard to imagine that such an ugly person can say such soft and sweet words, which is simply a debate between two people. Because Melody clearly heard Lee Kei's heartbeat, there was no fluctuation from beginning to end, which means that the other party thought that beating Wang Ni was justified, and there was no inner pressure. There are only two explanations for this situation. One is, as Lee Kei said, the purpose of doing this is generally to dredge the meridians of the other party. The other is that Lee Kei has absolute confidence to deal with the revenge of the entire Nisla family gang. No matter which one it is under Lee Kei's control. So Melody suddenly believed Lee Kei inexplicably. Fei Ji and the black guy were both very scared. Then, maybe it's probably like this. Then Captain, how long will it take for the lady to wake up? Daisney's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he spoke with difficulty. When it's time to wake up, you will wake up. Lee Kei said indifferently, okay, if there's nothing else, let's go outside to drink some tea and rest. After that, Lee Kei left. Kurapika took a look, and everyone turned around and left, then Melody, and then the others also chose to leave. Only Daisney, who was responsible for cleaning up the mess, was left. This guy now had the word miserable written all over his face. He returned to the hall to rest, and even the servants brought the most expensive coffee, but Lee Kei didn't like it. He preferred to drink tea. Daisney, who had settled the eldest lady, didn't dare to say anything, and sat aside with a bitter face. Lee Kei was slow, drinking tea and browsing the internet. He received a message from Gon, asking about the Greed Island. Oh, it seems that Gon and the others have found the game cards left by Jin. I don't know if my ability to copy entries is effective in that game world, but I still have to go in and take a look. According to the current auction price, the auction price of each card of this game will be around 10 billion. It seems that I have to make some extra money at this auction. Lee Kei had a faint smile on his face. If nothing unexpected happens, the Phantom Troop will come to hijack the auction, and naturally the lost items will be attributed to them. A lot of things will be lost at the auction. It was the Phantom Troop who robbed it. What does it have to do with me, Lee Kei? I am the captain of the bodyguards. Lee Kei smiled. 3 days later, the Yukixin Fantasy Auction, the world's largest annual auction venue, officially kicked off. This is the largest and highest level auction in the Hunter world. In just 10 days, tens of trillions of funds will flow through the public auction alone. And in this auction, some things that may be bought for 10,000 yuan will be sold for 100 million today. It is the hope of countless people to completely turn over or even become rich overnight. More importantly, among the tens of thousands of auctions, many auctions only auction items related to crime. From the day the auction started, the entire Yukixin city entered an unprecedented state of prosperity. Because it is not only the residents in the city, but also people from all over the world who come here specifically for the auction. Wow! It's so lively. It deserves to be the largest auction in the world. Gon, is there any news from Brother K, Kurapika, and Leorio? Along the way, Killua and Gon have arrived in the city, and looking at these lively vendors along the way, they can't help but sigh. Leorio said that if he arrived in Kurapika this afternoon, he would have arrived before. I heard that he worked with Brother K, but he said he would call us when he had time. By the way, Brother K said he has no news about Greed Island for the time being, but he will find a way to help us find the game card. He asked us to walk around the city first. Gon looked left and right, quite excited. By the way, Gon, you should also buy a mobile phone. This is necessary as a professional lover. Okay. Wow, there are mobile phones for sale over there. The two ran directly to a mobile phone vendor to choose which one is suitable. Just then, a familiar voice was suddenly heard. Hi, everyone. The two looked back and saw a familiar figure, Leorio. This guy was still dressed in a suit and carrying a suitcase as before. He looked like a social elite. Boss. You sold this phone for 400,000. This is too expensive. How about rounding it off and selling it for 40,000? Ah? 40,000. At. Of course. Leorio started to bargain for Gon. Both of them were stunned. Because the two were about to pay the boss directly, but they didn't expect Leorio to help bargain directly, and bought the phone from 400,000 yuan to just over 40,000 yuan. He was simply a real bargaining master. This skill amazed the two people. At least for them, they didn't have much concept of the enterprise and didn't know how to bargain at all. By the way, have you learned to read? Leorio pushed his glasses and showed a cool side face expression. He couldn't help but want to show off in front of his friends. He was lucky to learn telekinesis, and he found that this ability was also very good. It even gave him an illusion that he was almost as powerful as Li Ke at the beginning. But after hearing that Gon and Killua had also learned telekinesis, Leorio was a little confused. You said that you would let me show off alone, why are you two secretly working hard? Just when the three met. When he had dressed up and was ready to leave. That. Where is Lord Li Ke? Wang Ni suddenly blushed and asked Fei Ji beside her. The maid had been settled by Daisy, so he asked Fei Ji to come and take care of Wen Ni. The captain is outside. Fei Ji was a little stunned, because she couldn't understand why Wen Ni was beaten like a pig by Li Ke last time, but she didn't expect that after waking up, she not only had no anger towards Li Ke, but also had a special liking for him. She often asked where Li Ke was, hoping that Li Ke could come to accompany him, especially when he felt unsafe at night. But Li Ke didn't have the heart to protect this kind of NPC. He came here just to brush the entries, just a side thing. So it was impossible for her to agree to continue to live her life there happily. After being rejected several times, Wen Ni was even more eager to see Li Ke. Okay. I'll go ask Captain T. Fei Ji had no choice but to speak. She knew that she had to handle this matter well, otherwise she would have a lot of troubles at that time. But just when she turned around and was about to go out, she heard a familiar voice behind her. Okay, it's almost time, we should leave here today. It was Captain Li Ke. Everyone saw Li Ke walk directly towards the eldest lady. Li Ke glanced at the other person's head. Brushable entries, cooled down. Very good. Pa. Too lazy to talk, he went up and gave Wang Ni a slap in the face. Then he beat her back and forth. Wang Ni was so excited that she almost fainted and was wet. Ding! You defeated Wang Ni Nasra in a fighting posture. Ding! 10% automatic copying started, copying successfully. Ding! Congratulations on getting Angel's automatic notes gold, people human body collector purple. Ding! Detected that the host hates the collector entry, automatically crushed human body collector, turned into experience points to fill Angel's automatic notes gold, the progress of this entry has been improved. Next cooldown time 132 days. A voice like heavenly sounded in the organization's mind. A large amount of information poured into Li Ke's mind. He directly gained an additional ability of Wang Ni. That is, he can make predictions for a specific object in the form of abstract poetry for the next month, which is presented in 4 sections. Each section corresponds to a week of the future. To activate the ability, you need the name, birthday, and blood type of the person you are predicting. If the user cannot see the person in person when predicting, a photo of the person will be needed. It's okay. It's indeed an okay entry. To be honest, as a time traveler, I don't care about predicting the future. Because traveling is a heaven-defying thing, the future will inevitably be changed. So there is no need to believe in the nonsense of predicting the future. The future entrepreneurs predicted by the other party are fully capable of making changes. It's just that since he came to this world, Lee K is naturally curious about this strange beauty. It's good to have more skills. It's not bad to have one more ability. What's more, if nothing goes wrong, this ability will be copied by Crollo. But now there is an accident. If Lee K is present, the other party wants to copy the main, and this ability is almost the same as a fairy tale. This thing is like a nuclear bomb. You cannot use it, but you must have it. Maybe this entry will be combined with other entries in the future to produce an unprecedented wonderful combination. Perfect. Not bad. Lee K is very satisfied. The other team members who saw this scene were completely numb. Although they didn't know why Lee K did this, no one dared to disobey Lee K's approach. And this time Lee K's control of the strength was just right, at least it wouldn't make the young lady look like a pig. The other party even looked at Lee K with blurred eyes. How do you feel? Wang Ni? Lee K asked casually. It feels great. Captain Lee K. You must protect me well, Wang Ni will listen to you in everything. Okay, pack up 1.8 things, let's go. Lee K gave an order, and Daisy finally breathed a sigh of relief. The group packed up their things and got on the car to go out. In the car, Daisy asked awkwardly, saying that according to the arrangement of Boss Light, he needed to let Wang Ni make some predictions. It was about the future of other gangsters. In fact, it was by relying on the means of accurately predicting other bosses that Wang Ni climbed up to this position step by step from me and secured the identity of the same gangster. Humph. Dad didn't fulfill the promise he promised me last time, I don't want it. Wang Ni was a little angry and pouted. BLK. Daisy looked ugly. Wang Ni, do as Daisy ordered, don't make trouble. Lee K glanced at her and said. Hearing Lee K's words, the young lady suddenly became like a female licker, so clever. Yeah, I listen to Master Lee K. I will do whatever the master tells me to do, as long as the master remembers to beat me. Wang Ni blushed. Lee K just wanted to see the effect of the other party using this ability. Soon. After being told some necessary information, Wang Ni started writing furiously. Lee K clearly saw a strange pen appear in the other party's hand, as if the pen was controlling the person, not the person controlling the pen. Soon. The prophecy poem was written out, and it was indeed the kind of hazy poem, because of interest. After being checked by Lee K, Daisy was careful and said these poems as if he had been pardoned. This was a task he had completed. At the same time, on the side of the suburban highway, the people of Phantom Troop have gathered again. Chapter 97. It's been so many years since we've been together. Nobunaga sighed. 3 years and 2 months, but this time there are a few new people. Phaeton narrowed his eyes. Number 4 and number 8. Maki said, but number 4 may be late. Just a defeated general. After completing this task, kick that guy out of the team. The big guy Franklin said in a muffled voice, his earlobes hanging with earrings almost fell to his shoulders. It's best if he doesn't come. I hate this guy. I really don't understand why the captain keeps him. Compared to this guy, I'm more curious about Ulquiera and Aizen. I really hope to fight with those two guys. Phaeton's worst point on the road is his pocket, and his collar covers half of his cheek. Maki said, if we really fight, I don't think you will be interested. I hate dealing with dangerous guys the most. I don't know what the captain wants me to steal this time. I think it's an ancient book or something. The captain likes reading books very much. No, I think it's a game. Game. There are several of the most expensive games in the world at the auction, and they are also the most dangerous games in the world. I am also interested. Phaeton smiled and said, thinking for a while, no matter what the leader wants us to take away, we will clear out everything and take it away directly. The two talked, and Nobunaga and Franklin had already started fighting behind them. These two guys are fighting maniacs and often fight together after meeting. And in the ruins not far ahead, Crollo and others have also arrived. After he announced the goal of this operation, everyone was surprised. Because the goal of this operation was to loot the entire auction, which seemed to be no different from what Phaeton expected. Leader. Are you serious? The underground auction gathers gangster organizations from all over the world. If we do this, it is equivalent to going against the underworld in the world. Yuvajin, a man as strong and sturdy as a brown bear, couldn't help but say. What's wrong? Did you crawl? 17 Crollo, who had a handsome face, smiled. No. I'm so happy. Captain. Give the order. Yuvajin's expression suddenly became unusually excited and ferocious, and even saliva flowed from his teeth. He could no longer suppress his inner impulse to fight. Now, I order you to kill them all. Crollo smiled and ordered. Great. Ha 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 ha. Anyone who stands in my way will die. Yuvajin laughed wildly. Others in the brigade present also shouted excitedly. In the 5-star hotel. All the people have been settled, and Miss Wang Ni has even ordered Fei Ji to take care of them. Daisny reported his work to his boss right, because only he knew about the things before, and Li Ke didn't know, so he was still responsible for this aspect, such as providing prophecy poems to other gangsters. He reported these things over the phone. Everything will increase in value. The basement will become your place to sleep. You cannot go down the stairs that you have not climbed up, and you cannot compete with others for numbers. This is the result of Wang Ni's divination. Sleep is related to death, which is the experience gained in the past. Therefore, he must explain it clearly to the boss. It is very likely that there will be major problems in this auction, so before that, he must first give the boss a shot of prevention. Li Ke doesn't care much about these things. Anyway, what Li Ke is focusing on now is to fight against the enemy with the generals and cover the water with the earth. All the schemes and strategies pale in the face of absolute power. Strategies are only for the weak to consider. When your strength is enough to overthrow all obstacles, you don't need to consider how to get out of trouble. The simplest way is to rush straight ahead. For example, when a weak person sees a stone, he will think about how to move the stone away. He will consider asking for help or choosing other methods such as excavators. But for a strong person, such as Li Ke, the first thought when encountering the same trouble is just to kick the other party away. It's that simple. In addition, boss. Captain Li Ke asked me to take him to see the arrangement of the venue, so as to protect the safety of the young lady in the venue 1. Dazonai said cautiously. Because this matter was raised by Li Ke in the car, the so-called excuse was that he hoped to better understand the environment and protect the young lady. There was a silence on the other end of the phone, and finally a reply was given. I will contact the auction, you can take Li Ke to check it out, but don't have any other ideas. Understood, don't worry, Nibbon. Dazoni said hurriedly. Captain. Things are done, let's go to the auction. Dazoni said to Li Ke with a smile on his face. He didn't dare to directly refuse any request from Li Ke. Now that the boss has agreed, it is definitely good news for him. The time they spend alone will definitely enhance the relationship between the two. And this time there are some problems in the verses of the eldest lady's fable, which is very likely to suffer turmoil in this auction. This makes him, as the former captain, a little worried. If you can get along with Lee K as soon as possible at this time, you will definitely be able to greatly improve your mission success rate in this auction. Let's go, Kurapika, you are in charge here. Like ordered. Understood, DJO. Kurapika readily agreed, he was absolutely obedient to Lee K. Soon. Like followed Daisy and the two of them around the auction venue. Because of their identities as members of the Letrosla Mafia family, they were able to move freely. In addition, Daisy was a well-known bodyguard in this city. Many bodyguards knew him, and even let him pass through some places that needed to be checked. Sir, this is where the vault of the entire auction is. Look, Dajni wanted to say, look, let's not go there, it's a sensitive place. Although the Nisla family is also a shareholder behind the auction, it is only one of the shareholders after all, and there are other mafia holding shares. There is no need to go to that kind of place. Since it is a very important place, we should also go and take a look. Like said lightly. Isn't it for this big vault that I came here to find this job? And when the time comes, I will throw the blame directly to the guys who came to rob. They are a group of account-settling saints. Tisk tisk tisk. Daisny's mouth twitched, and his head couldn't help but think of the mural he had painted. If he disobeyed Lee K's order, he would probably end up in the same situation, so he had no choice at all, and went to the vault with Li Jing. Stop! This is the auction vault. No one is allowed to approach. But they didn't go far, and they were stopped when the vault was still some distance away. We are the bodyguards of the Nisra family. I am Daisny. Daisny showed his identity. It must be said that this identity is still there, at least it allowed the two to move forward a few more checkpoints. But in fact, there are more than a dozen checkpoints in front of the entire vault. However, in the last few passages, they still didn't let the two in. Because even the Nisra family couldn't enter alone without the promise of other gang members and bosses. Daisny's expression was very ugly now, and he almost knelt down to beg this colleague who was guarding the door. Okay, let's stop here, I almost understand. At this time, Lee K's words were like the sound of nature, and instantly saved Daisny. Let's go back. Lee K spoke calmly and left directly. However, no one noticed that after Lee K left, several tiny lightning mosquitoes appeared, almost imperceptible, quietly lying in the corner, and some even got into the keyhole. Now Lee K's control over the Thunder Beast has increased to more than 30 kilometers. Not to mention a mere vault, it can cover most of the city. He just came here to put an eye. When the auction starts, he will be here to meet the robbers as soon as they come in, and buy everything at the bottom and leave them an empty shell. Then, as the Nisra family, he will directly arrest those guys and let them take the blame until they die. Perfect. Comfortable. Daisny finally breathed a sigh of relief. He finally served this evil star. In addition to a few people, there are also several security personnel who have been prepared. They are like trash. Lee K is too lazy to take a second look. He used Daisny's method directly, but just changed the security division map. As some favors for his obedience, Bajiao, Fija, and Skawera were arranged at the back door. A few cannon fodders and Daisny were responsible for the auction venue. He, Kurapika, and Melody were responsible for the front door. Because the front door can lead to the observation deck, the farthest view, and can see the fish eating the bait with your own eyes. Daisny almost cried when he heard this arrangement. The auction venue is definitely the most dangerous place, although he had already realized this before. But now that he knew about the predictions made by the eldest lady, he was a little uneasy. Originally, he was still hoping to get close to Lee K, but now it seems that he still has to be on his own. Instead, Lee K chose the front door, which has a relatively low risk factor. Even though he was bitter, like a dumb person eating coptis, Daisny couldn't say a word. Don't worry, in return for calling me captain for a while, I will ensure that you can all survive. Lee K glanced at a few people and reported calmly. Ah? That's great. Captain. Captain. Hearing this, Daisaji was so moved that he almost cried. He finally heard the sentence he wanted to hear the most. Although Lee K rarely made such promises, he still believed in the credibility of this sentence for such a powerful person to make such a promise. It's true. I just don't know why you are so sure. Melody heard Lee K's heartbeat and confirmed the truth of this matter, but she was a little confused. Fei Ji, the black guy, and Bajiao were also moved. Okay, go according to your own arrangements. If there are any problems, contact me directly through the intercom. If you can't even use the intercom and are solved, then you can only blame yourself for not having the strength to take on this mission. Lee K said lightly. Bok. Everyone dispersed. In fact, Lee K had already placed a lot of thunder beasts in the entire auction venue. All this was thanks to his own 5 elements multiple clone technique. If he didn't have this ability, he would never be able to split so many thunder beasts. Any clone is like a teleportation coordinate point for Lee K. He can quickly go over and control it. Even without his own beasts, they can act according to Lee K's settings. On the roof of the auction building, the starry sky is bright, and the whole city is extremely prosperous under the lights. Lee K, Karapika, and the bald girl are standing on the balcony. The reason for choosing this opportunity is that Lee K also took a fancy to the bald girl's entry. The other party has an interesting entry. Name, Melody. Entry, Transmuter Talent Double Blue, Hell's Ear Blue, Sound Hunter Blue, Dark Sonata Cursor Grey, etc. Melody has a grey entry. This is the first time Lee K has seen an entry that is very strange. But according to the information of this entry, it is very likely that this is a cursed entry. If it is copied, will I be cursed as well? System, cursed status entry, if copied, will I state the curse? Lee K asked inwardly. No, all negative entries will be filtered by the system for you, please work quickly. Okay. You can eat it with confidence. Big, do you have any other arrangements for me to come to the front door? Melody looked at Lee K nervously. Although she could hear Lee K's heartbeat, she still felt great psychological pressure to get along with Lee K. Are you cursed? Lee K got straight to the point. Ah? Captain, it's true, you can actually see it. Melody was very surprised, and then she explained in detail why she became like this. The reason was that she heard a dark sonata flute a long time ago, played by a friend, and that friend was completely dead. After listening to this song, Melody, who was originally a beautiful girl, turned into this ugly appearance. In return, she lost her healthy body, but gained this strange ability. Oh. So, this song seems to have a special effect of awakening people's abilities, but the price is indeed a bit high. Lee K rubbed his chin, and the other party's explanation made him brighten his eyes. It seems that in this hunter world, there are still many areas that he has not explored. Even if he has watched related anime in his previous life, he has not understood all the information. Try to attack me with your greatest ability. Lee K said. Ah. Hearing this, Melody was stunned, but after repeated confirmation, Lee K still asked so, and she had to do it according to the request. Then the battle ended very quickly. Ding! You defeated Melody. Ding! 10% probability of automatic copying. Ding! Copying successfully. Chapter 98. Congratulations on successfully copying the entry Ear of Hell Blue, Sonata of Darkness Grey. Ding! You have Super Intuition Red, Super 5 Senses Gold, Ear of Hell Blue, automatically crushed and absorbed. Ding! Sonata of Darkness Grey is a curse entry. You can choose to keep it without using it, or crush it. Keeping this entry will cause you to be noticed by an unknown existence. Please choose. The system prompt sounded like the sound of nature in the organization's mind. Keep it. Lee K just thought about it for a while and made a choice directly. This special type of curse entry is the first time I have seen it. And once you have this entry, you will be noticed by the existence of the location, which is really a bit unexpected. But seeing the melody in front of you, you must be able to infer some information, even if the so-called unknown existence must not have the strength to cross time and space to reach you. Otherwise, the melody would not be alive. In other words, even if the other party crosses over, it will not get any benefit in front of you. But in fact, this does not prevent Lee K from treating this entry as a special medium, or the key to a brand new dungeon. The unknown is always fascinating. Maybe when I get interested one day, I can sense the other party's existence through this entry and enter a new dungeon. B. Melody looked at Lee K with some awe. She knew that she would definitely lose, but it was totally unexpected that she defeated Lee K so quickly. Lee K's speed was too fast, and there was no chance for her to react. The two were not players of the same level at all. Not only her, but even Kurapika, who was standing by, did not see Lee K's specific actions clearly. I can try to remove your curse, but I can't guarantee that I can do it. Lee K suddenly spoke. His words instantly made Melody's glasses shine, and she even trembled with excitement. If this sentence was said by anyone else, Melody would definitely not believe it. Because after being cursed by this dark sonata, she had looked for many people, even some strong people who also had none. But the other party said that they were powerless to do anything about the curse on her. Even if there were some who said they could do it, they were finally found to be just some liars. But this sentence came from Lee K's mouth, and Melody had awe and trust in Lee K from the bottom of her heart. The other party's strength far exceeded her own. If he really wanted to do something bad to her, there was no need to beat around the bush like this. It doesn't matter, Captain. If you are interested in the curse on me, you can cast it at will, but you must be careful, because I became like this after listening to the performance of this flute. I hope these things on me will not affect you. Melody was a little worried. She was not worried about herself, but about Jike. She had realized that she was almost hopeless, and her biggest goal in life was to find a way to crack this thing. Close your eyes. Like said, and his hand was placed on the other's forehead. Melody closed her eyes nervously. She was already desperate, and her mood was a little turbulent at this moment. If anyone else told her that there was hope to lift her curse, she would naturally not believe it. But the person in front of her was Lee K, and she still had a strong desire in her heart. Kurapika also opened her eyes curiously. According to the order of Yato God, purify your soul, abandon your insincerity, drive away the filth, return the mortal heart to nothingness, clear, straightforward, upright soul to pray for the soul to be cut, to pay for your sins, before. Like began to chant. This is a chanting spell from an anime he has watched. Like, who has the ability to chant and materialize, can directly limit the effect through the limitation of the spell and the idea in his mind, but the specific effect will be determined according to various factors. In Kurapika's astonished eyes, a strange hexagram magic circle appeared under Melody's feet. Then her body was shrouded in a faint green light. Feeling extremely comfortable all over her body, as if she was soaking in a hot spring, Melody couldn't help but open her eyes, and then was surprised to see the green light surrounding her body. At this moment, Lee K fell into Melody's eyes, like a god. The other party is saving himself. Just like God is blessing mortals. At this moment, these thoughts came up automatically without any reason. Melody! Kurapika suddenly exclaimed, her voice made Melody tremble, and then she was surprised to see that her body began to change. The originally bald head quickly grew long hair, and the mouse-like face was also returning to normal. This sloppy little dwarf girl turned into a pretty and sweet girl with a tall figure. She was much more beautiful than a lady like Wang Ni. Sweet, pure, and stunning. Kurapika even looked a little dazed. She never dreamed that the ugly girl in her daily life would be so beautiful. If her eyes were one of the 7 most beautiful things in the world, then the girl in front of her was definitely a pearl of the world. My body. It was still a familiar voice, but at this moment the owner of this voice had become a very beautiful girl. Melody looked at her body in great surprise, her slender white jade-like fingers, her tattooed skin, and her smooth black hair like silk. Everything seemed to be back. Tears could not help but roll from her eyes, and then flowed down. After being cursed by the dark sonata, she didn't know how many sleepless nights she had, and how many nights she cried alone. She originally wanted to die, but the strength in her heart made her persist, wanting to find a way to get rid of everything. So even with such an ugly face, Melody still did not give up her inner dream. Even in the days after being cursed, her heart became stronger and stronger. She originally thought that she seemed to have no hope of returning to her original appearance in this life, but at least this was a path she wanted to pursue in her life. But now in front of Li Ke, the strange hexagram magic circle that Li Ke could not understand how he did it appeared, and then the curses on her body seemed to be expelled. Oh! You are very beautiful, Melody. Even Li Ke, as a time traveler, couldn't help but sigh. This ugliest dwarf bald girl Melody, after returning to her original appearance, turned out to be so beautiful. Ah! Thank you, Captain. Thank you so much. Melody was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. She couldn't help but tiptoe to get close to Li Ke. She couldn't help but touch Li Ke's cheek lightly like a dragonfly touching the water. The soft pink lips have a faint sweet smell like cherry blossoms. It can be imagined that the girl in front of her must have been very popular before she was cursed, and she must have many suitors. It is also hard to imagine that such a beautiful girl would become an ugly monster, and then she would have to be strong in her heart to find a way to remove the curse. Melody, this is only a temporary removal. With my ability, I can't completely cure the curse on you. According to the current situation, it is likely to be suppressed for 12 hours, which means that after dawn, the suppressing force will disappear and you will return to your original appearance. But I set up a circulating telekinesis structure in your body, and you will return to your previous appearance at night. If you want to completely remove the curse, you may need to find the guy who cast the spell on you. Li Ke sighed. When using Noragami's spell, she felt the resistance in the other party's curse. If the guy who cast the curse source cannot be solved, this situation cannot be cured, and the suppression time can only be increased. That's good, Captain. This is a very good thing for me. Anyway, thank you so much, Captain. Melody's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Li Ke's unprecedented excitement. Half of the time a day can be restored to the original appearance, which is a pleasant surprise for her. Even if she can only recover for 10 minutes a day, it is the greatest satisfaction in her life, and 12 hours is far beyond her expectations. In the future, she may only become a night princess. You are so beautiful, Melody. You should be the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. Kurapika praised generously. Okay, you stay here now. The auction seems to be about to start. Pay attention to the movements and be safe. 0145013117 Fila 133543571 Li Ke suddenly showed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. For her, lifting the curse of Melody is just a small attempt at her ability. The ability to manifest the chanting purple is indeed very good. But now, it seems that those phantom troop guys have already mixed in with the guests, and the auction is about to begin. Li Ke slowly left the rooftop. His figure disappeared on the spot. Auction site. Rich nobles and strong men from all over the world gathered here because this is the top auction in the hunter world. Many precious things can be found here. Daisy was patrolling the auction site with a grim face. This time, there are many more people participating in the auction than the last time, and the participants are basically well-known people in the organization. I even got some gang bosses to come to the venue in person. Captain! You must protect me. He was a little nervous. Because Wang Ni's prophecy poem inferred that there might be some problems in this auction, then as the deputy captain, he must be the first to bear the brunt. Back door. Fei Ji and Bajiao were arranged here. Aren't these the bodyguards of the Nasra family? They really look like a bunch of trash, and they were actually arranged to hide in the back. SHH, keep your voice down, you'll hear it. Several bodyguards who came to patrol couldn't help but complain. Being in charge of the back door is the most leisurely job and the one with the lowest risk factor. They are very envious. Fei Ji felt a little itchy when she went there. If she followed her past habits, she would directly use her ability to control the other party. But now, she felt that she needed to control her ability, and even hated her ability a little. Because it needed kissing to work. The captain hated her because of this. If she was not like this, maybe, the captain would be sure. Fei Ji was a little confused. If you talk nonsense again this year, be careful that I will let the dogs bite you. Skavara waved a few hounds with a bad look. Bajiao also stared at these people. The patrolling bodyguards were frightened by the vicious dogs and retreated and fled. I don't know what the situation is with the captain. I hope this auction will be peaceful. Peace is impossible. There will be some troubles in this level of auction every year, but they are all under control. After all, many of the people who come here are gangsters, and some friction is inevitable. Several people were discussing. And at this moment, auction underground treasure house. A thin, good man walked in unimpeded. Sir. After seeing this man, the guards in charge here all gave way. Because he is one of the most powerful yin beasts under the famous 10 old men. Well, keep watching here and open the door. The thin man raised his mouth slightly, looked at the guards with a condescending look, and then took out the token he carried with him. A black token with a big word written on it. Xiao. This is also his name. The people of the 10 old men will understand everything when they see this. He is someone they can't afford to offend. Sure enough. After seeing this token in him, the guards present all changed their faces slightly, and didn't dare to look at him at all, and trembled and gave way. Xiao walked to the front of the vault unimpeded, and then took out the key. In fact, after receiving the prophecy poem from Weni yesterday, including Lightnessla, these gangsters all agreed that they should move all the things in the treasure house in advance, just in case. Because the prophecy poem said something bad. So Xiao was arranged to come here. In fact, there will not be too many valuable things in this auction, because all the valuable things are in this treasure house and will be taken away by himself. Click. The 1-meter-thick vault door was slowly opened, and he walked in directly, and then ordered the guards to close the heavy vault door. This is a vault door forged from a special alloy. Even if Netero, who is known as the world's strongest, arrives, it will definitely not be a short time to break it. The security factor has definitely reached the highest level. But what Xiao didn't notice was that a strange little mosquito fell on his clothes and followed him in. Chapter 99. What a bunch of idiots! You actually want to attack our boss's auction. I will catch you all in one fell swoop. It's a pity that so many things are not mine, a bunch of damn old men. Looking at the dazzling array of treasures in front of him, Xiao couldn't help complaining. The Yin Beast is the most powerful Nin organization under the 10 old men. Every member is very powerful. Xiao is the best among them. It's just that his ability is a little special. His own combat power may not be particularly outstanding, but his own ability is very special. Nin Magical Bag Skin. Realization ability. You can transform into a special bag, which is somewhat similar to the treasure bag in the novel. You can put everything in it, even living people, and the things put in will become smaller directly. So it is most appropriate to arrange him to come and pack up all the things in the treasure house and take them away. However, this way can not only conceal people's eyes and ears, but also be very convenient and will not attract the attention of others. Xiao began to use his ability to pack up these things. Many good things made him jealous, but he knew very clearly that these were all the things of the gangsters. If he dared to take one more, he would definitely die in the wilderness tomorrow. All of them can only be viewed from a distance, not played with. Finally, after spending more than 10 minutes, all the things in the vault were packed up, and not even the dust on the ground was left. This made Xiao couldn't help but sigh at his excellent ability. If anyone else came, he would definitely not be able to do it as beautifully as he did. Moving these things out will definitely attract the attention of many people, and if things go wrong, a fight will break out, but it will be completely different if he comes here. No one noticed, and it was absolutely silent. I'm so tired, but the boss said that he would give me a reward of 200 million this time. After finishing this job, I will go find a few women to have fun. Let those be scream under me. Xiao's mouth was excited. Just as he turned around and prepared to leave, a strange voice suddenly came from behind him. Thank you for your hard work. If you can't hit the thing well, you can put it down and leave. This voice made Xiao's footsteps stop abruptly, and the whole person seemed to have pressed the pause button. The next moment, he directly turned around and whipped across, and the amazing force even made the air explode. But what made his pupils shrink was that the opponent directly pulled away as if teleporting, perfectly avoiding his 0-5 attack. Your ability is very good, but your boxing and kicking skills are quite ordinary, and your own vigilance is also quite low. I really don't know what you gangsters think of choosing a weak chicken like you as a thug. The man shrugged a little bored. It was the smiling clown who spoke. Hisoka. And he also showed his back openly, with a clear spider mark and the number 4 on it. The moment he saw this mark, Xiao's pupils suddenly shrank, the hair on his body stood up, and his eyes became very dangerous and vigilant. Phantom Troop. It was Phantom Troop. This group of guys are notorious wanted criminals. They do not follow any rules. No matter if they are gangsters or ordinary people, they will be killed if they offend this group of guys. So even among the gangs, their famous teachers are not very good. But, they really look down on others. I am the leader of the Yin Beast. I was mocked by the other party and said that my fighting power is chicken? Do they really think that the Yin Beast is just for free? This is the most powerful organization of telekinetic users under the 10 elders. Xiao's expression became ferocious. If he catches this guy in front of him, and then finds all the people of Phantom Troop and kills them all, this should be considered a great achievement. By then, his reputation will surely resound throughout the city. Thinking of this, his smile became more ferocious. He waved his hand. Instantly, a black shawl fell in the direction of Hisoka. Tisk. Hee hee. Hisoka smiled. His figure disappeared from the spot, and a trace of electric arc jumped on the spot. When Xiao reacted, he found that the other party was already standing behind him. He didn't even react when the other party came through. But what did the other party do? Xiao had this doubt in his mind, and then he found that the world around him was spinning, and his vision was completely uncontrollably rolling up. In this rolling moment, he not only saw the Phantom Troop member number 4 in front of him. He even saw a familiar figure behind him. To be precise, it should be himself without a head. There was also a card falling on the ground. €2, 583? This thought, BHBF, emerged in his mind at the last second, and then his eyes went black and he lost consciousness. Ding! You killed one of the Yin Beast members, Owl. Ding! Randomly plunder the opponent's entry. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Realization Talent Purple, Magical Baggage Gold, Animal Skills Double Blue. Ding! Your Realization Talent Purple automatically merges and is promoted to Realization Talent Double Purple. A sound like the sound of nature rang in Li Kei's mind. Countless energies flowed into his limbs and bones. The materialization talent was upgraded to the double purple level. More importantly, he was lucky enough to get the ability that this guy was most proud of. Entry: Magical Baggage Gold. Effect: you can use your ability to shrink any object or person and put it in siang. This effect can besiege the target. The strength of the siege depends on the strength of the user's ability. This is simply like a treasure bag. A must-have item for home travel and robbery. Perfect. Hee. Oh, the guy hiding behind the scenes? Don't worry, our brigade will kill all of you soon, a bunch of old guys. Hisoka suddenly stepped forward and casually took out a hidden pinhole camera from the shirt pocket of the headless corpse. After saying these words, he crushed it with his fingers. I can only say that Xiao is a fool. He didn't even know that he was installed with a peeping and eavesdropping device. Even if he didn't deal with this guy was destined to be a worker for 10 lifetimes. Because everything he said in the vault had been heard by his leader. But Hisoka Lee K was different. With his super 5 senses, he clearly sensed the existence of this thing. The so-called acting should be done in full, so he naturally had to act clearly for him. At this moment, the 10 elders. A group of gangsters clearly saw Hisoka's face and the words he said. Their expressions instantly became extremely ugly. FK. Too much. Phantom troop, right? We just turned a blind eye to these guys no matter what happened in the past, but now they are targeting us. Damn it. Arrange people to go there immediately, and never let them take the things away, and kill them all. Damn it. Damn idiots. Prepare hot weapons. And arrange yin beasts to go there. Phantom troop, should be removed from the list from now on. Hisoka's words completely angered the 10 elders. They are well-known figures in the gang world, but now they are being written on their heads and shit by a young man, and even threatened by the camera. This is definitely a shame that I can never tolerate in my life. It is rare that these old guys have almost no business, and they work together to swear to eradicate Hisoka's phantom troop for the first 10 times. You have to know that the treasures they sent to the auction this time are priceless, and even the hard work of the entire gang for several years. After these things were robbed, it was definitely a very serious blow to them, and it might even lead to an unstable position. This account must be settled. And it can only be cleaned with blood. Inside the vault, Hisoka Lee K looked at the cloth bag that fell to the ground in front of him leisurely. Hisoka killed people, and Phantom Troop attracted hatred. It has nothing to do with him. And sure enough, after this guy died, the cloth bag created by his ability gradually disappeared, and then all the things were about to be spit out again like a blowout. But at this moment, the factor. A piece of golden silk that was more than 10 times larger than when Xiao used it opened. If Xiao used this ability, it was a beggar-like rag sack, then when Li Ke used it, it was completely like a treasure bag, which looked many times more powerful. In just a few breaths, all the things were directly wrapped by the golden silk and then shrunk into 10 small golden beautiful silk ribbons and fell into Li Ke's hand. The things in here should be no less than 100 billion rings, right? Li Ke didn't have much idea of the value of the things in here, but it didn't matter. Anyway, they were all in his hands. He could just ask anyone when the time came. The small bag was casually put into his pocket. Comfortable. Perfect. This Yin Beast organization is really a good organization. It actually gave me such a good experience. I even feel that although this entry is only golden, it is not inferior to the red entry at all. At least this thing is too convenient to use. I don't have to worry about the problem of big and small bags taking up space in the future. Okay, let's go. Good night, Makaba. Hisoka Lee K glanced at the body of the owl lying on the ground, with a faint smile on his lips. These guys are the black gloves of the gangsters, with blood on their hands. I don't know how many civilians have died in their hands. I killed this guy myself, but I didn't have any psychological burden. Even if I killed him 100 times or 10,000 times, it would not be enough to make up for the heinous crimes he committed. I am Li Ke. But a good man, I will get rid of harm for the people. Open the door. Hisoka Li Ke called out. The few so-called standing outside were stunned for a moment, because they felt that the voice seemed a little wrong. But from beginning to end, they didn't find anyone going in, and there was only one entrance to the entire vault, without any exit. There was no time to think too much. Once you offend the yin beast, you will have to bear the consequences. Several guards hurried over and slowly opened the extremely heavy vault door. When the door of the vault was opened, the guards present were stunned. Because the person standing in front of them was not the yin beast member who had just entered, but a very strange guy. The camera at the door of the vault also clearly captured Hisoka's face. Who are you? Where is Lord Owl? A gangster guard said in astonishment. Lord Owl is dead. Stop him! Stop him! Don't let him run away! Another gangster guard suddenly saw the body inside through the crack in the door. Owl's head had been chopped off and the body was still lying in a pool of blood. It seemed that he could not survive at all. He shouted in shock and anger. Ah, it's really rude to make such a fuss. Hisoka Li Ke shook his head and flicked his finger. This is a flying poker card. These ordinary guards are no match for them at all, and their heads were cut off in an instant. The appearance of death is exactly the same as that of the owl. Ding! You killed. Ding! You randomly looted. Ding! You killed. A series of system prompts sounded in his mind, but Li Ke didn't care about these system prompts, because the entries dropped by these ordinary monsters are all ordinary green and blue entries. And there are no special entries, no telekinesis. After all, telekinesis is still quite rare. However, no matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat. Since the system automatically picks it up for you anyway, all the useless ones are directly crushed and used to pile up experience bars. The entire vault was directly washed with blood, and then the camera was destroyed. After all, it was enough for them to get evidence of Hisoka's crime, which could prove that the underground vault was taken by Phantom. Troop will be emptied. But I think the guys from the brigade will come soon, so I should leave some surprises for them. After making sure that all the cameras were destroyed, Hisoka Li Ke raised his hand. All the bodies and blood on the ground floated up. Lightning flashed. All turned to ashes. Li Ke is very familiar with this set now. Anyway, killing gang members is as painless as killing fish. These members have resurrected again. To be precise, they were created with the ability of the Thunder Beast, combined with the small 5 clone technique. And they were given the simplest AI program. That is, to give them some art when the time comes. Explosion is art. Boom. Ha 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 ha. After Hisoka Li Ke settled all this, he left here in a very good mood. At this moment, the auction officially began. Countless guests and wealthy people gathered, all of whom were the upper class and elites of society. Daisy was also in charge of checking on the side, and Skawara's dogs were all over the periphery of the venue. On the rostrum, 2 people, one big and one small, wearing black suits came on stage. The big one was Franklin with ears hanging down to his shoulders, and the small one was Phaeton with squinting eyes. Welcome everyone. So we don't need to be polite, all of you go to hell. Phaeton's voice resounded throughout the venue, and Franklin's expression behind him instantly became very dangerous. He raised his hands suddenly, and in the horrified eyes of everyone, 10 fingers fell off with a clatter, hanging on a thin iron chain. The 10 broken fingers turned out to be black holes. It looked like a Gatling gun barrel, which made people inexplicably terrified. Chapter 100. Arrangement. What? The sudden scene instantly made all the gangsters and elites present change their faces. As the deputy captain of the Nasra family bodyguards, Daisny looked like he was going to die. Before he could turn around, he heard the deafening sound of crazy bullets. Two-handed machine gun. All 10 fingers of Franklin turned into firepower that was vented out of the muzzle. Protect the boss. Damn it. Hurry up and defend. Other bodyguards nearby roared in fear and rushed over frantically. There were also some other nin. Some people even took out alloy steel shields, but at the moment of blocking the opponent's bullets, all these bodyguards changed their faces, because their super alloy cards were easily torn and penetrated by the opponent's bullets. Even the bodyguards standing in the front were beaten into a bloody mess in just a breath. Dazzoni's pupils dilated instantly. He tried desperately to retreat, but he watched the bullets coming at him like a storm. The other party was obviously just one person, but melee was comparable to a small army. It's over. Such a thought emerged in Dazzoni's mind, and it was completely blank. Dang 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 dang. But the next second, something shocked him. A figure appeared in front of him. The other party just raised his right hand and opened his 5 fingers towards the rain of bullets. Instantly, an invisible stance emerged, and all the bullets stopped in mid-air. But the other party only protected himself. In the venue, the other gang members could not resist the terrifying bullets and were all beaten to pieces. Even some powerful gangsters who were ready to escape were still covered by the other party's pouring firepower. In just a few moments, the originally crowded and lively venue was now filled with a strong smell of blood, and broken limbs were everywhere. Even the sound of screaming and wailing could not be heard, because those people were all beaten to death. There were only 2 figures standing there. One was Daisny, and the other was Li Ke, who had just come back from the vault after fighting. Not bad. This is the effect he wanted. He had no interest in these gangs, and death was death. These guys had no idea how much blood was stained on their hands, and how many blood feuds they had. Death here was also atonement. The fish he wanted to catch finally came. But now the big fish Krollo has not appeared, and he still has to prove that the other party robbed the entire auction. There are a lot of cameras around here. With the irrefutable facts, he just sat back and reaped the benefits. There is no need to fight them hard for the time being. Captain. Daisny was very surprised, but before the smoke and dust on the field rose, he found that he was grabbed by Li Ke and disappeared on the spot. The smoke and dust dissipated. Franklin stopped attacking. There was no living person in the entire venue, and it was even full of holes like honeycomb coal. It seemed that if another grenade was thrown, the whole building would collapse. No matter those guys were hiding behind the wall or behind the cabinet, they were all beaten to pieces. It must be said that Franklin's ability is absolutely excellent, especially in this kind of large-scale combat, which is an ultra-long-range AQE damage. A bunch of trash. Franklin stopped attacking, his 10 fingers still emitting wisps of green smoke, but his face was full of excitement. Hey! I killed them all in one go, I'm not satisfied yet. Is it time for me to clean up again? Holding a bloody vacuum cleaner, the harmless-looking, bespectacled girl walked slowly, and behind her were several bodies with smashed heads. Shizuku, a member of the brigade. She looks simple, but in fact she is also a murderer. Her job is to clean the battlefield. Wash yourself clean, including the seats and so on. Shizuku spoke to her vacuum cleaner. What surprised people was that the vacuum cleaner suddenly opened wide as if it had a mouth, and then swallowed up the entire venue full of blood like a wind circle of residual clouds. In just a moment, the entire venue had been cleaned up. Not even a corpse was left. Something strange. Phaeton suddenly frowned slightly. What's strange? Is it because these parents died too quickly? Franklin asked curiously. No. Do you remember that there was a bodyguard patrolling at the venue? That guy's strength should be pretty good, but why didn't you see his body? If I remember correctly, he should have been standing in the range of your bullets just now. Phaeton looked at the direction where Daisy disappeared with some confusion. He had a very good memory, and he could almost remember everything he saw. Even the bodies on the ground could be detected with just a glance. I think I beat them to pieces. Don't worry about it. They are just trash. If they die, they die. It doesn't matter. Even if they escaped, they can be killed later. Franklin said indifferently. Well, that's it. Shizuku nodded blankly. Well, anyway, you should be careful. There seems to be some problems with this operation. Phaeton seemed to be a little worried, but he finally sighed, put his hands in his pockets, and shook his head indifferently. Even if the opponent escaped, even if the opponent was very strong and had hidden strength, he had absolute confidence that he could kill the opponent. Because he was the strongest. Outside. On the roof. Kurapika and Miss Melody were monitoring everything in the venue. They would not leave their respective positions without Lee K's order. Melody had returned to her ugly appearance and did not seem to have any abnormality, but now she was only loyal to Lee K. Daisy, whose back was soaked with cold sweat, was thrown aside by Lee K at this moment. His head was still full of the scene of the dense bullets. He did not expect that he really managed to escape death. All this was thanks to Lee K. It seemed that his choice this time was definitely the most correct choice in his life. If he had not surrendered to Lee K, he would have become a corpse now. Those guys were too dangerous. Their strength far exceeded the limit that a bodyguard like him could handle. Captain! Thank you so much. Daisy came back to his senses, panting. He couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead and looked at GK with gratitude. He knew that if Lee K hadn't brought him here, he would have died long ago. It doesn't matter. I said I would keep you safe this time. Lee K said lightly. For him, saving this guy was just a piece of cake. If it wasn't for the purpose of proving the crime of the brigade and getting the big fish out, he could have done it at the venue. A little impatience will ruin a big plan. You guys stay here, I'll go get 2 oranges to eat. Lee K suddenly said. Hey! Hearing this, the 3 people present were directly confused. At this critical moment, Lee K still wants to eat oranges. What does this mean? But the 3 people, including Kurapika, will not refute any decision of Lee K, because Li Shu has absolute authority and status in their hearts from beginning to end. Even everyone can blindly trust Lee K, at least Lee K will never harm them. Lee K's figure disappeared on the spot. This is the effect of the ability of the Thunder Beast clone. You can shoot to the position of one of your clones in exchange with the clone, and you can also save your life. And at this moment, the underground vault of the auction. Ha 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 ha. The group of idiots up there are still fighting so fiercely, and they don't even know that their things are going to be stolen by us. Yuvajin grinned wildly. Be careful, such an important auction will arrange powerful characters to wait for us here. Pakunoda frowned slightly. Are you talking about these trash? Nobunaga grinned and pointed at the gangster bodyguards who were trembling all over and holding their hands in front of the golden door. Pakunoda was speechless. Indeed, these gangster bodyguards looked quite weak, just a little stronger than ordinary people. The biggest thing they could rely on was nothing more than a pistol. But that thing was no different from peanuts in front of everyone. It posed no threat at all. Get out of here! Yuvajin laughed excitedly and punched one of the guards hard. The guy hit the wall and exploded into a bloody mist. Nobunaga drew his sword. The remaining guards who rushed over were cut into pieces and fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, these guards were cleaned up. Tisk, tisk, did you see that? This is their guarding power. It's really too weak. I don't even have the interest to fight. But this gate is a bit interesting. Yuvajin grinned and stood in front of the extremely heavy super alloy gate. His fist actually began to emit a blazing light. This is somewhat similar to Lee K's fist. Move aside, this madman is actually trying to forcefully break this door, but we don't have the key, this method should be the simplest. Nobunaga ordered. Only Kyubi, Bullet Girl Pakunoda, Nobunaga, and Yuvajin came over, and the others were responsible for other areas. Several people quickly dispersed a little, fearing that they would be affected by the fist of this man. Yuvajin's mouth corners opened wider, as if he was extremely confident and proud of his own strength. Super Destruction Fist. Boom! The terrifying fist smashed on the super alloy door with a loud bang. In the deafening explosion, the super alloy door was actually twisted and dented. One punch didn't break through. Yuvajin was a little stunned. Damn, it's really embarrassing. But these guys definitely spent a lot of money. This alloy door was actually more than 1 meter thick. Another punch. Damn it! Yuvajin roared. Don't waste your energy, your hand has been broken, come in. Nobunaga drew his sword directly, and saw a bright knife light falling with a clear sound. The completely twisted and deformed door lock was directly cut open. The heavy alloy spring plate was also slowly pushed open. 0. Asterisk. Yuvajin was speechless. Ha ha ha, don't be sad, Yuvajin, when we get the money, we will have a lot to fight for you. Kyubi comforted. But when they walked into the surveillance, they were stunned. Because the inside of this vault is cleaner than a dog licking it. Let alone what precious things, not even a hair fell here. Of course, there was a headless corpse not far away. The other party's head and corpse acted separately. His face was still stunned. D. Several people suddenly noticed the poker cards stuck on the ground. Hisoka? What did that guy do? Why did the people who came here before us and killed take away all the things? Damn it! We worked in vain. Why didn't you cooperate with us in the meeting? Do you want to take all the credit? Kyubi complained immediately. FK. Yuvajin was even more furious. He finally hammered the door open, but found that Hisoka had gotten there first. The most annoying thing was that the guy didn't tell everyone any information. He did all these things secretly one by one. Is that guy going to make an exception for the team? Damn it! Wait. No, it's not right. If Hisoka has arrived here, then the guards at the door should all be dead, but why are they still here? Bullet Girl Pakunoda frowned. Not good. Are they aware of something in an instant? Several people want to retreat. But they suddenly found that the bodies that had been cut into pieces were piled up at the door without knowing when. Then the alloy door was even closed by something. Damn it! There is a traitor. Terminate the operation. Yuvajin wanted to shout this. But the next moment, in the eyes of everyone who was very focused, the corpses actually emitted brilliant lightning. Boom! The piled-up corpses exploded like a pile of dynamite. Originally, these were constructed by the Thunder Beast, and GK was just remotely controlling them. As long as you have read a book, you will know. The explosion effect is best in a confined space. This is why a most ordinary small firecracker can directly explode a water tank full of water. The energy transmission effect in a confined space is the best. If the explosion effect in an ordinary space is 1, then the explosion effect in a confined space will be at least 3 or even 5. Boom boom! In an instant, the whole vault exploded like a ignited bomb. The terrifying shock wave was like a tsunami, instantly swallowing all of them. On the balcony, Lee K was drinking milk tea and basking in the sun. He was looking down at this grand exhibition match. Ding! You killed Pakunoda. Ding! Automatic looting is activated. Congratulations on obtaining, Kun. Chapter 101. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Memory Reading Gold, Memory Bullet Gold. Ding! Lucky Star Gold is activated, forcibly specifying the drop, Special Talent Purple. A voice like the sound of nature rang in Lee K's mind, and then countless energies poured into Li Kei's limbs. Special telekinetic talent purple. I had already obtained a special talent of Weng Ni Gold before. Although the bonus of this talent did not directly break through to the next realm, it also made Li Kei's talent make considerable progress. Talent is like a base number. Whether it is twice the result with half the effort or half the result with twice the effort depends entirely on talent. Specialty is a very rare entry, which is definitely a pleasant surprise for Li Kei. Entry Memory Reading Gold. Description: the owner can read the other party's memory by asking questions and touching the other party's body. Entry Memory Bullet Gold. Description: the read memory is materialized into a bullet and loaded into the materialized gun. By shooting, memories can be passed to other people, allowing them to obtain these memories. If the memories are ejected back to the original holder of the memories, the other party can be amnesiac or even become like a baby. Pakunoda is number 9 in the team and is indispensable to their entire team. The importance is self-evident. The effects of the two golden entries: the first is to touch the other party and ask questions, you can read the other party's memory. The second is that the relevant memories can be made into bullets and passed to other people. If this memory is passed to the person whose memory is copied, it will form a neutralization effect of 1-1 equals 0. Causing the other party to completely lose his memory. Very good ability. At least. In this hunter world, it is quite difficult to find a similar ability. In Li Kei's impression, I am afraid that only Pakunoda has the ability to read memories. Perfect. Now these belong to him. The only regret is that his lucky star entry can only be triggered once a day, which means that if other members of the brigade are shown today, once there is a good entry, it may not necessarily fall down. Killing the opponent can plunder the opponent's entries 100%, but it is also random, and there is no guarantee that the specified entries can be plundered. Of course, if the opponent's entries are not of great value to Li Kei, he can be killed at any time. And at this moment, in the underground vault, it is already a mess, with scorching high temperature remaining, and the surrounding is the scene after the explosion. The heavy core door has been blown away, and it is unknown where it has been blown. Several injured figures came out of it in a mess. Like Yuvajin, who was burned, his reaction just now was too hasty, and he had no chance to protect Pakunoda. Songnang protected Kahwa, who is also very important to the entire team. Kyubi's ability is to copy any dead or immovable object that is touched by touch, and the copied object has the same function as the original. And the location of the replica can be sensed by induction, and the replica has a round effect. The only bad thing is that this replica will disappear within 24 hours. But even so, this ability is extremely important to the entire team. Nobunaga was in an even worse state. His saber was broken, and even one of his arms was torn off by the explosion. It felt like he was being crushed by a tank from the front. It was quite miserable. Roar, damn it! Damn bastards! Yuvajin roared and raged like a wild beast, almost losing his mind completely. This was definitely the most embarrassing time he had ever been in. He almost died here. Who was it? He actually ambushed everyone. Shut up! Pakunoda is dead. Nobunaga almost squeezed out the words from his teeth, and Yuvajin fell silent in an instant. He stared at the corpse on the ground with his pupils constricted. Although all the members in this team are known as demons who kill without blinking an eye, they are known to be extremely cold-blooded and emotionless, but after all, they are old members who have been together for many years. Now watching the other party die here, unprecedented anger is burning in everyone's chest. This is definitely the biggest provocation to Phantom Troop. Then let's go kill those guys. If they dare to kill my people, we must cut them into pieces. Yuvajin roared angrily. Who are you going to deal with? Do you know who ambushed us? Now we are like prey exposed outside, go back. Go back immediately. We can't stay here. Kyubi, copy a corpse of Pakunoda and us here. Let those guys who designed to ambush us think that we are all dead here, only in this way will they surface. Pakunoda's death will not be in vain. When we find the person behind it, we will make him pay for his sins with 100 times the pain. Nobunaga said coldly, obviously he was extremely angry. Pakunoda's death is definitely the biggest provocation to the entire team, and it is an unprecedented bizarre death since the establishment of the team. Even now they don't even know who the opponent is. The dwarf Kyubi, who was almost wrapped in his hair and only one eye was exposed, was also shocked at this moment, because if he hadn't been protected by Yuvajin just now, he would probably become a corpse lying here like Pakunoda. He immediately copied 4 corpses, even including his own corpse, and left it here. Yuvajin clenched his fists, his teeth creaked, and finally left helplessly. Outside, Franklin, Phaeton, and Shizuku had cleared the entire auction venue. The gang members who came to participate in the auction, almost all the gang elites were killed. And Shizuku cleaned up the place thoroughly. Just when several people were still lamenting that there were no opponents and the mission was boring this time, the voice of the leader Crollo suddenly came from the communicator. The mission is over, come back. Crollo's tone was particularly serious. Ended? So soon? It seems that those guys in Woking did a good job. We should have made a lot of money this time. Phaeton couldn't help laughing. It doesn't actually require our entire team to deal with this group of trash. It's a waste of talent. Franklin complained. I'm so tired. I have to clean so many places. I might as well not clean them earlier. Shizuku stopped his vacuum cleaner. Everyone began to imagine that after obtaining this huge fortune, the members of the entire team could finally have a vacation. This is the wealth of most gangs for many years, and the value is absolutely amazing. The vault has been emptied in advance, and Pakunoda is dead, everyone will come, we have been marked. Crollo's voice was terrifyingly calm. Like the calm before the storm. After hearing this, everyone's smiles froze instantly, and they stood there for a few seconds without even reacting. What? Pakunoda is dead? How? How is it possible? The vault was emptied in advance. Damn it! Let's go. We can't stay here any longer. Phaeton, Franklin, and Shizuku all realized that something was wrong. They no longer cared about their previous plans and boarded the hot air balloon that they had prepared to escape. Crollo, the leader of the group, stayed somewhere else. The hot air balloon slowly rose into the air, and when it entered everyone's field of vision, it had completely jumped out of the attack range. But at this moment, every member of the group on the hot air balloon had an extremely ugly face. Pakunoda is dead. What on earth is going on? How could she die in such a gang conflict? And the vault was emptied in advance, what's going on? We must have been ambushed, but why did they know our action plan and even ambush us in advance? Yuvajin. Kyubi. Nobunaga. You survived in the vault, what happened? Everyone looked at several people in unison. At this moment, Maki was sewing Nobunaga's broken arm. Yuvajin was drinking with an angry face, and he didn't care about his injuries at all. Although he was hit by the bomb head-on, his own defense was amazing and did not cause any fatal injuries. It must be Hisoka. Hisoka, that BD. He ambushed us in advance. No wonder I said this guy didn't act with us, it turns out he was preparing to catch the cicada while the Oriole was waiting behind. This trick is really good. Yuvajin gnashed his teeth and growled. On the way back, Kyubihu said that he saw the poker cards on the ground before the explosion, but Yuvajin didn't notice it before. Then everything seemed to point to Hisoka. That BD could only be the betrayer of the entire team. It's this guy. From the beginning to the end, this guy joined our team with ulterior motives. On the way back, I got some related videos. We can know who the killer is. Nobunaga's expression was cold and terrifying. Even when he was evacuating, he went to the monitoring room of the vault and took out some of the videos in the chaos. And now he handed it directly to Shulnark. Everyone stared at the videotape in Shulnark's hand in the twilight, and everyone understood that the answer to the puzzle was here. Soon the videotape was played. Many of them were invalid videos. After Shulnark's quick screening, he finally found the videos about the vault. There were not many videos in it, but fortunately, he just got the most critical part. In the picture, Hisoka walked out of the vault with a smile on his face, killed those soldiers casually, and even looked at the lens in a mocking manner. Roar Hisoka, this BD! I must cut him into pieces! Yuvajin roared angrily. The other members present felt a little incredible. Because as a team member, the most basic point is that they must never fight each other, even if they commit any mistakes or sins, as long as they are in the team, everyone will protect each other together. But they must not harm each other, fighting each other is the most absolute principle. If you violate it, you will be attacked and killed by the entire team. But the whole thing is very strange. The only auction host who knows about it said that someone came to move the goods a few hours ago. They seemed to have known that something would happen today. And the other party even guessed that we would go to the vault and even ambushed us directly. Actually, I don't think it was Hisoka, although I don't like that guy either. Nobunaga suddenly spoke. Kyubi has already said that the guy's cards were left on the ground. Isn't this evidence? And the signs of death of the body we saw at the beginning were obviously killed by the cards. Dead. Only that guy would kill like this. Yuvajin said angrily. At this moment, in the ruins where Krollo is, he sat quietly on the stone with a can of drink, tasting it alone. And in front of him, it was Hisoka who came late. Krollo turned on the speakerphone, and Hisoka heard everything just now. Yes, there is video evidence. It proves that Hisoka did it. That BD definitely has bad intentions. No. If you think about it carefully, this evidence is too coincidental. He deliberately left his own cards and let the camera take a picture of his appearance. It's just like telling us that he did it. Nobunaga said in a deep voice. Did you do it? Hisoka. Krollo's voice came from the communicator. All of a sudden, everyone fell silent. Because everyone realized at this moment that the leader must be with this Hisoka. The other party's answer will determine the attitude of the entire brigade towards him. No, do you believe me when I say someone framed me? 4.9 I have no interest in treasure. Hisoka said directly. Krollo stared at Hisoka with burning eyes for a few seconds, and finally a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's not Hisoka. His words made the other members on the other end of the communicator a little confused. But Captain, all the evidence seems to indicate that this guy did it. You can't just listen to his one-sided words. Yuvajin said angrily. The Bible says that the Jews betrayed Jesus for 30 coins. So why would the betrayers among us betray us? Think about it. If he betrays us to the gang, what benefit will we get? Money, reputation, or status? Will anyone among us really be satisfied with these things? And I don't understand one thing. If someone really reported it, the reaction of the gangsters would be too abnormal. If they received intelligence and knew that the top thieves team was coming, they should be more vigilant. The defense level in the vault cannot be so low. Krollo made his own inference, and after a few words, all the members were speechless. Because at this moment everyone believed one thing, that is, there was no reason for betrayal, including Hisoka. The purpose of their action together was not for wealth. But Captain Pakunoda is dead. Someone must pay for this. Yuvajin's words ignited everyone's anger. The death of a member in battle will be regarded as the biggest provocation to the entire team. Of course, her death will not be in vain. We will soon find the person behind the scenes. He should be watching us too. Krollo played with the can in his hand, squinting slightly. It was like a poisonous snake in the dark, carrying a dangerous aura. Chapter 102. On the way back, I interrogated the host, and he told me that the people in charge of the transportation this time were members of the Yin Beast organization of the 10 Old Men, but I'm afraid there are people hiding deeper than the 10 Old Men. Phaeton said in a deep voice. After learning about the death of the team members, he deliberately interrogated the host on the way back and got some relevant information. This auction was hosted by the gang, and the 10 Old Men, the leaders of the 6 continents and 10 regions, were their top leaders. These 10 people only gathered at a certain place for a certain period of time and issued various instructions. The specific execution was carried out by the Yin Beasts, the troops that the 10 Old Men were proud of. This is composed of the 10 most powerful people in the 10 Old Men's gang. And this time, the Yin Beasts did not join the alert, which means that they did not know that the Phantom Troop members had arrived, otherwise it would never be so easy to succeed. Phaeton explained in detail the news he had learned about the Yin Beasts and gangs. These gangs are just some small fish. What really interests me is the guy hiding behind the scenes. He even deliberately wants to provoke a fight between us and the gangs, and will Hisoka took the blame. That guy could walk out of the vault and clean it up. He must have the ability similar to Owl to shrink and pack items. He also has a better copying ability than Kyubi, and even, the ability to detonate. Interesting, we haven't met such an interesting opponent for a long time. Now this time we are in the light and they are in the dark. We have become the prey. Crollo analyzed. Ha 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 ha. You ignorant things dare to make us the prey, aren't you afraid of being beaten? And the one who wants to hunt is our entire team. Yuvajan's smile became a little ferocious. Not only him, but other members felt angry and ridiculous. The Phantom Troop, even some gangsters would be terrified when they heard their names. But there was actually a guy who was so bored that he wanted to attack them and killed their people. Captain, those gangsters have already been dispatched. It seems that they have noticed our hot air balloon. What should we do next? Shulnark asked. Since others want to treat us as prey, we might as well make a bigger noise, so that he can find an opportunity to attack. Crollo sneered, teach those who are chasing you a lesson. The Yin Beast should appear soon. When you deal with those guys, keep an eye on the man behind the scenes. He is the ultimate goal of our action this time. Understood. Captain. UBD who is looking for death, I will make sure you die without a complete corpse. Let's go. For Pakunoda. The hot air balloon flew up from the city in a very ostentatious manner, and then flew towards the Gout Desert in the suburbs. Below. The movement of the auction naturally alarmed everyone. The hot air balloon was found. It's the group of people who attacked the auction. They are heading towards the desert. Let's chase them. Damn BD. He killed so many of us, we must not let him go. Contact Old Man Shi immediately and ask them to arrange for the Yin Beast to come over. The gang members below naturally noticed the hot air balloon that left in a swagger. This was definitely a naked slap in the face and a provocation to their gang. As the elites of the gang who came to participate in this auction, all died in it. If they can't come up with an explanation for this matter, it will definitely be a disaster for these local gangs. Soon. The roar of vehicles sounded below. The gang members have already swarmed away. The rooftop. Kurapika and others witnessed all this. Captain. It should be those guys who ruined this auction. Should we chase them? Melody couldn't help but say. Hearing this, Daiso almost wanted to curse. He just survived the auction. If he chased them now, wouldn't it be courting death? But now in front of Li Ke, he naturally didn't dare to speak easily. Now the captain of the whole team is still Li Ke. Go, of course, but you stay here, there is no point in going there. Li Ke said lightly. As an entrepreneur, he naturally knew that the members of this operation were the Phantom Troop that Kurapika had always wanted to find. It's just that the strength of these guys is too poor, which is very dangerous for ordinary nin. I will go with you. Brother K. Kurapika said resolutely. Me too. Captain. No matter what danger there is, I will follow you. I can hear the movements around and be on guard for you, Captain. Melody gritted her teeth and said. She can now restore her normal appearance at night, which is a gift from God, so she is willing to die for Lee K. DB. The other members present have agreed. Isn't this putting the colonel on the fire? Captain. Let's go too. Skawara, Bajiao, Feiji, and others have rushed over. Because of the movement they would appear, they also ran over to support, but when they went there, the battle was almost over. Finally, they found Li Di and others on the stage. They finally understood that Li K arranged them in the back, which was definitely the greatest protection for them. At least, they don't have to be killed by the plot. They can still live here and speak. Captain. We are a team, not to mention that we were originally bodyguards. Since we chose this job, we don't care about life and death. Feiji took the initiative to speak, her beautiful eyes flickering. Then let's go and take a look, but keep a certain distance. Those guys are very dangerous, you may not be their opponents. Li K reminded. Hearing this, the members present couldn't help but feel awe in their hearts. Daiso had to join the team. He was the deputy captain. If he didn't go alone, he really wouldn't be able to stay in this circle in the future. In a valley on the outskirts of the desert, a large number of gang members have already driven there. What surprised them was that the other party didn't seem to have any signs of escaping. Instead, they stopped the hot air balloon here, as if waiting for their arrival. Moreover, facing hundreds of gangsters armed to the teeth, the members only arranged a big guy with a charred body. Roar, 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 roar! I'm in a very bad mood today, I'll take your heads to vent my anger. Yuvajin roared angrily. The dense gunshots rang out, and the bullets, like a violent storm, swarmed directly towards him. But in fact, everyone was shocked that these bullets could not break Yuvajin's defense. Instead, this guy rushed into the team of gang members like a human tank, rushing around. With a pinch, he crushed a gang member's head like a watermelon, and then grabbed another gang member next to him and threw him out. The gang members along the way were like bowling balls, and were smashed into pieces. Then he grabbed the collar of an unlucky guy and smashed his head down heavily. The opponent's head exploded directly. He was just like a demon, killing randomly in the crowd. These elite gangs with good combat effectiveness fired their guns frantically, but they could not cause any harm to Yuvajin at all. At this moment, they no longer had the excitement and shouting when they just drove here to surround these guys. Only complete fear and horror remained. Go to hell! A gang member took out an RPG rocket. Boom! The unlucky guys nearby were blown away by the deafening explosion, and the rocket directly hit Yuvajin, who was killing people crazily in the crowd. This guy should be completely dead now, right? What kind of monster is this? Even bullets can't kill him. I don't know what kind of monster we are fighting. Damn it! The remaining gang members breathed a sigh of relief. But when the smoke and dust from the rocket explosion rose, everyone saw the scene clearly, and their scalps instantly exploded. Basically every 10 hairs stood up. Yuvajin, who was hit by the rocket, did not die, but his originally charred body became even more charred. All you can see is the other party's scarlet eyes like a devil, and the most hideous white teeth exposed. Boom! This time it was Yuvajin who rushed to the gang member carrying the RPG rocket on his shoulder, and directly punched him and the rocket launcher to explode. Then there was another complete massacre. The gang members fled in panic, but their speed was not enough to escape. It turned into a completely one-sided crazy killing. What a bunch of idiots! They actually wanted to use this kind of weapon to hurt Yuvajin. But now we really need to pay attention to the guy hiding behind this. That guy is the most dangerous. These are just appetizers. With our entire team here, what can he use to fight us? The expressions of the people sitting on the cliff of the valley were extremely indifferent. They didn't care about these gang members at all. Soon, all these gang members who came to cause trouble were killed by Yuvajin. And some of them died in a very miserable way. They were torn in half by this guy, and their internal organs and blood were splattered all over the ground. There are also some guys who were interrupted abruptly, but they didn't die for a while and wailed on the ground. At this moment, this valley is like hell on earth. Yuvajin seems to be a demon bathed in blood. Li Ke and others finally drove to it. When everyone arrived in the distance, Kurapika and others took out binoculars and saw the situation in the distance. Everyone's expression became very exciting. The former Captain Daisny was sweating profusely and his scalp was tingling. Because he clearly saw that the hundreds of gang members who had chased him before had all turned into corpses piled up in the valley. Too scary. Who are those guys? They are so strong. Fei Ji, the black guy, Bajiao, and Melody all looked extremely bad. Although they mustered up the courage to follow Li Ke, they still couldn't help but tremble in their hearts after seeing the tragic scene in front of them. Oh my god! Those 560 guys tore people into pieces like paper scraps. If we go up, I'm afraid we will have the same fate. The black guy was scared. Because there were too many broken limbs and internal organs in that area. You can imagine how miserable those gang members were before they died. I'm afraid that except for the captain, no one else in our team can be a match for this guy. Fei Ji was extremely worried. Captain, why don't we retreat first? These guys are too dangerous, and there is only one person fighting from beginning to end. If they have other members, we will be in great danger. Bajiao reminded. Wait. There is a sound approaching quickly, it's a heartbeat, everyone be careful. Melody called softly. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone was surprised to see the ground bulge quickly, as if something was moving quickly underground. Crack, crack. In the surprised eyes of everyone, the ground exploded directly, and then a naked guy like an earthworm stood up twisted from it. I am the Yin Beast Earthworm. Who are you? He looked at Li Ke and others with a puzzled look. Everyone obviously regarded Li Ke as the boss. Mr. Nisra's bodyguards. We are tracking down the group of people who attacked the auction. Dazoni explained hurriedly. He was afraid that this guy would fight with Li Ke. No matter which side was injured, it would be a disaster for him. Oh, so that's the case. Although you can use Nen, it's better not to use it. The earthworm spoke in a muffled voice. You are too young. You are no match for them. If you go up, you will die in vain. Just leave it to us. Haha, if you want to grow, just watch the show on the side. Memory is a rare feast. He kills people like crazy. He can be said to be an expert in killing people. If he is an expert, then we, the experts, are needed to deal with him. Suddenly, not far away, a guy with a strong breath was walking slowly. Everyone put his hands in his pockets, with an extremely arrogant expression. The skinny sick dog, the bald dwarf pig, the beginning of the fertilizer field. Plus earthworms, and the dead owl, almost the entire Yin Beast team. A bunch of arrogant guys. Haha, they are weak, but the entries are useful. Li Ke looked at the few people with a friendly smile on his face, and invisible little bugs fell on them. Chapter 103. Mr. Bayo provides something. Name, Yin Beast Earthworm. Entry, Enhancer Talent Purple, Wandering Purple, Quick Recovery Dual Blue, Dual Heart Blue, etc. Name, Yin Beast Sick Dog. Entry, Enhancer Talent Purple, Venomous Fang Purple, Close Combat Purple, Arrogant Purple, etc. Name, Yin Beast Porcupine. Entry, Enhancer Talent Purple, Body Hair Needle Dual Purple, etc. Name, Yin Beast Leech. Entry, Enhancer Talent Purple, Leech Egg Purple, Arrogant Purple, etc. These guys are too weak. I can only say, among ordinary people, these guys are still very good. No wonder they are the most powerful Nin team under the 10 old men. A few people looked at Li Kei's team very arrogantly, with an expression of arrogance in their eyes. At least in their eyes, these so-called bodyguards are just some weak chickens who are just doing soy sauce and getting paid. When it is really necessary to deal with troublesome problems, they, the real experts, have to come on stage. This is the so-called strong. So without saying hello to Li Kei and others, the Yin Beast group went straight into the valley. Brother K. Kurapika was a little worried. It doesn't matter, let's go, Daisy, Melody, Banana, Feiji, Skawera, you stay here. Li Kei ordered and took Kurapika to brush the dungeon directly. As for this NPC, just stay where you are. Hearing this, Daisy felt relieved. At least he didn't have to do such a dangerous thing, which was definitely a good thing for him. Melody and Feiji were very worried, but since Li Kei had stayed, they would not disobey. In the distance, the Yin Beast Brother 4 have already appeared. The Earthworm took the lead in sneak attack. The first to make a contribution. He hit Yuvajin with one punch, but he didn't seriously injure him as expected. Instead, the finger of his fist was broken because of the excessive force of the attack. This guy? The Earthworm was stunned. At this moment, Yuvajin's iron fist counterattacked. He hit him in the face with a heavy punch, and even knocked out his eyeballs. Even if it was a sneak attack, he was injured more seriously. This sudden scene shocked the 4 Yin Beasts. They finally realized that the guy in front of them had completely surpassed the Earthworm in pure strength. What was surprising was that, even after suffering such heavy damage, the Earthworm suddenly grabbed the opponent's arm and dragged half of his body into the ground. Hee. Now you have no way to escape. I'll give you 2 ways. One is to be killed by me underground, and the other is to be killed by the 3 of them on the ground. The Earthworm growled with resentment. It was the first time he was injured so seriously since he became a Yin Beast. This guy must die. The remaining 3 saw the opportunity and attacked directly. They cooperated very well. The veins on Yuvajin's forehead bulged when he saw this scene. He knew that if he didn't make a decision at this time, he would definitely get hurt, and he might even need to pay for a serious medical treatment. Then I'll let you taste my power. You are the ones who have no way to escape. Super Destruction Fist. Boom. Yuvajin's fist muscles tightened, a layer of light red halo emerged, and the temperature around him rose a little. A terrifying punch hit. Just like a missile falling on the ground exploded with a deafening explosion, and a huge pit of nearly 40 to 50 meters was formed. Yuvajin also had a broken arm of an earthworm in his hand. And the body of that guy seemed to have been broken into pieces and completely disappeared. Even the 3 Yin Beast members who were about to attack him in the air were forced back by this terrifying momentum. The face was extremely ugly. In fact, the earthworm actually broke its arm at the moment of attack, and then fled at a high speed. He had already smelled the breath of death. But even so, he quickly fled dozens of meters underground, but was still affected by the opponent's terrifying attack. Suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, even with fragments of internal organs. Finally escaped. How could there be such a monster? This guy shouldn't be here at all. The Yin Beast Earthworm escaped with difficulty, picked up his exclusive communication enterprise, and called the gang. And briefly explained the current situation and the strength of the opponent. Then, puff. Why? He suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. He stared blankly at the lightning that suddenly appeared at the position of his heart. The heart was completely burnt. At some point, a thunderworm turned into a thunder and blasted through his heart. If it was in the heyday, he would naturally be prepared, but now he is seriously injured and dying, and there is no defense at all. The charred transparent hole replaced the position of the heart. The earthworm murmured and wanted to speak. He stretched out his hand to grab but couldn't grab anything, and finally turned into a corpse and fell down. Ding! You killed the yin beast earthworm, and automatically randomly plundered the opponent's entry. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Enhancer Telekinesis Talent Purple, Swimming Purple, Fast Recovery Duplex. Ding! Detected that you have True Super Speed Regeneration Gold, automatically crushed Fast Recovery Double Blue, turned into Experience Value Filling, Enhancer Telekinesis Talent Purple automatically crushed Absorption. The system prompt sounded in Li Kei's mind. It is also a good harvest. The purple enhancer talent may not look good in front of Li Kei's red entry now, but it is an elite entry after all. A little bit adds up to a lot, so let's keep it for the time being. What really makes Li Kei a little concerned is this guy's swimming purple. Entry Swimming Purple. Description: this entry allows you to move like a fish in water underground, but you still need to breathe. The specific breath holding time is related to personal ability. After this ability is triggered, the target can be pulled into the underground for battle. This is a bit like the Earth escape in the novels I read in my previous life. Of course, it is a little different. Because he can pulling the opponent underground is pretty good. It should be a very rare ability, but it's a pity that in the hands of the earthworm guy, it can't play its due quality. Because wherever people are, they are basically standing on the land, unless they are on the sea or in the snow. In other words, in most cases, everything will be their home ground. They only need to pull the target underground to fight, which can greatly suppress the opponent's attributes. What a pity! So that guy has this entry, but his basic attributes are too weak, and he just pulled down one of Yuvijan's arms. He can't even do the whole person. But when this entry falls into Li Kei's hands, it is naturally different. Forget it, it is a pretty good ability. The guys in the Yin Beast group may not be very strong, but the value of the entry they provide is still very good. Li Kei is in a very good mood. The battle in front of him also started soon. It even ended faster than expected, perhaps because the tragic death of his teammates made Yuvijan burst into unprecedented anger and strength. This caused the brave men who went up to attack him to suffer. The sick dog, porcupine, and leech were all seriously injured, and then killed. Not to be exact. It should be at the moment of being killed that the thunder beast insects attached to them by Li Kei took the lead in attacking. Killed the yin beast in advance. But it still created the illusion that Yuvijan killed them. Even in Yuvijan's own opinion, he killed these 4 guys. Ding! You killed the yin beast sick dog, and randomly plundered the opponent's entries. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Enhancer Psychic Talent Purple. Obtain 0145013117 Faloo 133563291. Ding! You killed the yin beast porcupine. Ding! You killed the yin beast leech. The system is still quite powerful. All 3 purple enhancer psychic talents were copied. Then the enhancer talent itself became a progress of red and gold and purple. Venom Fang purple, Leech Egg purple, Body Hair Needle double purple. Today's luck is definitely quite good. Although killing the target can 100% plunder the entry, being able to plunder all the opponent's most important abilities is definitely a small burst of Li Kei. Of course, these abilities are not very useful to Li Kei. It's quite interesting. Leech Egg Purple can implant the Psychic Beast Egg in the opponent's body, and then continue to torture the opponent. Body Hair Needle Double Purple can make your hair harder than steel, or become extremely soft, leaving the opponent's attack power nowhere to vent. Porcupine used this trick to restrain Yuvijan. If Yuvijan didn't have the ability of Lion's Roar, he might not be able to kill this guy. Venomous Fang is the most useless ability. Of course, it is useful to say it is useless, because this guy's reading can even restrain Yuvijan's level of toughness. It is useless to Li Kei, because Li Kei's body's poison resistance is already very high. It doesn't even work on Killua. However, these abilities are really disgusting. Especially the leech egg thing. When Lee K saw that guy release it, it was like he was dead, spitting out insects from his mouth and had to bite the opponent before he could implant it. It's really disgusting. Lee K had no intention of using it for the time being, but this entry might produce a strange chemical reaction with other entries in the future, giving birth to a new entry, which was what he really expected. Yuvajin was already bloodthirsty, these guys caused him a lot of damage, and even had insect eggs implanted in his body. Maki did not move. Because everyone understood that these were just appetizers, and the real guys to deal with were probably still behind. Yuvajin was like a bait, especially the injured Yuvajin, who should be more interesting. He is the brigade. After seeing the spider mark on the other party's back, Kurapika's pupils dilated and a crimson color emerged in his eyes. His eyes were red. The rage of revenge surged in Kurapika's mind, and he wanted to kill this guy. It was them who destroyed all his tribesmen. The sound of the bracelet shaking gently. Just when Kurapika was about to attack, Lee K gently held him down. There are still many people behind, don't worry, he is yours and can't escape. Lee K smiled faintly. As expected of the brigade, the entry of this Yuvajin of the Eye is very excellent. And it is also the enhancer that he likes very much. Name, Yuvajin. Entry, Enhancer Telekinesis Talent Double Gold, Born Brute Force Gold, Full Body Enhanced Defense Gold, Super Destruction Fist Double Gold, Warfare Gold, Rough and Fine Gold, etc. It's really gorgeous. This is the attribute panel that a real strong man should have. If there is no early accumulation, Lee K can't compare to this guy, but it's a pity that the opponent's panel is now compared with Lee K, which is completely dwarfed. However, this did not prevent Lee K from wanting to devour all of the opponent's panel entries and take them for himself. The brigade can be said to be a top-level dungeon with a super high return rate. Because he has now occupied the Meteor Street area, the entries that are automatically refreshed in that area are far inferior to those of these guys. It must be said that these guys are almost geniuses that are rarely seen in a century. Perfect. Perfect. If they are geniuses, they should be prepared with a good mold material, which is worthy of their status. Yuvajin was naturally reserved by Kurapika, but this did not prevent Lee K from doing something at the moment the opponent killed him. The murderer was Kurapika, and the looter was GK. What impact does this have? And the Super 5 Senses Gold allowed Lee K to sense that there were several breaths on the cliff behind him. If nothing unexpected happened, it must be other members of the brigade. He did not believe that the opponent did not make any preparations after seeing Pakunoda's death. It was obvious that the opponent had a body to go online. So, if you don't cooperate with the other party, how can you make the other party happy? Yuvajin's entry is really great. And the other members of the brigade are incredibly great. So, I don't want to miss the most desired entries on these guys, so the best arrangement is to kill one a day. If my lucky star can cool down every 10 minutes, then there is no need to worry about these things, and I can solve them all today. But unfortunately, the new lucky talent needs a day to cool down. So let's arrange for them to kill one a day. Lee K whispered something in Kurapika's ear, and the other party was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Okay, now let's do it according to our agreement. Lee K smiled. Brother K, understood. Be safe. Kurapika nodded very solemnly. Lee K strode directly in the direction of Yuvajin, and Bajiao, Feiji, and others behind him stared at him, not even daring to breathe, their hearts pounding wildly. Chapter 104. You? Brat. You're the one who attacked us behind the scenes, right? Seeing Lee K walking slowly, Yuvajin frowned slightly, and a cruel smile appeared on his lips. No matter who it is. Even if he kills the wrong person, he will never let go of any suspicious target. This brat dared to walk in front of him, so he must know something about him. But I never thought that the one who ambushed the brigade along the way was actually this brat? Or the person behind him? I don't like dealing with dead people. Li Ke put his hands in his pockets and looked at Yuvajin with a smile. What a very good target, he really did it. Tisk tisk tisk. Li Ke's words instantly made the veins on Yuvajin's forehead bulge and the anger in his chest surge. This kid is in trouble, he really offended Yuvajin. Shulnark, do you have any information about him? Found it, Li Ke, a newcomer who performed very well in the Sky Arena. He just got the hunter license not long ago. According to some information, he is very likely a bodyguard of the gang. Aha! So he is a playboy. Forget it, continue playing cards, let Yuvajin vent, otherwise he will not be at peace today. The people in the brigade on the cliff suddenly felt uninterested. The so-called strong in the Sky Arena, in their eyes, there is no difference between the blindfold and the rookie. As Nen, they are the real top experts in this field. Much stronger than the arena. Then you die first. Arrogant kid. Super Destruction Fist. Yuvajin was angry, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, his fists clenched, and the blue veins and muscles bulged, like a branding iron, and the red breath wrapped around his arms. The terrifying fist even formed the sound of a sonic boom. What surprised Yuvajin was that Li Ke didn't have any intention of dodging and still stood there. What a fool! Yuvajin couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth, and the strength of his fist became even more violent. He wanted to smash the arrogant kid in front of him into pieces. Make him regret coming to this world. Hey! Tisk tisk tisk, so stupid. Arrogant, he didn't even choose to dodge when he saw Yuvajin's fist. Yuvajin, this guy, leave him alive. What if this kid is not the one behind the scenes, we can't cut off the clues. The other members on the cliff exclaimed. They were really worried that Yuvajin would beat Li Ke to pieces with one punch, and it would be even more difficult to find clues at that time. Tisk, compare strength? I haven't found a suitable sparring partner for a long time. Li Ke smiled. Since the fight with Netero, it was the guys from Zaldik who made him enjoy himself a little, but the others were not interested at all. Divine Power Red. Enhancer Telekinesis Grandmaster Red. Iron Plate Tank Gold. Tiger Bite True Fist Gold. Physical Technique Double Gold. Li Ke's fist instantly emitted a blazing heat like a red-hot iron, and even the grass and trees around him withered rapidly because they could not withstand the heat. The air also became a little distorted. The sudden change made the eyes of the people on the cliff change slightly. Li Ke's fist met Yuvajin's fist head-on. One small and one big, plus the two people's bodies are completely disproportionate, a punch with a strong sense of visual conflict. Judging from the size of the two men, Li Ke, who was still a teenager, would definitely be hit by this punch and have his tendons and bones broken, and vomit blood and be seriously injured on the spot. Boom! A deafening muffled sound exploded, and the airbags that could be seen by the naked eye swept in all directions. Even the people standing on the cliff felt a gust of wind blowing in their faces, and they couldn't help but squint their eyes. The rocks on the ground were blown away on the spot, as well as the broken limbs. With the position of the two people's fists as the center, the ground below directly exploded into a circular pit with a diameter of more than 30 meters. In the middle of the pit, Li Ke and Yuvajin fought. But what was surprising was that neither of them showed any signs of retreat. Behind. K. Brother K. Karapika's eyes widened, and his heart was pounding wildly. He finally witnessed the fighting power of the brigade members with his own eyes. Originally, the opponent's fists should have acted on him. Bajiao, Feiji, and others were also shocked. Everyone felt a chill on their backs. Especially when they saw the 30-meter-long depression in the ground, they felt like they were dreaming. If such a terrifying attack fell on them, let alone surviving, they might not even find their bodies. Is this really an attack that a human can make? Captain, the captain is so powerful. Hiss, am I dreaming? This is so terrifying. It's incredible that telekinesis can be developed to this extent. This level of power is even comparable to missiles. Captain! You must hold on! Several people exclaimed in their hearts, and their faces were extremely ugly. On the cliff. This scene was also seen by the members of the brigade. They were all stunned at this moment, having just expressed disdain. No one expected that Uvajin, who was regarded as the team's top destructive force, would be blocked by his super destructive power. This brat! Nobunaga's expression was a little ugly song. If anyone had a discerning eye, he could see that Li Shu's potential must have surpassed Jin. Because he is too young. Uvajin is injured. Shulnark was stunned, and everyone noticed that blood was flowing from Uvajin's fist, and the skin on his finger bones had been broken. Monster like Uvajin, was injured by his best fist? No. That kid should be more seriously injured than Uvajin. The super destructive fist, is not just the power on the surface. I'm afraid his internal organs have been seriously injured, and this battle can almost be declared over. Phaeton put his hands in his pockets, his collar covered half of his cheeks, and yawned a little bored. How stupid! But being able to withstand Uvajin's super destructive punch is enough to be proud of. Don't worry, as long as he still has a breath left, I can keep him alive for the time being. Then I will be responsible for interrogating this kid? Kill Pakunoda. Hehe, I will make him regret coming to this world. Don't play too much, at least ask for clues before killing him. Several people in the brigade breathed a sigh of relief. Uvajin only had some superficial injuries, but Li Ke must have suffered serious injuries to his internal organs after taking the opponent's attack. The next battle is naturally not Uvajin's opponent. In the big pit, blood flowed from the corner of Uvajin's mouth, and his finger bones were in great pain. He felt like he was hitting steel. The strength and defense strength of the kid in front of him definitely exceeded his expectations. Even the defense strength alone is definitely not inferior to his own. But the opponent is obviously too young and too arrogant, so it is reasonable for him to die in his hands this time. You should feel very uncomfortable now, right? The super destructive punch does not only destroy the surface of an object. The shock wave of my fist will instantly shatter all your internal organs, but your attack on me is different. It's just a skin injury. Uvajin grinned. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Li Ke's mouth. But there was no fear or pain on his face, but an unprecedented excitement. This kid. Uvajin's expression became a little uncertain, because he could not feel any fear of death in the other party. Is this guy a complete lunatic, or a battle maniac? Aren't his internal organs already injured? Li Ke took a deep breath, and he clearly felt the burning pain in his internal organs. The opponent's attack was indeed as he said, through the moment when the arm and fist touched, it directly shook his internal organs along the arm. It must be said that this is a very clever boxing method. No wonder Uvajin, Beg, is considered the strongest combat force in the brigade. In terms of pure destructive power, it is absolutely amazing. If an ordinary opponent is caught off guard, a punch from this guy is almost equivalent to being directly scrapped. From beginning to end, Li Ke did not show his true strength. Thunder Mind Power Red, and Fire Eye Red were not activated. Just want to challenge the limit of his depths. Now it seems that his body has not reached the limit of this world, and there is still a lot of room for growth. The opponent's attack did cause a lot of damage to his internal organs, but it was definitely not to the extent of being shattered, it was just a shock injury. And then, the existence of true super speed regeneration gold. Li Ke's internal injuries have been completely recovered in a few breaths. Is this the extent of your strength? Why do you seem like a woman? Li Ke laughed wantonly, his laughter was full of energy, and there was no sign of any internal injuries at all. This scene made the members of the brigade who had already left the cliff stop and look at Li Ke in disbelief. His internal organs are not injured. How is it possible? He took Yuvijan's super destructive punch head-on without any injury. Impossible. No, it's healing. He was indeed injured just now, but he healed this guy in a short time and has the ability to heal himself. He is not an enhancer. Nobunaga, Phaeton, and others were stunned. In the big pit. After Yuvijan heard Li Kei's mocking words, the raging flames of anger almost completely devoured his reason. He has never been so angry in his life as at this moment. Super destructive punch. The terrifying fist scraped through the air, making a sharp and bright explosion, which was a bit more violent than the previous punch. Salary vowed to beat this guy head-on to death. Thunder Mind Power Red. Thunder Dragon Fist. In an instant, a trace of electric arc surged in Li Kei's body, and every cell seemed to be instantly filled with electricity. Body strengthening effect. Even the shadow of a thunder dragon appeared on Li Kei's fist. Roar. Another terrifying fist collision, without any fancy moves, just a battle of strength and strength. Boom. Blood splattered in the deafening explosion. With a muffled groan, Yuvijan was blown away like a sandbag for more than 100 meters before he stopped, and the rocks along the way were directly smashed. 2 deep furrows were plowed on the ground by his legs. What was shocking was that the fingers of Yuvijan's right fist were twisted and broken strangely at this moment. The fist seemed to be pierced by a smaller fist, and blood was flowing. He looked at his hand in disbelief. He seemed to feel that he couldn't believe what had just happened. But the severe pain from his fist made him clearly feel that this was really happening. He actually lost to the kid in front of him in a head-on power confrontation. Brother K. Kurapika's eyes were shining. Bajiao, Daisny, and others were even more stunned. Because the punch just now exploded, there was a huge pit of 100 meters. It was just like a heavy bomb fell on the spot. This was not an attack that a human could make. If such an attack hit a building, it would definitely blow the building into pieces. It was so damn strong. It had completely exceeded the limits of their imagination. Melody and Feiji were also stunned, their minds were blank. They knew that Li Kei was very strong, but they never dreamed that Li Kei would be so strong. Bok. Several people were stunned in place, even their minds were blank. The battle scene they saw completely refreshed their worldviews. And for the other members of Phantom Troop, this was a scene that shattered their worldviews. Yuvijan's front was defeated by the opponent, and now he is seriously injured. How could the opponent's fist be more terrifying than the Super Destroyer fist? Is this kid really a human? Everyone in the brigade was very quiet. Shizuku, Maki and others opened their mouths slightly, their faces full of disbelief. Yuvijan, lost. What kind of monster is this kid? The power of that punch just now has completely exceeded the limit of the human body. How could such a kid be able to punch it? What kind of monster is hunting us? Countless thoughts emerged in their minds. At this moment, Yuvijan's eyes were wide open, covered with bloodshot, and he was gasping for breath. You really look like a woman, Yuvijan, don't let me see you die so cowardly, pick up your strongest strength and prepare to fight. Li Kei shook off the blood on his fist and took a step forward. But the whole person disappeared from the spot as if he had teleported. His eyes dragged a residual arc of light in the air. In an instant, he had arrived in front of Yuvijan. Thunder Foot Shaving. Thunder Dragon Fist. Thunder Chopping Whip. Thunder Guillotine. In the extremely shocked eyes of everyone, this brigade's strongest combat power Yuvijan, at this moment, was being bombarded in the air like a sandbag and flying back and forth. All they heard was the deafening explosion and the flying bloodstains. They could not even catch sight of Li Kei. They could only see Yuvijan's screams and groans in the air. Chapter 105. Too strong. I feel like I'm dreaming. Skavara trembled all over. BK. T. Basho's voice trembled. Fija and Melody's eyes were full of brilliance. Daisy opened his mouth wide and stood there like a stone sculpture. Only Kurapika could still maintain some self-reason. Go save Uvajin. Damn it. Kill this kid. Let's go together. Uvajin. Hold on. Damn. The people in the brigade on the cliff finally reacted and roared in anger. Bang. Thunderous guillotine fell to the ground. Li Ke, who rushed up, hit Uvajin's neck with a whip kick. Only the sound of broken bones was heard. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was smashed down like a cannonball. At this time, Uvajin had been beaten to the point of being unrecognizable. His arms were twisted and broken, blood was dripping, and his chest was collapsed. I don't know how many ribs were broken. If it were any ordinary Nin, he would have died 10 times by now. But every attack of Li Ke was just right. While giving the opponent the greatest pain, he could also ensure that the opponent could survive. Hey! Are you here? Li Ke, who had stretched his muscles, glanced at the members of the brigade and raised his mouth. With so many terrifying items, if he couldn't even deal with one Uvajin, then there was no point in mixing. You know, Kurapika, who just left the novice village, can single-handedly kill Uvajin after awakening Nin. He was held tightly. Whoosh! Maki was about to catch Uvajin for emergency treatment, but a silver chain was faster than her speed, and she only saw it rolled up like a clever snake. Uvajin was tied up and dragged out quickly. Let's go! Kurapika called out and turned to retreat. This was a plan that he had discussed with Li Ke. He started to hunt down these members of the brigade one by one every day. Li Ke would help Kurapika avenge him. In fact, it was also to facilitate his looting of entries. Oops! Uvajin! The members of the brigade exclaimed. They watched their teammates being beaten half to death right under their noses and then abducted. This was absolutely too unexpected. Ding! You defeated brigade member Uvajin. Ding! 10% chance to automatically copy the opponent's entry. Ding! Copying was successful. Congratulations on obtaining Born Brute Force Gold. A voice like the sound of nature sounded in my mind. Oh! It was really a pleasant surprise. If you defeat the opponent, there is a 10% chance that you can be responsible for the entry. If you kill him on the spot, you will be 100% randomly looted. Unexpectedly, this time, I actually got a golden entry from the other party. Natural Brute Force Gold. Description: You are born with great power. A very simple description, but it can never hide the power of this entry. After getting this entry, UK clearly felt that his physical fitness had improved by leaps and bounds again. Natural brute force is equivalent to strengthening your own foundation, rather than simply adding. Very good. A step further in strength. In order to cover Kurapika's evacuation, Li Ke rushed directly towards Maki and Shizuku, who were relatively weak members of the brigade. Sure enough. After seeing the direction of Li Ke's attack, the members of the brigade changed their faces slightly, and they didn't even have time to chase and kill Kurapika. Everyone understands that if they don't work together, they will probably be killed by the other party if they don't work together. Looking for death? Nobunaga growled, with a cold flash in his eyes. The knife in his hand was extremely fast. Buzz! With him as the center, a circle of about 4 meters appeared, and this distance was just the limit of his knife's attack. And within the range of this telekinetic circle, even the flow of air can be easily felt. This knife. It has his 30 years of skill. From bottom to top, a piercing thrust at an extremely tricky angle, he wanted to pierce the opponent's heart. Puff! It actually hit? Nobunaga was stunned. He was surprised to find that the opponent had no intention of dodging, and almost pierced his heart along with his knife. Then at the same moment, Maki's telekinetic line, Shulnark's attack, Kyubi's, Fiden's, Shizuka's, Franklin's hail of bullets. Almost everyone's attack fell on Li Ke. But in the same way, Li Ke, who gave up all defenses, grabbed Nobunaga directly, with a madman's expression. Nobunaga! Realizing that something was wrong, the crowd screamed and rushed to save Nobunaga. None of them thought that Lee Kei was so fearless and wanted to take Nobunaga with him before he died. Damn it! Want to fight to the death? I won't let you succeed so easily. Swish! 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 Nobunaga cut off Lee Kei's arm directly, but was surprised to find that the other party's broken arm was still tightly grasping his shoulder. There was no expression of pain on the other party's face, but a weird smile. Enjoy art. Art, is Patrick. Lee Kei suddenly laughed. His body began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a dazzling light appeared. Thunder Beast Lee Kei. White Thunder Nuclear Explosion. Miniature version. Boom. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color. The whole valley was shaking violently, and the rocks on the mountain even collapsed. The blinding white light swallowed everything. Nobunaga's roar and screams, as well as the screams of other members of the brigade, completely drowned out and swallowed up everything. On the road 3 kilometers away, Daisne drove away sweating profusely, and Yuvajin was tied up in the back seat with Kurapika's chain. Haha, a bunch of ants. Your captain should be dead now, and you will die next. I will tear your bones piece by piece and make you wish you were dead. The seriously injured Yuvajin smiled cruelly, and there was no pain on his face. This is the absolute confidence in the team members. You have to know that the people who arrived here are all the team members except the captain. That monster-like guy was able to burst out such amazing power, and it was natural that his own consumption was also amazing when he injured himself. In this case, that guy will definitely not be a match for others. It won't be long before he will be captured by his team members like a dead dog. Although his injuries now look serious, he can definitely recover as long as he is given some time. On the contrary, it is these guys who sneak attack him. It's like a hyena next to a lion king. No, it can only be said to be a mouse. Yuvajin can clearly sense that except for the little ghost who tied him up next to him, the other guys are quite weak. He can even crush them all to death with just one hand. Yuvajin's words instantly made the other bodyguards in the car look extremely ugly. The black guy Skavara's face turned pale, and Feiji, Melody, and Banana were not much better. Melody heard the unprecedented confidence of the other party, which was the confidence from the bottom of his heart, and the other party's heartbeat was very slow. Angry and confident voice. Melody was a little worried about Lee Kei. Shut up! Kurapika shouted coldly, and as his index finger moved slightly, the chains shrank rapidly as if they had received an order. Yuvajin groaned in pain instantly. He was shocked to find that this inconspicuous kid in front of him actually possessed enhancer telekinesis comparable to his own. Damn it! Why is this happening? This kid must be in the same group as the guy before. Monster combination? Brother K will not lose, you might as well worry about your accomplices. Kurapika said coldly. He had absolute confidence in Lee Kei, because he had accompanied Lee Kei for a long way and had a general understanding of GK's strength. He will definitely die, and all of you. You'd better pray that I leave you a whole body. Yuvajin grinned, like a beast tied up by iron chains, ready to break free and kill crazily at any time. Boom! Just as the few people were talking, there was a deafening explosion behind them, and the sky even turned white. The spreading shock wave even pushed the cars running wildly on this road a distance away. Yuvajin and the others were also shocked by the sudden impact. Everyone looked in this direction and suddenly saw an unforgettable scene in their lives. Behind everyone, in the direction of the valley where the battle just took place, a bright white moon appeared, and then there was the mushroom layer. And the valley that was constantly collapsing. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but stare wide-eyed, feeling that their brains were not enough. It was like a dream, and the whole person was flat. What is that? Captain, the captain seems to be in that direction. The mountain and valley collapsed. Captain! Yuvajin was also dumbfounded, but then he became ecstatic and laughed wildly, it's Phaeton. Ha 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 ha. This guy must have taken action. Did you see it? This is the strength of the brigade. You ants just wait to die. Everyone's heart sank when they heard his words. Even Kurapika's face was gloomy and terrifying. Too amazing. Daisne's hands shook while driving the car, and he almost crashed the car to the side of the road. It was obvious that he was scared just now. Bajiao, Suanluo, Fija, and others were also extremely pale. Everyone understood that what the guy in front of them said was absolutely true. No one thought that a powerful captain like Li Ke would lose to this group of monsters. But the Phantom Troop is a notorious A-level wanted criminal, each of them is so powerful, and the captain is really, Sai. Kurapika, take the spoils and go, there are a few small fish behind, I will be responsible for cleaning them up. Suddenly, Li Ke's voice came from Kurapika's headset. The voice was not loud, but it fell clearly into everyone's ears. The whole car was quiet in an instant. Yuvajin, who was laughing wildly, seemed to be strangled by fate, his smile froze, his eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. 0. How? How is it possible? What happened just now? Wasn't this guy killed by Phaeton just now? That was clearly Phaeton's attack method just now? But why? Captain! It's the captain's voice. Captain, how are you? We just saw an explosion in the valley, are you okay now? Melody exclaimed excitedly. Feiji and others seemed to have walked through the gates of hell, and they were so excited that they almost cried. It can be said that Li Ke is now their life-saving talisman. If Li Ke dies, then their fate is self-evident. They have offended this notorious wanted criminal brigade. Once they fall into the hands of these guys, even death is probably a luxury. But now I can still hear Li Ke's voice, and from the voice just now, I can hear that Li Ke seems to be fine. But what about the explosion behind him? Melody? It's okay. Pay attention to the situation nearby. Daiso, drive your car well. I will come to you after I deal with the tail behind. Kurapika, you are the master. Li Ke's voice sounded in the headset. Everyone present was strong. Although it was the sound of the microphone, they could hear it clearly. The captain is still alive. And he is alive and well, so the explosion behind him. Daiso was excited. He felt like he had escaped from death. What he experienced that day was more exciting than riding a roller coaster. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You must have almost exhausted your strength when you were fighting me just now, and you absolutely cannot survive Phaeton's attack just now. Yuvajin roared in disbelief. Almost exhausted? Yuvajin, I'm not as weak as you, am I? The explosion just now? Oh, I forgot to tell you, I just gave your team a gift, a little art. But your team is not very lucky, there is a person named Nobunaga, who seems to be able to sacrifice art. Like's voice came. What? Hearing this, Yuvajin's heart beat wildly, his eyes widened, bloodshot, what is the meaning of devoting oneself to art? Oh, just whoosh, I was blown to death, don't worry, you won't die so soon, at least tomorrow, this time next year will probably be your death anniversary 11. Like's voice came. Impossible, no, Yuvajin screamed like he was out of control, he didn't dream that his teammates would die so easily. Before it was Pakunoda, now it's Nobunaga? But he could clearly feel the explosion just now, the terrifying power was absolutely amazing. Nobunaga, dead? Yuvajin's anger was quickly resolved by the beast tamer Kurapika, the chain was tightened, he fell to the ground in pain, unable to say a word. And in Li Ke's mind, a voice like heavenly music had come. Ding! Congratulations on killing the brigade member Nobunaga Hashama. Ding. Randomly loot the opponent's entry. 4. Chapter 106. Lee K didn't care about the ability of every phantom troop. He also needed to leave a lucky star to designate. Some of them were not particularly important, such as Nobunaga. The ability this guy had was also quite simple. Although it was considered very powerful for others, it was a relatively useless ability for Lee K. So he just cleared it out, not to mention that the guy came to him himself. If there is a way to heaven, he won't go, and hell will come to him. He can't blame himself. Ding. Automatically plunder the entry enhancer telekinesis talent gold, IAI/double gold. Ding. You have enhancer telekinesis grandmaster red, automatically absorb the same type of entry, and the entry progress will be improved. The sound of nature sounded in Lee K's mind. And a lot of information and memories about IAI/ also poured in. Nobunaga's most impressive thing is naturally his IAI/, which belongs to the kendo ability and almost consumed most of his life's efforts. But now it's all for his enemy Lee K. Double gold level skills. As long as he picks up the sword, Lee K is now a Nobunaga level kendo master. It's a pretty good entry. But in fact, Lee K is not particularly interested in kendo, because he finds that with the improvement of his strength in all aspects, ordinary musical instruments can hardly bear his strength. Limit. Only, the flesh. The king of close combat and the sanctification of the flesh are the path he should take. Of course, more is better, and the double gold level ability, whether it is skills or talents, is super popular in any place, and he has no reason to throw it away. So naturally, this 027 energy was retained for emergency use. The only regret is that Nobunaga's circle did not drop out. In memory, in the brigade, it seems that this Nobunaga circle is the best, but it's only within the range of meters. It's almost the attack range of his own sword. In the later period, compared with Catwoman's thousands of meters, it is just like an ant in front of an elephant, so small and terrifying. Moreover, Lee K now has the Nian Yuan. His Yuan is above Nobunaga. If the two were to fight in a one-on-one duel, the opponent would probably be surprised at the range of Lee K's circle, but unfortunately, he was hit by 10 of Lee K's abridged versions of White Thunder nuclear explosions. At least he was a man who took a small big move, and he was straight for the rest of his life. Now Lee K's circle has a range of more than 700 meters, which was copied from Zeno. Compared to a small Karami like Nobunaga, it is much stronger. A player of Nobunaga's level can only be said to be T2 level in the hunter world. It can't even reach T1, let alone 2. It can be considered barely perfect. But in the ruins of the valley, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, but at this moment, all the team members were extremely embarrassed. Nobunaga, who was closest to Lee K, had his arms and lower body disappear, and his entire upper body seemed to be burnt. He was lying on the ground and was completely dead. No one dared to imagine that he was still talking to everyone a few minutes ago. Nobunaga, the third member of the brigade. Gone just like that. Killed by the enemy. Phaeton, Franklin, Maki, Shizuku, Shulnark, and others were not killed on the spot because they were a little distance away, but they looked very embarrassed and were seriously injured. Franklin was the most seriously injured. This guy blocked most of the damage for everyone at the moment of the explosion. Maki is treating him now. K. At this moment, everyone was in a low mood, extremely depressed. They never dreamed that they had come here to attack that guy, but now, after just a short time, the entire team has lost 2 people. This is the biggest loss the brigade has ever had since its establishment. Madman. That guy must be a madman. Nobunaga is dead. Phaeton, Shulnark. Everyone. Franklin's back was severely burned, and his internal organs were injured. He roared with some emotions out of control. No one dared to believe that my comrade who had experienced countless life and death with you and laughed with you just died at this moment. Even a few minutes ago, everyone thought it was just a farce and could easily get rid of the other party. But they never thought that the slap in the face would come so quickly. That guy has the ability to clone. What just exploded was not his real body, but a clone. Phaeton's clothes were ragged, and there was charred everywhere. He almost squeezed out a few words of hatred from his teeth. His ability is sunburn. It can bring the same effect, and even more terrifying than the damage and range caused by this thing in front of him. But he didn't expect that the other party would choose such a weird way to explode directly. Damn it! Damn it! It's all his fault. If he could be more vigilant, then Nobunaga would not die, and Shaojin would have been taken away. Our injuries are not fatal. The current situation has become very complicated. This guy is too scary. We must inform the leader. Shulnark said in a deep voice. Maki was in charge of the treatment. Shizuka was dumbfounded in the same place, with empty eyes and a feeling of being played. Kyubi was still in a daze. He felt, what he experienced today was just like a nightmare. During the day, Pakunoda died, and now Nobunaga died, Eugene was caught. What's next? In a dark ruin. Don't worry, I naturally believe you, Hisoka. When they catch the man behind the scenes, everything will be made public. Crollo smiled confidently, calm and composed. Hisoka remained silent. His broken right arm had recovered. Or rather, he forcibly attached a living person's right arm to it, and then wrapped it with telekinesis disguise. It looks the same as his own hand, but it is still different in use. If he wants to be the same as the original one, he will probably have to wait until Maki comes back. That woman will definitely blackmail him. Captain! Nobunaga is dead. Suddenly, the voices of other members of the brigade came from Crollo's headset. Nobunaga? You did a great job. Just catch that guy. Nobunaga can defeat. Wait. What did you just say? Crollo was stuck in the middle of his words. The smile on his face disappeared completely, revealing a rare surprise. In the past, as the leader, every decision he made was absolutely correct in the eyes of all the members. It was almost like he had an aura of invincibility. He was also full of absolute confidence in himself. But just now, the surprise on his face greatly damaged his image. Hisoka frowned slightly, because it was the first time he saw this leader Crollo show such an expression. He also vaguely heard the voice just now. Nobunaga died in the battle? Tisk tisk tisk, interesting, the situation is getting more and more interesting. I didn't expect that guy to be able to fight back under the siege of Phantom Troop. This kind of ability is indeed very outstanding. Please explain the situation in detail. Crollo's voice was cold and his eyes were fierce. He looked gentle and polite on weekdays, and even had a faint smile on his face. But when his real reverse scale was touched, he finally showed his fangs. No one could hurt his team members, even team members could not hurt each other. This was the most basic requirement for the formation of the entire team. But now 2 members died in a row in just one day. This is definitely an unforgivable hatred. The call was from Phaeton and others, who repeated the situation on the battlefield in detail. Then the result was announced. Nobunaga died in battle, and Yuvajin was captured. Oh my god! What kind of words are these? People who don't know would think that Phantom Troop is the victim. They are all wanted criminals above level A. Even Shulnark sent back some photos of the battlefield. After seeing these photos, Crollo's expression was extremely bad. Nobunaga, only half of his body was left. He was killed by the opponent's self-exposure, and unlike the other members on the field, he was also quite miserable. He felt like a lucky person who survived the bomb. There was also Yuvajin who was captured. They even took a photo of Lee K. It turned out that it would be such a young kid. This should be the biggest loss since the establishment of our team. Crollo spoke expressionlessly, but his voice was extremely cold. Is it him? Hisoka's eyes changed slightly, a little surprised. He glanced at the picture on Crollo's phone. Do you know him? Crollo frowned. At this moment, he even suspected that Hisoka had teamed up with this guy to deliberately ambush the brigade. But this thought was only a flash, and he believed in his intuition more. Hisoka had no motive for committing the crime. Lee K. Is his strength, could it be so strong? Hisoka felt unbelievable. The last time he met Lee K was in the Hunter Association assessment. The other party gave him the feeling that he was only improving, very quickly, and very strong. Even in the original assessment, he was sure that he could kill the other party, but the fruit was not ripe and too green, so he didn't want to pick it. But now from the photos sent by the team, it turned out that the guy who killed 2 members of the brigade was actually one of his fruits. Do you know him? Crollo said in a deep voice. Hisoka knew that the other party had already suspected him, so he simply revealed everything he knew about Lee K. Of course, some key things were still reserved. The little guy from Whale Island has grown to such a level in half a year. If nothing unexpected happens, his talent is probably enough to rival Netero, who is known as the strongest combat power of mankind. Crollo took a deep breath and digested the relevant information provided by Hisoka. It seems that I was wrong at the beginning. This kid is probably the sweetest of all my fruits. Hisoka murmured in his heart, with a perverted blush on his face. He has only one goal. Kill Lee K, or he will kill him. Either way, it is enough to make him extremely excited. Captain. Nobunaga is dead. Pakunoda is dead. Yuvajin is now missing. Captain, we want revenge. Franklin's roar came from the headset. There were also quarrels among other members. Obviously, there were great differences of opinion on this decision. If it were any other opponent, this situation would never happen. It's just that the fighting power shown by Lee K now is too terrifying. Power Blast Yuvajin. Self-detonation to kill Nobunaga. If the opponent comes again, the other members present will not have any confidence that they can survive. Come back first during this period. Crollo was silent for a few seconds, and finally spoke slowly. But Captain, if we go back now, we will never find that guy. Nobunaga and Noda are dead. It's all because of that brat. And Yuvajin. Now he is dead or alive, we must go find him. Yes. We must find Yuvajin, and then we will make that brat cramp and skin him, and make him regret going against us. Franklin took the lead in objecting, and the other members were also angry. Crollo's voice suddenly turned cold. Then who among you is absolutely sure that you can defeat this monster? His words silenced everyone in an instant. Nobunaga and Yuvajin are very strong, but now, they are gone. I'm afraid Finks can't do it either, and Phaeton may not be. Come back on February 1st, everything will be handled. I will go find him in person. Crollo slowly stood up, his eyes were colder than ever before. After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for other members to reply. He understood. His decision is the decision of the team. Hisoka. Come with me, it's time to prove yourself. Crollo glanced at Hisoka. Except for Hisoka, he didn't think the other members of the team needed to take this risk. It was just something Crollo didn't know. After these members of the brigade suffered damage from Lee K's self-explosion, they were destined to have no second ending. All of them were stained with residual lightning marks. In Lee K's vision, it was like a radar that would clearly mark them. If you want to kill a nest of rats, the best way is to put a poison bait, bring the rats back, and then, all the rats will be solved. This is a copy that belongs to Lee K alone, and a smart hunter will choose a smart way. A few kilometers away from the valley, Lee K stood on a high ground, and he looked at the brigade members who were eating slowly with a bright light. They retreated very secretly, but in Li Kei's perception, it was as clear as a candle in the dark night. The range of his lightning mark is the range of the thunder beast's activities. 50 kilometers. As long as it does not exceed this range, it will be sensed by Li Kei. Go, enjoy the few remaining good times and cherish every day. Because one of you will die every day. Li Kei smiled. And in the distance from him, several figures were approaching quickly. Chapter 107. In that direction. Hurry up. I can feel the boss's breath. In the night, several black shadows are approaching quickly. One of them looks like a bat, with black flesh wings, making strange noises in the air. Damn! It turns out that this group of people killed the boss. What happened to the violent explosion in that direction just now? No matter what, hurry up and get closer. The group of idiots of earthworms are still waiting for our support. I told you not to take it lightly, now it's good. They are so fast that you can only see the afterimage in your consciousness. Finally. 2 minutes later. The bat-like guy rushed into the valley first, followed by a werewolf, a vampire, a child, and an old man. The 5 people looked at the huge charred hole in front of them in astonishment. Where are the bastards of earthworms? Why aren't they here? Not only earthworms, but also leeches, porcupines, and sick dogs are all gone. Damn it! Where did these idiots go? Or was the explosion just now caused by them? All the cannon fodders are dead. Wait! That is... Suddenly, the old man with a cane found a charred corpse not far away. He walked over slowly, opened the corpse with his cane, and suddenly found that only a small half of the earthworms were left. The face of this yin beast member was still horrified, but he was deader than dead. This is the ring of the sick dog. Porcupine hair. Damn it! Are they all dead? How is that possible? Others also made discoveries one after another, but as they found more and more things, their faces became uglier and uglier. Because these things proved without reason that their previous teammates were basically wiped out, and even their bodies were gone. But you have to know, to be a member of the Yin Beast, no one is weak, and no one is absolutely sure that he will be stronger than the other. But the current result is completely unexpected. Oh, what are you looking for? Suddenly, a rather discordant voice sounded from not far away. With the moonlight, everyone can clearly see that a handsome boy is walking slowly, with his hands in his pockets and a faint smile on his lips. The steady steps stepped on the broken branches and bodies on the ground, and it seemed that these could not move the other party at all. Who are you? The black-winged bat made a perverse cry in the sky. Yin Beast, Black Bat. He smells like the boss, this guy must have come into contact with our boss. The werewolf with thick hair sniffed his nose and said loudly. It's actually a little ghost. I can only say that your luck is very bad. Do you tell us the information about our boss, or let us pick these things out of your mouth one by one? The pale-skinned Yin Beast vampire grinned. Ding-ling ding-ling ding-ling. Suddenly, Li Kei's cell phone rang. It was gone and the others calling. Oh, there are still some things to deal with. You don't have to wait for me. You can eat first. Can't break his defense? It doesn't matter. You can try as much as possible. If it doesn't work, I'll deal with it tomorrow. Li Kei answered the phone. The faces of the several Yin beasts present were extremely gloomy. What an arrogant kid, then you should die first. The werewolf took the lead in attacking. He growled, and rushed up like a wild wolf, with sharp claws that even made the sound of tearing the air. This guy's ability is to transform into a werewolf, and his strength and attributes will increase dramatically. Compared with Kurapika's ability, it is much weaker. Once the red eyes are opened, the power attribute can be directly conquered, but the werewolf bloodline only conquers the owner's physical attributes in all aspects. Even the mental attributes will decrease. But this werewolf bloodline is still a purple item. Barely good. At this moment, the werewolf's eyes flashed with a fierce light, scarlet, as if he had seen Li Kei's neck being broken by himself and blood gushing out. The young man in front of him looked too young, and he didn't feel very strong. But even in such a determined attack, Li Kei just took a half step back, and the sharp claws almost scratched Li Kei's neck without causing any substantial damage. Hey? This guy! The werewolf was stunned for a moment, but the next moment, a dazzling knife flashed. Before he could react, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hands. Then, in the eyes of everyone's anger, the werewolf's wrists broke and fell to the ground, blood gushing out. Hard-headed. Let's go together. The faces of the other yin beasts instantly became extremely ugly, and the werewolf's shrill screams resounded throughout the valley. It's a pity that no one would approach the gang members who were close to the valley. Now they have become corpses lying on the ground. The vampire screamed and opened his mouth suddenly. Buzz. In an instant, the sound waves that could not be heard by the ears spread forward with his mouth as the center. The other yin beasts quickly covered their ears. Even so, the injured werewolf lost his hands and his mouth was bleeding under the sound waves. The ground and rocks along the way collapsed quickly. Ultrasonic shock waves. One of the abilities of vampire bats. Many opponents will be injured in the brain by his sound waves when they are caught off guard. Even if they are not injured, there will be a brief pause. Now. The vampire's bright red eyes lit up instantly, and a blood-colored long sword was drawn out. The whole person almost turned into a blood-colored afterimage and arrived in front of Li Kei. Stabbed at Li Kei's heart. Got you. The old man holding the cane smiled strangely, and his cane turned into a dry vine, and the other end actually drilled out from under Li Kei's feet, like two dry hands, tightly grasping GK. At the same time, the kid suddenly appeared on Li Kei's right side. Teleport? It was like teleportation. The other party made a kicking motion towards Li Kei's head. Explosive kick. Hee. Standing in the same place, Li Kei still put his hands in his pockets and looked at the yin beasts in front of him. As expected of the topmen recruited by the gang members, although they were like scum in front of him, they were indeed unattainable for ordinary people. And the strength of these guys was very good, which was equivalent to everyone having a specific unique skill. It's a pity that they chose the wrong target. If it was not aimed at himself but at anyone else, they would have made some achievements. Buzz. Li Kei still stood in the same place, without any need to dodge. The gap in strength between the two sides was too big, and one force could break all methods, which was the current situation. A trace of electric arc emerged in Li Kei's pupils. Thunder Mind Power Red. Enhancer Telekinesis Double Red. Divine Power Red. Natural Brute Force Gold. Monster Strength Gold. The simplest and most direct move, allowing the old man and the vampire to attack him. Li Kei's hand wrapped in lightning and lightning grabbed the little ghost in the air at lightning speed. This guy? Die. The child roared in his heart. His strongest attack is body explosion, even metal can be kicked to pieces. In addition to his ability to shuttle short distances, many opponents don't even have time to react, and they are directly kicked in the head by himself. This move can be said to be tried and tested. Although the guy in front of him just injured the werewolf, he wants to resist his kick. I'm afraid it's a dream. Bang! In the dull explosion sound, Little Ha's leg was firmly grabbed by Li Kei at the ankle. The explosive kick that he was proud of did not cause any harm to Li Kei, but he found that the opponent's hand was tightly holding his ankle like an iron hoop. Bang! The vampire's blood sword hit Li Kei's heart area but didn't even break his skin. Instead, there was a metallic collision sound. The old man's dead wood didn't have any effect of confinement at all, and the vines that climbed up Li Kei didn't slow down at all. It broke and shattered directly with the movement of the organization. The next moment, the kid felt dizzy, and was caught by Li Kei, and then swung heavily to the ground. Bang! One on the left and one on the right. 80. 80. 80. The people present were dumbfounded. The whole battle process happened so fast that it only took less than a few seconds. The kid lay on the ground obediently like a dog. His whole body was as soft as rubber, his bones were broken, his internal organs were shattered, and his brain was probably hit into a mess. Ding! You killed the yin beast child, and randomly plundered the opponent's entries. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Eater Telekinesis Talent Purple, and obtaining Short Distance Space Shuttle Purple. Ding! Detected that you previously had Eater Gold and Double Purple and Blue. The entries are automatically merging. Congratulations on obtaining Eater Telekinesis Talent Double Gold. A voice like the sound of nature sounded in Li Kei's mind. Then a large amount of information poured into the organization's mind and limbs, rapidly strengthening his body. In Li Kei's mind, there was a rapid generation of how to use the short-distance space shuttle technique. I actually got double gold directly, emitter. It seems that I'm very lucky. Li Kei was in a very good mood. Emitter has double gold talent. It can be regarded as a rare existence. The next level is red. Entry, Short Distance Space Shuttle Purple. Effect, you can perform Short Distance Space Shuttle, which will consume your own energy. It is a very simple explanation, but I have to admit that this entry is powerful. If I remember correctly, there is also a professional hunter with space shuttle ability in the Hunter Association. I also plan to brush the entry on that guy when I have time later. But I didn't expect that a similar entry has been brushed out now. When the child used it before, there was a few seconds of pre-swinging action, and the distance that could be shuttled was only within 10 meters. And now, this entry belongs to Li Kei. It also has the distance limit of shuttle, and the pre-swing action can be almost ignored. Of course, if the opponent is strong enough, the pre-swing can still be blocked. But as long as this ability is upgraded to gold, it is estimated that there will be no pre-swing. 1+4. The opponent's sudden counterattack stunned all the yin beasts present. Although the kid brother is a weak guy in the whole team, he is extremely arrogant because of the characteristics of his own abilities. Almost no one can catch that kid. But now, just a face-to-face, and he was killed in seconds. Crack! Suddenly, the sound of metal breaking came. The vampire was shocked to find that the blood sword he stabbed in Li Kei's heart was caught by the opponent's hand at some point. He couldn't help but shrink his pupils. He was shocked to see that the blood sword that he was proud of and could cut iron like mud was actually held in Li Kei's hand, and then the opponent's palm exerted force. The blood sword broke directly. Then he made a simple cannon punch. A trace of electricity jumped between Li Kei's hair, and the unprecedented horror instantly made the vampire's hair stand up. He felt as if his heart was pressed by a huge stone, and he couldn't even breathe. Run! Almost at this moment, an instinctive scream emerged from the bottom of his heart. But his legs seemed to be unable to move because of too much peaking opera. When he reacted, he saw Li Kei's fist swinging out. Thunder Cannon Fist. Boom! This punch hit the vampire's body solidly. You gave me a sword, and I gave you a punch. We should all be even. With Li Kei's fist as the starting point, the fan-shaped area of more than 30 meters in front of him, was all flattened. All the stones and trees along the way have disappeared. The ground seems to have been flattened, and a small mountain that originally stood here has also disappeared. And half of the vampire's body completely evaporated in Li Kei's terrifying fist wind. The vampire murmured. He wanted to speak again, but the loss of life made him completely lose consciousness, and the remaining half of the body fell to the ground with a snap. Instant kill. Another instant kill. Ding! Congratulations on killing the yin beast vampire. Randomly plundering the opponent's entry. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining blood-sucking purple, the host refuses this entry, and the entry is automatically shattered. The system prompt sounded in the summary's mind. This time, the luck does not seem to be too good, and this guy's talent entry has not been swiped out. It seems that even if the target is killed, it cannot guarantee that all the entries will be 100% exposed. But at this moment, the whole scene has become extremely quiet. The survivors on the scene stared with their eyes wide open, almost popping out. They even forgot to breathe, and stared at Lee K's direction like a wooden chicken. Especially the werewolf, who even forgot the pain of his broken hands and was completely dumbfounded. There were also flying bats, and the old man, whose clothes were soaked with cold sweat on his back, put down his crutches and turned around to leave quietly. Chapter 108. Igog. Lee K sneered softly. His voice was not loud, but it hesitated in the ears of the three survivors. The three people who heard it trembled all over. As if their butts were on fire, they began to flee frantically. The bat fled the fastest. He had wings, and he flew into the sky without even thinking about it. Ordinary people could not fly to the sky at all, and the higher they flew, the safer they would be. He felt that his heart was about to jump into his throat. Puff! Like the sound of something being pierced, the bat in the air froze, his big eyes widened, and he looked at the broken blade wrapped in lightning that pierced through his mouth in disbelief. Isn't this the broken sword of the vampire guy? The last thought flashed through the bat's head. Then it fell like a plane hit in the air. Ding! You killed Yin Xiao Bat, and randomly looted the opponent's entry. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining ultrasonic shockwave purple, bat bloodline purple, the entry is automatically shattered. Ah! Dead. The werewolf with his arms broken was completely frightened at this moment, and he no longer had the arrogance he had when he first came here. At this moment, there was only endless fear in his heart. The young man in front of him was so terrifying that he didn't look like a normal human being. This guy just threw it out, and the broken blade killed the bat directly. He didn't even see the trajectory of the broken sword just now, that is to say, if the opponent used this trick to deal with him, he would most likely follow the footsteps of the bat. Run! Run desperately! The werewolf now doesn't care that his hands were cut off at all, he just hates that his parents gave him 2 less legs. The werewolf's speed was even faster in extreme fear. The withered vines wrapped around Lee K were also fading quickly, as if they wanted to escape. But he was grabbed by Lee K. The old man in the distance screamed in fear. Although this cane looks like just an item he uses, in fact, almost all his life's practice is concentrated on this cane. The dead wood is his ability. Many people often underestimate his appearance, which leads to him being killed without knowing it. Rise! The old man didn't finish his words, and saw a dazzling lightning flash on GK's body. Bang! The terrifying lightning actually spread along the dead wood towards him. How is this possible? How can wood conduct electricity, not to mention the wood condensed by his own ability? But before he could think of this idea, the terrifying blue lightning had already arrived in front of him. The vines and trees affected along the way turned into a black atmosphere and scattered down. Wood is indeed not a good conductor. But when the voltage is high enough, even insulators can be instantly washered, let alone this kind of wood. The voltage that can be condensed in Lee K's body now is far beyond the level of a child like Killua. Voltage is like water flow, always flowing from high to low. This old man used his vines to imprison Lee K, just like touching a high-voltage power grid. Boom! It was just a moment. The lightning that spread wildly in the air directly wrapped around him. If you like to use your ability to imprison and entangle others so much, then you should also taste the feeling of being entangled. Lee K sneered. The blue lightning instantly spread over the old man's body, and he let out a shrill scream. He couldn't even make a move to escape, and the whole place was charred at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a loud bang, it turned into black carbon powder and fell. Ding! You killed the yin beast Deadwood, and randomly plundered the opponent's entry. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Conjurer Talent Purple Control Purple Ding! The sound like the sound of nature rang in Li Kei's mind. And a lot of information poured into Li Kei's mind. Conjurer Telekinesis Talent Purple. Before this, Li Kei already had the corresponding golden talent, and the entry rewarded by the old man with Deadwood can only be said to be icing on the cake. Of course, for Li Kei, it is also a fine product level, which is very good. At least it is almost a fantasy for ordinary people to explode such an entry. However, this wood control purple gave Li Kei a very good space to play. This guy can transform his telekinesis into vines for manipulation. The fusion of this term is equivalent to Li Kei directly absorbing the hard training of this old guy for a lifetime, saving decades of effort. In the distance, the werewolf has already run several kilometers away. But at this moment, the man's heart is pounding wildly. He dare not stop for a moment. He swears that this is definitely the fastest time he has ever run in his life, and he has no intention of paying any more. He wants to completely draw a line with the gang. Those idiots don't know what kind of monster they have provoked, and they almost killed themselves here. Fortunately, his speed is the fastest on land. At least in the entire Yin Beast team, there is no second one who runs faster than him on the ground. Buzz! But it was only a moment. The werewolf looked like he had seen a ghost. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked at the distance in disbelief. His expression was extremely spiritual. Seeing Li Kei's figure, it seemed to shrink the earth into an inch, and he was flying towards him at a high speed. Li Kei just took a step and moved nearly 100 meters. Shrinking the earth into an inch. Too weird. But for Li Kei, it was just the application of short-distance space shuttle. Unlike the weakling like Xiao Haig, Li Kei's energy was enough to support him to move long distances. Of course, he could not get rid of the limitation of this term. It was difficult to cross a long distance at one time, so he could only cross it repeatedly. This made Li Kei's movement look like a fairy shrinking the earth into an inch. And just when Li Kei was still hundreds of meters away from the werewolf, the werewolf was horrified to see that Li Kei suddenly stopped. What? He didn't chase him anymore? The werewolf was stunned, but now he had no time to think about why he just wanted to flee here madly and never stay here for another second. In the werewolf's field of vision, he saw Li Kei stop in confusion and slap the ground lightly. What the hell is this? Wooden shield true thousand hands hunter version. Li Kei exclaimed in his heart. After acquiring the old man's ability, he combined his own ability with realized chanting. Li Kei wanted to try whether he could develop this special move. Boom! Boom! The ground in the distance was shaking violently. As if an earthquake had occurred, the werewolf who was fleeing frantically could not help but count the hairs on his body. He felt the ground under his feet shaking violently. He had to stop. Then there appeared a scene that he would never forget in his life. The ground under his feet slowly cracked, and the hard soil and rocks continued to pour down in all directions. A terrifying Buddha with countless hands slowly rose from the ground. It was a terrifying height of 1,000 meters. The majestic and awe-inspiring power really made people have an urge to worship. Even those towering trees were like toothpicks in front of this terrifying Buddha, and he was more like a tiny ant. You need to look up at the Buddha in front of you. Eyes. The man wanted to say something, but he looked up at the terrifying Buddha that covered the sky and the sun, and he couldn't say a word. Is it necessary to do this? This, why is this? I just said 2 words when I first came here, a cruel word. The werewolf even forgot the pain of his broken arms. He saw that the monster in the distance stopped where it was, and the silk scorpion did not seem to continue chasing after it. Could it be that this terrifying Buddha was summoned by the monster behind him? The werewolf felt that his brain cells were not enough. Ghost! He screamed in horror and wanted to escape. Boom! 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 Bang! Suddenly, thousands of hands suddenly moved when he saw the Buddha that covered the sky and the sun. It was like slapping a fly, and it was flattened in an instant. The whole area collapsed like it had suffered a doomsday disaster. If anyone else saw this scene here, they would definitely never forget it. This is simply not something that humans can do. It's a pity. After all, this is something developed by another world. It is still much weaker than the Naruto world, and the scale seems to be much smaller. Of course, there may be a big change after the quality of the entries is improved, including the improvement of their own realm. Lee K couldn't help muttering. This move still consumed a lot of his own energy, but at least the scene was nice. Enough to get full marks. Used to deal with this werewolf, of course, it was like using a cannon to hit a mosquito, but at least it tested the feasibility of this move. Ding! Congratulations on killing the Yin Beast werewolf. Ding! Randomly looting the target entry. Congratulations on obtaining enhancer talent purple, werewolf. Ding! The host refuses to be a werewolf, automatically shatters this entry, and fills the experience value of other entries. If the sound of nature sounded in Lee K's mind. A lot of relevant information also poured into Lee K's mind. Enhancer talent is Lee K's most important talent now, and it has reached the double red level. Purple can only be said to be a glass of water in a bucket, barely enough, so. As for the entry of werewolf, I am not interested at all. Because this entry will not only affect my appearance, but also cause a decrease in sanity and bloodthirstiness. The only effect is to bring some attribute enhancement. But this kind of enhancement is far inferior to the enhancement of the thunder power, so for this kind of weak or even negative entry, Lee K directly chooses to crush it. What a pity! I am afraid that if the 10 old men knew that their strongest subordinates were all killed here, they would be in a good mood. Hey! Not bad, a good harvest. Lee K exhaled a breath of turbid air and moved his shoulders. The 1,000-meter-high true thousand hands would release slowly dissipated, as if it had never appeared, but the destroyed ground and the corpses left on the ground all proved its existence. Let's go back. These guys are just desserts before dinner. Yuvajan is the main course. Lee K grinned and turned away. In a certain hotel. The starting price of the auction of Greed Island is 8.9 billion ringgis, and you only have 5 million. Do you understand what an auction is? This is the auction organizer, the most famous in the auction world. With your money, you may not even be able to buy an admission ticket. You can find clues about Gon's father in that game, but as it stands now, you can't get it at all. Leorio lay on the sofa, looking at the ROM card in his hand and said seriously. But in the protected list on the Hunter website, it is the easiest to get. It says that you can get it as long as you have money. Gon doesn't believe it. Ha 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 ha. Of course, money is omnipotent. Leorio laughed. Master Alchemist, if it can be bought with money, it is not a treasure. If we can get it easily, it means that we are at the professional level. Killua said seriously. Leorio and Gon did not listen to what he said at all, but studied the conditions of this auction. What is depressing is that this auction is different from the previous one, and it can be exchanged for goods, and even gambling. But a few days passed. Although a lot of money was earned through this arm wrestling activity, the gap in funds required is an astronomical figure. Why don't we ask Brother K? Maybe Brother K has a way. Finally helpless, Leorio said a little disappointed. Gon and Killua have been exhausted these days. They ran around in the city, to collect information and try every way to make money. But it is simply impossible to earn such a large astronomical figure. Well, although I really want to do it myself, it is the best way to find Brother K's help when there is no other way. Gon said excitedly. Leorio called Lee K, but found that it was busy. WB. Can't get through? Then Karapika, can't get through either? I can't get through to Brother K and Kurapika. I don't know what's going on. Could something have gone wrong? Gon was worried. Don't worry, Brother K won't get into trouble. There is no chance for Brother K to get into trouble in this city. I'm afraid he is dealing with something. Killua comforted. I hope so. Leorio sighed. In a small, inconspicuous building, Yuvajin had been sent up with his hands tied up, and with him was Miss Winnie and some of his bodyguards. Daizo! You are crazy, you dare to let the lady come to such a dirty place. When the boss finds out, you will be ready to die. A bodyguard cursed. Shut up. Pa! He slapped him hard, and Daizo said angrily, you are lucky to be protected by the captain. If you dare to keep nagging here, get out of here. He witnessed Li Kei's fierce scene with his own eyes, and now he has become a die-hard fan of Li Kei. Even if he offends the boss behind the scenes, Nisra, it is nothing. Haha, Ant Minister. Yuvajin, who was tied up, had a ferocious expression like a wolf, and looked at everyone with extremely resentful eyes. Just wait, it won't be long before Phantom Troop kills all of you, including all your family and even friends. Ha ha ha. You will all go to hell with me. Chapter 109. You damn guy, don't you understand the current situation? Where did you put those auction items? Daisy was angry. This time, the entire vault of the Yukiksen City auction was looted, which would become the biggest event in history, and as one of the bodyguard captains this time, he would suffer a huge stain. So in order to get back this batch of auction items, he was extremely angry at the moment. I only saw Daisy take out a knife and stab it directly into Yuvajin's crotch. He wanted this arrogant BD to learn his lesson and understand his current situation. Bang! But what shocked him was that when this metal long knife hit the opponent's crotch, it broke directly as if it hit the metal. There were even bursts of severe pain in his tiger's mouth. Daisy was stunned, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Only then did he realize that the guy in front of him who was tied up could burst out a fist as destructive as a missile. Even if he is trapped here, he is still a terrifying guy. Kurapika's expression is even more solemn. Because he clearly sensed that Yuvajin's chi was surprisingly stable. The other party knew that he would be tortured next, but he could not see any fluctuations in the chi around his body. Only when his spirit was very firm could he emit chi to make his body hard sword and gun zone. Haha, do you see? This is the gap between us. When I get up, I will kill you all one by one. I will break all your bones one by one, so that you can understand what it means to live, and not to die. And you guys, I remember everything, I will make you regret coming to this world. Yuvajin looked at the people like a fierce man. An unprecedented terrifying aura spread out from him. At that moment, everyone present had an illusion that they were not tying up a human being, but a lion that was about to run away. It could break free of the chains and shackles at any time and rush out of the cage, and then kill everyone. This is a clever use of aura. It not only puts mental pressure on the opponent, but also makes the opponent feel extremely scared. Sure enough, after using this trick, the faces of the bodyguards present became very ugly. The weaker Skavara and Fija were sweating profusely, and Melody's face turned pale. She could clearly feel the terrifying aura of the other party, who wanted to choose people to devour, like a beast. Everything the other party said was absolutely true, and he would really kill everyone. Ah, you, what did you say? Do you know what crazy things you are talking about? You should be the one begging for mercy. Skavara's voice trembled a little, and he roared in a fierce voice. Melody, Fija, and Daisne's faces were also very ugly, except Kurapika could still keep calm. Under the impact of this extremely powerful momentum, they felt shaky and even had the illusion that the other party could kill them in the next second. He knew that the other party was still trapped on the bed, and even had iron chains around his body. And his hands were broken by Li Kei. Logically speaking, he was a fish on the chopping board without any counterattack. but why did he give everyone the illusion that they were the victims? Those auction items did not fall into our hands. Someone arrived earlier than us. It is likely that it is your so-called captain. Yuvajin said coldly. Although he looks wild on the outside, he is actually very careful. Through this battle and confrontation, he has a vague guess. The person who designed the entire team and even harmed himself behind the scenes is most likely the monster who defeated him in the first place. Bullshit. How could it be the captain? The captain is responsible for security this time. Dazoni cursed angrily. He just wanted to deliberately cause us to fight among ourselves. I'm afraid you don't know the position of the captain in our hearts. You don't have to use such a clumsy attempt to sow discord on us. Feiji sneered. Yes. You don't really think we will believe your bullshit? Skawera also cursed. Melody was silent. Because she clearly felt that the other party's heartbeat did not change at all, that is to say, everything the other party said was all true thoughts from the heart. Could it be that, the captain? Melody couldn't help shaking her head. She didn't dare to imagine that the captain, as a bodyguard, would embezzle, but even so, if this happened. She also knew that she would never make the second choice, and she would still choose to follow Li Ke. Because she knew that it was Li Ke who gave her a new life. You low-level people naturally don't know, and I don't need to explain to you. Of course, it may not be your captain, maybe it's the internal conflict of the group of yin beasts. Yuvajin sneered. Yin beasts? Do you know what you are talking about? They are the team under the command of the 10 old men, how could they steal from the company? Daizo said. Because when we went there, the entire vault had been emptied, and a body was found inside, belonging to the yin beast. In addition, the surveillance footage showed us that it was our own internal member who stole the body, but our team leader actually thought it was not him. So all this was deliberately framed by someone. Either your captain or the yin beast's people. Yuvajin said calmly. During the time when he was injured, he had been analyzing all these possibilities and finally came to this conclusion. He didn't lie. Melody murmured in a low voice. This made the faces of the others who heard her voice change slightly. That is to say, the person they tied up was most likely not the thief of Jingkao, but a victim. In this way, what everyone did not seem to be out of self-defense, but rather negligent injury. This made everyone's little sense of justice in their hearts waver again. Because before this, everyone chose to take action out of anger. But if they found out in the end that if Yuvajin is also a victim, then don't they also become villains? So everyone, did something wrong? If so, should we let this man go? After all, he is innocent. The bodyguards, including Daisy, were somewhat shaken. They are not wanted criminals like Yuvajin, and they still have a sense of justice. Kurapika's face was terribly calm. He walked forward slowly, stood next to Yuvajin and said, "What about those guests? My companions are there. Answer me." He saw Yuvajin's current thoughts at a glance. The other party wanted to shake these people's hearts, and then constantly break their psychological defenses, and then escape. Unfortunately, this trick was completely useless to Kurapika. He caught Yuvajin in front of him not because of this auction, but for revenge. So the so-called sense of justice and the so-called inner shaking do not exist at all. This question made Yuvajin frown slightly. Normally, he could choose to conceal it, but Yuvajin's character made him absolutely not conceal such things. That's really a pity, they are all dead. If I made this decision, the bodies might be already. Yuvajin sneered. Before he finished speaking, Kurapika seemed to fall into anger and punched him hard in the face. 0145013117 Fila 133583191. Surprisingly, Yuvajin, who was previously invulnerable to swords and guns, was hit by Kurapika in front of him and had a nosebleed on the spot. So strong. Daisy was shocked. The captain was already amazing, and even though he was the captain's friend, Kurapika was like a non-human. In other words, the power of Kurapika's fist even exceeded the power of his sword just now. No wonder the captain made him the vice-captain of this team. Just because of your decision, so many people died. Kurapika was completely angry, and a trace of crimson appeared in his eyes. Because the death of these people reminded him of bad memories, his entire tribe was killed because these guys wanted to get the eyes of his people. For these damn bastards in front of them, other people seemed to be just an object of interest, and they could be killed at will, just like pigs and dogs. Calm down, Kurapika. Several people nearby quickly supported Kurapika's shoulders and asked him to stay calm. Kurapika, don't forget the captain's instructions. Everything will be decided by him. Melody spoke quickly. Her words calmed down Kurapika, who was still in anger, and stopped moving. He just looked at Uvajin in front of him, as if he was looking at a dead person. Kurapika's goal is not just to kill Uvajin in front of him, he wants revenge on the entire brigade. So this Uvajin in front of him is an important clue, and he cannot be killed so easily. Once he is killed, he will lose the effect of bait. Oh, Crimson Eyes, I remember, you are one of the 7 most beautiful Kuruda people? No wonder your eyes are so valuable. Could it be that we didn't kill them all when we killed them, and you were lucky enough to survive? It's a pity. Looking at your current age, you should have been very young when you escaped. Maybe you don't know the 10 scenes of your people's tragic death in front of us. Do you know how I felt when I took out the eyeballs of your people? That feeling was so wonderful that I even tasted a few of them myself. Uvajin laughed contemptuously. Bang! Before he finished speaking, he was hit in the face by the angry Kurapika. At this moment, Kurapika seemed to have fallen into a state of complete anger, his eyes turned red, and his sanity seemed to have dropped a lot. Daisy and Basho could no longer hold him down. Kurapika jumped directly onto Uvajin, and then madly hit him left and right. Bang 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 bang! It was a dull sound that made people feel sore, and even Uvajin's teeth were knocked out. Obviously, Kurapika was extremely angry. This was the most painful memory he didn't want to recall in his life. But this guy actually mentioned it repeatedly in front of him. Buzz! The bald girl Melody played her flute. The gentle sound of the flute, like the breeze blowing on a willow tree, gradually dispelled the negative emotions in everyone's heart. Melody was also very nervous at this moment. But her flute didn't seem to have much effect on Kurapika. Stop it! Kurapika, this guy wants you to kill him. After Melody realized that her flute had no effect, she quickly put down the flute and shouted loudly, trying to call Kurapika back from anger. It's almost done. Kurapika. Suddenly, a frivolous voice sounded from not far away. Very calm and familiar. Even Kurapika, who was in a state of anger, couldn't help but stop at this moment. He turned his head and looked, and everyone's eyes looked in the direction of the sound. At the end of the corridor, a figure was seen walking slowly. It was GK. Sorry, I'm a little late. This guy must have said something that made you very angry. Lee K smiled faintly. The other people present immediately showed joy on their faces, as if they had finally found a backbone. Especially Dazuo Meng and others who were sweating profusely, but they had just endured great psychological pressure, and now they can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Because Lee K has arrived, everything can be handed over to Lee K. Captain! Dazuo Quan hurried forward. Kurapika also stopped his actions, and the crimson in his eyes gradually faded. Even he himself was a little surprised. He didn't know when Lee K's status in his mind had become so high, even equivalent to a brother. Yes, the eyes of the Kuruda people are one of the 7 most beautiful in the world. If the eyes are dug out, it should be very painful. Lee K walked up and patted Kurapika's shoulder gently. Haha, it's useless. I will never tell the information and location of other members of my team. You can give up this idea completely. At this moment, Yuvajin, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, sneered at Li Ke. He already knew that he could never be Li Ke's opponent. But he was absolutely prepared in his heart, even if Li Ke tortured him. Even if he died, he would not reveal any information about the other members of the team. He Yuvajin could die in battle, but he would never die as a coward. Oh? I never expected to get information about other members from you. Do you know why I came back so late? I just marked your members. And I will tell you that from today on, I will kill one of your members every day, including your leader. Phantom Troop should be wiped out from this world. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent. Li Ke spoke calmly. Chapter 110. Brother K. Captain. Everyone was shocked to hear what Li Ke said. Because you have to know that the brigade is notorious all over the world, and even many gangs hate them. But even so, no gang or other justice organization is willing to provoke these guys. To a large extent, it is because they often act together as a team, and even if each person is very strong. In addition, their anti-tracking ability is also very strong. Even if there are some beings with stronger strength than these guys, it is difficult to find them in a short time. This has led to the situation that the brigade can commit crimes unscrupulously all over the world, but still get away with it. And the most important thing is that these people have a strong desire for revenge. Once anyone provokes them, they will often cause the family to be broken up. There were some professional hunters who were full of justice and wanted to defeat these guys. In the end, not only did they die, but even their family members, relatives, and friends were killed. This is why other professional hunters or other official teams felt helpless when facing the wanted orders of these guys, and even reluctant to accept them. But now Li Ke actually said that he would kill all of them day by day, which shocked all the bodyguards present. This means that it will be a battle with their lives at stake. He will fight the entire brigade alone. What a sense of justice, what a sense of responsibility. Captain. Woo. I swear, I will definitely be with the captain. It doesn't matter even if I die. Even if the brigade is extremely vicious, I'm not afraid. Except for Melody, the others were deeply moved and couldn't help but speak up. They were afraid of Yuvajin's team before. But now after hearing what Li Ke said, they all felt ashamed of their fear. Melody could clearly hear Li Ke's heartbeat. He did not feel the anger or justice from the bottom of his heart when Li Ke said this, which means that Li Ke destroyed the entire brigade not for justice, but for other reasons. And he also had absolute confidence. Melody could not understand where Li Ke's confidence came from, but she chose to believe it absolutely. Hee hee. Hee hee. Are you deliberately trying to bluff me? Including the death of Nobunaga you mentioned? Hee hee. Don't try to break my inner defense with such a low-level trick. And do you know the captain of our brigade? Although you are very strong, the final result will be that you will die in the hands of the captain without any surprise. The stronger you are, the better. Yuvajin suddenly laughed. The inexplicable smile made the others present feel a little uneasy. Yuvajin understands the captain's ability. The captain can steal the target's ability. That is, once a perverted kid fights and is defeated by the captain, his ability will become the earliest ability, and then the whole brigade will become stronger. So Yuvajin is looking forward to it. He is not afraid of death at all. For him, death is just a temporary and complete destination. Are you talking about Krollo's thief book? It is indeed a very good ability, but unfortunately, the premise is that he must defeat me and let me control it. I don't think your captain has this level of ability. Li Ke said calmly. His voice was calm, but it sounded like thunder to Yuvajin's ears. Yuvajin, who was originally calm and ready to die, now looked like a rat whose tail was stepped on. His expression became extremely stunned, horrified, shocked, and angry. Who are you? How do you know the captain's information? Even the captain's ability? Who are you? Yuvajin almost yelled out of control. He absolutely couldn't believe it. The captain's information was only known to them as team members, and they were not even that clear. But the guy in front of him could actually call out the captain's name and even the captain's ability, which was like a thunderbolt. He even suspected that the guy in front of him was specifically targeting their team. Could it be that he was the Inspector Hunter arranged by the association? Don't you already know my information? I told you that tomorrow will be your death anniversary, and then all your members will follow you to hell every day. Your hands are stained with blood, and death is too forgiving for you, so. Li Ke said with an extremely cold look. Kurapika, dig out his eyes. Hey! Everyone present was stunned. They didn't expect Li Ke to have such an abrupt request. Digging out other people's eyes is a very cruel act even for them. But this voice fell into Kurapika's ears, which made him stunned. Then he shook his head. Brother K, revenge on the brigade is my own business, and there is no need to involve you. He always believed that the brigade was a very dangerous existence, and he was not absolutely sure that he could kill all of their members. In fact, even if he wanted to seek revenge on the brigade, Kurapika always had an idea that he would die on the road of revenge. If this was the case, he could be relieved, at least he was doing his best. But if Li Ke was involved, he would be very uneasy. He was not sure whether Li Ke and himself could deal with the entire brigade. If Li Ke was killed, it would be a lifetime condemnation for him. But the other members who heard this had a completely different feeling in their hearts. The captain would actually offend the entire brigade for his friend. Wow, so touching. Captain, this is a friend worth entrusting for a lifetime. I have decided that I will always trust the captain and follow the captain for the rest of my life. The bodyguards present were all deeply moved by these words. In their opinion, Li Ke was completely willing to go through fire and water for Kurapika. This friendship was really precious in today's cold world. Especially a powerful being like Li Ke, who is almost completely superior to the powerful people of their level, would actually take such a big risk for a friend who is weaker than himself. This is my decision, Kurapika, you are my friend, I will naturally help you. Li Ke said calmly. The two looked at each other, and finally Kurapika bought it. Okay, Brother K. From now on, I will be your younger brother for the rest of my life. I am willing to do anything for you, regardless of justice or injustice. Kurapi finally bit her lip and said, tears welling up in her eyes. Only an avenger who walks in the darkness will understand. How tormenting is the will of revenge every second and every moment in life. And in this almost desperate darkness, there is a person who can sprinkle a ray of light on himself, which will become the light that illuminates the whole life. Li Ke is the light in Kurapika's life. He walked forward under the gaze of everyone, and then slowly stretched his hands towards Yuvajin's eyes. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Do you know how it felt when I killed your tribesmen, dug out their eyes and ate them? Would you choose to eat my eyes? Do you dare? Ha ha ha. Even if you dug out my eyes and cut me into pieces, I will never reveal any information about our team. Give up this idea completely, they will definitely pay for me. You just wait for the risk of being assassinated all the time. Even if you can't die in battle, your family, your friends, your relatives, and your children and wife will definitely be buried with me. Phantom Troop will not die. I will not die, Yuvajin, ha 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 ha. Yuvajin screamed hysterically, he knew that he would be the end of his life. And he didn't want the captain to come to save him, because this guy was too powerful. Gulu. The other bodyguards present couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Even if they were used to seeing dead people, they couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the scene in front of them. Kurapika's fingers slowly extended to Yuvajin's eyes. He wanted to make this guy feel fear before he completely lost his eyes. But it was obvious that Yuvajin seemed to be a complete madman. Not only was he not afraid, but he showed an extremely ferocious and angry expression. That expression seemed to say that he would still be entangled with them even if he became a demon in the future. Ding ling 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 ling. Suddenly, Dazuo's cell phone rang. He turned on the phone and found that it showed the captain of the brigade. The phone was hacked? Captain! Dazuo screamed and handed the phone over. Ha ha ha! Did you see that? You have been noticed by the captain. None of you guys can escape. You will all die. Please give me flowers. Yuvajin was very excited after seeing this. Li Ke picked up the phone and pressed the hands-free key. Maybe we can talk about it. Yuvajin, are you still alive? Captain. I am fine. These sons of B want to kill me, you don't need to save me. If I die, you just need to avenge me. Remember to let them all die, including their relatives and friends, and go to hell with me. Yuvajin roared excitedly, as if he was back in a situation where he had the upper hand. After hearing Yuvajin's full-blooded voice, the tone on the other end of the phone seemed to be relieved. What do you want? I can promise you to let Yuvajin go, whether it's money or not. The voice on the other end of the phone came. This made the other bodyguards present nervous instantly. Because once Li Ke chose to negotiate, then these small characters would inevitably suffer. The brigade may not retaliate against Li Ke, but they will definitely not be able to escape, especially since this guy in front of them has completely remembered everyone. Kurapika was also a little nervous at this moment. He was a little entangled in his heart. He didn't want Li Ke to take such a big risk for him, but he was a little worried that GK would choose to give up. Really? Any conditions? Li Ke said with a smile. Of course, any conditions as long as you can come up with them. Even our team can help you complete some things as a condition for Yuvajin to come back, including killing 2 people in my team, and I can also forgive you for the past. The conditions given by Krollo can be said to be quite tolerant. Yuvajin's face also changed, because he now confirmed from the head of the group that 2 team members were indeed dead. The kid in front of him actually killed his 2 teammates. Oh, what a pleasant chat. Let me think. Phantom Troop, your bounties add up to more than 50 billion. I can give you 100 billion ringgits, let Yuvajin go, and we will forgive everything in the past. 100 billion? Ha 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 ha. Yuvajin, listen, I didn't expect you to be so valuable, but unfortunately, I don't care about this little money. Li Ke laughed. His words made Daisuke and others swallow their saliva. 100 billion ringgits. This is a sum of money they can never imagine in their lifetime. But in Li Ke's case, he was easily abandoned. Was he going to offer a higher price? If the money is not enough, we can pay other costs and accept a commission for you for free. Similarly, your friends will become safer because of your choice and don't have to worry about being harmed by our ambitions. You can rest assured that my words will definitely work. Even Yuvajin will not violate them. Krollo's voice was very calm, and he didn't seem to be angry because of Li Ke's reply. Captain! Yuvajin was extremely angry. 100 billion ringgits almost emptied the funds of their entire team. You have to know that this is the money earned by everyone, not just him. Although he is arrogant on weekdays, he is still very clear about this. He doesn't want to drag down the entire team. Tisk, 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 what a touching scene. If it were made into a movie, it would surely bring tears to many people's eyes. No one would have thought that the notorious wanted criminal would have Hyuxia people's feelings. I just don't know if you ever thought that they were also human beings when you killed other ordinary people. Li Ke smiled, a little coldly, if you can meet one of my conditions, I can let Yuvajin go. Very good. You can ask for any conditions, as long as we can do it. We will not give up any member, and I don't want to be your enemy for the time being, although there were some unpleasantness before. Krollo's voice seemed to become lighter. He felt quite comfortable that Li Ke could see the times and act as a hero. However, the faces of the other bodyguards present at this moment became extremely ugly. Because they knew that Li Ke could escape his ambitions, but they might not be able to, and even if the other party promised not to seek revenge on them, who would dare to believe the words of the wanted criminal? I'm afraid that every day in the future will be spent in fear. Well, since you are so sincere, I will set my own conditions. Every day, I will punch a hole in the head of one of your team members. Li Ke said seriously. Chapter 111. Ah! The words stunned everyone present. They stared at Li Ke with eyes wide open in disbelief. Originally, they thought Li Ke would agree to the other party's conditions, but they didn't expect him to put forward such an excessive condition. This is no longer a negotiation, but more like a naked humiliation. Humiliation of phantom troop. Yuvajin was also in a daze at this moment. Kurapika was even more dumbfounded. He originally thought what kind of conditions Li Ke would put forward, but he really didn't expect Li Ke to put forward such an excessive condition. Obviously, Krollo on the other end of the phone also fell silent. After a few seconds, his voice became extremely cold. Bone-piercing cold. Are you sure you want to fight to the death with our brigade? Of course, I am sure that only one of you and me can survive, and I am sure that it will be me. If I were you, the best way now is to lead your own team to escape from here, avoid me forever, and maybe you can survive for a while. Agog. Krollo's sneer came from the other end of the phone. When the other party wanted to speak, Li Ke directly signaled Kurapika to do it. Kurapika was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes became insulated without handles, and he directly reached out and dug out Yuvajin's 2 eyeballs. Yuvajin made a painful groan, although his voice was very low, but Krollo still heard it. Is this how it feels to dig out someone's eyeballs? It's a pity that your eyeballs will only dirty my hands. Kurapika directly crushed Yuvajin's eyeballs. This scene made Feiji, Suanluo, and others sweat profusely. They finally realized that the harmless boy in front of them was also a real madman like the captain. Captain! Revenge for me! You must avenge me! I will never tell anyone any information about you! Yuvajin roared angrily. He was like a seriously injured beast with his eyes dug out. He struggled desperately, but he couldn't get out at all. He was extremely desperate, unprecedentedly desperate. He was ready to die. Krollo wanted to speak, but his phone was crushed by Li Ke. A ray of lightning surged out, and the whole phone turned into ashes. Daisy. Boss, that's my new phone. Wait. My phone was actually broken, which means that the other party may find the location here. So he had to move immediately. It seems that the boss did this to protect himself. As an experienced bodyguard, Daisy also reacted quickly and was still frightened. Cut off his 2 hands, Kurapika, you don't need to be too merciful to your enemies. Letting him die quickly is a relief for him. Li Ke sneered. Kurapika was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes turned cold. Yes, how cruel these guys were to their own people. They even didn't let go of those children and dug out their eyes. So now even if I cut these damn guys into pieces, I will definitely not be at fault. They deserve it. Kurapika took out a knife and infused it with eyes red. Tear. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Yujin's 2 arms were directly cut off by Mr. Ying. Even Yuvajin, who was like a beast, felt the pain at this moment, and he roared angrily. But he was still unwilling to reveal any information about the team members. Give up on this idea, I will never reveal any information, you will definitely go to hell with me, I will become a ghost in hell and wait for you, ha 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 ha. Yuvajin, covered in blood, screamed like a madman. This scene made others even more frightened. It must be said that as a top-level warrior, Yuvajin, even if he fell into an absolute dilemma, the aura he exuded was enough to shock a warrior of Bing Zonai's level. Just like the dying overlord Xiang Yu beside the Wujiang River, it was difficult for ordinary people to get close. Brother K. Kurapika was also a little worried, because the current situation seemed that the other party could even hack into their mobile phones, and it was very likely that they could find their location through mobile phone positioning. In addition to catching Yuvajin, they did not find the location of other people. Instead, they were in the dark, and the identities of hunter and prey seemed to have been exchanged. Even Kurapika, knowing that Lee K was powerful, did not have absolute confidence that K could deal with various sneak attacks from the dark. After the other party also knew Lee K's strength, it was likely that he would not choose the frontal battlefield, but would choose poisoning or other assassination methods, and even choose to offer a reward on the black market. Such a move would put everyone in a very dangerous situation. Lee K did not answer Kurapika directly, but walked slowly to Yuvajin. Although Yuvajin's eyes had been dug out, as a top-level warrior, he could sense the surrounding situation through chi, and he could use chi even without eyes. He vaguely sensed the other party's situation. Yuvajin saw Lee K walking towards him. At this moment, he was like a beast bound by iron chains, struggling angrily, wanting to pounce on Lee K and bite him to death. Even if I am tortured to death, I will not say a word. You have completely given up on this idea. If you have the guts, kill me now or I will hear your tragic death with my own ears. Yuvajin laughed wildly. Lee K just put his hand on his forehead and said nothing. Yuvajin was stunned. He didn't understand what this meant. Because he had decided not to reveal any information about other people, it meant that Lee K and his team would be in an absolutely passive position. Didn't this guy have any idea about this situation? Wait. Yuvajin suddenly trembled violently because he just felt an extremely familiar breath in his mind. Pakunoda. Yes, that's the feeling. The familiar teammate's name automatically appeared in Yuvajin's mind. Because after joining the team, the captain also let everyone get familiar with Pakunoda's ability before. Q. As if suddenly realizing something incredible, Yuvajin was in unprecedented shock and fear. At this moment, he no longer had the anger and roar like a mad bull before. Only unprecedented fear and shock. Oh! Although you have no eyes, your perception is still very sharp. Do you feel that the words just now are familiar? Does it look like an old friend of yours? Lee K smiled. Yuvajin did not respond to this sentence, but his body could not help but tremble violently. Pakunoda. It is Pakunoda. But this is absolutely impossible, and never possible. 014501317133583561. Isn't she dead? I even saw her dead body. Why can her ability still appear in this world? In this world, except for the leader, no one can copy the ability of Othernan. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Yuvajin screamed hysterically in his heart. He looked at Lee K with his eye sockets without eyes, and tried his best to sense him. If this is true, if the other party can read the memory in his mind through this method, then there is no need for any torture, and the other party is absolutely likely to have obtained information about all the members of GN just now. I am equivalent to selling all the members, including the leader, in disguise. Pakunoda's ability is to read the specified memory by just touching the other party, and even inject these memories into the minds of other people through bullets. Yet, your team member's name is Pakunoda, right? Her ability is pretty good, at least in the field of mind reading, it's very rare. I should thank you because you made me stronger. You are no longer of any value to me now, right? Yuvajin. Lee K smiled. No, impossible. You must have been deliberately deceiving me just now. I will never reveal any information. You don't have to try to cause me psychological leakage in this way. I am not such a weak person. Yuvajin shook his head frantically. He didn't believe this. He just thought that the other party was deliberately cheating, trying to trick information out of him, and wanted to break his psychological defense. Actually, I don't need to explain to you, but I want Xiao Pika to see your despair and pain, so I will explain to you. Maybe you never understood what my ability is. Unfortunately, my ability is a secret. Lee K smiled and raised his hand. Buzz. A circle appeared with Lee K as the center. Recite the circle, 4 meters. Yes, just maintain this distance. It's not Nobunaga's circle, because that idiot didn't drop this ability, but this thing is completely universal. The circle he used from Zeno was just forcibly controlled within a range of 4 meters. With Chi Yuvajin could clearly feel the appearance of the circle. At this moment, he was like being struck by lightning, trembling even more violently, and unprecedented despair and fear filled his heart. He was no longer the fearless beast. He was the sinner who betrayed the entire team. His psychological defenses were completely broken. It's a pity, I still got the information of all the people in your team from you, including their characteristics, abilities, and even possible hiding places. In fact, I have marked them a long time ago. The explosion at that time was not just an explosion. So you don't have to worry too much. It should be soon that your team will go to hell with you one by one. At that time, I sincerely wish you can become bigger and stronger in hell and create more glory. Lee K smiled. Impossible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No, 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 no. I didn't betray. I didn't. Woo woo woo. At this moment, this beast-like man was shaking and crying uncontrollably, and his mind was completely broken. Even if his eyes were dug out and his legs were cut off, it would not cause such psychological damage to him, but at this moment, Yuvajin had completely broken down. The others were dumbfounded by this scene, and were extremely shocked by Lee K's torture methods. Daisy and the others couldn't help but gasp. They were very glad for their choice. Being able to be in the same team with Lee K was definitely the luckiest choice in their lives. Kurapika was also stunned. He didn't expect that the man in front of him, who would never give in, would actually break down emotionally after talking to Lee K. And everyone present, including him, didn't understand the specific content of what GK said to them. Okay, Yuvajin, you need to have a good rest. Let me see, you are number 11, right? We will execute you at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. This is a very good number, full of ritual sense. I believe you will be satisfied. Have a good rest tonight. If you sleep too late, you will have dark circles under your eyes. Kurapika, you should also go to rest. Lee K gently patted Yuvajin's shoulder. The others were silent and thank you. Brother K. Kurapika 5.6 Ka broke the silence. It's okay, I said you are my friend, I will take care of you, that's it. Lee K smiled. In a ruin. Krollo fell silent as he looked at the hung-up phone. Captain. We can't go on like this. Although I believe that Yuvajin will not invest in our information, but we can't watch him die like this. Damn it. That damn kid is too strong. We may not be his opponent in a head-on battle, but we can choose other ways, Captain. Although Nobunaga and I are mortal enemies, I can't bear to watch him die in front of me. Captain. We agreed to be a team. Captain. The other members present were extremely angry. Obviously, everyone was seriously injured by Lee K's Patrick Star art before, and Yi was completely enraged. Phaeton, I leave this to you. I will deal with Yuvajin's revenge. You should recover from your injuries first. His death will not be in vain. Hisoka, right? You should have always wanted to fight me. But unfortunately, I can't promise you now. How about we fight after we deal with this kid together? Krollo crossed his hands and supported his chin, thinking. Haha, of course I am happy to accompany you. I have checked that the gangsters were able to transport the things in the vault in advance because of the prophetic ability of Nisra's daughter. I suggest that you consider obtaining her ability first and then act. It is safer, haha. Hisoka raised his mouth and said. The next day. 11 o'clock. A time full of ritual sense. Chapter 112. Outskirts. The wind was strong and moved people's hearts. Karapika, Daisny, Basho, Fija, Melody, Skawera, and others have arrived. Yuvajin was tied up tightly by Karapika's chains, and he had no strength to struggle because his arms were cut off. Lee K stood there, turned on his phone to check the time, and then turned on the recording function. It's almost time, is there anything else you want to say? Yuvajin. At this moment, Yuvajin's heart was almost completely broken after a night of torture. He never dreamed that Lee K actually had the terrifying ability to deprive others of their abilities. This even gave him a very terrifying premonition, that is, after he was killed, his abilities would most likely be deprived by the monster in front of him. In that case, this guy will become the public enemy of the whole world. But why is there such a terrifying monster in this world? You are destined to go to hell. You are destined to go to hell. Even if I die, I will wait for you in hell. Yuvajin looked at Lee K with some madness and roared. What a regrettable last words. It's a pity that your leader and your team members didn't seem to care about you and didn't even get to see you for the last time. But don't worry, I will give your last words to them. Lee K turned off the recording and gave Karapika a look. Karapika, who was on the road of revenge, felt unprecedented peace in his heart. The day he had dreamed of finally arrived. You probably didn't experience the feeling of facing death when you killed my people, right? Then I hope you can experience it this time. Karapika spoke indifferently. He was still too kind, just moved his little finger, and then the sharp chain sword pierced Yuvajin's heart. The unprecedented pain made Yuvajin spit blood, and he felt his life slipping away quickly. So this is the feeling of death. But the next moment, a weak arc of electricity directly pierced his entire brain. The CPU burned. Ding! Congratulations on killing Phantom Troop Yuvajin, randomly plundering the opponent's entry, ding! Plundering successfully. Congratulations on obtaining full body enhanced defense gold, Super Destroyer Fist 17 double gold ding! Lucky Star Gold use, designated drop enhancer telekinesis talent double gold. A heavenly sound rang in Lee K's mind. Then countless energies and information poured into his limbs and mind. In this moment, Lee K seemed to have transformed into Yuvajin. He had gone through decades of hard training in both cold and hot weather, and had improved his physique step by step. He had also experienced countless life and death battles, constantly honing his skills to the peak. Not bad. What a pity. Everything you have will be a wedding dress for me. Lee K clearly felt the changes in his body, and his physique had obviously risen to a higher level again. Term: Full Body Defense Enhancement Gold. Description: This term will make your body strength reach an unprecedented level. Even if you don't use any chi, your skin will be difficult to be cut by ordinary sharp objects. Term: Super Destruction Fist Double Gold. Description: Phantom Troop Yuvajin's famous move, a super powerful move that he spent most of his life to comprehend, can spread his attack to the extreme through vibration, and the vibration effect can penetrate ordinary metal armor. Entry: Enhancer Telekinesis Master Double Gold. Description: Your telekinetic talent is amazing, one of 50 million people. The descriptions of these entries are very simple, but each entry is extremely amazing. Fortunately, I specially reserved a lucky star talent for Yuvajin, and delayed it for a day, otherwise, this guy's telekinetic talent would not be able to explode this time. Double gold level talent. It's almost the same as Gon, the child of destiny. Yuvajin is worthy of being the one with the most destructive power in the entire brigade. And this super destructive fist gave Lee K a very good surprise. Because the most outstanding of all Lee K's entries is naturally the strengthening ability, and Lee K is currently best at close-range fist attacks. But unlike Yuvajin's attack method, Lee K purely suppresses the opponent with absolute power. And now, with this fist skill entry dropped by Yuvajin, Lee K's fist skills have soared to an unprecedented level. Equivalent to Shockwave Punch. The main reason why Yuvajan's fist can cause such a large range of destruction is that it can create vibration ripples. When this fist falls on the opponent's defensive armor, ordinary iron armor is even more unable to defend, and this vibration can also be transmitted on the contrary. Some soft electric defense will have a better effect. But it is obvious that soft armor is good at defending vibration waves, but it is not good at defending frontal impact. This is directly equivalent to Li Kei's own attack armor piercing effect directly increasing after he obtains this kind of boxing skills. If I fight with Yuvajan again, I will probably be able to blow him up in 3 punches. Like felt the surging fighting spirit in his body, and he wanted to try this new boxing style in this position. But obviously, with so many people around now, it is not a good time. Daisy and others were shocked to see the death of this wanted criminal whose bounty on the black market has reached billions of dollars. Once again, they refreshed their understanding of Li Kei's strength. Kurapika finally completed his revenge, the crimson in his eyes gradually faded, and he bowed deeply 90 degrees in the direction of Li Kei. Brother Kei, thank you. All the gratitude in his heart is in these simple words. He understood that if there was no Li Kei, his road to revenge would be extremely bumpy. But now he has finally completed his revenge. Although it is just a beginning, I believe that revenge in the future will not be too far away. Let's go, Kurapika, tomorrow, we will continue. Li Kei put his hands in his pockets, turned around and left, and looked at Daisy and others who were still in a daze, frowning slightly. Captain, that Yuvajan's head is worth 8 billion on the black market. Daisy reminded him quickly. Oh. Li Kei was stunned for a moment, and a smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect you to be so valuable after you died, so help me sell this old one, you share 10% of the commission. After saying that, he left with Kurapika. The people who heard this were shocked at first, and then everyone showed ecstasy on their faces. 10% commission. 8 billion genies, that's 8 billion genies. If divided like this, everyone can get more than 100 million genies. This is absolutely a huge fortune for them. And the only reason they got these unexpected windfalls is because they and Li Kei are in a small group. Although they may suffer the hatred of the group, by comparison, Li Kei is the most powerful existence in the world in their eyes. As for Netero, a household name, it is too far away for them, but Li Kei is a real reality. In the Nisra gangster family. After the auction, the commission is almost over. Because the original commission for protection is to ensure the safety of Wang Ni and others during the auction. Boss, the bodyguards' salaries have been paid. Do you need to consider continuing to hire them as our family bodyguards? A housekeeper said respectfully. Hehe. Just a group of minions. I heard that the yin beast of the 10 old men seemed to have been destroyed because they offended the brigade. Without the yin beast, they should give up the position of the 10 old men. Wang Ni, how is the prophecy poem I asked you to write for me? Let me see how long it will take me to sit in the position of the 10 old men. Light Nisra was holding a cigar in his mouth, in a very good mood. 014501317 Fila 133593151. He took very little things from this auction, mainly because his precious daughter wanted to participate, so he had to come. Even though the auction vault was robbed, the loss was very small for him. And there were not many subordinates of the Nisra family who arrived here, and they were basically hired people like Tianziuo-kun. So after learning that the Yin Beast organization of the 10 old men was wiped out and they were all furious, he was absolutely happy. Without the Yin Beast organization, the position of the 10 old men would definitely be unstable. Especially those gangs that were suppressed by them at the beginning have already shown their intention to fight among themselves. Even today, several gang leaders have come to him, hoping to recommend him to be the new king of kings. Wearing the yellow robe, this is not his original intention. Light Nisla couldn't help but raise his mouth. This time, the attack of the brigade caused serious losses to most of the gangs, but he himself was almost unscathed. But boss, after this battle, the strength of Phantom Troop may have to be re-evaluated. It is also very dangerous for us. If we don't expand the bodyguards, once we encounter those guys. The housekeeper said with some worry. Haha, money is omnipotent in this world. Phantom Troop is indeed very strong, but no matter how strong they are just human beings. As long as they are human beings, they have desires, whether it is money, power, or women. I can give them everything they want. Contact the brigade. Tell him that my Nisla family is willing to support them. The premise is that they have to become my hands. Light Nisla narrowed his eyes slightly, took a puff of cigar, and puffed out clouds of smoke. In his opinion, there is nothing in this world that money can't solve. At least in the past few decades of life experience, he has solved almost 99% of the troubles with money, and with the ability of his daughter, it is even easier to avoid danger and seek good fortune. As a completely ordinary person, he now sits in the position of a gangster boss who is superior to most forces in the world. This makes him more confident than ever before, and he feels that his own era will eventually come. Haha. Very good plan. Suddenly, a frivolous laugh sounded. Right Nisra's smile froze instantly. He suddenly saw 10 figures sitting on the windowsill not far from the hall. This weird laugh was made by the other party. Who is it? The bodyguards hiding in the dark were instantly impulsive and even pulled out their guns to shoot. Puff puff. But after a few flashes of black light, they fell down at a faster speed. 12 bodyguards, each of them is a top master with an annual salary of over 100 million. Stronger than Daisy. But they fell to the ground without any reaction. There was a bloody card stuck in their foreheads, necks or hearts. A flash of lightning flashed outside the window. It illuminated the shadow in the window. Of course, it was a man with a clown face, with a slight smile on his lips, walking slowly towards him. Who else could it be but Hisoka? Or rather, it was Hisoka who was seeking revenge after his arm was cut off. Although his other arm was fake, his current strength seemed to be a step further than before, and his cards had all been changed to bloody. This was his promise to himself. He was going to use this bloody card to cut off Ulquiera's limbs and complete his revenge. Who are you? Come on! Come on! Light Nisra panicked instantly. He staggered to his feet, even dropping his cigar on the ground, and his hands trembled as he touched the pistol on his abdomen. These 12 bodyguards were the strong men he was looking for. Although they were not as good as the Yin Beast, they were definitely masters. But just a moment ago, he could not see clearly how his bodyguards died. The housekeeper quickly pointed his gun at Hisoka, his voice trembling. You, don't come over here. Boss. Run away. Run away. D.J.A. Nisra was terrified. You, who sent you, were you the 10 old men? What did they give you? Do I give you double? I'll give you triple. I'll give you 5 times. How much do you want? 1 billion genies? 1 billion? No, 50 billion. I'll give you 50 billion genies. 100 billion. Nisra's voice trembled. Bang! The housekeeper fired. But what was surprising was that the other party did not dodge at all. Instead, a thin film that could not be detected by the naked eye appeared in front of him. The bullet hit the film and could not move forward. It was like hitting rubber and falling down directly. The twisted bullet fell to the ground. It instantly made Light Nisla and his butler's scalps numb. Alas, it's really rude to shoot casually. Hisoka smiled and brushed past the butler. Then a terrified scream resounded throughout the hall. The butler was horrified to find that starting from his arms, he turned into blood-colored cherry blossoms and drifted away. Arms, chest, and even the whole body. In the end, only a head fell to the ground, and even his head and face still maintained a terrified expression, with his mouth wide open, as if he was unwilling to die. Light Nisla, who saw this scene, was even more scared to pee on the spot. Another lightning fell outside the house. At this time, he finally saw the other person's appearance clearly, and there was a strange tattoo on the other person's exposed waist. It was a scarlet spider tattoo. There was also a symbol for Chapter 113. You are from the brigade? A member of the brigade. Lightnessra felt as if something was stuck in his throat. He widened his eyes in astonishment and could not believe it. Because he really couldn't figure out what hatred he had with these guys. Logically speaking, the biggest enemy of these guys should be the idiots of the 10 elders, otherwise how could the Yin Beast organization be wiped out? But now it seems that this guy is actually here to deal with him directly. I can give you whatever you want. I can give you everything you want. As long as you let me go and let me live, I don't want to die. In the past, this high-ranking gangster boss had no idea how many people were stained with blood, and the blood was extremely cruel and cold-blooded. Now, he is like 10 pugs, begging for mercy and crying. Everything he has done in these years seems to have become a dream bubble at this moment. In the face of absolute strength, all trajectories are completely insufficient. Oh! His words seemed to arouse a little interest in Hisoka, and his narrow eyes glanced at the begging awe in front of him. As long as you let me go. In the future, the Nisra family is willing to follow your arrangements. I can provide all the funds your team needs, and I can even do everything you want for your team. Please let me go. I really didn't do anything against you, nor did I arrange anyone to collect your bounty. Right, Nisra trembled, and in the face of death, he chose to surrender. Then give me your daughter, and all your wealth. Hisoka smiled playfully. Ah? No. Impossible. No, how did you know? No, 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 I can't hand my daughter over to you, she is my daughter. I love my daughter, Re. Lightnessra jumped up in fear like a mouse whose tail was stepped on. Everything he has now comes from his daughter's ability, even though he keeps saying that he loves his daughter. In fact, he only loves his daughter's ability. How about we make a deal? Hand over all your wealth, and then we will let your daughter go, but we will take away her ability. Hisoka smiled, as if playing a cat and mouse game. No, 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 you can't do this, you can't do this, you can't take away my daughter's ability, it's everything to me, it's all mine. Lightnessra screamed in horror. Hisoka shook his head in disappointment. Da-da-da. At this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from the extremely quiet hall. Lightnessra couldn't help but look back, and suddenly saw another figure coming from the other end of the corridor. The other person seemed to be dragging something in his hand. It's done, let's go back. It was Krollo who spoke, and he was dragging Ani, who had been deprived of her ability. My daughter. Puff. Lightnessra's head turned 360 degrees on the spot, and his neck almost became a twist. He was just twisted by Hisoka. Since you like your daughter, then look at her more, you won't be able to see her in the future. Hisoka raised a perverted smile. Krollo dragged Ani expressionlessly. He had already stolen Ani's ability, but due to the characteristics of his personal ability, he could not let the target of the stolen ability die. This was the worst part, so he had to take the girl away and put her in a safe area. The two left. In a ruin. The injured members of the brigade were waiting for the return of the leader. Damn it! We can't let that BD go like this. Finks growled. Not only him, but all the members present thought that this was the biggest shame in the history of the entire team. The Phantom Troop, which was notorious all over the world and frightened countless professional hunters who claimed to be righteous, chose to reunite here to avoid being hunted down by others. This is absolutely a shame. But that guy is too strong, Yuvajin, I'm afraid he's gone too. The captain and Hisoka have already taken action, they will probably be back soon, then we can make a new plan. Even if it's revenge, we need to calm down. No one can kill our people and live safely in this world. Everyone has recovered under Maki's treatment. But now the whole team has no intention of doing anything else, they just want revenge, because they watched their team members die in front of them. This is definitely an unprecedented shame. Even after Yuvajin was captured, they had no way to deal with it. Suddenly, the sound of applause came from a distance. The people who were talking in the world suddenly became cold, and all their eyes looked at him. After seeing the person clearly, everyone was shocked. Li Ke. It was the guy they dreamed of killing. There was almost no hesitation. Franklin opened his 10 fingers and turned them into a Gatling gun, firing a hail of bullets at GK. Every bullet was a telekinetic bullet. The power was strong enough to easily penetrate the steel plate, but after reaching Li Ke, it seemed to be blocked by an invisible force. All the bullets floated around Li Ke. Seeing this scene, everyone present couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling. Disperse! Phaeton exclaimed. The brigade members dispersed in all directions without any hesitation. The next moment, whoosh whoosh whoosh! Those bullets floating in front of Li Ke seemed to be driven by some terrifying force and instantly shot back in the opposite direction. The ground and stones along the way were all broken. Even Kyubi, who was running slower, was scratched. And a figure stayed where he was and reached out to grab all the bullets in front of him. You guys go! Leave this to me! The one who stayed behind was Phaeton. But Phaeton! Shizuka was a little reluctant, but she was taken away by Maki. Let's go! We are no match for this guy, cover for Phaeton. She gave the order decisively. The last time Li Ke's self-explosion made everyone feel terrified and palpitating. If it happens again this time, they don't have a strong existence like Yuvajin now. Running away is the wisest decision. Let it go, I will deal with this guy. Phaeton said in a deep voice. Li Ke was indifferent to the escape of others. There was no way, because his lucky item could only be cooled once a day, and each of these big fish was what he wanted to catch, so he could only catch them day by day. Looking at the short guy in front of him, wearing a black cloak with a skull pattern covering his mouth, with short dark blue hair and narrow golden eyes, Li Ke smiled faintly. The last thing you should do is to provoke us. You will pay the price of blood for what you did. Are you afraid of heat? Phaeton stared at Li Ke, holding his weapon, the umbrella sword. And the moment he spoke, a garment with many spikes and only eyes exposed, like a torture device, automatically condensed around him. And the temperature of the air was rising rapidly. Not bad, very good. Li Ke looked at the dwarf in front of him with great appreciation. Name, Phantom Troop Member Phaeton. Item Scene, Manifestation Talent Gold, Sunburn Double Gold, Unforgivable Person Gold, Mania Gold, Torture and Interrogation Gold, Hatred Gold, etc. If Yuvajin is the guy with the strongest single attack power in the entire team, then the dwarf in front of him is the one with the most violent AoE range damage in the entire team. No one else. Tisk tisk tisk. Almost all gold, and because I killed their members, there is also a term called hatred. Li Ke was full of emotion. The term hatred is of no use to me, but once it reaches the gold level, it can also become an experience pack for other terms. It seems that I have some new ideas. Because before killing their members, Phaeton would never have the term hatred, but this is clearly after killing their members. It seems that more terms can be created by causing psychological damage to these members. Then more experience points can be obtained after killing them. Isn't this a complete pig-raising flow? Phaeton was obviously very afraid of Li Ke in front of him and almost didn't want to hesitate, and directly activated his big move. The air temperature around it was rising rapidly at the speed of a rocket, and even the air was distorted. Are you still in the mood to laugh when you are about to die? You will regret everything you have done. Phaeton, wearing armor, disappeared on the spot. The umbrella sword in his hand almost penetrated the speed of sound and arrived in front of Li Ke. Bang! What shocked Phaeton was that his ultimate sword was easily blocked by the fish-killing knife in the opponent's hand. And the diving force he possessed only made the opponent take a slight step back. How powerful is this guy? Bang, bang, bang. The umbrella sword instantly turned into a storm, and countless shadows of geese covered Li Chen. What shocked Phaeton was that the opponent had one hand in his pocket from beginning to end, and only held a small knife in his right hand, easily blocking his attacks, and all attacks were blocked. Damn it! How could this happen? The so-called brigade is just this level, which is really disappointing. It seems that your swordsmanship is not your specialty. Li Ke smiled lightly. He just wanted to try out the opponent's ability now. And he has the super copying ability. As long as he watches the opponent's fighting method, he can obtain similar fighting skills. So for himself, the best way to improve is to copy more skills through continuous fighting. Of course, this kind of copying is far inferior to directly plundering entries. The copied fighting skills are at most a mastery level or a little stronger. If you want to get a higher level, you still need to practice yourself. With the system cheating, I don't need these hard practices at all. The things that are snatched are the best. Puff. Even at the moment when the two sides fought, the knife in Li Ke's hand broke through the opponent's dense defense and easily wiped Phaeton's face. Even though he was wearing the armor that had been materialized, he was still easily cut through. A blood mark appeared on his cheek, and it was burning with pain. Phaeton was shocked. His eyes were more determined and decisive than ever before. Give you back your pain. Become hot. Unforgivable person. Phaeton wiped the blood on his cheek and growled with gritted teeth. The scarlet gas that was almost visible to the naked eye with him spread in all directions. At this moment, Phaeton seemed to have transformed into the Shura of hell. A bright and hot ball of light rose from his feet. The moment it rushed into the sky, it turned into a dazzling, blazing sun that emitted a terrifying high temperature. Burned by the sun double gold. This is Phaeton's strongest ability, which can materialize his own gas into a hot little sun. It must be said that the telekinesis in the hunter world is still unique. For example, this materialization system can become different forms through personal understanding and change of tone. Can it be understood that as long as one's understanding is sufficient, one can even rub the Gundam with one's hands? Boom! In an instant, the terrifying scorching sun bloomed above Li Ke's head, and the terrifying high temperature instantly erupted like a magma torrent, tilting down in the sky. The temperature around became extremely terrifying, and the entire sky was rendered the color of the scorching sun. The rapid collapse of stones and the cracking of the ground. The nearby trees burned and turned into ashes in an instant. The entire area was completely swallowed by the scorching sun. The other members who had already escaped a few kilometers away were also, good, staring at the explosion behind them in amazement. It's Phaeton. This time, should be dead, right? Why is my heart beating so fast? Those members who fled were terrified, but still did not dare to stop. Because no matter whether it was the range of the terrifying scorching sun that could spread, or the fear of the final battle, they did not dare to stop. Different from the effect of Li Ke's White Thunder nuclear explosion at the beginning. The scorching sun was red, and the range seemed even more exaggerated than the simplified nuclear explosion last time. Even from a long distance, half of the sky was painted red, as if it was a boiling boiler. And the scorching sun shone on the center. This terrifying high temperature lasted for nearly a minute before it ended. The earth was completely scorched and cracked, the trees in the distance were completely carbonized, and the hot wind blowing in the air instantly turned into dust and scattered. Phaeton, wearing armor, was panting and sweating. He swore that this was definitely the most powerful time he had ever used this move. Even if that guy was very strong, under this terrifying high temperature, even steel could melt. And almost all of his damage was concentrated on that guy, and the temperature in the area where he was more than 10 times higher than other places. It was like throwing a person directly into a steel blast furnace to burn and forge. Even an iron man can be refined. The light gradually faded away, Phaeton's chest rose and fell violently, his heart pounded wildly, and he stared at the position where Li Ke was. The vision gradually returned to normal. After seeing Li Ke's position clearly, Phaeton froze in place, his pupils suddenly dilated, his mouth slightly opened, and he even forgot his heartbeat. His face was filled with unprecedented disbelief, shock, astonishment, and even fear. I bought some breast milk cream to use. Chapter 114. A scene that he would never forget appeared in his vision. Li Ke in front of him was not burned to ashes as he wished, even though he was burned all over. At this moment, Li Ke was more like standing in the flames. He was burning with flames all over his body, and even his hair turned into the color of flames. The flames gradually died out, but in Li Ke's palm, there was still a ball of flames burning. This guy can also control the flames? Phaeton staggered back a step. Because he couldn't see any signs of burning on Li Ke's body. Of course, except for the top being burned to ashes, revealing the strong muscle lines, there was no wound at all. This was his most powerful attack, and the other party took it all. VAD. Why? This guy's ability before was lightning, and now it's flames. Why, how could he have so many abilities? Phaeton couldn't understand it at all at this moment. He couldn't figure out how Li Ke did it. He even doubted the attack he had just released. Was he having a nightmare? A nightmare that he hadn't woken up from yet. But the cracked and charred land under his feet due to the high temperature told him that everything was real, and there was also a feeling of heat on his skin. Although the terrifying power just now was created by himself, if he hadn't been protected by the armor on his body, he would have been burned by the high temperature. But why couldn't he see any wounds on the monster in front of him? The other party had not condensed the same pure armor as himself. Was he resisting the high temperature with his flesh? Hee. It's worthy of being a group method of phantom troop. It's a very good move, but it's a pity that the temperature is not enough for me. It's like taking a hot spring bath. If you only reach this level, it's almost over. Li Ke smiled faintly. Fire telekinesis. The ability he obtained in Meteor Street, although the color of the entry is only purple, but there is no way, his basic attributes are too amazing. With the power of thunder as the core, the possibility of hurting Li Ke purely through this materialized power is very small. There is only one way to really hurt Li Ke. That is close combat. Because whether it is mental attack or those materialized attacks, it is far from enough for Li Ke. In these aspects, he is far superior to others. And unfortunately, GK's close combat is also quite amazing. No way, 947 himself is a hexagonal warrior, and there is really no weakness. Alas! I was going to let all of you listen to Yuvajan's last words, but I didn't expect you guys to be so unethical. I just came here and attacked directly, and then ran away. Li Ke smiled, the flames on his body disappeared, took out the phone protected by telekinesis, and then played the last words of the fund in front of Phaeton. Phaeton, who heard this voice, instantly felt the anger in his heart surge. He could clearly feel Yuvajan's anger before his death. There was a sense of grief for the other. After all, as a member of the team, Yuvajan's death also foreshadowed a huge crisis for the entire team. Phaeton's figure disappeared on the spot. The umbrella sword appeared in front of Li Ke again. His speed seemed to be faster, and the attack with hatred and anger made him perform beyond his normal level. But at the same price, his evasion performance seemed to have dropped a lot. Puff! The small fish knife fell. One of Phaeton's elbow joints was directly removed. As a senior fish-killing expert who has been killing fish in Whale Island for 10 years, he was quite like a butcher cutting a cow. He had a very good grasp of the bones. Just a very light puncture cut off Phaeton's elbow, making one of his hands almost incapable of fighting. Although this fighting method is cruel to the enemy, Li Ke does not think that the dwarf in front of him is a person who deserves mercy. This guy has killed a huge number of ordinary people, including the entire brigade, even the so-called Shizuku, Maki, and the like, women. Haha, it will only affect the speed of drawing the sword. When they killed those ordinary people, did they ever feel the despair in others' hearts? Those people also have their own families, relatives, and friends. But they died easily in the hands of these guys. So to some extent, I can be regarded as acting on behalf of heaven. And it was not convenient to bring Kurapika with me this time, so I came alone, and by the way, I helped the little pickup to avenge him. Buzz. Suddenly. What surprised Li Ke was that Pheton's umbrella sword actually ejected something like a hook, which directly hooked a huge rock behind him, and then quickly wrapped around him like a python. Hey? Are you planning to imprison me? Li Ke was slightly surprised, and the iron element began to twist with a little force. Now his enhancer is double red and double gold. And Yuvajan's natural brute force, strange strength, etc., with the blessing, it is definitely equivalent to a humanoid T80. No. But Li Ke was slightly surprised again. Pheton actually chose to arrive directly in front of him. He hugged himself tightly with both hands. His eyes became extremely crazy and desperate. You are strong. But go to hell with me. Buzz. A startlingly hot light emerged from his mouth, eyes, and 7 orifices. The whole body seemed to have turned into a hot furnace. Hey? You actually use this trick? Don't you know that I often use this trick? Li Ke sneered. The figure disappeared in an instant, replaced by a small lightning spider 1 kilometer away. Thunder Mind Beast replacement. Li Ke can swap positions with the mind beasts he created. X. The dying Pheton looked at Li Ke, who suddenly disappeared in his arms in despair, and then a small spider appeared, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. There were scenes of drinking with Pheton, and scenes of killing with other members. There were also those scenes of himself defeating opponents one by one and walking all the way through the bloody Meteor Street. There were also gangsters who had tortured him severely and even killed all his family members, and were eventually tortured to death in his hands. He, Pheton, has come to this point step by step, and has achieved himself in himself. But all this is coming to an end. Pheton was knocked out of the revolving lantern. He thought a lot, but in the end, the swell of heat in his body ended all his consciousness. Boom! A huge explosion that was at least 3 times more powerful than steel appeared again. And in the distance, those team members who were fleeing widened their eyes. Seeing this terrifying and hot explosion again, it was like an intercontinental missile falling. At least several kilometers in radius were completely destroyed. The rocks were directly flattened, and the trees disappeared completely. A huge pit of several kilometers appeared on the ground, more like a meteorite hitting the earth. At this moment, everyone was silent instantly. They clearly felt that this was Pheton's aura. And after this explosion, everyone felt that this aura was disappearing rapidly. After so many years together, they have never seen Pheton use such a terrifying move, but as a real combat power, they naturally understand what this terrifying move is. It is easy to guess that Pheton must have used everything he has to destroy Li Ke, even using self-explosion. The team members, Bite Fei, scattered in all directions fell into silence, and everyone's eyes were filled with unprecedented hatred, despair, and fear. They have never felt like they are now. In the past, when the team members were formed, even in the face of the most dangerous situation, everyone could face the difficulties and solve the opponents, thus creating a great reputation in the world. But now when faced with difficulties, everyone has to choose to escape. Even Pheton will sacrifice his life to protect everyone. Pheton. Finks struggled to clench his fists and grit his teeth. He wanted to rush back and kill Li Ke, but he also knew that if even this level of explosion couldn't kill Li Ke, then no one in their team except the leader would be able to do anything to Lee K. Franklin, Maki, Shizuku, Kyubi, and others were also shocked and angry. Kto, 583. Everyone could feel the death of their teammates from the breath just now. In order to protect themselves, their teammates died. That monster should have died too, right? At least. Everyone thought so in their hearts. But no team member was willing to go back at this moment, because no one could guarantee what the final result would be. Maybe that monster would be seriously injured. If they went back now, they would most likely die. The edge of the charred ruins pit. Lee K stood outside the edge of the pit, looking at the completely destroyed area in front of him with emotion. In fact, with his current strength, he would never die even if he was at the core of the explosion. At most, he would only suffer some minor injuries. But he didn't think it was necessary to get himself hurt on this guy. The self-destruction thing is like the self-destructing truck in the previous life game. It is either very different or makes the opponent unable to escape from the explosion range. It's a pity that I have the ability to escape instantly, so there is no need to compete with this guy. The only thing that makes Lee K a little regretful is that he couldn't bring back this guy's head. It can be regarded as a loss of several billion genie. Ding! Congratulations on killing Phaeton, a member of Phantom Troop. Randomly plunder the opponent's entries, in progress. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Manifestation Talent Gold, Unforgivable Person Gold, Torture and Interrogation Gold. Ding! Lucky Star Gold activated, specifying the plunder entry Sunburn Double Gold. A heavenly sound sounded in the organization's mind. Instantly, countless information and energy poured into Lee K's limbs and mind. There was also information about these talents. Entry, Unforgivable Person Gold. Effect, after use, equipment similar to armor and torture instruments will condense on your body, which can enhance your own defense capabilities and increase your means of attack. Entry, Interrogation and Torture Gold. Effect, with an extremely proficient interrogation and torture method, and knowing the damage effect of each organ on the human body. Item, Sunburn Double Gold. Effect, you stared at the sun for several years, almost blinding yourself. In the final moment of despair, you finally realized the sunburn. Since darkness has fallen and no one is willing to help, I will be my own sun. Item information appeared in Lee K's vision. Although the descriptions of these items are very simple, it does not affect the powerful power of these items at all. Even in his mind, some memories of Phaeton's acquisition of these abilities emerged. He was born at the bottom of Meteor Street and was imprisoned and tortured. He was sold here by his family for the price of a piece of clean bread. Then there was endless torture and screaming. Every day he saw other people dying in the cell and their bodies were even dragged out to be made into food for these slaves. He was extremely eager for someone to rescue him and extremely eager for the light to come, but all he had was endless darkness. Finally, in extreme despair, he awakened his own abilities and experience. He killed the people guarding him and killed all the other people in the prison. Because, in his opinion, killing these people was their best salvation. After leaving the prison, Phaeton killed the slave owners here and bloodbathed the whole city. That day, he saw the sun floating in the sky for the first time. It was a dazzling light. Even if it made his tears flow continuously, he was still willing to look directly at the scorching sun. It was even like this all the time. Until many years later, he actually realized the ability of burning in the scorching sun. At that moment, he became the famous Devil of Meteor Street until the arrival of the brigade. The leader defeated him and gave him a new goal. From then on, he joined this team, had his first friend in his life, and also had his first family in his life. For friends and family, he completed various tasks and bloodbathed one city after another. Facing those humans who begged and screamed in front of them, they had the slightest mercy, just like they were imprisoned in an endless hell at the beginning. Tisk tisk tisk. It seems that you still have an unfortunate past, but it is really your misfortune to bless others with your own misfortune. Li Ke shook his head and sighed. These memories were quickly driven away, and only the experience points of the other party's hard work in cultivating his abilities day and night were left. About Scorching Sun, Double Gold and others. Perfect. Comfortable. The world needs selfless and dedicated good people like you. You can go with peace of mind. Your ability has become my wedding dress. I will make this world a better place, ha ha ha. Li Ke laughed in his heart, looked at the direction where the members fled, and turned away with a smile on his lips. Chapter 115. In a ruin. Ani has been settled by Crollo. He and Hisoka frowned slightly and had the prophecy poem in their hands. An important part of the calendar is missing. The forgotten month will be mourned by Sheng Daichi. The chrysanthemum and leaves, under the falling sun, withered and fell together. Lying next to the devil from another world. The stage play has just begun. And will stop after the last dancer bows. The magician and you will lose everything, no one can stop the devil's whisper. The only hope of survival is in the east. There may be a ray of hope there. Seeing this haiku, the two fell into silence. Chrysanthemum and leaves, falling sun? Devil from another world? Magician also. Hisoka's expression is not very good. From the information obtained from this poem, it seems that the luck of both of them is very bad. We'll lose everything? Magician. It seems that this fable is about you and me. We will lose everything, and the only hope is in the east. Demons from another world? Will they wipe out all my teams? Crollo also fell silent. Because Wang Ni's ability has been confirmed by him, this ability is real and credible. The gangsters escaped their conspiracy because of this ability and moved all of Jin Nan's things away in advance. Of course. Now it seems that it was not the gangsters who moved this batch of materials, but Li Ke who benefited from it. Prophecy is inherently erratic and has a lot of variables. If it is absolutely credible, it would not fall into our hands. Hisoka's mouth curled slightly, not caring. Crollo was about to speak when the communicator next to him rang. It was Member Finks calling. How is the situation over there? Crollo had a bad feeling in his heart. Because he appointed Phaeton as the temporary commander, but this time it was not Fei Yuan who contacted him. Phaeton is dead. He used his greatest ability to blow himself up and killed the opponent, Captain. This time our loss is too great. Fink's voice was low and painful. Captain. Phaeton is dead. That guy shouldn't have died, but he sacrificed himself for us. But fortunately, that monster has been killed. We want revenge. All the family and friends of that guy must bear our misfortune. We will send them all to hell. The voices of other members were also heard from other communication channels. They witnessed Phaeton's self-explosion. He sacrificed himself to protect everyone from escaping from that bad-tempered family member in the past. This is an unbearable pain in everyone's heart. Although they are also demons who kill people like crazy, they treat their team members like family members. Since the world chooses not to tolerate them, they will destroy the whole world together. This is the purpose of their gathering together. Even if they betray the whole world, they will never betray their family. Hisoka was shocked when he heard this. He naturally knew the ability of Phaeton. This guy has the ability to explode. Even if he faces him, he is not sure of winning. Especially if the other party chooses to die together, he has almost no chance of escaping. Of course. The specific explosion effect of the other party was not seen with his own eyes, but according to the information he collected these days, it must be very shocking. It's a pity that the fruit he most desired was destroyed like this. Hisoka suddenly felt a little angry in his heart, but in front of him, Crollo was also the fruit he wanted to pick. Since Li Ke was dead, then what he wanted most was naturally the leader in front of him. Just when Xisuo was about to take action, he suddenly found that Crollo frowned, and then used Wenny's ability. A strange pen appeared in front of him, and it was writing something quickly. The falling sun became the nourishment that nourished the devil. When everyone was laughing and talking, darkness fell. What awaited them was complete despair. After seeing these handwritings, Crollo's expression instantly became extremely ugly. There was no calmness and composure in the past. As long as you are not a fool, you can infer some related foreshadowing information from these handwritings. The fallen sun became the nourishment that nourished the devil. Can it be understood that the scorching sun is Phaeton, because Phaeton's ability is to summon a blazing sun? That is to say, this explosion not only did not kill the opponent, but it is very likely to make the opponent stronger. When everyone is laughing and talking, darkness falls. That is to say, when your members relax their vigilance, the so-called demon from another world will attack again. But why do these poems give the final answer that theirs is complete despair? That is to say, even if you are present, you can't stop your members from dying one by one? Why? Why is it so? Is that guy so powerful that his entire team will not be his opponent? Hey! Hisoka naturally saw the handwriting on the paper in Crollo's hand. Especially seeing that death is waiting for them at the end, it also made Hisoka confused. From this poem, it can be judged that Lee K does not seem to be dead, and even becomes stronger because of it. This is really incredible. How could Phaeton's explosion be resisted, and he became stronger while alive? Could it be that Lee K is really a demon from another world? For the first time, Hisoka felt confused and bewildered. Run! Finks, and everyone else. The future I see, is that all of us will die. Stay away, don't stay here. Maybe, there will be a glimmer of hope. Crollo suddenly spoke. But his words instantly stunned all the other members of the team. What, Captain, do you know what you are talking about? Are you kidding us to run away? We are Phantom Troop. Hasn't that monster been blown to death? What is there to be afraid of? Does he have more powerful friends? Captain! Now we should choose revenge. How is it possible? How can we let go of so much hatred? Not to mention running away. Captain, can you explain it? There was a brief silence on the communicator, and then a boiling feedback. Obviously, after hearing this news, all the members were extremely shocked and angry at this moment. 0145013117 Faloo 143003131. Because they never dreamed that the captains would let everyone start to flee. Aren't they in an advantageous position now? If this sentence was said by anyone, they would definitely be hated by the whole team. But this sentence was said by the captain, and Crollo had a very high prestige in the whole team. But even so, when he said this sentence now, all the members felt unbelievable. That monster is still alive. The prophecy poem gives guidance. When all of you let down your guard, he will come, and what awaits you will be complete despair. Crollo said in a deep voice. Although he killed people without blinking an eye, and even destroyed many cities, he was listed as one of the smartest and most notorious wanted criminals. However, he cared about his members from the bottom of his heart. It was because of his existence that all members of the entire team were firmly suppressed, so that they would not fight each other. But now, Crollo suddenly felt a little powerless for no reason. He was naturally aware of the strength of Phaeton and Euvigen. Although they were far inferior to himself, since they both died in the hands of that monster, even if he was there, he might not be able to protect the members. It was the wisest choice to retreat. No. Captain! I will not leave. Euvigen is dead. Nobunaga is dead. Pakunoda is dead. And Phaeton is dead too. When we were together, we said that we would live and die together. Yes. Damn it. Even if that guy is very scary, if all of us are together, we can definitely resist him. Running away separately will only make us like being caught rats, one by one. We can choose to kidnap his family and friends, even if they die, we can make him fall into absolute pain. Phantom Troop has never been so cowardly. On the other end of the communicator, all the members were boiling. They obviously felt unprecedented resistance to the decision made by the leader this time. Crollo was silent. He understood. If he hadn't obtained Ani's ability, he would definitely not make such a choice. He was also confident that his team would be able to solve any monster in the world if they were together. But after repeatedly verifying the credibility of the prophecy, he deeply believed it. Give up the team. Go to the east, and you will have your own 10 hopes? Crollo didn't speak again, just sighed. Everyone, take care of yourself. He is now in a difficult situation. Because according to the information from the prophecy, he and Hisoka will lose everything. Everything here includes not only the current social status, but also life. A monster that even he can't resist? East, let's go, Hisoka. The prophecy guides us to make better choices. Crollo stood up with a cold look. Then they. Hisoka reminded. On weekdays, as the leader of Crollo, he repeatedly emphasized the importance of all family members. But now he can't give up all his family members. So it's quite painful. Leaving now is for a better meeting. They will understand me. Crollo didn't speak again, turned around and left directly. Hisoka behind him was silent for a few seconds and left. And the direction of the other members of the brigade. After the explosion, everyone has gathered in one direction. At this moment, everyone's face is very ugly. Because in just a few days, their members died one after another. Especially after receiving a reply from the leader, they were told to flee in all directions, and even told that the answer given by the prophecy poem was that everyone would die. Haha, ridiculous. It actually predicted that all of us would die. Even if I die, I won't die so miserably. Finks gritted his teeth. But this is what the leader said after all, we need to consider it. Maki was silent. Leave, the leader will never lie to us. Shizuku, the girl with black-framed glasses, also said weakly. I won't leave. Phaeton is dead, Yuvajin is dead, obviously that guy is targeting our entire team, if we run away, we will only die faster, why not resist? Franklin gritted his teeth. At the auction, his attacks were all knocked down by the opponent, which shocked him. His main ability is to shoot with his mind, and the stronger the mind, the stronger the bullets will be. But all his bullets were blocked by the opponent, which means that the opponent's NAN is probably higher than his own. I agree, said Lev, who was wrapped in bandages. I will stay, Maki, Shizuku, Kyubi, you leave first, I have found relevant information about him on the internet, as well as some of his friends and family. Maybe we don't need to fight, we can also negotiate. Shulnark said in a deep voice. This time he clearly found Lee K's information, Hunter Association's professional hunter, and cracked the network to query some other information. Gon, Killua, Kurapika, Leorio, etc. Maybe this monster is very powerful, but when he cares about something, he will become very weak. Phantom Troop is different. They only care about the members of the team and don't care about anything else. Since Phaeton is dead, I am the boss here. Maki, Shizuku, Kyubi, you guys leave quickly. Leave the rest to us, we will deal with this damn BD. Finks gritted his teeth. D. Shizuku wanted to speak, but Maki grabbed his wrist. Let's go, Kyubi, we will leave first. Our strength is limited on the front battlefield, especially when facing that monster. If we are here, we will only hold everyone back. Maki said. But Maki, we all said we would live and die together. Kyubi murmured. It's useless. If the other party can really survive Phaeton's explosion, then even if we join together, it's not enough. Our only way is to find a stronger partner to solve it. Stronger partner. Maki's words stunned everyone, and then everyone's eyes lit up. Yes. Why not find external help? In the past, because the whole team was a notorious wanted criminal, and everyone's strength was almost the top level in the world, they never thought of looking for external help. The Zaldik family is impossible. Because the monster and the Zaldik people are friends, but if you want to check and balance this monster, unless the people of the Hunter Association, it's impossible. But after thinking about it, everyone's face was full of worry. They really couldn't think of anyone who would be willing to offend such a monster for their group of wanted criminals. Meteor Street. Don't forget, the current Meteor Street has changed people, that Aizen Sosuke. As long as we give enough benefits, he will definitely be willing. Maki gritted his teeth and said, "You go, I will try every means to invite him to assist us in the shortest time, but I'm afraid it will cost a very high price." "The price doesn't matter. We can give him the funds accumulated by our team over the years, and even give him Meteor Street, as long as we can kill this monster." Finks gritted his teeth. "Okay. Let's go, Shizuku, Kyubi, inviting Aizen Sosuke to help is our more important task." 3 days, hold on for 3 days, I will definitely give you an answer." Maki called out and led the two to leave Guang quickly. Chapter 116. Looking at the backs of Maki and the others, everyone present fell into silence. "Aizen Sosuke. This guy has embezzled our Meteor City. He is our enemy," Flakelef said dissatisfiedly. "Compared to the monster in front of us, there are no absolute enemies in this world, only absolute interests. We must find a stronger partner to deal with it. Let's go. We will try to hide as much as possible these days and find an opportunity to capture all of that guy's friends. Then we can use them as bargaining chips to threaten him. By the way, we will also wait for news from Maki. That's the only way. Don't worry, Phaeton, we will avenge you. Let's go." In a ruin. Crollo and Hisoka fell into silence. Now Crollo has no intention of hiding anything, and he directly dialed a phone in front of Hisoka. "Help me get through to the Zaldik family and tell them that I have an order worth 100 billion. Crollo said calmly. "Zaldik? If I remember correctly, the kid next to Li Ke is from this family. Although it is a famous assassination family, I am afraid your order." Hisoka chuckled. "For assassins, as long as the price is right, even their relatives can be killed, not to mention the Zaldik family." Crollo smiled. Compared with a lone ranger like Hisoka, Phantom Troop has absolute advantages and experience in this regard. They know these assassination families very well. They are just a group of hounds who will feed their mothers. The more meaty bones they can throw, the more they will be willing to obey their orders. Although he has already noticed the 317 danger of himself and the entire team from the fable poem, and now it seems that all the team members are unwilling to follow his decision. Because in essence, the decision he made has violated his original intention. When he established this team, he once promised, "All the people who join the team will be protected by him and all the members, no matter if they were murderers or wanted criminals before, or if they have committed any heinous crimes. As long as they are in this team, they are innocent." But now, after seeing the guidance of the prophecy poem, the decision obviously disappointed all the team members, and they have decided not to follow their arrangements. Although the voice deep in his heart told him that he should follow the arrangements of the prophecy poem and escape from this dangerous place as much as possible. But the feelings that have been established between him and these members over the years have made him Crollo couldn't let go so easily. He had lost everything, and now he didn't want to lose it again. So even though he knew that if he didn't want to let go, he would most likely put himself in a very dangerous situation, he still wanted to do something. "Hello, I'm Wu Tong, the butler of the Zaldik family. What do you want?" A deep voice came from the other end of the phone. It was Wu Tong, the butler of Zaldik. Even though Crollo put forward an order of hundreds of billions, Wu Tong didn't show much surprise. "I need you to help me solve a person. As long as the commission can be successfully completed, I am willing to pay 100 billion rings, including some equivalent things. Krollo said. Please tell me your commission. Help me kill the professional hunter Lee K. With your ability, you should be able to find all his information. Krollo said calmly. A commission of 100 billion rings. It should be the highest priced commission in the history of the assassination world in the world. If the other party really completes this commission, it will empty all the savings of the entire brigade, and even have to sell some treasures. But these things are no longer important to Krollo, he just needs all his members to survive. The Zaldik family is the strongest assassination family in the hunter world. And they are also famous for their excellent service and keeping their reputation. As long as they accept the commission, no matter how difficult it is, they will complete it. They don't care who the opponent is, nor who the target is. Of course. Someone was rejected before, and this was the only time the Zaldik family refused, that is, a guy wanted to commission them to remove Hoti. In fact, this commission is not only the Zaldik family, but also all the assassination families in the dark world are unwilling to accept. Netero is now recognized as the world's strongest in the hunter world. Assassinating such a terrifying existence is not much different from flying into the fire. Once you fail and get caught, the other party is still the president of the Hunter Association. It is conceivable that the entire Aisha family will face the other party's raging anger. But apart from this, the Zaldik family has no other bad comments. But this time, Kolano couldn't help but frown slightly, because the other end of the phone seemed to be silent for a long time, and no response was given. Finally, Krollo heard the voice from the other party. I'm very sorry, we can't agree to your commission. A commission is beyond our capabilities. Wu Tong politely refused. You should not be able to refuse on behalf of the family. I need to talk to someone in your family. Krollo said calmly. Okay. Wu Tong did not refuse. After waiting for a few minutes, a different voice came from the other end. If you had made this commission a few months ago, I could consider it, but it is invalid now. The Zaldik family does not accept any commissions related to Li K. And since this is your first time, I can let it go. If I know that you have issued such a commission next time, I will personally come to your house and take off your head. It was Ilmi who was speaking. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his empty and wooden eyes. If he had not fought with Li K a few months ago, he would be very interested in taking such a commission. But since Li K had defeated his entire family, even his grandfather had personally warned that Li K would be the family's eternal friend from now on. From that moment on, Ilmi wiped out his idea of dealing with Li K. The phone was hung up with a snap. Krollo and Hisoka were left confused. Haha, haha. It seems that this kid Li K is more powerful than we thought. Even the Zaldik family, which is famous for its toughness in the black market, has chosen to list him as a friend. Netero is a person who cannot be offended. Hisoka narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes flickered like a poisonous snake hiding in the shadows, exuding a dangerous smell. Krollo murmured in a low voice. He really didn't expect that this famous assassination family would have such a big disagreement on this choice. It seems that he has greatly underestimated Li K's influence. According to the degree of the other party's refusal, I am afraid that everyone in the entire family, from top to bottom, has already determined to list Li K as a non-assassination target. For this long-established top assassination family, there is no second way that may make them surrender. That is to say, before this, Li K is very likely to have had friction with the Zaldik family, and the final result must be Li K's victory. Otherwise, such an ancient and powerful family would not compromise in the face of such a large order of hundreds of billions. Publish the order to other assassination families, and let the other families second only to Zaldik solve it for me. Krollo rubbed his brows and dialed the phone of the black market middleman again. Soon. In the assassination black market, a high bounty was released. Professional hunter Li K, bounty of 100 billion ringgit. High on the list, 20 billion higher than the second-ranked Netaro's 80 billion ringgit. For a while, the entire assassination world was in turmoil, with countless assassinations. The family came towards this sky-high bounty like a jackal smelling blood. If you do this, I'm afraid you will force yourself to death. Hisoka sighed. Posting such a high bounty in the black market almost means that the target of the bounty has been at war with him. Do you think we have a second choice? If it were you, you would probably do the same. Crollo chuckled. Hee hee, ho ho ho. Hisoka covered his face and laughed perversely. Yes. If he were dealing with the matter in front of him, he would definitely choose other ways. Because the growth of this fruit has far exceeded expectations, even beyond the limit of his own ability. But if he still wants to pick the fruit, the smart hunter will choose more smart ways. Let's go, it's time to talk to those old guys. Although they are all cannon fodder, they are more or less worth cannon fodder. Crollo stood up and said lightly. Hisoka shrugged and followed. Zaldik family. Master, someone wants to target Mr. Li K and Killua, we. Butler Wu Tong's face was not good, standing next to him and couldn't help reminding. In fact, when he received this call, he had an urge to report this information to the head of the Nanba tribe. Haha, a bounty of 100 billion. It seems that this time, Li K and his group have offended a great existence. If we accept this order, if our family has not been for many years. Ilmi sighed indifferently, with a wooden expression, if Killua died in this assassination, he would not be a member of our family, my stupid Ou Daudu. 1810. Ilmi left directly, but eventually went to the location of the clan leader and told his grandfather and father the news he had received. There is no way, who makes the family and Li K an alliance now? Oh? A bounty of 100 billion? It's really a big deal. It seems that they are also forced into a corner. Is it old man Wang? Silva was a little surprised. This is almost the largest order in history. No, he sounds very young, he should be a guy who can make the decision, most likely, it's Phantom Troop, especially there are not many forces that can come up with this money. Ilmi said. Ah. Is it the infamous Phantom Girl group? I heard that those guys kill without blinking an eye. Is Killua in danger? Silva. You must go immediately and protect our son immediately. Kikyo screamed excitedly, as if she forgot that she was also a killer who killed without blinking an eye. Mom. Killua is a tough guy, he will definitely not die so easily. The fat man Miji snorted. The girl Kalito stood next to her with a cold face and a proud expression. Haha, Phantom Troop, these guys have indeed made a lot of money in recent years, but their reputation is also quite bad. Let's get ready to go. Since he is going to fight with our allies, then as allies, we should naturally intervene. Silva glanced at Kikyo and the others, moved his neck, and made a crackling sound. There is no way. Now the whole family and Li K are allies, and the development of the family for hundreds of years in the future still depends on Li K. In order to make the relationship between the two sides better, this time I must show my ability. Wait. Just as they were about to leave, the old man Zeno, who was hunched over with his hands behind his back, walked in. The bounty of 100 billion, if it is really Phantom Troop, I am afraid that group of guys have been forced into a corner now. Judging from the situation, our little friend should be in the leading position. Since he didn't invite us to help, we will be unhappy if we interfere casually. Ilmi, call our friend Li K and tell him these things. Then he will decide whether he needs our help or not. Zeno ordered. Ilmi, not going yet. Zeno frowned. Ilmi picked up the phone helplessly. It seems that, Grandpa really wants to have a good relationship with that little monster. At the same time, the Council of 10 Old Men. FK. All our yin beasts are dead. It was the damn bastards of Phantom 3.2 Brigade who killed all of us. A strong middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes roared. Shut up! If you have a better way, you won't be so angry here. The yin beasts are all killed. The strength of Phantom Troop has far exceeded our expectations. What we need to consider next is how to deal with the upcoming crisis. The fat old man in a black suit said in a low voice, I understand. That's right. Now we have completely offended those damn wanted criminals. If things go wrong, those guys might come to our door and cause trouble for us. Hee hee. Those bastards are looking for trouble with us. We have so many people, so many weapons, and so many guns. Even if there is no yin beast, even the country cannot do anything to us. Having said that, we can't stay in this place forever. Damn it! What's the situation of those assassination families in the black market now? Boss. Many assassination families are unwilling to take this order, and now many of them have taken the current sky-high bounty order. Sky-high bounty? Yes, someone has opened a sky-high order of 100 billion ringgits in the black market. Now those killers are like dogs who have picked up bones, scrambling for it. If we don't increase the price of our bounty, it's probably hard for anyone to take it. FK. A bunch of idiots. Damn it. At this moment, the entire underground conference room was noisy and cursing. Since the Yin Beast organization was wiped out, all these gangsters have moved to the secret basement. Suddenly, the lights in the basement flickered violently, instantly causing the faces of the 10 old men present to change. Chapter 117. This place is really hard to find. It took us a lot of effort. Suddenly, a very discordant voice sounded from the corner of the secret room. The 10 gangsters present couldn't help but look over. They didn't know when 2 figures appeared. There was a purple cross tattoo in the middle of his forehead, blue earrings on both ears, a suit hairstyle, a black coat with a reverse cross pattern on the back, a young man with dark eyes and a clown. So you are not where you can be. Get out! Bodyguard! The blonde man, one of the 10 old men, yelled. He was also a professional hunter, with good strength, but now he has taken the position of a gangster, and he even almost forgot that he had received a professional title before. Hunter's identity. Come here. Come here. Damn it. How could these 2 guys appear here? Who are you? Stop. The other gangsters present also became nervous, took out their guns and pointed them at the 2. But after the blonde man called several times and heard no movement at the door, everyone present couldn't help but shudder. A faint smell of blood emerged, and bright red blood slowly overflowed from the crack of the door. The bodyguards outside the door had obviously been killed. All the people present looked very ugly. They didn't even know how the 2 guys got in, and they killed their bodyguard team silently. Although these bodyguards outside the door were far inferior to the Yin Beast, if they were put on the level of ordinary people, each of them was at the level of the king of soldiers. You go to hell first. The blonde man obviously realized that the current situation was not right, and he only saw that he clenched his casserole-sized fist and went straight to Krollo came at him. His fist was covered with brass knuckles with steel spikes, like a real airflow, wrapping around his fist, as powerful as a cannonball. Boom! The fist hit Krollo 17 head-on, but was blocked by the opponent with one hand. The blonde man was nearly 2 meters tall, and compared with Krollo, he was as strong as a bull. But an amazing scene appeared. The opponent still stood there calmly, but the blonde man was holding back his strength, and the blue veins on his forehead were red, but he couldn't suppress it at all. Instead, the opponent waved his hand lightly, and the strong blonde man was actually slammed into the wall. An extremely weird scene. Then a huge fish appeared behind Krollo. All the gangsters present were stunned. The fish rushed to the blonde man as if swimming in the water, and then bit off a part of his arm and devoured it on the spot. But what was extremely wrong was that even though his arm was eaten, the blonde man, who was also one of the 10 old men, did not notice anything. He seemed not to feel the pain in his hand. Krollo dragged a chair over from the side, and then sat down slowly, looking calmly at the guys in front of him who were already stunned and sweating. These people present were the so-called famous 10 old men. The large number of gang members they controlled were emperors in the eyes of countless ordinary people. But now in Krollo's eyes, they were no different from some buildings. In front of the absolute mission, the so-called identity, the first wealth, and everything in the whole year were nothing and disappeared. The blond man on the wall did not bleed from his eaten arm. At this moment, he no longer had the anger and arrogance he had just had. All that was left was complete fear and hysterical screams of terror. He watched with great fear as the terrifying telekinetic fish kept eating his body, but after each bite, his body did not bleed at all. You could even see the bright red muscles and meridians. What a strange scene! The telekinetic fish can constantly devour the opponent's body, but let the opponent feel the most terrifying thing in life before dying, watching himself being eaten inch by inch, but unable to do anything. The fish in the closed room. The ability stolen by Krollo through his non-thief book. The materialized telekinetic fish can only survive in a closed space. The person bitten by the telekinetic fish will not feel pain, bleed, or die until the telekinesis disappears. The telekinetic fish can swim freely in the air and slowly devour the enemy. Even if the bitten person's body is shattered, as long as the brain is still there, he can survive and stay awake, and experience the horror of death bit by bit. This is the most terrifying part. Don't worry, you won't die so easily. You will taste the last moments of your life. Let me introduce myself here. I am Krollo, the leader of Phantom Troop, the one you are going to arrest. As soon as he said this, the gangsters present gasped and their hearts pounded. Two of the less courageous guys collapsed on the spot. Because they were just discussing how to deal with the person in front of them, but they didn't expect that the other party had already arrived in front of them. It is conceivable that this will be a hatred that will never end. They never dreamed that Phantom Troop would be so powerful, far beyond everyone's expectations. Although I don't want to explain to you ants, I still want to say that we are also victims. Krollo said lightly. The blond man behind him screamed less and less, because the telekinetic fish ate part of his throat under control, causing his scream to leak air. But what he said was even more horrifying. He was like the background behind Krollo, successfully showing the other party's terror. Hisoka also sat aside with interest, watching Krollo's performance. We can pay. Give you money to buy our own lives. Everything can be negotiated. If you kill us, the whole gangster world will be in chaos in an instant. And before we die, we will definitely announce all the news. Then you will suffer our endless revenge. Since everything in the past was a misunderstanding, we should let bygones be bygones. How about 100 billion ringgits? Use this money to buy our lives. The gangsters present were also thinking fast, and they spoke nervously one by one. The reason they can sit in the position of the top gangster is not entirely because of their own strong strength, but because of a variety of comprehensive factors. For example, Lightnessla, who is a completely ordinary guy, can become a super gangster second only to Old Man Sheng just by relying on his daughter's ability. It is conceivable that the word gang, in front of the real strong, there is really not much difference from cannon fodder. 10 old men, now you should call them 9 old men, but I think 9 is too many. Krollo said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, some gangsters present immediately looked very ugly and pulled the trigger. They were all bloodthirsty guys, so they naturally understood the situation. Rather than waiting for others to be merciful, it is better to fight for the last chance. Bang 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 bang. Gunshots rang out. Bullets whizzed out. But a scene that these people will never forget appeared. All the bullets stopped in front of the two men. To be exact, it was Hisoka. He opened his hands, and a thin film that could not be seen by the naked eye covered the two people, blocking all the bullets. This was a move he learned after fighting with Li Ke. It was also a thin appearance ability, but now it gave him more uses for this ability. Although Hisoka has broken an arm now, his strength has become stronger than before. Swish! Swish! The telekinetic film shook lightly and the bullets flew backwards. Puff! Puff! Bang! 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 The two weak old men were beaten into a hornet's nest on the spot, and the other two strong ones condensed telekinesis on their bodies and blocked these bullets, but they also got their heads broken and bloody. However, they were not happy for more than a second, and only saw a few scarlet cards flash by. Suddenly, they felt a slight stinging pain in their necks, and then blood gushed out of their necks like a fountain. They desperately covered their necks to stop the blood, but they still couldn't stop it. The bright red blood still flowed out of their chins. The former high-ranking gangster boss now fell to the ground and struggled in pain like a fish thrown into a dry river desert. The blood spread. It touched the terrified hearts of others present. In the end, they watched their former colleagues die like this. Although everyone present had evil intentions and wanted to kill others, when they watched these opponents die in front of them, they felt no joy or excitement, only bone-chilling cold and fear. An old man opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but a bright red card flashed again and nailed directly into his forehead. Even though he was also a telekinetic master, he had no power to stop Hisoka's red card. He opened his mouth in astonishment, staggered back 2 steps, eyes wide open. There was a crackling sound in his throat, but in the end, he fell down like a machine without electricity. There was a dead silence at the scene. The 4 remaining old men trembled all over. They used to be in high positions, but now they were like beggars in the cold wind, with only endless fear and despair. You have no right to speak before we speak. How rude! Hisoka smiled strangely. Crollo had no expression on his face. The scene fell into an incomparable silence. The 4 old men were trembling, and their mentality was completely broken. Because they also saw that the blonde man behind Crollo was left with only a head, and his face was still screaming in fear. The other party had been almost eaten by the terrifying fish. It was like a devil. Crollo played with a dagger on the table, which was left by an old guy before. He glanced at the 4 remaining old men in front of him, as if he was looking at the goods, looking at the guys in front of him. The so-called gangster boss, the so-called emperor of the dark world. In front of him, in front of absolute strength, he is not even as good as the clown, and can only be reduced to a dog. On weekdays, he doesn't look down on these guys at all. He won't even have any intersection with these guys. But now the whole team has encountered an unprecedented crisis, although these guys in front of him are just some dogs in his eyes. But after all, the power he holds is enough to affect the world of ordinary people, and the impact is very wide. Puff. Equals, V equals comma plus number. The dagger disappeared in Crollo's hand. Then it appeared on the head of one of the lucky old men. The old man Yuanbi, who didn't know why until he died, stared blankly in the direction of Crollo. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something but couldn't say a word. His head tilted, blood flowed down his forehead, and he died on the chair. This scared the 3 old men on the chairs next to him and almost had a heart attack. This monster! He was so murderous, and he was much more evil than me. They finally realized the fear of being under the power of evil. In the past, they did it absolutely, but you also bullied others, burned, killed, looted, and committed all kinds of evil. They also shouted that all this was justified. They thought they were the kings of the underworld and could do whatever they wanted. They even took pleasure in listening to the screams and wails of those people, and enjoyed the pleasure of torturing others. But now when this kind of karma came to them, none of them could laugh. There was only unprecedented fear and despair in their hearts. I don't like beef. Crollo spoke calmly. No one dared to answer. The 3 old men in front of him were trembling all over, and dared not say another word, because the other party did not let them speak. Their eyes were like 3 old dogs shaking their tails and begging for mercy. It was very disappointing. The demeanor and momentum of the so-called gangster bosses in the past disappeared completely. Quietly. The three remaining old men looked at Krollo eagerly like three tamed old dogs. I need you to use all your strength to help me kill this person, and them. Krollo spoke calmly. He took out the photos of Lee K and Gon, Killua, Kurapika, and others. After seeing them, the three old men nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice. They had no choice. Very good, you won't let me down. Krollo nodded with satisfaction and left the photos on the blood-stained table. The whole basement was filled with a strong smell of blood at this moment. The opponent who was still alive and kicking a few minutes ago has now become a corpse. Krollo pushed open the door, and a cold wind with a bloody smell blew in. The whimpering sound of the fish in the secret room disappeared. The blond man with half of his head left on the wall finally felt the pain and let out a shrill and hoarse scream. The only half of his face left after he died was embedded in the wall. The three leaders saw Krollo and Zui off. Chapter 118. In the Kailan Hotel. Lee K has returned and informed Kurapika of the news that another Phantom Troop member was killed. Abe. Kurapika's voice was choked. This was originally what he should do, but now Lee K helped him do it, and he took such a big risk. This favor made it difficult for him to repay. Captain. The situation is not good. Daisy suddenly exclaimed. As a professional bodyguard, he often visited the black market, learned some intelligence or bought some related information in the black market. But this time when he logged into the black market, he saw the most eye-catching front-page headline. The highest bounty in history, 100 billion bounty target Lee K. Even on this website, Lee K's photo was thoughtfully matched. 100 billion bounty? Hiss. Who is it? How dare you bounty the captain in the black market? Damn. If you go by this price, I'm afraid there will be many killers who will take this order. Several people present were worried. Because the appearance of this sky-high bounty means that the opponents that Lee K will face are not only those people before, but also countless hunting dogs hidden in the dark. A bounty was placed on me? Haha. Lee K narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the information in front of him. It seems that if nothing unexpected happens, this bounty is most likely placed by Phantom Troop. It seems that they have been forced into a corner by me. No problem. I have plenty of time and energy, so I will play with them. Since the other party is ready to go to war with me, it is very likely to affect these friends who are familiar with me. So, as early as many days ago, GK's Thunder Beast had spread across most of the city. Especially near Gon, Killua, and others, the positioning was completed. Captain. I heard someone approaching. The heartbeat is wrong, it is very likely to be an enemy. Bald Girl Melody exclaimed. Daisy and others changed their faces when they heard the words. He was about to arrange other team members to check the situation when he heard the sound of broken glass in the hotel. Several black smoke bombs were thrown in. It's a gas bomb. Hold your breath. Daisy exclaimed. Because even the gangs have very few of these gas bombs, only the top assassination families and some military organizations have them. After the gas bomb rolled to the ground, it instantly released white mist. After smelling the mist, the other waiters outside the hotel coughed violently. It took only a few seconds to get up. Then he covered his neck with an extremely painful expression, and his whole body turned purple and fell to the ground. Don't panic. Come closer to me. Lee K narrowed his eyes slightly and looked around, holding his breath and speaking. After hearing Lee K's voice, all the team members present couldn't help but calm down. They quickly approached Lee K's direction, and everyone took out their own weapons, ready to deal with the upcoming attack. A surprising scene appeared. An invisible spherical barrier was formed in the 10-meter area around Lee K. The poisonous gas outside this barrier could not enter at all. Amazing! Is this the use of telekinesis? Feiji was surprised. Brother K. Kurapika exclaimed softly, because everyone was shocked to see a raging fire outside the hotel. The whole hotel was actually set on fire, and it was to deal with GK's people. There were also a lot of shells and bombs thrown over. Boom! A deafening explosion. Everyone's face was extremely ugly. The other party was obviously coming to target Lee K and everyone's group, and they were even willing to destroy the entire hotel. Outside the hotel, a man with silver hair and a scar on his face grinned, and there were other strong men next to him who exuded a dangerous aura. Each of them was a master of telekinesis. To be precise, they were all killers who came to try their luck after seeing the sky-high reward in the black market. Some of them came from the assassination family, and some came from the Lone Ranger. The sky-high price of 100 billion ringgits was enough for them to risk their lives to take a gamble. In addition, there were 3 controlled gang members of the old man, who were responsible for destroying and releasing poison gas and whey. Tisk tisk tisk, the guys inside should be dead now, how should we divide the money then? Haha, you are too naive, how can a monster with a bounty of 100 billion in the black market die so easily? But if nothing unexpected happens, he is at least seriously injured. If he is not dead, whoever gets his head first will get the money. That's exactly what I mean. Not only are there these telekinetic masters standing in the open, but there are also many killers hiding in the dark. They are like hyenas swarming in after smelling blood, and they will go to snatch even the meat in the mouth of a lion. The whole hotel is burning fiercely in flames. Inside the hotel, Lee K still stood quietly in the same place, and the others around him surrounded Lee K, and each of them felt extremely shocked. Because everyone was surprised to find that starting from the position where Lee K was standing, the area within 10 meters around him was the entire area remained intact. Even the floor underfoot had no traces of being burned by the flames. And just now everyone clearly heard the sound of the bomb exploding, as well as other incendiary bombs. In other words, all the explosions were blocked. Captain is so awesome. This is the strength of the captain. Fortunately we followed the captain. The several team members following him couldn't help but gasp, and they were extremely grateful in their hearts. For them, the captain of the selected team was equivalent to getting a death-free gold medal. If they were facing this level of attack, even if they were very strong, they would definitely be dead. At least none of the players present were strong enough to resist this terrorist attack. But for Lee K, this was completely a drizzle. Brother K, I'm afraid there are gangs involved, and there are many killers among them. We have to get out of trouble. Kurapika was a little worried. It doesn't matter, the good show has just begun. Lee K sneered, and his eyes flashed with unprecedented coldness and bone-chilling chill. Since they are unkind, don't blame yourself for being unjust. Outside, many killers are already waiting quietly. They are like snakes waiting for an opportunity in the dark, and venomous snakes are like cheetahs in the hunt. They are ready to launch a fatal attack on the prey that is about to be released from the cage. The gang leader who was responsible for the arson, poison gas, and bomb attacks couldn't help laughing at the rhythm in front of him. At least in his opinion, no one can survive in such an environment. The whole hotel collapsed. Boss, that guy should be dead. Now we can go back and report to the big boss. We must see him alive or dead. Even if he is dead, we must bring his body back, and leave his head to these hyenas. Tisk tisk tisk, they are wanted by the 10 elders, it can only be said that their lives are too short. The blazing flames reflected on the faces of these gang leaders, and their smiles became more and more ferocious. But the next second, boom! A more violent explosion blasted from the hotel. The whole hotel was almost completely blown up. The flames were more like spewing out countless tongues of fire, spreading wildly in all directions. In an instant, the shrill screams resounded through the night sky. The gang members near the ruins of the hotel were caught off guard and directly infected by the flames. The flames that should have been able to be slapped away were now like maggots on the tarsal bones, and they were still spreading. In just one breath, the gang members who were stained by the flames could be turned into firemen. They were like burning candles, and the flames were spreading wildly. The sudden explosion instantly made the whole scene chaotic. There were hundreds of people present. Most of the gang members were almost swallowed by the flames at once, and some unlucky killers were also completely wrapped in flames. They were much more resistant to burning than these ordinary people. After all, they were strong in telekinesis. But no matter how they struggled, even rolling on the ground, or even jumping into the water, these strange flames did not disappear. Even the other people present looked at these unlucky people who were stained by the flames in horror. The skin on their bodies gradually collapsed, and then the muscles and meridians, and finally only a white skeleton was left, and the flames stopped. Damn, what happened just now? These flames are so weird that they can't be extinguished. These are not the flames in the hotel at all. It's the fire of telekinesis. Damn. Why didn't those damn guys tell us about the ability of this monster when they offered the bounty? This guy can actually control the fire? Everyone, disperse quickly. Most of the gang members present had been eliminated in one wave, and the remaining ones also scattered like birds and beasts. The mood of fear spread here. The only ones who held on for a long time were these killers. Except for some unlucky ones who were taken away by the wave just now, some of them came down because they escaped. In the extremely shocked eyes of everyone, a figure walked out slowly in the flames. To be precise, it was a figure with flames all over his body. Gurgle. The sound of swallowing saliva wildly, all eyes looked at the figure of the flame, and the cold sweat on the forehead could not help but flow down. As the flames gradually dissipated, everyone finally saw clearly that the person who walked out was Ji Wei, who was offered a sky-high bounty. There were no wounds on his body. His shirt had been burned away by the flames, revealing his strong muscle lines. At this moment, he was like a demon king who had walked out of the flame purgatory. Ah! This guy! Monster! Monster! Why is there no wound on his body? What's going on? This guy can't be burned to death. This guy can control the flames. The frightened gang members screamed in fear. As ordinary people, they couldn't understand these things at all. Some of the evil guys even shot wildly in the direction of Li Ke. Bang bang bang! The dull and harsh sound of Tang Seng exploded in the dark night. Yes! Shoot! Shoot! Kill this monster quickly! Shoot! The gang leaders who reacted screamed and roared. There was an unprecedented fear in their hearts. Although the guns were in their hands, everyone was more like prey being hunted by the devil, hysterical and terrified. Dense bullets swarmed in front of Li Ke. Then, in their extremely shocked eyes, all the bullets stopped in place and floated in front of Li Ke. Silence! Deathly silence! For these ordinary people, such a scene as I can't imagine it in my life. As an ordinary gang member, if they have a gun in their hands, they are already rampant and unscrupulous in society. But now they suddenly found that the guns they were proud of had lost their function. Fire! Li Qiwan snapped his fingers, and the flames burned around him again. The bullets floating in the air quickly melted into molten iron. Then they turned into tiny hot steel needles. This weird scene looks so scary. Not only them. In fact, in the ruins of the hotel behind them Karapika and the others were also stunned. Oh my god! It was really too shocking. You can imagine the scene of thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of steel needles condensing into this scene. They are all real telekinetic masters. But the more this happened, the more they understood the amazing difficulty of achieving this effect, which meant that they had to divide countless tiny thoughts to control the forging of steel needles. In just one breath, all the bullets melted into steel needles, and the number increased by at least 10 times. Li Ke raised his head, his eyes seemed to be burning with flames, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing white teeth. It was like the smile of a devil in hell. It was like the god of death raised his sickle to harvest lives. With a wave of his hand, in an instant, the steel needles like raindrops flew in all directions. Seeing this scene, those powerful killers also felt unprecedented fear. Everyone took out the ultimate defensive trick. The rain on the street was as soft as silk. The speed of the steel needles was very fast, and they were almost impossible to be caught by the eyes in the air. The gang members who had just shot at Li Ke had almost no chance to react. In just one daxia, countless steel needles passed through their bodies. They still maintained their terrified and dull expressions, standing in place, frozen like stone sculptures. The next second, blood beads appeared on the surface of their skin, or more precisely, tiny holes. Just like a mineral water bottle with countless holes pierced by needles, blood gushed out of these holes. Puff! 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 The blood completely bloomed at this moment, drawing an extremely beautiful color. Not only these gang members, but also some relatively weak killers, also turned into human blood fountains on the spot. This is an unprecedented grand blood feast.